Li Pingyan awoke to find himself transported into the Marvel Universe. In this narrative framework, where the impoverished rely on mutations and the affluent depend on technology, Li Pingyan earned the moniker of optimal test subject. Regardless of the nature of the experiments conducted, he was destined to yield the finest results, igniting a sense of excitement within him. Chapter 1. The Vanguard of Justice. Amidst the thunderous roar of motorcycles, Li Pingyan was jolted awake by the jolting of the vehicle. Opening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness, his body constricted as if gripped by a powerful hand, rendering him breathless, much like being crushed in a crowded subway during rush hour. A sharp inhale filled his nostrils with the acrid stench of sweat, the foul odor of decaying feet, and a fishy tang that invaded his lungs. Overwhelmed with nausea, a wave of retching surged from his stomach, and a sudden contraction in his chest brought forth a pain that pierced to the very marrow of his bones. Prompting a muffled groan to escape his lips, Li Pingyan surmised that he must have fractured a rib given his surroundings. It was likely that he was being transported in a vehicle against his will. Before he could formulate further thoughts, the vehicle traversed a particularly rough patch, causing all occupants to be violently tossed from their seats. Li Pingyan was crushed beneath another person, exacerbating his already broken rib. The piercing agony rendered him unconscious. A scream caught in his throat transformed into a strange sound reminiscent of a fish expelling bubbles before its demise. This, along with the heavy breaths of his fellow captives, was drowned out by the roaring engine, vanishing into the stillness of the surrounding forest. Unbeknownst to him, the convoy consisted of 15 armored vehicles. Each vehicle was manned by a driver and an armed guard, while the lead and trailing vehicles contained a total of 30 armed personnel. At the heart of the convoy sat a man named Dr. Abraham Erskine. Following the destruction of their previous base by Allied forces, they were compelled to relocate to another facility for their serum experiments. Alongside Li Pingyan, over 200 prisoners were being transported to a Hydra secret base, where they would face the grim fate of inhumane human experimentation. Before their arrival, nearly 1,000 test subjects had already perished in this merciless endeavor. It was inevitable that Li Pingyan and his companions would share the same grim fate, destined to become mere fodder for the forest after their experiments failed, vanishing from the world. Beyond the cold statistics of mortality recorded in the experimental data, they would leave no trace. Future generations would only encounter whispers of their existence in news articles condemning the atrocities of the German army, categorized under the failed super soldier program, which had been abandoned after over 1,000 live failures off, which Li Pingyan and his cohort would be counted among those lost. A dull thud. Thud reached Li Pingyan's ears as he opened his eyes to see 2 expressionless soldiers outside the vehicle, guns trained on a few gaunt individuals, commanding them to discard their unconscious companion from the vehicle. The sound that reached Li Pingyan's ears was that of soft human bodies colliding with the hard ground. Beneath the vehicle, several prisoners were burdened with carrying the unconscious individuals into the cell. Li Pingyan quickly grasped the situation. Perhaps due to insufficient manpower or a reluctance to expend the soldiers' energy, the guards had opted to have those prisoners who appeared somewhat robust carry their fainted counterparts into the cell. This way, the soldiers merely needed to point their rifles at the remaining prisoners with some strength left, conserving their own energy while overseeing the large group and facilitating their transportation to the cell. There was little time for contemplation. As the prisoners hoisted Li Pingyan by the shoulders, he struggled to raise his hand, signaling that he had not lost consciousness. The 2 carrying him showed no notable expression. They merely numbly grabbed another unconscious prisoner beside Li Pingyan, discarding him on the ground, continuing to produce that thud sound. With great effort, Li Pingyan managed to descend from the vehicle, only to receive a rough kick from a soldier wielding a rifle, who indicated that Li Pingyan should carry away the fallen prisoner. Li Pingyan gestured towards his ribs, shaking his head to convey his injury, indicating his incapacity to bear the weight of another prisoner. The 2 soldiers, unimpressed, responded with an expressionless slap across Li Pingyan's face, directing their weapon at his head, signaling that he must indeed lift the unconscious prisoner. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Li Pingyan recognized the necessity of submission under such oppressive circumstances that he suppressed his pain and obediently lifted the prisoner, making his way into the cell. The cramped cell, scarcely 10 square meters, housed 15 prisoners. As Li Pingyan set foot in the doorway, an impatient soldier delivered a kick to his rear, promptly slamming the cell door shut with a disdainful expression. At this point, Li Pingyan lacked the strength for any further actions. Hunger and the agony in his ribs assailed him, clouding his capacity for thought, rendering him as motionless as a lifeless dog upon the floor. After a duration, perhaps a minute or even longer, Li Pingyan was startled awake by the sound of someone banging on the cell door, accompanied by the soldiers' shouts of "Get up! Pigs, it's time for food." Looking up, he observed blobs of a brownish-yellow viscous substance dropping through the gaps in the cell bars, landing directly on the ground within the cell. The inmates, each emaciated, displayed little reaction upon hearing the soldiers preparing to feed them. They merely lifted their heads, staring vacantly at the blobs of food on the ground. At this juncture, they had succumbed to a state of despair and numbness. They understood that their fate here was sealed, preferring to perish from hunger rather than be taken for the horrific experiments that awaited them, which promised a far more agonizing demise. After all, the site of those experiments was not far away, and having been confined for nearly a month, they were undoubtedly more aware than Li Pingyan of the horrors to come. As he crawled toward the food with effort, they might have thought that this individual, upon hearing the anguished cries of those subjected to torment, would not possess such an appetite. Li Pingyan was blissfully unaware of these circumstances, as his body had ceased to obey the commands of his mind. The searing pain emanating from his stomach incessantly urged him to crawl towards the morsel of food, which he ravenously stuffed into his mouth. With a ferocious glare, he surveyed the individuals around him, as if to say that anyone foolish enough to attempt to seize his food would face the wrath of his teeth at their throat. Prevent waste. The food provided to these prisoners was merely the leftover scraps consumed by the soldiers of the base, filtered to remove most of the moisture and sweetened. This practice not only masked the foul odor of the refuse, but also minimally supplied energy to the inmates, ensuring they would not perish from starvation. In truth, the food was not only sticky in texture, but also cloyingly sweet with a hint of rot. Yet in this moment, Li Pingyan was oblivious to the taste, shoving food into his mouth until his stomach felt as though it might burst. Eventually, another prisoner could no longer bear to watch and seized Li Pingyan's feet, dragging him back, while others joined in to restrain him, thus sparing him from the fate of overeating. In quick succession, a fist struck the back of Li Pingyan's head, rendering him unconscious. The blow was delivered with precision, indicating that the assailant was no ordinary civilian prior to his capture. Meanwhile, deep within the confines of the base, a rugged-faced officer with a slick golden pompadour was engaged in conversation with a bespectacled professor whose curly hair framed his gentle demeanor. The officer was none other than Johann Schmidt, the highest-ranking official of the base, a young and handsome man of pure Germanic lineage, exuding an air of superiority associated with his perceived racial superiority. The bespectacled individual was, of course, Dr. Abraham Erskine. Their dialogue was palpably discordant. Johann Schmidt, adopting a seemingly calm, yet condescending tone, remarked, "Doctor, the previous base's discovery by the Allied forces was indeed an unfortunate accident. Although we seldom utilize this base, we cannot guarantee its perpetual safety. Therefore, the Frere desires you to expedite the research on the serum. The last test subjects could not be evacuated in time, but this base has prepared ample experimental materials for you. We ardently support your research and hope you will not disappoint the Empire's expectations, as we seek to minimize the sacrifices of our valiant German soldiers. The serum is far too unstable without viable test subjects. It cannot be successfully extracted from the experimental chamber. I propose we modify some of the materials to render the serum more benign, which may enhance the likelihood of success." Dr. Abraham Erskine responded, his face etched with concern. "Gentleness equates to ineffectiveness. Even if successful, it would merely produce individuals who are slightly stronger than the average person. The Empire has invested significantly not to create mere decorative figures with a hint of muscularity. We require an ultimate weapon that reaches and surpasses the limits of humanity. Is Superman capable of turning the tide of battle?" Johann Schmidt retorted, visibly displeased. In summary, we have ample experimental subjects here once they are depleted. We shall procure more for you. I trust you shall not disappoint the Frere and the Empire's expectations of you," Johann Schmidt declared sternly, turning on his heel and exiting the laboratory. Dr. Abraham Erskine gazed at Schmidt's retreating figure, subconsciously clenching his fists, a flicker of inner turmoil crossing his face. He recalled a remark made by an Allied spy during his time at the previous base. "Doctor, the Allies fight for justice and peace. Do you truly wish to see your talents exploited by these extreme racists to harm humanity's interests?" He involuntarily let his hands fall, murmuring, "Justice?" Chapter 2. The arrival of welfare. Li Pingyan was roused from his slumber by an urgent need to relieve himself. A sensation that overshadowed the discomfort emanating from his ribs and the bloating in his stomach. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the absence of a toilet and inquired of a fellow inmate regarding its location. The individual, without sparing him a glance, merely extended a finger toward a corner of the cell. Hastily, Li Pingyan made his way to that designated spot to address his personal need, and subsequently began to reflect upon his circumstances. Since awakening the previous day, he had been engulfed in a profound weakness, leaving little room for contemplation regarding his current predicament. Now, with a semblance of clarity returning to his mind, an overwhelming sense of dissonance washed over him. Initially, he had been diligently working late just 2 days prior. Yet upon waking yesterday, he found himself aboard a transport vehicle, the sight of a soldier with golden hair and blue eyes at the entrance, adorned in a uniform bearing certain insignias, left him utterly bewildered. Li Pingyan strained to recollect the events of the previous night, seeking any gaps in his memory. As he pondered, a sharp pain shot through his head, triggering a cascade of fragmented information. After a brief moment, he began to comprehend the nature of his situation. Had he traversed into the Marvel Universe? A frown creased his brow as he sensed that trouble loomed large. This body, Li Pingyan realized, belonged to a person of Chinese descent who had fled famine to seek a livelihood along the coast, only to be ensnared by an organization that transported him across the ocean and inexplicably dispatched him to a battlefield to aid in road construction. Ultimately, he was captured by Hydra and brought to this base. The name Hydra, which frequently graced the Marvel films, was not unfamiliar to Li Pingyan. It unmistakably signified his presence in the Marvel realm. A shiver coursed through him at the realization that he was in the clutches of Hydra, being transported to a so-called secret base, a foreboding precursor to becoming a subject of human experimentation. Delving deeper into his memories, he found them to be incomplete, consisting only of vague recollections, even lacking a proper name. Yet, it mattered little. From this moment forth, this body would be known as Li Pingyan. What loomed larger in importance was the impending ordeal he was to face. Drawing from his previous cinematic knowledge, it was highly probable that the forthcoming experiments would pertain to the human enhancement trials conducted by Hydra. He faced a grim fate, either to be dissected for the advancement of medicine or transformed into a mere tool of war through genetic alteration. Even should he miraculously survive, he would inevitably undergo brainwashing, destined to serve as a lifelong instrument for Hydra. From the fragmented memories of the original host, Li Pingyan discerned that the year was 1938, during which Hydra was still under the leadership of Johann Schmidt, who had yet to metamorphose into the Red Skull. Consequently, the ongoing research was likely centered around serum trials. This particular experiment was tantamount to a death sentence. In the vast tapestry of Marvel cinema, only Captain America had emerged successfully, while the Red Skull could only be deemed a partial success. The myriad of failures merely echoed through the dialogues of the films, the relentless refrain of countless failures. While Li Pingyan had once regarded this phrase as mundane during his film-watching days, he now grasped the chilling reality of its implications as he faced the prospect of being classified among those innumerable failures. Even if one narrowly escapes calamity, they must still confront the formidable Thanos, the director of the Cosmic Population Control Bureau, whose mere snap of fingers could spell doom. Even should Iron Man, that old savior, manage to revive them, it is highly probable that the universe they restore is not the original one, but rather an alternate dimension. In such a scenario, it is conceivable that the protagonist, a traveler of this universe, may not be resurrected. Arriving in this perilous locale, Li Pingyan felt as if his heart had turned to ash, even beginning to reminisce about his days as a corporate drone. Murphy's Law suggests that the more one worries about something, the more likely it is to occur. A day later, Li Pingyan and the other inmates were escorted to a laboratory. The entire facility was a cylindrical structure with a lofty two-story design. As they were led to the first floor, Li Pingyan looked up to see a vast transparent glass panel on the second floor, behind which several laboratory personnel in white coats gazed down upon them with an indifferent demeanor, akin to observing mere lab rats. Among them, two figures stood out to Li Pingyan. One was a strikingly handsome, coal-blond man clad in military attire, unmistakably Johann Schmidt from the film, while the other, possessing a gentle demeanor and wearing glasses, was Abraham Erskine. Behind them, a flurry of researchers busily communicated with their colleagues in white coats below. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The cellmate who had previously knocked out Li Pingyan retaliated, charging at the escorting soldier with a shoulder tackle and then lunging toward one of the lab technicians, seemingly attempting to take him hostage in a desperate bid for escape. Unfortunately, despite his swiftness, he was swiftly brought down by another soldier's gunfire, warm blood splattering across Li Pingyan's face, leaving him frozen in shock. The gruesome scene before him rendered him immobile, paralyzed by fear that any movement might draw concentrated fire. Li Pingyan had witnessed numerous gunfights in films, and although he believed himself impervious to the reality of violence, the images portrayed on screen had failed to convey the raw horror of such brutality. Now, before him, a man had been shot in the shoulder, and the impact had obliterated half of his torso, leaving a grotesque spatter of blood on the opposite wall. The victim's limbs twitched slightly, yet he could rise no more, leaving behind only a lifeless half-body in this world. A surge of rage ignited within Li Pingyan. The ease with which life was extinguished filled him with fury, anger towards the cruelty and heartlessness of those around him, the futility of war, and his own helplessness in the face of such brutality. He was incensed by his own weakness, unable even to move a finger. Li Pingyan lifted his gaze to the soldier who had fired the shot. Then, with a blank expression, he walked toward the experimental table in the center of the first floor. The incident seemed to merely be a trivial interlude, failing to evoke any significant reaction from the stoic military officer above. Shortly thereafter, several cleaning personnel entered, swiftly tidying the laboratory within 10 minutes, after which the experiment resumed. A group of researchers firmly secured Li Pingyan to the testing table, the restraints constricting his limbs to the point of numbness and difficulty in breathing, intensifying the pain in his already injured chest. The doctor on the platform commanded the commencement of the serum injection. A mere 10 seconds post-injection, Li Pingyan's senses seemed to amplify exponentially. He could distinctly hear the breaths of several individuals concealed behind white coats and masks. The pain radiating from his ribs intensified immeasurably, prompting him to clench his fists and thrust his body upward with force. The surrounding test subjects emitted agonizing howls, filling the laboratory with an atmosphere of chilling despair. Gradually, the cacophony of lamentations subsided, and Li Pingyan began to lose his faculties and consciousness. The formerly clear sounds of breathing receded from his ears, and the sharp pain in his ribs diminished, as though he were drifting away from the entire world. He realized that he and his fellow inmates were slowly slipping away from life. Li Pingyan began to console himself, believing that this might merely be a dream, one that was due to conclude soon. Upon awakening, he would find that he had simply dozed off while working late. The doctor had mentioned his neurosis, which might explain this horrific nightmare. He resolved to thoroughly consult the doctor upon waking, for his body was still in good health. His heartbeat slowed, and his thoughts began to fade, yet a faint smile of resignation lingered at the corners of his mouth, as if he firmly believed all of this to be a mere figment of his imagination. The other personnel in the room were already accustomed to such scenarios. They expertly marked an X on the documents, preparing for the next experiment. In this facility, human life was merely a statistic, and they had long since lost their reverence for existence. At that moment, a voice echoed in Li Pingyan's mind: detection of the traveler nearing loss of vital signs. Based on the traveler's condition, a fast travel package is granted. The traveler receives the title the most powerful laboratory mouse, which ensures that regardless of the trial's low success rate, the traveler will achieve the optimal experimental outcome. The traveler is bestowed with the title Eternal Heart, rendering them immune to any external coercive influence, endowing them with an iron will to realize their own purpose. The traveler acquires a panel to view their attributes, along with a personal space of dimensions 10 by 10 by 10, which cannot be expanded but can contain any items. The fast travel package has been issued, with titles automatically bestowed upon the traveler, and the effects of the title are effective immediately. We wish the traveler a pleasant experience. Li Pingin's heart, which had seemingly ceased to beat, began to thump anew. His once emaciated body began to transform. First, his bones expanded, stretching his muscles taut. And then his muscles grew firm, while the fat within his body rapidly dissipated to supply the energy necessary for these changes. These transformations were visibly apparent, inciting gasps of excitement from all present. Even Johann Schmidt, who had previously maintained a stoic demeanor, instinctively straightened and leaned forward to observe Li Pingin's metamorphosis closely, simultaneously issuing commands for the soldiers below to switch to tranquilizer rounds, on alert for any unforeseen occurrences. Bound upon the platform, Li Pingin suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a swift motion, he raised his hands and effortlessly tore apart the bindings that had constrained him. Rising to his feet, he shattered all remaining restraints. Gazing in disbelief at his own physique, astonished by the immense strength he now possessed, he glanced at his attributes. Name, Li Pingin race. Human, serum enhanced, intelligence. 2. Ordinary intellect, devoid of any remarkable qualities. Strength, 24. Once an unremarkable individual, now endowed with extraordinary power. Capable of lifting objects weighing 35 tons. Speed, 23. Now capable of sprinting at speeds up to 60 kilometers per hour. Stamina, 23. Able to sustain high-speed running for up to 2 hours. Combat skills, 11. Initially lacking in combat prowess. He could only rely on his physical attributes in battle. Upon reviewing this information, Li Pingin began to comprehend the system's calculations, recognizing that they mirrored the metrics used in the Marvel Universe. It is widely acknowledged that Marvel's ability reference chart comprises 6 attributes: intelligence, strength, speed, stamina, energy projection, and combat skills, each graded from 1 to 7, with level 1 being the weakest and level 7 the strongest. However, each level encompasses a range of fluctuating values, resulting in significant disparities between individuals at the same level. For instance, Captain America possesses an intelligence rating of 3, categorizing him as knowledgeable with a strength level of 4, but can lift a maximum weight of only 1 ton. In contrast, although Li Pingin's strength is rated the same, it is 35 times greater. And while both share a speed rating of 3, Captain America can run at 48 kilometers per hour, whereas Li Pingin can reach 60. Thus, despite similar panel data, the actual differences in capabilities can be magnitudes apart. However, at this moment, Li Pingin hesitated to test his body against bullets. Yet he believed that Johann Schmidt could not bear to witness his demise at the hands of gunfire. Unfamiliar with the base and having no chance of escape, he felt a deep-seated loathing for the soldiers around him. Without mercy, he approached one soldier and effortlessly snapped his spine, finding the act easier than breaking a chopstick in the hands of a robust man. Johann Schmidt, in a state of ecstatic excitement, was flushed with exhilaration, resembling a seasoned gambler who had just won a high-stakes bet. The more powerful Li Pingin became, the more thrilled Schmidt felt, for it signified the serum's astonishing efficacy and the prospect of acquiring such formidable prowess himself. He hastily instructed the doctor to document the serum's results and firmly mandated his subordinates to refrain from lethally harming Li Pingin. The current Li Pingin represented the key to his ascension to superhuman status, and he could not afford to let anything jeopardize that. The subordinates received the command and had no choice but to comply, replacing the ammunition with tranquilizers in preparation for capturing Li Pingin. Unperturbed, Li Pingin seized a soldier's head and slammed it against the wall, instantly staining the concrete surface with a dark crimson hue. He then swiftly charged towards the soldier who had administered the anesthetic to him, gripping his helmet and delivering a forceful twist, causing the soldier's brain to bloom within the confines of the helmet. Meanwhile, reinforcements continued to arrive from outside, and Li Pingyan managed to eliminate 2 men before succumbing to a barrage of 10 to 20 tranquilizer darts, ultimately collapsing into unconsciousness. Chapter 3. Probing Li Pingyan. Rendered unconscious by the tranquilizers, was swiftly bound by the incoming soldiers. Johann Schmidt and Dr. Abraham, unable to contain their impatience, rushed down from their elevated platform to stand before the once again restrained Li Pingyan. Johann Schmidt commanded, "Secure him tightly, draw a vial of his blood, and bring it to the laboratory for the doctor." The soldiers, upon hearing the order, hurriedly complied, bringing a test tube to extract blood from Li Pingyan. However, despite their vigorous efforts, the needle refused to penetrate his skin, as if it were more formidable than piercing through the hide of a bison. Seeing this, Johann Schmidt raised his handgun and fired a shot into Li Pingyan's arm, successfully extracting blood. He ordered the soldiers to collect every drop without wastage. Even so, the wound inflicted by the firearm did not yield a substantial amount of blood. Within 30 seconds, the blood vessels began to heal, and only 2 vials of blood were drawn before the flow ceased. Johann Schmidt extended his finger into Li Pingyan's wound, retrieving the bullet lodged within the muscular cavity, and observed with unmistakable excitement as the healing process accelerated upon its removal. He then commanded an injection of muscle relaxants into Li Pingyan's wound. 10 minutes later, Li Pingyan began to regain consciousness slowly. Upon awakening, he struggled vehemently, yet the continuous administration of muscle relaxants rendered him utterly powerless. At that moment, Johann Schmidt approached Li Pingyan, regarding him as one might admire a work of art, and remarked, "Your physical prowess is truly astonishing. The dosage of anesthetic sufficient to incapacitate 2 elephants for an entire day barely kept you down for 10 minutes. Moreover, you effortlessly crushed a soldier's skull along with his helmet. Such strength is enough to captivate anyone. You shall be the stepping stone for my ascension to superhumanity." Alas, this serum cannot enhance your intellect, which would have enabled you to feign death post-experiment and launch a counterattack upon being discarded. At present, you are unworthy of this serum. To me, you are merely a powerful beast, destined to be tamed by my whip. Li Pingyan remained unfazed internally, yet outwardly he feigned desperation, incessantly writhing and emitting growls. Upon witnessing this, Johann Schmidt could not help but furrow his brow. He began to question whether Li Pingyan's mind had been irreparably damaged by the serum, as his behavior bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a wild beast. However, he quickly reconsidered. Even a beast could be tamed within the ranks of Hydra, molded into a creature that would obediently heed his commands. Thus, he issued a directive: take him away for reprogramming, transforming him into my most loyal servant. With that, he strode toward the laboratory where Abraham was stationed, eagerly anticipating the results of Li Pingyan's blood analysis. Inside the laboratory, Abraham scrutinized the blood report, confirming that Li Pingyan had indeed succeeded. His metabolic rate and cellular regeneration capabilities exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Yet, he found no extraordinary cells or antibodies within Li Pingyan's blood that could account for the success of the experiment. As he pondered these findings, Johann Schmidt entered the room. Being a scientific expert himself, John shared the same perplexities as the doctor regarding Li Pingyan's success. Nevertheless, despite the myriad of questions, John felt a surge of confidence, believing that this triumph indicated that the serum had achieved considerable efficacy. Even if only Li Pingyan survived, it did not diminish the experiment's success. If they could successfully reprogram Li Pingyan and conduct prolonged trials, complete success would soon be within reach. At that time, Hydra employed a method of reprogramming that involved incessant auditory and visual stimuli, repetitively reinforcing certain keywords while administering electric shocks to the subject. As the individual struggled against the stimuli, they would hear the voice proclaiming, "Surrender, and you shall discover meaning. Surrender, and you shall find liberation. Breathe deeply. Remain calm. You know what is best. Obedience to us is paramount. Compliance will yield rewards. Are you prepared to submit to us?" Interaction with the subject followed, reinforcing the notion that obedience would lead to rewards. The subject was compelled to respond. Resistance would result in punishment, or else they would face electric shocks. This cycle of physical pain and psychological torment continued until the subject's will was utterly extinguished reducing them to a mechanistic existence. At this juncture, the reprogrammer needed only to utter the keyword obedience, prompting an automatic response from the subject. Obedience will lead to rewards. The reprogrammer could then issue commands to the subject. This straightforward yet brutally effective method of reprogramming varied in efficacy from person to person. Some endured longer than others, while some, like the Winter Soldier, managed to resist after a period of indoctrination. Li Pingyan now found himself in a state of despair, enduring such torment. While he could tolerate the physical pain, the incessant barrage of repeated phrases in his ears and the forced opening of his eyelids to view the images left him mentally exhausted. Additionally, due to the effects of his title, Eternal Heart, it was virtually impossible for Li Pingyan to be reprogrammed, leaving him with no choice but to endure this relentless suffering. Fortunately, Li Pingyan had already devised a plan. After being clicked on hundreds of times, he began to feign the appearance of having been successfully brainwashed. Given that he had previously exhibited intelligence not much greater than that of a beast before Johann Schmidt, after 2 days of indoctrination, Schmidt decided to present Li Pingyan for testing. Inside the training grounds of the Hydra secret base, Li Pingyan maintained a stoic expression as he gazed ahead. Schmidt, positioned on the second floor, issued a command, crouch. Li Pingyan showed no reaction. Schmidt, unfazed, reiterated from below, obey. Obedience will yield rewards. Instantly, Li Pingyan lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice, looking up at Schmidt, who was concealed behind tempered glass. His expression shifted to one of mild terror, and his body slightly recoiled, a clear stress response. He then responded, obey. Obedience will yield rewards. Crouch. A smirk of satisfaction crept across Schmidt's lips. Li Pingyan promptly crouched down, and Schmidt continued to issue several commands, all of which Li Pingyan executed with remarkable precision. Unable to contain his inner pride any longer, Schmidt reveled in the fact that he had tamed a being more fearsome than a mammoth, a creature that appeared godlike in the eyes of ordinary humans. How could he not be elated? From this moment forth, your name shall be Zero. I will be your sole and loyal master, and you shall be my devoted servant. You will willingly dedicate everything to the grand cause of Hydra. Every action you take must consider the interests of Hydra. You need not possess your own will. My words will serve as your only guiding principle, and you must be ready to sacrifice everything for the noble spirit of Hydra. Remember, obey me, and obedience will bring rewards. Li Pingyan murmured, I am Zero. Obedience will yield rewards. From now on, Zero will undergo regular brainwashing, along with combat and shooting training. I intend to forge him into the most powerful humanoid weapon, Schmidt commanded before turning and retreating deeper into the base. Left alone in the vast training arena, less than a minute passed before a burly man was ushered in, flanked by several medical personnel in white coats and armed soldiers. The medical team first administered a suitable dose of muscle relaxant to Li Pingyan, rendering him weak. They then released the restraints on the man. One of the escorting personnel stated, if you defeat this Asian man, you will not be subjected to live experimentation today. They then informed Li Pingyan, the leader has instructed you to learn Sambo martial arts from this man. After unshackling the man, they cautiously stepped aside. The Russian man, observing the similarly towering Li Pingyan, approached with caution and swiftly launched a punch aimed at Li Pingyan's nose from less than a meter away. Although Li Pingyan had been injected with muscle relaxants, the serum not only enhanced his physical attributes, but also significantly improved his reaction speed and dynamic vision. The Russian man, despite his swift movements, could not evade Li Pingyan's keen gaze. With a mere tilt of his head, Li Pingyan deftly dodged the man's assault, countering with a powerful punch aimed at the Russian. However, the man remained unfazed. He seamlessly transformed his right fist into an open palm, while simultaneously blocking Li Pingyan's incoming strike with his left hand. With a forceful pull, he propelled himself forward, his right hand curving behind his head, while his knee surged toward Li Pingyan's abdomen. This series of actions flowed with grace, devoid of any awkwardness. Although Li Pingyan managed to react, he found himself momentarily unsure of how to counter, resigned to enduring the blow. Despite having been administered a muscle relaxant, Li Pingyan's resilience to strikes was astonishing. The knee strike, if delivered to an average adult man, would incapacitate him instantly. However, Li Pingyan merely felt a slight discomfort. This revelation astonished the Russian man. Based on the power he sensed in Li Pingyan's initial punch, he had anticipated a challenge. Yet the latter's remarkable capacity to absorb blows surpassed all expectations. Even the brown bear raised back in his homeland could not boast such formidable endurance. Unbeknownst to him, Li Pingyan was currently in a weakened state. Had he been at full strength, a single punch would have concluded the skirmish. Nevertheless, he relied on his extraordinary ability to withstand impacts. Remarkably, Li Pingyan discovered that his learning capacity had accelerated astonishingly. In just over 10 minutes, he had discerned the Russian man's fighting style and consciously began to assimilate it. No wonder Captain America, at the film's outset, was merely a scrawny individual lacking combat prowess, yet later transformed into a martial arts virtuoso with a combat skill rating of 7, mastering various fighting techniques. With his current physique, enhanced by serum injections, there was no martial skill in the world that would require him more than a day's time to master. After engaging in combat with the Russian man for half an hour, while the latter grew increasingly fatigued, Li Pingyan found his energy surging. The muscle relaxant had long since been metabolized, yet the Russian continued to exchange blows with him, only because Li Pingyan had become adept at controlling his muscles, maintaining an equal footing in their struggle. Throughout this half-hour bout, Li Pingyan gained significant insight into the combat skills of Sambo, reaching an intermediate level of understanding. After an additional 3 minutes, he successfully employed the techniques of Sambo to defeat the Russian man. While the opponent's exhaustion played a role, for someone who had previously had no exposure to martial arts, this remarkable rate of progress could only be described as prodigious. A month has swiftly passed, during which Li Pingyan, through relentless training, has mastered various close combat skills, including firearms, Sambo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and Wing Chun, along with noticeable improvements in each discipline. Additionally, he has continually undergone daily indoctrination by Hydra. Li Pingyan opened his panel to observe his statistics. Name: Li Pingyan race. Human, serum enhanced, intelligence. 2. Unremarkable, strength. 4. Through training, your body has reached the serum enhanced limit, enabling you to lift objects weighing up to 4 tons. Speed: 3. You can now sprint at a velocity of 65, with a full sprint reaching 90. Stamina: 3. You can maintain high-speed running for up to 2 hours. Combat skills: 16. Previously unskilled in fighting, you now command various martial arts. 0. Demonstrate your results. Suppress your strength to that of an ordinary person, came the voice of Johann Schmidt from the training grounds entrance. Johann Schmidt had been closely observing Li Pingyan's training achievements, and Li Pingyan's ability to control his strength could hardly escape his notice. Naturally, this was also a deliberate display by Li Pingyan, as he understood that Johann Schmidt was astute and would not easily trust anyone. In dealing with such individuals, especially when one lacks their intellect, it is imperative not to speak falsehoods, lest one incite suspicion. Li Pingyan consciously complied with Johann Schmidt's orders, allowing him to perceive him merely as a powerful beast that had been tamed. Only in this manner could he avoid undue scrutiny. Intelligent individuals take pride in their ability to tame others and tend not to regard them with suspicion, viewing Li Pingyan instead as a convenient tool. Today, Johann Schmidt was to conduct his final test on Li Pingyan. Attack me. 0. Using the strength of an ordinary person and applying your recent learnings with minor techniques to counter me, Johann Schmidt said, a playful smile gracing his lips. To be candid, even if Li Pingyan restrained his strength, the super-rapid reflexes granted by the serum could allow him to evade bullets. As for Johann Schmidt, it was not that Li Pingyan held him in disdain. Despite being a master of combat himself, the difference in speed felt negligible, akin to that between a snail and a hare. Combat relies on swiftness, precision, and ferocity, and merely in terms of speed, Johann Schmidt was already at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, Johann Schmidt launched a powerful punch that struck Li Pingyan's nose, yet Li Pingyan remained unmoved. Johann Schmidt rubbed his fist, his expression turning cold, and commanded, "Obey my orders. 0. Attack me." Li Pingyan murmured, "Obedience will yield rewards." Upon concluding his words, he instantly launched an attack on Johann Schmidt. A straight punch aimed directly at Schmidt's nose was met with a swift leg sweep from Schmidt, targeting Li Pingyan's lower body, employing long-range strikes to counter short ones. arriving first despite being delayed. Li Pingyan slightly bent his left leg, bracing against the sweeping kick with his calf, while transforming his right fist into an open palm, reaching towards Schmidt's body. Schmidt, in response, leaned back, grasping Li Pingyan's right hand, preparing to execute a move akin to a rabbit ascending an eagle, intending to toss Li Pingyan aside. This grip effectively caught Li Pingyan's right hand, using the shoulder and back in contact with the ground as a fulcrum. He prepared to kick out his legs to propel Li Pingyan away. However, according to Li Pingyan's reflexive instincts, upon perceiving Schmidt's intention, he immediately extended his left hand to press down on Schmidt's right leg before it could be unleashed. Simultaneously, he exerted force with his legs and hips, executing a somersault while swinging Schmidt's right leg to the left. The final strike was directed at Schmidt's temple. Had it landed, it would have assuredly been fatal for him. Schmidt had approached this confrontation merely to test Li Pingyan, not to court death. In a split second, Schmidt shouted, "Stop, zero." Li Pingyan halted just a hair's breadth from Schmidt's temple, fully aware that his objective was not to take Schmidt's life. His foremost aim was to utilize Hydra to enhance his understanding of this world and to forge a beneficial relationship with Dr. Abraham. This was crucial for Li Pingyan's long-term development. As the most formidable human geneticist in this world at present, Abraham's presence could aid Li Pingyan in achieving future physical enhancements, essential for survival in such a perilous environment. Moreover, as someone who profoundly influenced Captain America, gaining his favor would allow Li Pingyan to engage with Captain America as a senior figure, facilitating his future endeavors. Returning to the matter at hand. After Li Pingyan ceased his assault, Schmidt swiftly drew a dagger from his waistband, thrusting it towards Li Pingyan's shoulder. Li Pingyan remained as motionless as a frozen automaton. Schmidt, relieved, realized that Li Pingyan had truly become his instrument, placing his commands above Li Pingyan's very life. He was exceedingly satisfied with the outcome of the brainwashing and decided to assign Li Pingyan a covert mission. Zero, I command you to undertake a task. You must obey my instructions. In June 1938, at a Hydra base located less than 100 kilometers from Wakanda in Africa, a month prior, Africa's largest arms dealer, Boca, acquired a unique metal known for its indestructible hardness and minimal thermal and kinetic conductivity. This metal was aptly named sound-absorbing steel. The unique characteristics of this metal have driven many to madness. If utilized in weaponry, it could fundamentally alter the global landscape. However, according to this arms dealer, he possesses only a single piece of such metal, which he fortuitously unearthed in a beleaguered African nation known as Wakanda. The pitiable indigenous people are blissfully unaware of the treasure they possess. Had they access to a vast supply of this metal, they could assert dominance over the world instead of leading a meager existence herding sheep across the African continent. Upon learning of this revelation, various armed factions scoured Wakanda and its surroundings, yet they failed to uncover a second piece of vibranium. Some astute individuals sought out the locals to inquire about potential mining sites. Naturally, their fearsome demeanor intimidated the villagers, leaving only a few elderly men, tearful and sniffling, to approach the local leaders, begging for mercy with incoherent pleas, uttering nonsensical phrases about offering anything to avoid harm. Ultimately, after clarifying their intentions, they presented their prized kitchen knives and rusty axes, claiming, "This is the finest metal in our village." The leaders, observing the dilapidated tools, were left with grave doubts regarding their utility, even for mundane tasks such as chopping celery. Consequently, they returned empty-handed. The powerful factions, lacking the military strength to confront the arms dealer directly, sought alternative means to uncover the true source of the vibranium. Yet, this arms magnate was a cunning fox. He graciously accepted the gold, jewels, and beautiful gifts presented by the factions, all the while maintaining a disarming smile, assuring them, "Your enthusiasm touches me. You shall earn my friendship." In return, he bestowed upon them African delicacies, such as the rare breadfruit and peculiar lungfish, symbols of their newfound camaraderie. Attempts on his life were made, but the elite assassins dispatched were found hanging at the entrance of the arms dealer's estate the following day. In light of this predicament, Johann Schmidt resolved to send his ace operative, Li Pingyan, to clandestinely extract the location of the vibranium mine from the arms dealer. Upon acquiring this intelligence, Li Pingyan became convinced that the so-called vibranium was indeed the fabled metal itself. The reason others had failed to locate the vibranium in Wakanda was due to the staggering technological disparity between the two. Wakanda's advancements surpassed those of other civilizations by millennia. The impoverished villages were but a deliberate effort to avoid conflict with the outside world by concealing their true capabilities. That evening, Li Pingyan and an elite team prepared to infiltrate the arms dealer's estate. 100 meters from the mansion, Li Pingyan and his team dispersed to execute their operational plan, which had already determined that Li Pingyan was the linchpin for success, while the others would serve as mere decoys. The plan necessitated that Li Pingyan stealthily enter the estate within 2 minutes, while the remaining team members would trigger an alarm from outside, drawing the attention of the guards within. According to the clandestine intelligence of Hydra, Boca appears to be the largest arms dealer in Africa. Yet he is veiled behind a formidable international criminal organization, comprised entirely of Japanese ninjas, whose elusive skills are unparalleled. Surrounding Boca are 3 extraordinary protectors: an elderly black man, adept at invisibility and blending seamlessly into his environment, lying in wait like a venomous serpent; a burly Caucasian, possessing an indestructible physique, capable of withstanding close-range attacks from a 9mm handgun, serving as Boca's most formidable shield; and a petite Japanese woman with exceptional marksmanship, skilled in the art of throwing knives and wielding a long whip. These 3 individuals are suspected to be elite bodyguards from an organization reportedly known as the Shugokai. And to subdue Boca, one must first neutralize them. That night, Li Pingyan arrived at the flank of Boca's estate. According to Hydra's intelligence, a patrol team would pass every 5 minutes, and it was precisely 21:05 when the previous group was scheduled to pass by, marking Li Pingyan's opportune moment for infiltration. He had a mere 2 minutes to reach the inner courtyard. Otherwise, he risked drawing the attention of other personnel, which would spell failure for his stealth mission. Gazing at the 4-meter-high wall, topped with a 12-meter-high electrified fence, totaling a daunting height of 52 meters, this barrier would deter most aspiring intruders. However, for Li Pingyan, it posed little challenge. With a running leap, he successfully breached the estate, his specially designed combat suit coated in a unique black paint, reputed to absorb over 90% of visible light, thereby enhancing his stealth during nocturnal operations. Additionally, his tactical boots possessed excellent sound-dampening properties, preventing any excessive noise upon landing that might alert adversaries. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Li Pingyan swiftly pinpointed the positions of 2 hidden sentries within a 10-meter radius. He launched a throwing dart toward a shrubbery garbage bin 6 meters away, causing a muffled grunt from within the thicket, which alerted one of the sentries perched 3 meters above. Just as the sentry prepared to signal an inquiry, Li Pingyan executed a rapid advance, leaping deftly to grasp a branch, using his arms to propel himself to the treetop, where he decisively snapped the neck of the other sentry. All of this transpired within a mere 3 seconds, too swift for anyone to react. Having neutralized the sentry in the tree, Li Pingyan secured him to the trunk. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, these 2 sentries would remain undiscovered for another 15 minutes. The sentries were stationed in fixed positions, relying solely on a melody of varying whistles to communicate safety, issuing reports every 15 minutes to ensure that no sentry was left unaccounted for. If a sentry sensed something amiss, they would use specific whistles to inquire about the status of another. The sentry whose neck Li Pingyan had just broken had sensed irregularities with his companion and intended to investigate. But alas, Li Pingyan's actions were too covert and rapid, leaving no time for a response before he met his demise. With the 2 sentries dealt with, Li Pingyan descended from the tree without hesitation and proceeded toward the inner courtyard. Throughout the journey, Li Pingyan, leveraging his extraordinary physical prowess, swiftly neutralized over a dozen such hidden sentinels and arrived at the inner courtyard with mere seconds to spare before the agreed 2 minutes elapsed. Patiently, he lay in wait, anticipating the movements of another pair of teammates, preparing to infiltrate the inner sanctum once a portion of its occupants emerged. Suddenly, Li Pingyan's instincts heightened as he glanced back. Noticing an elderly figure materializing from the shadows. Your skills are commendable, yet trespassing uninvited in the dead of night without the Master's consent will not go unpunished. Chapter 5. The confrontation. Your skills are remarkable, far beyond those of the previous group. It was evident that the Elder had come for the sound-absorbing steel. The Elder, known as Mayoroni Yaz, emerged from the darkness, identified in intelligence reports as one of the bodyguards of the target, possessing exceptional stealth capabilities. He was a lethal asset in the hands of Boca, having executed numerous assassination missions. The greatest factor affecting this infiltration was undoubtedly him. Li Pingyan's stealth techniques paled in comparison to the Elder's prowess. Indeed, Mayoroni's mastery of concealment, coupled with his innate abilities, rendered him a true phantom in the night. As Li Pingyan internally lamented, despite his grievances, facing the failure of his stealth, Li Pingyan acted without hesitation, propelling himself towards the Elder with the swiftness of a released arrow. Mayoroni, unfazed, fluidly sidestepped to the left, positioning himself at Li Pingyan's right side, producing a dagger seemingly out of thin air and swiftly aimed for Li Pingyan's joints. He was intimately familiar with the vulnerable points of the human body, knowing precisely how to incapacitate an opponent with minimal effort. Most prior assailants had fallen to various patrols and sentinels before he even needed to intervene. Today, however, one had ventured near the inner courtyard and appeared competent, igniting his desire to toy with and ultimately eliminate this challenger. Nevertheless, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. This cautious assassin, having selected his target, would not underestimate him. Thus, he unleashed his full might in this encounter, his strike both swift and precise, devoid of any hint of disregard. Yet, he underestimated Li Pingyan's capabilities. The enhancements of a serum-infused individual encompass multiple dimensions. Li Pingyan possessed not only remarkable speed and strength, but also formidable defensive capabilities. Mayoroni's strike, which could have severed the arms of any human he had encountered, barely penetrated Li Pingyan's arm by a mere 5 millimeters before coming to an abrupt halt. Realizing the peril too late, Mayoroni's momentary lapse brought him face to face with a lethal threat. With all his strength, Li Pingyan seized Mayoroni's right wrist in a lightning-fast grip, then unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at the Elder's startled visage. The immense force of the blow shattered Mayoroni's skull as if it were a watermelon struck by a bullet. In a near-bullet time perception, Li Pingyan clearly observed the gradual disintegration of Mayoroni's head at the point of impact, with fragments of bone and flesh scattering into the distance. In the throes of life and death, the scenario unfolds thus. When your adversary possesses swifter speed, greater strength, and a resilience to withstand blows that far surpasses your own, engaging him in close combat becomes an act of folly. Were he to have the chance to relive this moment, Morrow would undoubtedly opt to maintain a considerable distance from Li Pingyan, summoning a cadre of associates to eliminate him with gunfire. The agreed-upon 2 minutes have elapsed, prompting the outer squad to launch a vigorous assault, drawing the attention of the majority. Given that Morrow is the commander of the guard, he typically directs personnel movements during incursions into the estate. Now, bereft of his leadership, most squads find themselves in a state of disarray. The distant cries for reinforcements further cloud their judgment, compelling them to adhere to protocol and assist. While the outer squads advance towards the front courtyard, a portion of armed forces remains in the inner courtyard to protect Boca. Li Pingyan swiftly penetrates the inner sanctum, where security personnel are stationed, and a monitoring center oversees much of the open space. His objective is to neutralize or evade the personnel present. Intelligence indicates that there are 32 security personnel in the inner courtyard, including several retired special forces. As Li Pingyan approaches the entrance, he resembles a lurking lion, stealthily nearing the security room. Inside, 2 security personnel and a patrolling team remain stationed. Each night, 5 patrols, consisting of 5 members each, traverse the inner courtyard, with shifts changing every 30 minutes for rest in the security room. At 21:07, there are still approximately 20 minutes until the next changeover. Clasping his pocket watch, Li Pingyan embarks on his mission. He arrives at the security room's exterior, hesitating not for an instant, and forcefully pushes open the door, charging inside. Within, 5 individuals, Presumably the recently relieved patrol team occupy the space, while two personnel vigilantly monitor the surveillance feeds. With swift precision, Li Pingyan hurls a dart at the most distant security guard, delivering a fatal strike. Without a moment's pause, he lunges toward the nearest guard, his left hand grasping the man's neck like an iron hook, and with a twisting motion akin to wringing noodles, he snaps the guard's neck. Continuing his relentless assault, he delivers a decisive punch to the temple of a third security guard, swiftly ending his life. From the moment he breached the door to the elimination of 3 guards, scarcely 2 seconds have passed. The remaining 2 security personnel have only just risen to draw their firearms. Should they succeed in firing, it would inevitably summon the attention of other squad members. With a calm demeanor and unwavering focus, Li Pingyan heightens his reaction time to its zenith, resembling a cheetah in motion as he darts towards the 2 guards. At this moment, the fingers of the 2 guards are just brushing the triggers. In mid-sprint, Li Pingyan unsheathes the combat knife strapped to his waist, a blade crafted specifically for him by Johann Schmidt. This weapon, forged from alloy, boasts an 80-centimeter blade with a maximum width of 8 centimeters, a 20-centimeter handle, and a total length of approximately 1 meter, weighing a formidable 40 kilograms. Its remarkably durable material renders it exceptionally user-friendly for Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan unsheathed his battle blade. The 2 security personnel felt as though a luminous full moon had suddenly risen before them. In the next instant, a chilling sensation coursed through their wrists as their hands, gripping their firearms, were severed cleanly at the joints. An excruciating pain surged into their minds, and they yearned to scream. Yet Li Pingyan was determined to prevent any sound from escaping their lips, as that would betray his presence. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced swiftly, fingers poised like a falcon's talon, and struck viciously at the throats of both men, shattering their vocal cords. Their heads fell forward unnaturally, and just like that, their lives were extinguished. This brief skirmish concluded within 5 seconds, and considering that his adversaries were seasoned operatives from elite special forces, Li Pingyan found their demise no more challenging than crushing ants. He silently commended Dr. Abraham's serum yet again. Without pausing, Li Pingyan slipped into the surveillance room, intent on rapid resolution. Once he dispatched the 2 security guards monitoring the screens, he could confidently delve deeper into the inner sanctum to capture Boca and interrogate him regarding the precise origin of the sound-absorbing steel, ideally securing it to forge his own battle armor in the future. However, upon entering the surveillance room, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Illuminated by the monitors, he beheld 2 security personnel, well compensated and expected to be diligently focused on their screens, one engrossed in a magazine while the other busily engaged in another task. Li Pingyan was momentarily speechless at this scene, yet he understood that after prolonged confinement in such a restrictive environment, their behavior was not entirely surprising. During his time at Hydra's clandestine base, he had witnessed even more deplorable conduct, with a number of soldiers driven to madness by frustration, committing unspeakable acts against their female or male captives. From a certain perspective, the negligence exhibited by these 2 had inadvertently facilitated Li Pingyan's infiltration. Nevertheless, he had no desire to linger on their predicament. Thus he called out, "Hey," which immediately halted their actions. Startled, the 2 men scrambled apart, and the one who had been reveling in his distraction cursed as he adjusted his belt, exclaiming, "Damn it, I told you Wayne is my girlfriend. If you want to play, do it among yourselves. I'm just about to reach paradise here." Before his words could fully dissipate, Li Pingyan had closed the distance, delivering a decisive punch that shattered the man's skull into fragments, while simultaneously crushing the head of the man known as Wayne, who had been crouching on the ground. Wiping his mouth, in a swift motion, he sent this pair of lovers straight to the afterlife. Li Pingyan discovered a peculiar fondness for obliterating the heads of his enemies during battle. Perhaps it stemmed from a lifetime of witnessing cinematic foes who always seemed to evade finality, resurrecting at the most unexpected moments. Of course, one could not discount the influence of Thanos' words, "You should have aim for the head." The reason Li Pingyan now delights in shattering the heads of his adversaries during combat is to ensure their demise is utterly definitive. After dispatching the few foes at the security booth, he proceeded without hesitation deeper into the inner courtyard. Within 30 seconds, Li Pingyan adeptly located the chamber where Boca resided. Arriving at the phase he excelled in, a direct and forceful breach, preparing to seize Boca. As he stepped through the doorway, several gleaming projectiles hurtled towards him. With a deft roll, he evaded the incoming shurikens, hearing the metallic clinks as they embedded themselves into the floorboards of the room. Almost immediately, a long whip lashed out towards him, and Li Pingyan had grown accustomed to enduring such attacks that could not breach his defenses. He extended his left hand to block the advancing whip, allowing it to coil around his arm several times. However, he was unprepared for the whip's tail, which seemed to come alive, slashing towards his eyes. In the face of this unforeseen maneuver, Li Pingyan barely had time to shut his eyes, feeling a slight sting on his eyelid the next moment. Though it merely grazed the skin, a tingling sensation enveloped his eye. Reacting to the pain, he forcefully yanked the woman at the whip's end towards him. She was none other than one of the 3 elite guards. A female ninja adept in wielding shurikens and a long whip with remarkable finesse. The female ninja had anticipated this, leveraging Li Pingyan's pull to launch herself at him, simultaneously drawing a soft sword from her waist and aiming a vicious slash at his throat. In response to this targeted assault, Li Pingyan instinctively tucked his chin down, precisely as the female ninja had calculated. With a flick of her wrist, the soft sword miraculously altered its trajectory, now aimed at the wound on Li Pingyan's eye. The blade struck the very spot where he had just been grazed by the whip, inflicting yet another wound. Li Pingyan, now momentarily disoriented from the dual injuries, threw a haphazard punch in the direction of the female ninja. His strike barely grazed her left shoulder, yet she seized the opportunity to swiftly retreat. Having been wounded in the same area twice in quick succession, though it merely broke the skin, Li Pingyan's left eye grew increasingly blurred. Meanwhile, the female ninja, despite maintaining an outwardly calm facade, was internally astonished. The poison on her weapon was potent enough to claim the life of a robust man within a minute upon breaking the skin. Yet, after such a fierce skirmish, Li Pingyan remained not only alive, but seemingly unfazed. Were it not for the slight bruising around his eyelids, the female ninja might have doubted the authenticity of her poison. Moreover, she found his strength alarming. Even a mere graze from his casual punch had rendered her left shoulder agonizingly painful, likely fractured. At this thought, she couldn't help but mentally curse Li Pingyan as a monster. Meanwhile, Boca, witnessing Li Pingyan's remarkable prowess, could not suppress his desire to recruit him. He, confident in the protection offered by Carter and the offensive prowess of the female ninja, believed himself to be invincible. He addressed Li Pingyan, saying, with such remarkable skills, "Why not join me? Regardless of the remuneration your original organization offers, I shall provide you double. I can also guarantee the safety of your family and bring them here for my protection." However, Li Pingyan paid no heed to his words and immediately charged at Boca. With a cruel and indifferent smile, Boca commanded, "Kill him. Bring me his head as a trophy." Upon receiving the command, the female ninja swiftly unleashed her whip, ensnaring Li Pingyan's waist. Meanwhile, Carter stood resolutely in front of Boca, his imposing stature akin to that of a bear, forming an unyielding barrier that shielded Boca from harm. Positioned firmly in Li Pingyan's path, Carter was poised to snap his neck upon contact. Li Pingyan's aggressive approach was precisely what Carter relished. No one had ever breached his defenses to harm those behind him. Even as Li Pingyan drew his battle knife in his furious advance, Carter remained unfazed. With his innate physical prowess, honed skills, and concealed 2mm steel plates beneath his oversized clothing, he was confident that he could withstand Li Pingyan's assault while effortlessly breaking his neck, as one would snap a stalk of celery. However, it was under this arrogance that Carter's life would be extinguished. In a remarkably brief span, Li Pingyan's speed surged to 80, causing the female ninja to stumble in astonishment. The whip slipped from her grasp. Li Pingyan's velocity, combined with his inherent strength, imparted immense kinetic energy to his battle knife. Upon colliding with Carter's body, the blade shattered, accompanied by a jarring screech, as Carter's form was violently torn asunder from the chest downward, steel plate and all. At that moment, Carter felt as if he had been struck by a train, a faint pain radiating from his rear. Yet Li Pingyan knew that this discomfort bore no connection to his posterior, as it was now severed from his upper body. Carter's lifeless form collapsed heavily to the ground. Even in his final moments, he could scarcely believe that his body had been so effortlessly cleaved in two by the man before him. Li Pingyan gazed upon Carter's bewildered visage and vacant eyes. A fleeting pang of guilt for having bullied an honest man washed over him. Nevertheless, adhering to tradition, he brought his foot down upon Carter's head. The last sight Carter beheld was the ever-enlarging sole of a shoe, accompanied by a fleeting hope that it had not tread upon excrement. With a thunderous crash, Li Pingyan's foot obliterated Carter's skull, reminiscent of a watermelon plummeting from a height of several stories, rendering those once confused eyes unrecognizable. The twinge of guilt that had briefly flickered within Li Pingyan vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, as Li Pingyan crushed Carter's head, the female ninja, undeterred, switched to a dagger and launched another stealthy assault against him. Li Pingyan did not even glance. He swiftly turned his head and accurately seized the female ninja's wrist. Observing her pleasing visage, he sighed inwardly, lamenting that had the timing been more opportune, he might have imparted a lesson to this Japanese woman, demonstrating the prowess of the descendants of the dragon. Regrettably, he unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating the ninja's head. After neutralizing these adversaries, Li Pingyan turned to Boca and stated, "I believe we can engage in a meaningful discussion regarding the acoustic steel." Chapter 7. Threat. Li Pingyan turned to Boca and reiterated, "I believe we can engage in a meaningful discussion regarding the acoustic steel." Boca, witnessing his meat shield Carter and the controlling female ninja being dispatched by this man in a mere minute, felt a surge of anxiety. He pondered what the guards and the Captain Morrow were doing while such a formidable individual infiltrated their domain, particularly Morrow, who incessantly boasted of his mastery in stealth, claiming no one could breach his meticulously trained patrols while he was on watch. Boca chastised himself for having been so gullible, having believed the old man's exaggerated tales. "The old black man has already been eliminated. He will not come to your rescue," Li Pingyan mused, adding, "unless he miraculously grows a new brain, of course." Boca despaired, knowing Morrow would never regrow a head. His only recourse now was to feign compliance with Li Pingyan while awaiting instructions from the guards for his rescue. He was convinced that even a multitude of rifles could not bring down Li Pingyan. Furthermore, even if he ultimately had to surrender the acoustic steel to Li Pingyan, it was imperative that he possess some leverage before entering negotiations. Otherwise, the steel might not guarantee his survival. Resolving to adopt a fade of congeniality abroad, endearing smile spread across Boca's glistening dark face as he said, "Ah, it's merely acoustic steel. If you had mentioned it earlier, we could have amicably sat down for a drink and engaged in a pleasant discussion." As he spoke, Boca subtly maneuvered his right foot beneath the expansive desk where an alarm lay hidden. A mere touch would prompt the guards, both inside and outside, to spring into action. The internal guards would arrive in the office within a minute, while the external guards would swiftly surround the inner courtyard. However, given that the outer courtyard had just been attacked, it was likely that this man had accomplices. Nonetheless, Boca was certain that the patrol of over 30 guards within the inner courtyard could not be silently dispatched in such a brief span. Li Pingyan swiftly positioned himself beside Boca, picking up a shard of a combat knife and effortlessly piercing it through Boca's right foot. The pain compelled Boca to leap, yet he was firmly restrained in his chair by Li Pingyan. Pressing his hand against Boca's head, Li Pingyan addressed him, "Mr. Boca, I trust you will hand over the acoustic steel and truthfully disclose the source from which you acquired it. I also hope you will refrain from any futile resistance, for I will gradually press your brain into your abdomen if you do." As he spoke, Li Pingyan slightly increased the pressure of his fingers. Boca now finds himself drenched in cold sweat, desperately hoping that Li Pingyan will spare his life. As for relying on the guards to extricate him from this perilous situation, he has abandoned that notion. The pain radiating from his head convinces him that if the guards were to burst in, this man would indeed show no mercy. Boca is unwilling to engage in a debate over whether his skull will be crushed first or his brain forced into his abdomen. He simply wishes that, after tonight, his head remains intact upon his shoulders. "Please, do not act rashly, sir," I assure you, I will divulge everything you wish to know, provided you guarantee my safety in return. Otherwise, I will not relent, Boca declared, feigning calmness. Rest assured, I merely seek the source of the sound-absorbing steel. If you cooperate, I have no desire to cause unnecessary casualties. You see, I am a pacifist, Li Pingyan replied gently. Boca glanced at the headless corpses of his two subordinates on the floor, along with the pool of blood and brain matter that stained the room. Then back at Li Pingyan's serene smile. He struggled to convince himself that Li Pingyan was indeed a lover of peace. From now on, you shall answer my questions directly and without delay. Should you hesitate, I fear I may lose my temper and crush your skull, Li Pingyan warned. Boca, who had just heard the earlier threat about his brain being forced into his abdomen, inwardly scoffed but promptly replied, Understood, I shall comply without reservation. Name? Cory Boca. Race? African American. Age? What is your relationship with the female ninja? She is my bodyguard and lover. The pain in his head and Li Pingyan's threats compelled Boca to respond to each inquiry without a moment's hesitation. As Li Pingyan probed deeper into personal matters, it became evident that he aimed to gradually dismantle Boca's defenses, conditioning him to provide instinctive responses. Observing the effectiveness of this tactic, Li Pingyan swiftly inquired about his true objective. Where is the sound-absorbing steel? In my collection room. Where is your collection room? In the concealed compartment of my study. How does one access the collection room? By entering a password. What is the password? At this moment, Boca hesitated, only to receive a sharp slap from Li Pingyan that knocked several of his teeth loose. Increasing the pressure on Boca's head, Li Pingyan stated, I will ask again. This time, any hesitation will result in your demise. Boca covered his face and nodded frantically, yet with his head held firmly in Li Pingyan's grip, he could hardly move. He quickly stammered, I won't hesitate this time. Li Pingyan reiterated the previous questions, interspersing them with personal queries about whether Boca had ever spied on women while bathing, his age when he first entered the underworld, and so forth. After gathering a comprehensive understanding of Boca's background and corroborating it with intelligence reports, he asked once more, What is the password to your collection room? This time, Boca finally complied, unhesitatingly divulging the password to the collection room. After obtaining the password, Li Pingyan continued to inquire. Where did you acquire the vibranium? Boca replied, A smuggler obtained it from Wakanda. He claimed that Wakanda is, in fact, an extraordinarily advanced nation, possessing technology far beyond modern capabilities. He also mentioned that if they desired, they could easily conquer the entire world. He stated that the true name of this metal, known as vibranium, is the fundamental material for Wakandan architecture and weaponry. What is that person's name, and where is he now? Li Pingyan asked. His name is Fumitaire, a smuggler who previously dealt in small arms and metals. He said that during a smuggling operation, he encountered enemies and, while fleeing, accidentally stumbled into Wakanda. He described buildings soaring 100 stories high, with numerous spacecraft floating in the air and people wielding spears as weapons, claiming that this metal was part of a spear. Upon finishing his account, Boca added his own insights. That guy probably hallucinated. With such advanced technology, they still resort to fighting with spears? If that flock of sheep herders from Wakanda could dominate the earth, I would surely be destined to conquer the universe. I would find it more credible if he claimed to have met aliens. Li Pingyan wholeheartedly agreed. Had he not seen Wakanda depicted in films, he would never have believed that beneath its seemingly impoverished exterior lay such formidable technological prowess. It was akin to someone telling you that in a village, every household raises cheetahs as guardians and keeps phoenixes as pets. You would likely dismiss it as a product of intoxication. Li Pingyan pressed on, Where is that person now? Upon hearing this question, Boca hesitated and stammered. Well, he intended to use this metal to repay me, and I thought he was insane, so I fed him to the dogs. Li Pingyan's face fell. This left the trail to the specific entrance of Wakanda Severed, and he surmised that the organization would not be pleased with this answer. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. He quickly urged Boca to open the secret door to the collection room, stepping inside. The collection room was not particularly large, perhaps only 50 square meters, but the items within left Li Pingyan, who had lived a life of servitude in his past, utterly astonished. Chapter 8. retreat in the center of the room stood a towering pile of gold, an amount Li Pingyan had never encountered in his lifetime, causing him to swallow hard. Filled with disdain for such ostentatious displays of wealth. At the far end of the room loomed a massive safe, the contents of which remained a mystery, while the walls were adorned with an array of jewelry, each piece appearing to be of considerable value. Among them, a diamond the size of a baby's fist sparkled so brilliantly that it left Li Pingyan's eyes dry. He pointed to a sealed glass case containing a piece of metal and asked, "Is vibranium what is contained within that glass box?" "No, that grayish stone-like object is vibranium," Boca replied, gesturing toward the metal resembling an ice axe in the corner of the room. "Was sealed in the glass, then? It is an ordinary metal, designed to mislead." Li Pingyan, skeptical, grasped Boca's shoulder and urged him to lift the glass cover. Obediently, Boca complied, retrieving a metallic object to hand over to Li Pingyan. At that very moment, a piercing alarm rang out from the adjacent room, prompting the guards outside to rush towards the study. Upon hearing the alarm, Li Pingyan immediately tightened his grip on Boca's head. "Are you jesting with your life?" he queried, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. "I wouldn't he dare. I opened it with a password." The alarm was triggered by the patrolling guards outside. "I have honestly informed you that the vibranium is in the corner. You may verify it yourself." In truth, Boca did not speak entirely honestly. While the glass box contained ordinary metal, it was equipped with an alarm system. Knowing that the box merely held commonplace metal, he had no intention of extracting it unless under duress. If someone attempted theft or if he were taken hostage, the intruder would surely believe that vibranium was within, compelling him to open the safe. Thus, this was a purely dual-layered defense mechanism. Li Pingyan gripped the metal firmly, leaving deep impressions from his fingers in the seemingly solid material. It appeared that this metal was indeed not vibranium. He then coerced Boca into the corner and picked up a vibranium pickaxe, applying considerable pressure to it. The entire piece of metal began to tremble under Li Pingyan's force, gradually shedding its layers of rust to reveal its original metallic luster. A surge of joy filled Li Pingyan's heart. This metal was undoubtedly vibranium. While it seemed he was merely slipping the metal into a tactical pocket, he actually concealed it within the space granted by the system. "Is there any escape route? If I emerge, I will ensure you go ahead of me. Should your subordinates open fire, it will surely be you who falls first." "There is one, but you must guarantee my release after your escape. Otherwise, I would rather die alongside you. I have vowed not to kill you, and I shall not break that vow. For your death serves me no advantage. However, there are no guarantees. You must choose to trust me." Boca gritted his teeth, left with no choice but to place his faith in Li Pingyan. "There is a secret passage behind the safe." Li Pingyan approached the safe, exerting force to push it. The pure steel safe bore deep imprints from his hands, yet did not budge an inch. Boca observed the imprints on the safe and cursed silently, muttering about the monster before explaining, "The safe is part of the wall. You cannot move it. The secret passage is behind the safe." Boca reached for the safe's combination dial, laboriously unlocking the door. Inside lay a hoard of gold, and on the wall-adjacent side of the safe was a hidden compartment. Boca pressed it firmly, causing the lower half of the safe to spring open, revealing a small opening just shy of his height. He informed Li Pingyan, "This is the secret passage. The exit is on the hillside opposite the main door." Li Pingyan keenly sensed a gentle breeze wafting from the secret passage, understanding that it was not a dead end. He then lifted Boca, who cried out, "You promised not to kill me." Li Pingyan casually tossed him out of the safe and closed the door behind him. As he departed, he forcefully stuffed several hefty gold bars into his personal space before slipping into a concealed passage and sprinting toward the other end. The discarded Boca collided with the stacked gold bars in the collection room, causing the previously orderly gold pieces to scatter across the floor. The patrolling guards outside the study heard the commotion and rushed in, immediately drawn to the two headless corpses on the ground. The petite figure was unmistakably that of Boca's personal bodyguard, Jingzi, while the other two mangled remains, upon closer inspection, were shockingly identified as another guard, Carter, who had met a gruesome fate, decapitated and with his torso separated from his lower half. At this moment, Boca's subordinates likely sensed their leader was in grave danger. Some clever ones had already begun to contemplate seizing valuable items and fleeing, while others hurriedly considered returning home to prepare for marriage. Meanwhile, Boca, astonished to find himself still alive, had believed his fate sealed when Li Pingyan had seized him. Now, as he touched his head and confirmed that it was still intact upon his neck, a surge of relief washed over him. Hearing the noise outside, he called out, "I'm here." Rising to his feet, he caught sight of his disheveled reflection amidst the gleam of the gold bars, blood streaming from his head. The thought of his 3 loyal bodyguards having perished weighed heavily on him. If his subordinates were to burst in and witness his pitiful state, his authority would likely be irrevocably diminished. The deaths of his 3 protectors alone would erode some of his intimidation over the remaining guards, coupled with his current plight, which would further tarnish his reputation and the allure of the vast wealth within the collection room. He feared he might find himself in an even more precarious position. It is indeed a testament to Boca's character as a formidable leader that he could maintain such clarity of thought in these dire circumstances, an ability not possessed by the average individual. "Do not come any closer. I am unharmed," Boca commanded once more. Upon hearing Boca's exclamation, the bodyguards outside exhibited a sense of urgency. Having served as protectors for so long, they had honed their skills in dramatics, each assuming a facade of selfless bravery as they rushed toward the collection room, eager to shield their leader from harm. They disregarded Boca's command to stay back, each vying to present themselves before him. Boca then shouted, "Whoever approaches me shall face death." Instantly, the group halted in their tracks, exchanging bewildered glances. Some keen-eyed individuals noticed the apparent treasures within the collection room, but dared not voice their thoughts. Boca, clutching the wound on his head, slowly emerged, inquiring, "Where is Morrow?" He sought to ascertain whether Morrow had truly met his end. Lord Morrow was also attacked. "His head is missing, leaving only his body," one subordinate reported. Boca's gaze grew colder. Initially, he had intended to profit handsomely through the sale of vibranium, but now, having lost 3 key commanders, he found himself in a dire predicament. What of Victor and Barton? Boca pressed further. Here, 2 individuals at the back of the group promptly stepped forward. These 2 were indeed loyal confidants of Boca, and it was imperative that they remained close to him to safeguard against any potential retaliation from Li Pingyan. He then dispatched others to pursue Li Pingyan. Thus, he commanded, "Victor, Barton, you 2 along with your subordinates shall guard the study. Mark, let a small team and take 30 men from the outer courtyard to chase the assassin on the opposite hillside. Bring several hunting dogs. Return before dawn if you do not catch him. The rest shall organize the estate as personnel and restore normal order as swiftly as possible." After issuing the orders, his subordinates departed, and Boca closed the door to the collection room, proceeding to the telegraph office. He instructed Victor and Barton to stand guard at the entrance while he entered the room. Amidst the rhythmic ticking, a telegram traveled through electromagnetic waves, swiftly departing the estate and soaring above the African continent to convey its message. Thousands of miles away in Washington, a telegraph operator arrived at a door with the translated telegram in hand, respectfully announcing, "An urgent telegram has arrived from Africa. Come in," came a voice, aged yet commanding. From within, the telegram the operator held bore the salutation, "Dear Madame Gao." Chapter 9. The Mad Dr. Zola upon entering the secret passage. Li Pingyan did not pause, but sprinted down the corridor, soon reaching its end. He burst through a thicket of wild grass that blocked the exit and ascended the hillside. After orienting himself, Li Pingyan raced towards the rendezvous point he had previously arranged. Within 3 seconds, his speed reached 80, enabling him to run continuously for 20 minutes before succumbing to fatigue. However, Li Pingyan was untroubled, for the organization had already arranged for personnel to meet him, with a helicopter ready for his extraction less than 15 kilometers away. He estimated that it would take at least 3 minutes for the estate to dispatch someone to pursue him, which would not impede his escape, as he required approximately 13 minutes to reach the rendezvous point. As anticipated, 5 minutes elapsed before the estate's personnel arrived, delayed by the chaos caused by the frontal assault team, which was greater than expected. Many patrol teams suffered varying degrees of casualties, resulting in a longer time to gather reinforcements. thus granting Li Pingyan sufficient respite. By the time the estate's patrol arrived, Li Pingyan had already covered 5 to 6 kilometers. The dimming light hindered their ability to discern tracks, and Li Pingyan had also applied a substance that disrupted the dog's sense of smell, rendering them ineffective. The pursuers could only rely on the footprints to ascertain Li Pingyan's general direction of escape. By the time they had traversed half the distance along his path, Li Pingyan had successfully boarded the aircraft. At the Hydra base in Africa, Li Pingyan was greeted by a figure he had never encountered before, yet one he found remarkably familiar. It was none other than Dr. Arnim Zola. Dr. Zola is indeed an extraordinary figure, ranking among the top 10 geniuses in the Marvel Universe. In an era when computer technology was still in its infancy, he audaciously encoded his consciousness into data that could be input into a computer. Furthermore, he is recognized as one of humanity's greatest genetic scientists, with his most renowned achievement being the technology of consciousness transfer. The ability to convert consciousness into data and integrate it into a computer is a monumental breakthrough, surpassing even the creation of artificial intelligence. It can be said that Dr. Zola possesses wisdom that exceeds contemporary science by more than a century. Given such brilliance, Li Pingyan harbored no doubts about the organization's directive for him to research vibranium. Dr. Zola awaited Li Pingyan's return at the base, his anticipation palpable upon hearing of the remarkable metal known as sound-absorbing steel. The presence of Li Pingyan, the first human to successfully undergo serum enhancement, heightened his eagerness to witness this innovation firsthand. Consequently, Dr. Zola volunteered to conduct research on sound-absorbing steel at the base. Upon laying eyes on Li Pingyan, Dr. Zola was overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily forgetting about the sound-absorbing steel. He perceived in Li Pingyan the hope for human evolution, a direction he had long pursued. Although he had previously obtained numerous blood samples from Li Pingyan, akin to Dr. Abraham, he had been unable to uncover the unique qualities that contributed to Li Pingyan's success. This is the allure of science. It undeniably harbors possibilities, merely awaiting the discovery of the characteristics that lead to success. When one uncovers this veil, the satisfaction and happiness that arise are unparalleled, far surpassing the ecstasy of physical intimacy. Dr. Zola approached Li Pingyan, scrutinizing his physique as one would a rare treasure, his greedy gaze lingering on every inch of Li Pingyan. Reluctantly, he inquired, "Zero, how goes your mission?" The acquisition of sound-absorbing steel was of little consequence. Its role in warfare was negligible. However, the information regarding its specific origins could significantly influence the outcome of the conflict. Li Pingyan refrained from answering, noting that Dr. Zola was clad only in a white lab coat, devoid of any insignia denoting rank. While he recognized Dr. Zola's significant status, he declined to respond to his query. The former commander of the base quickly prompted Dr. Zola, who reiterated, "Obedience will yield rewards." Li Pingyan promptly stood at attention and replied, "Zero, report on your operational status." This mission involved addressing the 3 primary guardians, securing sound-absorbing steel. However, due to the assassination of the primary informant by Boca, the lead had been severed. Li Pingyan informed Dr. Zola of his exchanges with Boca. Dr. Zola contemplated for a moment before stating, "It seems that sound-absorbing steel is more likely to originate from an extraterrestrial civilization. I will report the specifics of sound-absorbing steel to the higher-ups." "Did you manage to obtain a sample of the sound-absorbing steel?" Li Pingyan reached into the tactical pocket, retrieving a piece of vibranium from his personal space and presenting it to Dr. Zola. Upon receiving the sound-absorbing steel, Zola handed it over to the highest-ranking officer at the original base, instructing him to store it and arrange for its transfer to the laboratory. For Zola, nothing was more paramount than the study of Li Pingyan. He prided himself on being a leading geneticist. However, his research trajectory diverged from that of Abraham. The former focused on the psychological realm, ultimately achieving the ability to algorithmically predict individual futures, while the latter specialized in human enhancement, successfully creating superhumans like Li Pingyan. Despite their differing research focuses, Zola held a keen interest in the exceptional physique that Abraham had engineered. Now that he finally had the opportunity to meticulously study Li Pingyan's anatomical structure, he was determined not to squander any time. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of discontent. As a fellow eminent geneticist, Abraham had already produced a pinnacle creation within his domain, solidifying his status as the foremost figure in genetics and earning global acclaim. Although Zola was confident in his own capabilities, he lacked a groundbreaking achievement that could astonish the world. Thus, he resolved to uncover the key factors behind Li Pingen's success, seeking the elusive reasons that even Abraham had failed to identify, thereby proving his own worth to the world. In July 1938, at the Hydra base in Africa, Zola found himself exclaiming in frustration amidst a pile of experimental data. How could this be? Surely, I must have overlooked something. Over the course of less than a month, Li Pingen had endured the extraction of nearly 100 vials of blood, an ordeal that, while not particularly debilitating given his robust constitution, was rendered excruciating by the difficulty of drawing blood due to his remarkable physical attributes. Initially, Dr. Zola employed anesthetics and muscle relaxants to induce a state of unconsciousness, allowing for a more manageable blood draw. However, as Li Pingen's body developed a resistance to these substances, the effectiveness of such methods waned, leaving Zola increasingly agitated as he faced stagnation in his experiments. In a moment of desperation, after witnessing Li Pingen remain conscious despite receiving an injection of anesthetic, Zola brandished a submachine gun and fired at Li Pingen's arm. Sensing the imminent threat, Li Pingen swiftly evaded the attack, but was struck on the forearm, resulting in a severe injury that obliterated a portion of muscle and shattered some bone, causing blood to flow profusely. Zola, visibly elated, prepared to command his subordinates to collect the blood. However, Li Pingen charged at Zola with the intent to eliminate him. Even under the influence of mind control, a primal instinct for self-preservation surged within him, compelling him to react defensively. In a state of panic, Zola shouted urgently, "Soldiers, halt! Obey the orders! Obey!" Li Pingen abruptly ceased his movements and declared, "Obedience will yield rewards." It was not yet the time for rebellion. He must endure humiliation and conceal his true strength to discover the path most advantageous to himself. When the moment arrived, he would ensure Zola met his demise without a chance to transfer his consciousness. Observing the stillness of Li Pingen, Dr. Zola felt a pang of apprehension. Steadying himself, he remarked, "A tool is merely a tool. Possessing brawn without intellect renders one fit only for exploitation." He then commanded his subordinates to procure Li Pingen's blood. This incident swiftly reached the ears of the original base commander. Bound by the hierarchy, he could not report the matter to a superior, as Zola held a higher rank. Thus, he stated, "Dr. Zola, although Subject Zero has been successfully brainwashed, he still possesses a degree of self-preservation instinct, a fact you are undoubtedly more aware of than I. I hope you can ensure your own safety." The commander subtly hinted that Zola should refrain from such aggressive sampling of Subject Zero, but Zola, with a casual wave of his hand, dismissed him. "I am fully aware of my actions. You may leave. I must continue my research." His demeanor was akin to swatting away a bothersome insect. Witnessing Zola's blatant disregard for his authority, the base commander felt a surge of indignation. After all, he had once been the highest-ranking officer at the base, while Zola was merely an interloper destined to depart soon. Yet, Zola's arrogance was intolerable. Unfortunately, rank held sway, and the commander found himself powerless against Zola, expressing his dissatisfaction with a huff before storming out. From that moment forth, Dr. Zola subjected Li Pingen to daily torment, binding him to the experiment table and continuously administering aerosol anesthetics and muscle relaxants into his system. Each time before extracting blood, he would utter, "Obey, and you shall be rewarded," before shooting Li Pingen to draw blood, indifferent to the latter's fate. This grim routine persisted for over 10 days until a turning point finally emerged. Chapter 10. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada in August 1938. Johann Schmidt sent a telegram to the African base, instructing Li Pingen to immediately bring the sound-absorbing steel to the base where serum experiments had previously been conducted. Reports indicated that the Allies were preparing to dispatch a small team to launch an attack, targeting the serum research. After the previous base had been inexplicably discovered, Schmidt found the situation perplexing. The area surrounding that base was desolate, devoid of any significant troop movements, and the Allies were preoccupied with the broader war effort. They should not have taken notice of such a minor facility, unless there was a traitor among them. Although Schmidt could not identify this informant, he could deploy spies within the Allies to gather intelligence. Based on information from one such spy, the Allies had dispatched several small teams, numbering over 200 individuals, to execute a mission near the base. Coincidentally, this spy was part of the operational staff for this endeavor and promptly informed Schmidt upon receiving the news. Schmidt deduced that this team was likely heading in his direction. At this moment, fewer than 50 soldiers remained at the base. Although there was an abundance of experimental equipment, they might not necessarily be able to contend with this small team. Schmidt resolved to summon Zero, instructing him to return with vibranium to fend off the enemies while escorting himself, Dr. Abraham, and several invaluable researchers to safety. That evening, Li Pingyan set out, arriving over the base in the early hours of the following day. From his vantage point in the aircraft, the Hydra base lay concealed amidst the rugged mountain landscape, resembling a true venomous serpent. With profound intuition, Li Pingyan sensed that this was the exceptional opportunity he had been awaiting to escape Hydra. Upon his arrival, a soldier approached him, stating, "Lord Schmidt has requested your immediate presence in the laboratory." Li Pingyan promptly made his way to the base's laboratory in search of Johann Schmidt. Upon seeing Li Pingyan, Johann Schmidt addressed him, "Zero, obedience brings reward. Obedience brings reward." Li Pingyan stood at attention and replied affirmatively. "Excellent. Now, bite off a piece of your own flesh for me." Johann Schmidt appeared somewhat agitated, as if grappling with a complex problem that eluded resolution. Without hesitation, Li Pingyan bit into his own arm, bowing his head to conceal his inner turmoil, and presented a chunk of flesh to Johann Schmidt. Johann Schmidt took the morsel and turned to hand it to the solemn-faced Dr. Abraham. After several hours of testing and analysis, before results could be obtained, a soldier arrived to report, "Sir, as you suspected, an unidentified group of troops has arrived outside." Already perturbed, Johann Schmidt drew his weapon and commanded, "Zero, go and eliminate those insolent pests. Doctor, remain here. After we deal with these intruders, we shall relocate." Following his orders, Li Pingyan proceeded to the periphery, preparing to ascertain whether these individuals were there to extract Dr. Abraham. According to his calculations, it was time for Abraham to head towards the American side. If so, today would present him with the finest opportunity to extricate himself from Hydra. If not, he would apprehend the doctor and make a direct escape to the Allies, subsequently deflecting any blame for his past actions onto Schmidt. He had already rehearsed his lines, intending to convey that he had previously labored diligently but had been abducted by the malevolent Hydra for inhumane experiments, becoming a pitiful guinea pig. His tone would be infused with righteous indignation against the wicked Hydra. He would then recount how the inhumane Hydra had brainwashed him, rendering him a thoughtless tool under Johann Schmidt's control. Although he lacked consciousness, he was deeply tormented by the atrocities committed. After enduring relentless torment from the mad scientist Zola, he had finally regained a glimmer of clarity. In that moment, he had longed to eliminate Schmidt, yet the distance and obstacles had thwarted his opportunity. Upon learning that the valiant Allies were preparing to eradicate this malignant tumor at the Hydra base, he resolved to preserve his usefulness, collaborating with these noble warriors to eliminate Schmidt, ultimately expressing his yearning for peace and his profound disdain for evil, while offering heartfelt praise for the Allies' brilliance and greatness. As Li Pingyan wandered in thought while hurrying along the path, Johann Schmidt suddenly halted, issuing a command. "Zero, you proceed ahead and prepare to eliminate the intruders." He then retraced his steps, leaving Li Pingyan and a few soldiers exchanging glances, questioning whether their leader intended to abandon them. Observing Schmidt retreating, Li Pingyan devised a plan, urging his companions to advance. At a bend in the corridor, he swiftly turned, capturing the necks of two soldiers with a deft twist, applying just enough force to snap their necks. A few more soldiers were yet to round the corner. Without hesitation, Li Pingyan dispatched the remaining soldiers, sparing their bodies as a final act of mercy. He then sprinted back in the direction he had come. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Abraham noticed that both Johann Schmidt and Li Pingyan had moved away, prompting him to organize his documents and the serum he had prepared. He had already established contact with the Allied forces and was inclined to collaborate with them. The previous raid was orchestrated by the Allies to extract him, but it had ultimately failed, leading to his transfer to this base from which he had not ventured outside since. Upon learning of Li Pingyan's successful experiments, the Allies expressed keen interest, intending to wait for his return before extracting both him and Li Pingyan. They were indifferent to the notion of Li Pingyan arriving in a lifeless state, thus instructing the doctor to bide his time. Recently, the Allies had utilized Hydra's spies to disseminate information about an impending attack on the base. Johann Schmidt summoned Li Pingyan, and upon the Allies' awareness of this development through the doctor, they formally initiated their plans. Internally, Dr. Abraham felt a profound sense of guilt. His research was originally intended to end warfare, stemming from noble intentions. However, all parties sought to exploit his findings for their gain, and even the United States, with its rhetoric of justice and freedom, appeared no exception. This was not unexpected, much like how inventors may not foresee that their equations could lead to nuclear devastation. Science itself is devoid of morality. It is akin to a miner who diligently excavates metal. Whether that metal is fashioned into rebar for construction or forged into a weapon lies beyond the miner's control. Abraham, too, was merely an elderly man possessing knowledge, but lacking power. Regardless of America's path, he firmly believed it was preferable to the alternative. The world must not fall into the wrong hands. As the doctor organized the serum and documents, he remained oblivious to the silhouette of an armed figure approaching him stealthily. Chapter 11. Fated, servant of the Soul Stone, put down the serum and slowly turn your body. Dr. Johann Schmidt instructed, gun in hand, aimed at Abraham. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Abraham's heart quivered, and he complied, relinquishing the serum and obediently turning around. With a bitter smile, he remarked, "You have suspected me all along. Haven't you? Since the last base was dismantled, I began to discreetly eliminate certain individuals I suspected. However, with our current base once again exposed, I find myself questioning whether the spy originates from our upper echelons. Of course, the last person I wish to suspect is you, Doctor. The Empire has bestowed upon you immense honor and respect. Even the Führer himself has personally met with you and praised your endeavors. I cannot fathom why you would betray the Empire and our great glory," Johann Schmidt coldly remarked. "For the sake of this experiment and what I once believed to be glory, I have witnessed the Empire persecute innocent individuals. I watched helplessly as those, including civilians, perished before my eyes, even children under the age of 10. My intention in creating the serum was to bring peace to the world, not to aid malevolent rulers in fulfilling their desires for conquest," Abraham replied. "Evil? When we eliminate other hostile nations and establish our great empire as the sole ruler, our descendants will regard us as heroes. History is invariably written by the victors. Once we achieve victory, we shall naturally be deemed just," Johann Schmidt fervently declared. "Let me guess which nation has persuaded you to betray our great empire. Surely it is that hypocritical America. They always cloak their sordid ambitions in the guise of righteousness. Can you believe that had they emerged victorious in this war, the so-called righteous America would intervene in the affairs of other nations under the banner of justice, inciting national disputes to maintain their dominion acquired through this conflict?" At that moment, Abraham remained silent. He was a man whose contributions to science could be regarded as monumental, yet he was ill-equipped to navigate the treacherous waters of political machinations. Nevertheless, the expression on his face conveyed his resolve. He would rather die than continue to partake in the Empire's inhumane endeavors against his own kin. "Since you are so ungrateful, then die," Johann Schmidt retorted. "Even without you, we possess Specimen Zero, a successful prototype. Based on your experimental data and documentation, we shall inevitably uncover the formula for super soldier enhancement. Should the Allies obtain you, it could result in irrevocable losses for our empire." With that, Johann Schmidt placed his finger on the trigger. Abraham closed his eyes, silently awaiting the arrival of death. With a resounding bang, he fell to the ground, his mind racing through the recollection of his life. In his youth, he had earned a doctorate in genetics through sheer determination and conducted research on human enhancement technologies. Upon the military's awareness of his research direction, he was conscripted. Not long after, he even had an audience with a mustached president, who encouraged him to contribute to the nation and praised his research. At that time, he was filled with youthful exuberance and, before long, was selected to join Hydra's research division, leading a team in the study of serum. Simultaneously, he witnessed the tragic deaths of numerous innocent individuals as a consequence of his project. It was during this period that he began to question whether the endeavor he was engaged in was truly as righteous as he had once imagined. Yet, he dared not delve too deeply into his thoughts. Much like the way people had refrained from contemplating the validity of the heliocentric theory during the dominance of the geocentric model many years ago. Subsequently, he was contacted by the Allies, who sought his assistance in the pursuit of justice. At that moment, he found himself torn and uncertain, unsure of which side, his homeland or the United States, represented true righteousness. He recalled the day Zero successfully passed the experiment, a time when his heart swelled with immense joy. For this success validated his research and proved his theories to be viable. He also remembered Zero, an Asian boy merely 18 or 19 years of age. When they first met, Abraham had scarcely regarded this frail youth, who appeared disheveled and hardly resembled a child, in a time that should have been filled with youthful promise. Zero was subjected to Hydra's cruel experiments, mercilessly brainwashed to become a tool for murder. Abraham, having no progeny of his own, had always viewed Zero, the first enhanced individual he successfully created, as his child. This realization intensified his loathing for Hydra, a hatred rooted not only in their brutality, but also in his own helplessness. If he and Zero could survive, he longed to adopt Zero, nurturing him into a normal child rather than a weapon for killing. The doctor collapsed heavily to the ground, curiously unaware of the impending arrival of death. Instead, he felt a discomfort in his backside. "Doctor, what sort of performance are you putting on?" Li Pingyan remarked, observing the handgun he had kicked away, and the doctor sprawled on the floor. The doctor's perfectly staged fall made it seem as though he had rehearsed for this moment, leading Li Pingyan to wonder if he had truly been shot. Upon hearing Li Pingyan's words, the prostrate Abraham checked himself for blood or pain, and upon finding none, quickly sat up to ascertain his savior's identity. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was none other than Zero who had rescued him. "What are you doing?" Johann Schmidt, whose firearm had been sent flying, shouted, "Zero, I command you to kill Abraham." Seeing Zero remain unmoved, staring at him with a mocking expression, Johann Schmidt felt a chill of dread. Undeterred, he shouted again, "Zero, obey the command. Obey, and you shall receive." Before he could finish, Li Pingyan delivered a resounding slap to Johann Schmidt's face, the force so great that several of his teeth were knocked out. "Obey, obey. I will not obey you. You despicable wretch. You commanded me with such delight before, even stabbing me in the back. Was that enjoyable for you?" Li Pingyan, growing increasingly agitated, seized Johann Schmidt by the collar and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon his face. After a relentless barrage, Johann Schmidt found himself devoid of any teeth. His once sharp and handsome visage now swollen and disfigured, resembling that of a pig's head, obliterating any trace of his former good looks. One could surmise that, if placed before his mother, she would scarcely recognize the son who had previously paraded around with an air of superiority. Of course, this was contingent upon the existence of a mother in his life. Witnessing the transformation of Johann Schmidt into such a pitiful state, Abraham instinctively recoiled, desperately attempting to diminish his presence. After all, Li Pingyan had been transformed due to his research project. If he were to unleash his wrath upon Schmidt and subsequently seek out Abraham, the latter, being of advanced age, could hardly withstand such turmoil. It was said that the Chinese in Asia are particularly respectful of their elders and nurturing towards the young, and Abraham silently prayed that Zero was indeed a Chinese individual. "Doctor, do not retreat further. Your earlier performance was truly captivating. How could I possibly forget you?" Li Pingyan remarked with an air of calmness. Abraham, upon hearing these words, felt as if struck by lightning, lowering his head in dismay. How can one escape from this predicament? Johann Schmidt mumbled incoherently. "None other than thanks to Dr. Zola," Li Pingyan said, casting a subtle glance at Abraham, who was also eavesdropping, thinking to himself that this was meant for him as well. It was indeed due to the torment he endured at the African base, where he was persistently subjected to the hollow promises of rewards for obedience, that he had awakened one day with a sudden urge to eliminate Zola. Had it not been for the anticipation of encountering Abraham to exact his vengeance, he would not have returned. In truth, Li Pingyan's reasoning was riddled with contradictions. For instance, if he wished to kill Schmidt, why save Abraham? The reality was that Li Pingyan did not come specifically to eliminate Schmidt. Rather, Schmidt's demise would prevent Captain America from being encased in ice, thereby stripping the Avengers of their soul and hindering their ability to confront Thanos. Abraham's death was equally unacceptable, as it would thwart the emergence of Captain America. Li Pingyan's understanding of the Marvel Universe was limited to a few films and some critiques, and any significant deviation from the plot would render him incapable of controlling subsequent developments. Wait, Li Pingyan suddenly realized that his greatest impact upon entering this world was to replace Schmidt as the first enhanced human. However, the success of this enhancement stemmed from the title rather than any inherent physical prowess, thus failing to yield any extraordinary results for Abraham and the others. Even the vibranium that had appeared prior was rendered untraceable due to the demise of the informant, and the vibranium itself remained confined within his personal space, restricting the world's understanding of vibranium to mere boasts from Baka without influencing the global landscape. The concept of the butterfly effect was first mentioned by American meteorologist Edward Lorenz in a paper submitted to the New York Academy of Sciences, in which he created a computer program capable of simulating climate changes and representing them visually. Upon his return, after savoring a cup of coffee, he was astonished to discover a significant disparity in the values. In a subsequent speech, he likened this phenomenon to the flapping of a seagull's wings, later refining the metaphor to a butterfly, a symbol imbued with greater poetic resonance. Thus, the aforementioned notion emerged. To facilitate human comprehension, he employed the stark contrast between a delicate butterfly and a raging storm, merely as an illustrative example for the layperson, devoid of any literal implication that a butterfly could incite a tempest. Li Pingyan posited that while the butterfly effect may manifest in data computations in the realm of reality, he perceived it rather as the pond effect. Typically, fluctuations resemble a stone cast into a pond, which, after generating a few ripples, ultimately restores tranquility, leaving nothing but the presence of an unremarkable stone in its wake. It goes without saying that larger stones create more pronounced splashes, a detail that need not be elaborated upon. Although Li Pingyan possessed extraordinary combat prowess, he realized that his influence could only sway the outcome of a minor skirmish. In contrast, Captain America served to inspire the nation, invigorating the economy and instilling valor in soldiers, the ramifications of which far eclipsed anything achievable by Li Pingyan at present. The impact of Li Pingyan, akin to a mere pebble, had long been neutralized. Thus, he began to question whether many events in the Marvel Universe were preordained. Was Captain America destined to be frozen? Would Iron Man inevitably face abduction? Was Wanda fated to be subjected to experimentation, a fate Li Pingyan wished to prevent, declaring, "She must not be taken by machines. She is mine"? Would the Red Skull inevitably emerge, destined to become the servant of the Soul Stone? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Li Pingyan's contemplation burgeoned. If he could indeed effect significant change, he resolved to seize the Space Stone before its manifestation, ensuring that Thanos would be thwarted in his cosmic population control scheme. The first alteration would naturally involve Johann Schmidt, the future Red Skull. If he could eliminate Schmidt, it would serve as proof that he could indeed alter the future. With this determination, Li Pingyan released Schmidt's collar, placing both hands firmly upon his head, summoning all his strength to attempt to extinguish the Red Skull in its cradle. Johann Schmidt's head was ensnared firmly in Li Pingyan's grasp, this strike leaving no room for error. Even if it meant his own demise, Johann Schmidt would not survive. Channeling every ounce of his focus, Li Pingyan entered a state reminiscent of bullet time, perceiving the world around him in a languid manner. He could distinctly observe the blood vessels in Schmidt's eyes beginning to redden under the immense pressure he exerted, a manifestation of rising intracranial pressure as capillaries ruptured. The crimson threads expanded from the outer white of the eye inward, and as Li Pingyan's concentration intensified, the rate of spread diminished, signifying his own increasing swiftness. Yet, as the blood vessels reached the midpoint of the sclera, the pace of their expansion seemed to almost halt. No, it was not merely slowing. It had indeed come to a standstill. Li Pingyan sensed an anomaly. Not only had the spread of the blood vessels ceased, but everything around him, save for himself, seemed to freeze in time. Who are you? A clear voice resonated directly within Li Pingyan's mind. I am Zero, but who are you? Li Pingyan retorted. You seem to know who I am, yet I remain unaware of your identity. However, I am certain you are not Zero, nor the original owner of this body prior to its transformation. I cannot foresee your future. In countless parallel universes, only in this one have you survived the serum without succumbing, and have consequently gained enhancements. So who are you? The voice echoed again in Li Pingyan's mind. I do not know who you are. Simply state your name. Li Pingyan had a conjecture, but refrained from voicing it aloud. I am the soul gem. In that case, I am merely Li Pingyan. The voice did not dwell on Li Pingyan's identity. It merely stated, the person you are destined to kill is my future servant. He must not be slain by you. The tone exuded an arrogance characteristic of a superior addressing an inferior. He has already endured enough torment. Why should your mere words suffice to end everything? Li Pingyan feigned anger as he spoke. I can assist you with a task or grant you a wish within my capabilities as recompense for releasing my servant. The soul gem replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Li Pingyan, emboldened to challenge such formidable beings, consented, recognizing the orchestrated nature of everything akin to marvel. His spirits, however, dipped slightly. Yet, upon hearing the possibility of a wish being granted, his eyes gleamed, and he exclaimed, I wish that during any future instance of imminent death, you might allow me to survive. Chapter 12. The birth of the Red Skull. You possess considerable knowledge. Do you not realize that life on Earth will resurrect thereafter? The soul gem remarked indifferently. I have made my request. You shall fulfill it, and I shall consequently spare Schmidt, Li Pingyan retorted. Meanwhile, the soul gem had deeper considerations. Li Pingyan's request was exceedingly simple for it. When Thanos proposed the annihilation of half the population, the various gems had specific roles. The power gem provided the foundational energy, while the time and space gems cooperatively channeled this energy instantaneously throughout the universe, ensuring simultaneous annihilation. The reality gem was responsible for obliterating physical forms, and the mind gem controlled the selection of the random individuals. As for the soul gem, it was tasked with manifesting the soul imprints of all sentient beings across the universe, effectively laying bare the consciousness of all intelligent life before the mind gem for random selection. Preventing Li Pingyan from being chosen was simple. As long as it did not provide his information, there was no concern, for it did not possess his soul imprint in the first place. Thus it was rather willing to acquiesce to his request. Had Li Pingyan wished to eliminate the Red Skull, even without his soul imprint, it could have directly altered his will. In fact, it had already attempted this, yet had been thwarted repeatedly, which compelled it to proceed with caution and engage in direct negotiations with Li Pingyan. Now that Li Pingyan's request required no effort on its part, it readily responded. Very well, I grant you your request. Li Pingyan, pleased by the promptness of his agreement, showed no concern for the arrogance in his words and said, Will you not grant me a blessing of sorts? When the purple sweet potato snaps his fingers, I shall reveal my identity, allowing my brothers to know I am in your service, and then we shall part in harmony. The soul gem, without further ado, bestowed a layer of protection upon Li Pingyan's soul. An orange glow enveloped him, and as he concentrated, he could feel the warmth of that light within him, spreading a delightful sensation through every hair on his body, surpassing even the bliss of a full-body massage after a soothing soak in a hot spring. Li Pingyan exclaimed in admiration, recognizing the soul gem's profound understanding. If he possessed such abilities, he would certainly aspire to learn from it to cultivate empathy. As he departed from Schmidt, he remarked, Transaction complete. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome your next visit. The soul gem, disinterested in prolonging the exchange, simply withdrew, allowing the flow of time in the real world to resume. In the instant his consciousness returned to reality, Li Pingyan released his grip on Schmidt's head, causing him to collapse to the ground, utterly limp as if bereft of his bones. Though Li Pingyan did not crush his skull, the trauma inflicted upon Johann Schmidt was severe. Without timely intervention, he would not survive beyond 10 minutes. Even with assistance, he would likely suffer a stroke, spending the rest of his life confined to a bed. Having engaged in a transaction with the soul gem, Li Pingyan felt compelled to act further. He tossed a syringe of serum at Johann Schmidt's feet, saying, "You have tormented others for so long. Today, you shall experience the agony of injecting the serum." At that moment, Schmidt found himself in dire straits. He realized that failing to inject the serum would likely lead to a lifetime of paralysis, a fate he could not bear. He would rather perish valiantly in battle than succumb to a pitiful existence confined to a bed. Resolutely, he picked up a syringe and began injecting the serum into his own body. Previously, Schmidt had been bitten by bullet ants in the rainforest, an experience akin to having a rusty nail driven into his heel while walking barefoot on scorching coals. Now, he felt as if countless bullet ants were gnawing at his veins and internal muscles, the excruciating pain rendering him voiceless, even stifling his screams. The agony surged through him like fire, slowly incinerating his internal organs. Desperately, he writhed as the searing sensation traveled from his lungs to his head. Wishing he could tear the flesh from his face, the unbearable torment seemingly melting his features away, transforming his head into something resembling a red-hot iron. Within less than a minute, only his skull remained, his body convulsing on the ground. Nearby, Abraham, witnessing the grim fate of his former ally, could not suppress his urge to retch. In order to avoid leaving a brutal impression on Abraham, Li Pingyan took the initiative and directly confronted him, saying, "What kind of serum have you developed? It is more vicious than any poison. If it weren't for my fortuitous survival, would I not also suffer such a fate?" Faced with Li Pingyan's inquiry, Abraham suppressed his disgust and replied, "This serum manifests differently in each individual. But this is the first time I have encountered such a severe reaction. The other test subjects did not fare this poorly." He was genuinely fearful that, in a fit of rage, Li Pingyan might administer the serum to him, which would be preferable to being shot by Schmidt. At least that would be his swift end. Seeing Abraham's defeated demeanor, Li Pingyan attempted to console him, saying, "Never mind, at least I have succeeded. Regardless of the outcome, I am grateful to you. You are merely a researcher. Science is devoid of right or wrong, merely exploited by these scheming conspirators. Had I not been modified, I might have been subjected to other experiments, perhaps even sliced for the sake of medical contributions." Upon hearing Li Pingyan's words, Abraham's eyes brightened, and he suddenly felt that his actions had significance. He was pleasantly surprised by Li Pingyan's profound understanding and eloquent speech. It seemed that the 5,000-year heritage of that Eastern nation was indeed worthy of its reputation. The quality of its people was remarkably high, and he felt compelled to witness it for himself. Noticing Abraham's renewed spirit, Li Pingyan continued, "In a sense, you could be considered my creator, and I shall not hold you accountable for this. This time, I saved you, and I will ensure you reach a safe place as a form of repayment. Additionally, I can assist you with 3 tasks within my capacity as a gesture of gratitude." By saying this, Li Pingyan aimed to establish an image of gratitude and moral integrity before the doctor, thereby deepening their connection through the serum and fostering the doctor's recognition of him. The promise of 3 tasks would serve to maintain their relationship, allowing him to cultivate a friendship with positive ramifications. Abraham, overwhelmed with emotion, expressed, "I will make preparations to go to America, where I intend to engage in serum research and help them put an end to this senseless war." Li Pingyan replied, "Then I will accompany you until you reunite with those soldiers, after which we shall part ways. Should you meet your demise, I will avenge you. Will you not accompany me?" Dr. Abraham inquired. Li Pingyan met the doctor's gaze, and they shared a moment of silent understanding. They both recognized that, given Li Pingyan's identity, merely presenting himself as the first successful serum enhancer would lead to him being subjected to blood extraction and research by the Americans, akin to his fate at Hydra's base. And should luck falter, he might even be dissected for study. Let's not dwell on such matters. Once you're safely in America, I will seek an opportunity to see you, for in this world, you are the only one I can truly call family." Li Pingyan shamelessly declared in a bid to draw closer. However, upon hearing these words, tears almost welled up in Abraham's eyes. Having lived a life devoid of a wife and children, and now bereft of kin, he could not help but utter, "Zero, why not become my son?" Li Pingyan was momentarily at a loss for words. This sense of recognition seemed rather excessive. Just as he was about to gently decline, an unexpected turn of events occurred behind him. Johann Schmidt, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly awakened and swiftly charged towards Li Pingyan. Chapter 13. The Wanderer of the World, Do Not Question. Leaving home to pursue one's path, Abraham, noticing the rising red skeleton, hastily alerted Li Pingyan to be cautious. The enhanced red skeleton moved with a speed that far exceeded its former self, yet it was still no match for Li Pingyan. With a quick reaction, Li Pingyan struck first, delivering a powerful elbow to the abdomen of the red skeleton, sending it flying. He then stepped forward to pin the red skeleton down by its chest, playfully patting its crimson head, and remarked, "You have transformed into this ghastly form. How delightfully amusing." The fallen red skeleton grasped Li Pingyan's calf with all its might, attempting to dislodge him, but to no avail. Impossible. I am an exceptional German. If a mere insect like you can succeed, how could I possibly fall short? Johann Schmidt thought in a frenzy. The agony brought on by the serum enhancement was bearable. Yet the humiliation of being trampled underfoot by Li Pingyan was a torment far worse than the pain inflicted by the serum itself. Li Pingyan understood that the enhanced red skeleton was indeed stronger than before, but its power remained limited. He accessed the panel to examine the attributes of the red skeleton. Name: Johann Schmidt, red skeleton. Race: human, serum enhanced mutant. Intelligence: 4, possesses extraordinary learning aptitude. Strength: 3, failed experimental subject. Capable of bearing objects twice its own weight. Speed: 3, 40. Stamina: 3, exhibits strong recovery abilities. Combat skills: 5. Indeed, Schmidt's enhancement had not been successful. He was now stronger than an ordinary person, yet still limited. However, should such enhancements become widespread, the combat capabilities of the army would escalate to terrifying heights, provided they were willing to endure this grotesque transformation. Li Pingyan had no intention of killing Johann Schmidt, for he had already made a pact with the soul gem and was not inclined to renege. Instead, he found himself coveting Johann Schmidt's impressive battle vehicle. Thus, he unceremoniously tossed Johann Schmidt out of the laboratory and declared, "How intriguing. It seems you have not perished under the serum enhancement. Nevertheless, it matters little, your current state. Neither human nor ghost suits you well. I shall spare your life. You may spend the remainder of your days in this condition." With that, Li Pingyan, accompanied by the astonished Abraham, made his way to the entrance of the base. Outside, the battle raged on fiercely. Although the attacking Allied forces had dispatched over 200 soldiers to besiege the base, the Hydra soldiers, bolstered by ample ammunition, maintained a firm upper hand. However, the discerning individuals are well aware that once the ammunition is depleted, these Hydra soldiers will inevitably be captured. Even Johann Schmidt had not anticipated that a mere 50 soldiers could repel the invading foes. He had pinned his hopes on Zero. Yet now, Zero had not only failed to secure their victory, but had also hastened their defeat. Li Pingyan emerged from the depths of the base, and the surrounding soldiers, caught off guard, quickly fell before him, as his physical prowess allowed him to dispatch over 20 adversaries with ease. He had no desire to eliminate all the Hydra soldiers directly, for he feared that the Allied soldiers outside would not hesitate to subdue him and take him back. With only 20 or so foes remaining, their resistance could not last much longer. At this moment, the roar of helicopter rotors filled the air as Johann Schmidt made his escape aboard a helicopter. Upon witnessing their commander abandon them, the soldiers lost all will to fight and surrendered en masse. Observing this, Li Pingyan turned to the doctor and said, "Let's part ways here. I shall retrieve something and then depart. In this chaos, take care of yourself." With that, he made his way deeper into the base. Upon arriving at the garage, Li Pingyan discovered not only an armored vehicle, but also a 6-wheeled convertible. The car boasted sleek, aerodynamic lines, with 4 imposing headlights at the front that exuded a sense of power. Its dual rear wheels significantly enhanced its off-road capabilities, and it was equipped with a weapons compartment and radio equipment. Though the interior was simple, the sports car housed a formidable 16-cylinder engine, making it a remarkable fusion of speed and off-road prowess. Satisfied with his find, Li Pingyan leaped into the vehicle, igniting the engine which roared to life with steady power. Not overly loud, yet assertive. Shifting gears and releasing the clutch with a flourish, the car surged forward like an arrow, racing towards the base's exit. Meanwhile, at the base's entrance, the doctor and his team awaited his arrival. Thanks to Li Pingin's assistance, they had managed to secure the base with only around 20 injuries, an astonishingly low cost that left them in disbelief and deepened their leader's yearning for the serum enhancer. But that is a tale for another time. Suddenly, the rumble of the vehicle echoed from within the base, prompting everyone to be on alert. The sound approached, initially appearing as a distant black dot, swiftly transforming into a blur that darted into the depths of the forest before they could react. The doctor realized what Li Pingin had secured. From afar, Li Pingin's voice rang out. "Farewell, doctor. Remember my name? Li Pingin. Until we meet again. May God bless you with safety, and I hope we cross paths once more." Abraham gazed at the retreating figure of Li Pingin, silently offering his blessings. Rushing into the forest, Li Pingin felt the biting wind whistle past his ears, a boundless exhilaration surging within him. He had finally liberated himself from the clutches of Hydra, forged a cordial relationship with Abraham, and acquired the ability to survive after Thanos' snap. With such formidable physical prowess, he felt as if he were a dragon soaring through the sea, his heart brimming with joy. Perhaps the serum's enhancement had indeed affected him, or perhaps it was his intrinsic yearning for freedom. The fervor of youth surged within him, prompting his resolve to venture forth in this world, to behold the grand vistas he had never witnessed in his former life. Grateful to the heavens for granting him a second chance, he reflected on his previous existence, ordinary and unremarkable, toiling for mere pennies, struggling for sustenance, sacrificing childhood dreams, and bearing the weight of life's hardships that had bowed his back. Now, endowed with infinite potential for evolution, he vowed to uphold his will, to reject anything he was unwilling to do, to live recklessly, to attain fulfillment, to traverse mountains and seas, and to explore the cosmos, savoring all the beauty life had to offer. In that moment of newfound freedom, a radiant smile adorned Li Pingin's face, and he could not contain his laughter, reverberating through the sky. In days gone by, Liu Bei escaped from Cao Cao, likening himself to a fish returning to the sea or a bird soaring into the blue. Now, Li Pingin, having eluded Hydra, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, as he continued his solitary journey through the forest, the initial thrill of his escape gradually waned. Upon emerging from the woods, the sight of the warm candlelight flickering in the village and the faint sound of a mother admonishing her rambunctious child struck a chord deep within him, causing the walls he had built around his heart to crumble. Tears streamed down his cheeks, for the wanderer had inexplicably found himself in another world. Even as a life of pleasure lay before him, he mourned the loss of his greatest bond from his previous life, uncertain if he would ever return to his hometown. To that ordinary village, Li Pingin was not Liu Bei. When Liu Bei escaped from Cao Cao, his parents had already passed. Yet he had two loyal brothers to support him. In contrast, Li Pingin's parents were alive, but he had vanished without a trace, leaving them to ponder how they would age without him. The weight of worry began to eclipse his earlier joy, transforming into hot tears that fell endlessly from his eyes. Ahead, the fields lay vast and empty, the path before him shrouded in darkness. Only by forging ahead could he embrace tomorrow. Unrestrained, Li Pingin wept loudly, as if questioning the heavens. A wandering soul, where his home? The night was silent, with no response. The moon shone brightly, gentle as water. Chapter 14. Africa, whether to enjoy freedom in this world or to seize the opportunity to bring his parents to him. Strength was indispensable for Li Pingin at this juncture. According to his understanding as a faux Marvel enthusiast, the internet suggested that the Marvel universe was one where the wealthy relied on technology, while the poor depended on mutation. Yet, it also contained elements akin to the extraordinary treasures found in novels, which could be harnessed to enhance one's power. For instance, within the Jabari tribe lies the legendary white ape. By slaying this mythical white gorilla and partaking of its flesh and blood through ancient rituals, one can acquire immense power. Additionally, the heart-shaped herb of the Black Panther tribe grants formidable strength upon consumption. These two sources of power were foremost in Li Pingin's mind, as he had previously journeyed to Africa and possessed a fair understanding of the region's circumstances. His primary objective now was to obtain the power of the white ape. As for the strength of the Black Panther, He knew he could only secure the heart-shaped herb once he discovered a method to confront vibranium. Thus, he devised a plan that required patience. In November 1938, Li Pingyan took 2 months to reach Africa. For him, the prospect of forcibly seizing the heart-shaped herb was non-existent, especially as he lacked knowledge of the true entrance to Wakanda. Hence, his optimal choice was to acquire the power of the white ape. According to the film Black Panther, the Jabari tribe resides in secluded mountains, depicted as nestled within a snowy peak, and it was after T'Challa fell into a river that he was carried downstream into the territory of the Jabari tribe. Based on these characteristics, Li Pingyan approached the vicinity of Wakanda, driving towards the area. The inhabitants of Wakanda have always harbored a deep suspicion of outsiders, making it quite challenging to gather information, particularly after a series of disturbances from individuals seeking vibranium escalated their wariness. Faced with this situation, Li Pingyan abandoned the notion of inquiring directions from the locals. Following the leak of information regarding the existence of sound-absorbing steel in Wakanda, numerous factions and fortune seekers had flocked to the region, yet all returned empty-handed. Gradually, the fervor waned, but the world never lacks those hopeful for sudden wealth. Thus, a scattering of determined individuals continued to roam the land in search of any news related to vibranium. Li Pingyan approached several gold miners to inquire about the nearest snowy mountains, the location of the Jabari tribe, and the rivers surrounding Wakanda. His inquiries bore fruit, as the miners disclosed that a river, splitting into 2 streams over 200 kilometers upstream from Wakanda, flowed past both the northern and southern regions. The northern river flowed more gently, while the southern tributary cascaded through a tumultuous waterfall, surging eastward across Mount Kilimanjaro. Upon hearing this, Li Pingyan's eyes sparkled with realization. The waterfall was likely the site of the royal challenge depicted in the Black Panther film. This indicated that by following the river downstream, he could locate the snowy mountain where the Jabari tribe concealed themselves. Armed with this intelligence, Li Pingyan promptly drove towards the southern river. Little did he know, after he departed, the individuals he had questioned proceeded to the residence of Boka, the most prominent arms dealer in Africa, to report on Li Pingyan's movements. Since the last encounter, where Boka lost his 3 elite guards at the hands of Li Pingyan, he found himself severely weakened and besieged by several rival arms dealers eager to divide his once mighty territory. Initially, it seemed that Boka was struggling to cope with this onslaught, gradually relinquishing parts of his business to preserve his own existence. However, the leaders of these rival factions had scarcely a month to relish their success before they met untimely deaths within their heavily fortified estates, all on the very same day. Survivors claimed they were ruthlessly slain by a cadre of elusive black-clad assassins, whose swift movements rendered them almost ghost-like. At first, skepticism prevailed, as many could not fathom that a group of well-trained armed guards could be bested by mere cutthroats wielding blades. Yet, as the accounts of the surviving factions converged, whispers of Boka's rumored ghost squads began to circulate. Just when everyone anticipated Boka would consume the remnants of the rival factions, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. After reclaiming his former enterprises, Boka abruptly ceased his aggressive maneuvers, opting instead to accept reparations from his adversaries. The atmosphere then settled into a deceptive tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Speculation arose that Boka's cessation of hostilities stemmed from his already substantial power. Unchecked expansion could provoke a coalition of local merchants against him, a scenario that could spell his doom. While Boka paid little heed to the conjecture surrounding him, he took to the black market to issue a bounty for Li Pingyan. The wanted poster bore but a solitary image, seemingly captured from surveillance footage, accompanied by a few lines of text. Any individual providing verified information regarding this person's whereabouts shall be rewarded with 10 ounces of gold, capture him alive or dead, and receive 100 ounces along with a diamond exceeding 5 carats. The announcement sent the lower echelons of the black market into a frenzy. Since entering Africa, Li Pingyan had been ambushed multiple times, each encounter ending with his swift and decisive elimination of his attackers, thus completing his annihilation achievement. Initially, he harbored no curiosity, merely attributing these incidents to envy over his vehicle, a sentiment he had grown accustomed to. His ruthless efficiency in dispatching foes left no chance for information leaks, and thus, No one had succeeded in claiming Boca's bounty to date. Those who had sought directions from Li Pingan quickly realized they were outmatched and settled for a modest fee for their information. Upon acquiring intelligence about Li Pingan's whereabouts, Boca promptly disseminated this news throughout the black market, increasing the stakes, and dispatched a team of ninjas to pursue him. Following Boca's previous report to Lady Gao, she soon sent 3 ninja squads to assist him in executing assassination missions and reclaiming territory. After all, the arms trade in Africa, even among rivals, was lucrative, and none could afford to tolerate encroachments. Directly monopolizing a market would be too ostentatious, risking even greater complications. As Li Pingan approached the tumultuous river of Wakanda, he gazed at the surging waters, sensing that the location of the Jabari tribe lay just ahead. Along the roaring river, Li Pingan drove eastward along the riverbank. Over an hour after his departure, a 10-member team, arriving by helicopter, reached the river's edge. They commenced their pursuit in the direction Li Pingan had taken, dispatched by Boca's ninja squad. This time, Boca was determined to employ them to eliminate Li Pingan, to redeem the humiliation of their previous abduction, and to reclaim the rock wool. This was also in accordance with Madame Gao's wishes. The originally assigned trio of bodyguards, despite being skilled even within the Hand Union, could not simply be killed without retribution, for such an act was far from the Hand Union's ethos. Based on the traces left by Li Pingan, it was evident he had driven along the river. Being unfamiliar with the terrain, he would likely continue following the river towards the snow-capped mountains. As beyond this stretch of river, approximately 40 kilometers ahead, the path would become rugged and uneven, littered with forests and rocky outcrops. Aside from the helicopter, no other means of transportation could navigate smoothly through this terrain. Even a boat would lack the swiftness of a helicopter. Thus, they commenced their pursuit along the river's course. Li Pingan raced along the riverbank, but after about 10 minutes of driving, he encountered a forest blocking his path. He had no choice but to store his vehicle in his spatial compartment and continue on foot. With over 70 kilometers remaining to the snow-capped mountains, he figured he could reach them in about an hour. Consequently, he began his arduous sprint, lamenting why he hadn't thought to purchase a jet ski or, at the very least, an inflatable raft to float downstream with ease. Were it not for the clutter in his spatial compartment, he might have considered acquiring a small helicopter to stow away. As he pondered these inconsequential thoughts, he pressed onward towards the snow-capped mountains, alternating between driving when the road permitted and running when it did not. This inadvertently posed a significant challenge to his pursuers. The ninjas trailing him felt on the brink of madness. Arriving at a forest, they intended to further investigate for traces of Li Pingan. However, they were met with an inexplicable phenomenon. His tire marks suddenly vanished before them. This eerie sense of abruptness caused several compulsively meticulous ninjas to feel utterly disheartened, akin to cleaning a pristine white tile floor only to turn around and discover a trail of muddy footprints, which mysteriously disappeared as they approached. It was as if an uninvited guest had stealthily entered, removed their muddy shoes, and slipped away without a trace. Yet, it was inconceivable that such a large vehicle could be whisked away as if it were merely a shoe. The ninjas found themselves in a predicament. Approaching the snow-capped mountains to intercept their target risked alerting him, and it was possible he had already entered the mountains. Returning now would leave them with no explanation. So they had no choice but to press forward into the woods, hoping to uncover any signs of Li Pingan. This pursuit has indeed yielded a clue. When Li Pingan fled, he never anticipated the presence of pursuers behind him. He charged forward recklessly, causing numerous bushes to bend under his weight, a sight that appeared as glaringly obvious to the ninjas as lice on a bald head. Strangely, however, the traces he left behind resembled those of a wild boar's reckless rampage. Li Pingan mused. Is this considered polite? Nonetheless, it was noted that the target possessed formidable physical prowess akin to that of a wild boar, aligning with the earlier description. The ninjas resumed their pursuit, and upon emerging from the thicket, they were eager to plunge headfirst into the fray. Beyond the woods, tire tracks reappeared, prompting the ninjas to forego any further fruitless deliberation and board a plane heading towards the snow-capped mountains. Chapter 15. The Snow Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the snow mountain, Li Pingyan stored the car in his spatial pocket and took a moment to inspect the supplies within. He had adequately prepared for a prolonged struggle, as half of his spatial pocket was stocked with food and water. Time within this pocket stood still, ensuring that the provisions remained unspoiled. It also contained a tent, gas, and a medical kit, sufficient to sustain him for an entire year in the snow-capped wilderness without any external food sources. After completing his inspection, Li Pingyan pressed on without hesitation, resolutely entering the snowy expanse. 20 minutes later, the ninja team trailing him arrived, albeit belatedly. The clear tire marks at the base of the mountain indicated the less than favorable outcome they had anticipated. Their target had already ventured into the snow. Finding him amidst the vast, white wilderness would not prove an easy task. Their extensive training instilled in them an unwillingness to abandon their mission. The target had now entered the snow alone, and his supplies were undoubtedly limited. Thus, they prepared for two contingencies, leaving two companions at the mountain's entrance to ambush him should he appear, armed with heavy weaponry for a potential assault at the base. The remaining 8 ninjas entered the snowy terrain in search of their target. Although the swirling snowflakes concealed the tracks of the one who had passed, hindering their pursuit, intelligence indicated that the target's objective was the Jabari tribe, a reclusive group residing high in the mountains and rarely descending. Their exact location remained unknown, yet any habitation, especially in such mountainous regions, would likely be situated near a river for easy access to water. Hence, they resolved to follow the river, believing it would lead them to the elusive Jabari tribe. The 8 remaining ninjas agreed to split into 2 teams every 30 kilometers, with 4 members assigned to investigate the southern bank of the river and the other 4 to the northern bank. Their search radius was set within 10 kilometers of the river to look for any signs of human habitation. Should they encounter their target, they were instructed to avoid engaging in prolonged combat, leaving one individual to track or signal their teammates with a flare. Li Pingyan shared this sentiment, and he possessed an unparalleled advantage over these ninjas. He had seen movies. In Black Panther, M'Baka recounts how the Black Panther was brought to him by a fisherman who had caught Chala and transported him with yaks. Li Pingyan speculates that Jabari land is likely not too far from the river, perhaps within a 30-kilometer radius, for Chala would surely struggle against the biting cold of the winter. Moreover, in the film, the Jabari tribe swiftly arrives in Wakanda to assist the Black Panther, which could be attributed not only to their familiarity with the terrain, but also to the fact that their dwelling is not deep within the snow-capped mountains. Li Pingyan estimates that their home is likely located within 10 to 100 kilometers from the mountain's base. This means he must search an area spanning 400 kilometers, a hypothesis that stands only if his assumptions are accurate. Despite being prepared for a prolonged struggle, a chill runs through him. Yet he deems the sacrifices worthwhile for the sake of his growth. In December 1938, Li Pingyan had been at the snow-capped mountains for nearly a month without any success. One midday, he set up his tent and retrieved a broom from his spatial storage to clear a patch of ground for rest. After erecting the tent, he took out a gas stove to ignite a fire, followed by his pots and ingredients to prepare a meal. As a descendant of the great Huaxia, he never compromises on food. He had brought an abundance of ingredients and a gas stove to ensure that even in the wilderness, his meals would not be subpar. Since he cannot tolerate spicy food, he opted for a light broth hot pot, pulling out a chicken for soup. The vendor informed him that this chicken was a Sussex breed imported from England, renowned for its exquisite flavor. Intrigued by its foreign pedigree, Li Pingyan decided to purchase it without inquiring about the price, producing a gold ingot from his spatial storage. The vendor was taken aback, nearly offering him the store in gratitude, watching in astonishment as Li Pingyan effortlessly bent the gold ingot and tore off a piece as if it were mere Play-Doh. When Li Pingyan presented the small gold nugget for payment, the vendor insisted on gifting him the chicken, deeming it too formal to accept payment, and requested that he leave quickly to avoid any awkwardness. Amused yet bemused by the vendor's cautious demeanor, Li Pingyan tossed the gold onto the counter and exited the shop. By the river, Li Pingyan cleaned the chicken, cutting it into 2-centimeter pieces, which he then placed into the hot pot to cook, adding the assorted mushrooms he had purchased. The fragrant mushroom broth was soon ready, and of course, he had no shortage of beef and lamb. However, the highlight was a special meat, known for its tenderness and exquisite flavor, often referred to as mermaid meat. In this era, it was considered a luxurious delicacy, one that would become illegal to consume after 1973. However, laws do not have retroactive effects. The legislation of 1973 cannot govern an individual from 1939. At the moment, Li Pingyan was relishing a steaming hot meal when three youths, approximately 16 years of age, caught a whiff of an enticing aroma from a distance. These children belonged to the Jabari tribe and had come down to play, as there were no ferocious beasts within 100 miles. Due to the fierce protection offered by the Jabari people, who had hunted the predators to safeguard their children. For nearly a century, this area had been a sanctuary free from wild beasts, resulting in a considerable population of herbivores, many of which were intentionally domesticated by the Jabari tribe. Feeling a bit stifled within their tribe, the children ventured out, only to be drawn in by the delectable scent that wafted through the air, leading them to believe that someone from their tribe was secretly indulging in a sumptuous feast. With excitement, they sprinted towards Li Pingyan's location. Among them, the leader, a boy named Clin, was the son of the current Baku, accompanied by another boy named Bam and a girl named Kara. Though the Jabari tribe was known for its fierce nature, they were deeply protective of their younger generation. Moreover, nestled within the snowy mountains for centuries, this region had remained untouched by outsiders, which explained the children's naive pursuit of the source of the delicious aroma. At that moment, Li Pingyan sat at the entrance of his tent, savoring a hot pot amidst the icy landscape, with a fire nearby warming some wine. He felt a profound sense of contentment when suddenly he heard hurried footsteps and, with a spark of excitement in his eyes, stood up. They are coming. Chapter 16 sweetened bombshells as he noticed the approaching youth from a distance. Li Pingyan's heart raced with exhilaration, yet he feigned ignorance, hoping to avoid startling them. It was akin to encountering a puppy or a kitten in a previous life. When they recognize your presence, the key to approaching them is not to run towards them, but rather to attract their attention, pique their curiosity, and gradually win their favor through gentle offerings. As the youths drew closer, they sensed something was amiss. The figure before them was not one of their tribe. They halted in their tracks. That person is not from our tribe. His skin is yellow, indicating he is one of those outsiders spoken of by our people. Clin, the son of Mbaku, remarked. Bam interjected. Could he possibly be one of the Wakandans the elders mentioned? Kara countered. The elders have said that Wakandans resemble us. After a fruitless discussion, the youths observed Li Pingyan enjoying his meal alone, unable to resist the temptation to approach him. Why don't we go and ask if he is lost? Perhaps we can lend him some assistance, Bam proposed, contemplating that he might even share some of his food, which smelled extraordinarily appetizing. Kara nodded in agreement. The elders emphasized that our tribe must unite and help one another. Although he is not from our tribe, he may indeed be lost. Let's offer our help. Her gaze remained fixed on the steaming hot pot in front of Li Pingyan. Beside him, Clin was nearly drooling. Upon hearing his companion's remarks, he decisively declared, Then let us approach him and inquire if he requires assistance. If he turns out to be malevolent, I trust one need not elaborate on our course of action. Having lived amidst the snow-capped peaks for many years, the ferocity of the Jabari tribe was well established. From a young age, they were trained in the arts of hunting and were accustomed to the brutality of their surroundings. Although their eldest, Kara, was merely 16, the resolve and determination they exhibited when confronting foes or prey were unwavering. What are you doing over there? Clin inquired in the local dialect as he approached, having no consideration for whether Li Pingyan could comprehend him. Ever since Li Pingyan was reborn in this world, he had acquired the ability to communicate with individuals of various ethnicities, a feat that seemed implausible given his past struggles with languages. In his previous life, he could barely manage a mere 16 points in his English exam, ultimately settling for a mediocre university. Yet now, he could effortlessly understand and translate any spoken language, a skill that was undoubtedly essential for a traveler of worlds. As he observed the trio, a man and two women, approaching him, Li Pingyan immediately recognized the formidable nature of the Jabari tribe. Leading the group was Clin, flanked by Kara and Bam, arranged in a triangular formation. Although this setup was somewhat cliché It was exceptionally well suited for their cooperative maneuvers, allowing for both offense and defense. They halted 3 meters away from Li Pingan, standing still as they engaged in conversation. Feeling a mix of curiosity and composure, Li Pingan replied in the local dialect, "I am an explorer, here to trace the path of wild men." "Explorer? What is that?" Kara interjected before Clin could respond. "An explorer is one who travels the world, delving into perilous or uncharted territories to uncover new wonders." Li Pingan lied with an unflinching countenance. He quickly shifted the topic. "In this frigid weather, why not partake in some warm food to rejuvenate yourselves?" With that, he ladled a bowl of meat for the trio and thoughtfully provided each of them with a fork. He then served himself a bowl and began to eat before their eyes. Observing Li Pingan's lack of malice in the shared meal, coupled with the tantalizing aroma, Clin and his companions lowered their guard and began to eat heartily. With each mouthful, the culinary techniques from the distant east captivated the young warriors' palates. The rich aroma of chicken broth and mushrooms, combined with the sweetness of premium beef and lamb, along with the complex flavors of spices such as Sichuan pepper and cinnamon, surged through their taste buds to their minds. Though their tribe had lived hidden in the snow for a century and never lacked for meat, the scarcity of spices and the rough, gamey taste of their domesticated animals paled in comparison to the exquisite flavors presented by Li Pingan's offerings. The 3 youths were utterly unaccustomed to such delectable fare. Previously, their diet consisted of hastily boiled ingredients with a sprinkle of salt or rudely roasted over an open flame, where the culinary standard was merely that the food was neither too salty nor too bland. Naturally, Li Pingan recognized this and resolved to win them over with the capitalist charm of sweetened enticements. It soon became apparent that this strategy was quite effective. These uncomplicated youngsters swiftly affixed a label of good person to Li Pingan in their minds. Afterward, they engaged in a simple round of introductions, sharing their names. "How did you children end up in this vast, snowy mountain? Are you not afraid of the dangers?" Li Pingan inquired, feigning ignorance. "We live right here in the snow-capped mountains. Today is merely a day of leisure for us," Bam eagerly replied. "So, you belong to a secluded tribe, shrouded in mystery," Li Pingan remarked. "As someone who has traveled extensively, discovering a hidden tribe is part of the thrill for me. Have you been to many places?" Kara asked. Her curiosity piqued. "My adventures have only just begun. Technically, this is my first stop. However, I shall traverse the vast landscapes and navigate the cosmic expanse," Li Pingan declared, igniting a fervor within him. The youths, gazing at Li Pingan, who was only a few years their senior, were struck by the seriousness and determination in his demeanor. Though they perceived him as a novice, they could not help but feel inspired by his spirited resolve. In essence, their sentiment was, "Though I do not fully comprehend your words, I am profoundly moved." And then what? Clin, son of Mbaku, had always believed himself to be the most regal figure in the world, second only to Mbaku, yet he found himself awestruck by the words of this adventurous outsider, stirring a curiosity within him about the true nature of the outside world. "Could you take me to your tribe? I wish to conduct an interview, to let the world know that amidst this desolate expanse, there exists a tribe that fiercely combats the harshness of nature, showcasing your tribe's resilient vitality." Li Pingan's excitement was genuine. Reaching the Jabari tribe would bring him closer to the white ape, presenting yet another opportunity for his ambitions. The youths exchanged glances, uncertain. Although their tribe had no formal prohibition against outsiders, being a community that revered primitive existence and possessed no treasures of gold or silver, no stranger had visited in centuries, leaving them in a quandary. Ultimately, Clin summoned the resolve befitting the future leader of the tribe and stated, "Our tribe has not hosted guests in hundreds of years. However, since you have graciously provided us with such exquisite food, we would not deny a friend the chance to visit our home. Come, let us return together." Li Pingan felt an immense joy upon hearing his words and replied, "Since you regard me as a friend, I shall present you with something delightful." He then turned and entered the tent, retrieving a large cake from his spatial pouch. He deftly sliced it into portions for his companions. Had this been a culinary-themed anime, these children would undoubtedly have sworn brotherhood with Li Pingan, as the group reveled in their culinary indulgence. A snow leopard was drawn to the remnants of chicken feathers and entrails left behind by Li Pingan while he prepared the meal near the distant riverbank. Originally, this snow leopard roamed the deeper recesses of the snowy mountains, but recently, a party of humans had intruded upon its territory, seemingly in search of something, inadvertently disturbing the local white apes. Now, the frenzied leader of the white apes was relentlessly pursuing these humans, causing the snow leopard to find itself in a precarious situation, fleeing towards the outskirts and daring to enter this forbidden zone. Famished, it caught a whiff of blood from afar and was compelled to investigate for sustenance. Following the enticing aroma, it soon stumbled upon Li Pingyan and his companions, its stomach growling in response to the tantalizing scent. Yet, instinctively aware of its role as a predator, it resisted the urge to pounce immediately. Instead, it stealthily crouched low, utilizing its fur for camouflage, inching closer to its unsuspecting prey, poised to deliver a fatal strike at the opportune moment. Chapter 17. Another turmoil. The snow leopard's ability to remain concealed was extraordinary. Even Li Pingyan remained oblivious to its presence. When the leopard was a mere 10 meters away, its low posture transformed, taut like a drawn bow. As it prepared to leap, its powerful hind legs coiled like springs, and its claws gripped the ground with tenacity, providing it with formidable traction. Then, in an instant, it launched itself forward with lightning speed. The distance of 10 meters was nothing for its exceptional leaping prowess. By the time Li Pingyan caught sight of the leopard, it was already too late to alert the others. The three individuals overshadowed by the leopard's presence sensed imminent peril, their eyes betraying an unmistakable fear that was vividly apparent to Li Pingyan. In a flash, Li Pingyan braced himself, pushing backward with his hands, and propelled himself towards the snow leopard. The leopard, remarkably swift, collided with Li Pingyan, its relatively slight mass augmented by its velocity, delivering a tremendous impact. In an instant, Li Pingyan reached out and embraced the snow leopard. Both man and beast hurtled towards the tent, and mid-air, the snow leopard sank its teeth into Li Pingyan's arm. Despite his remarkable defenses, he could not withstand the leopard's powerful bite and razor-sharp fangs, resulting in a painful wound on his arm. Meanwhile, Clin and the other two narrowly escaped disaster. As the next generation of M'Baku, Clin demonstrated the extraordinary qualities befitting a chieftain's heir. He was the first to recover from the shock, promptly signaling Bam to advance while instructing Kara to retreat and summon their kin. Kara promptly retrieved a pouch containing dried wolf dung, mixed with various plants from her belongings, and cast it directly into the campfire that Li Pingyan was using for warmth. A thick plume of black smoke spiraled into the sky, immediately attracting the attention of the lookout tower in the tribe, which recognized it as a signal for rescue. Observers swiftly reported this to the clan, who dispatched a team of 7 or 8 individuals to provide assistance. The sighting of the black smoke was not limited to the Jabari tribe. It also caught the attention of a ninja squad searching for Li Pingyan. Recently, they had scoured the area for an extended period, venturing over 300 kilometers into the snowy mountains, yet had found nothing. Just when they finally detected a disturbance, it turned out to be merely a small white monkey. One hot-tempered ninja, out of frustration, drew a shuriken and swiftly dispatched the creature. The small white monkey fell to the ground, emitting a pained wail. The ninjas were astonished by its extraordinary vitality. After all, the shuriken had been poisoned, and even an adult man would have had no chance to utter a sound after such a strike. However, this diminutive creature somehow managed to endure. Doubts began to arise among the ninjas regarding the potency of their toxin. The ninja who had thrown the shuriken approached, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the monkey. For its haunting cries were unsettling. He swiftly severed the monkey's head, and finally, the lamentations ceased, eliciting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Yet, as the ninja sheathed his blade and took only a few steps, they were startled by a cacophony of anguished cries, resonating with a depth that echoed the earlier wails of the small white monkey, but far more robust. A group of white monkeys, alerted to the cries of their young, rushed to the scene, arriving just in time to witness the aftermath of a decapitation. The entire troop of white monkeys became agitated, their howls reverberating through the forest. Laden with palpable fury, each one flared their nostrils, shaking the branches in distress. The Phantom Squad, consisting of 5 members, initially regarded the situation with indifference, intending to withdraw. However, a towering white monkey, standing at nearly 2 meters, obstructed their path. Faced with the imposing figure and recalling the formidable resilience of the recently slain young monkey, the ninjas could not suppress their trepidation. One team member, overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, emitted a distress signal. Another squad, positioned within a 15-kilometer radius, would require approximately 20 minutes to arrive. Yet, the white monkeys were evidently unwilling to grant them such time. As the reinforcements approached, they witnessed the last member of the ninja squad being torn to shreds by several towering white monkeys. After confirming the annihilation of the other squad, the remaining team promptly turned to flee. However, they underestimated the white monkeys' thirst for vengeance. A roar, reminiscent of thunder, echoed from deeper within the snowy mountains, prompting the white monkeys to pursue the remaining ninja squad with fervor. In the midst of this chaos, an unsuspecting snow leopard became an unintended target of the white monkey's wrath, forced to flee desperately towards the mountain's edge. This incident led to Li Pingan and his companions being ambushed by the snow leopard. At that moment, Li Pingan had just been knocked aside by the snow leopard and was firmly clutched by its jaws. Meanwhile, Klin and Bam, young members of the Jabari tribe, though still in their youth, had wandered the snowy mountains since the age of 12, bravely facing ferocious carnivores in the depths of the snow-capped peaks. Without a hint of fear, they drew their short blades, ready to assist Li Pingan, who had selflessly shielded them from the snow leopard, thus saving their lives. As noble youths of the Jabari tribe, they felt an obligation to repay this debt of gratitude and were eager to advance. "Stay back. I'm fine. You two step aside and don't get hurt," Li Pingan shouted, his arm firmly gripped by the snow leopard. With his right hand, he pressed his index and middle fingers together and thrust them forcefully into the snow leopard's nostrils. The creature, in pain, released its grip, but its claws lashed out towards Li Pingan's chest. The moment its claws raked across him, his clothing was shredded, leaving several bloody marks on his chest. However, Li Pingan remained unperturbed. Such minor wounds would heal swiftly for him. Yet, he knew he could not afford to relent his hold on the snow leopard's nose. In nature, every creature possesses its vulnerabilities. Despite the snow leopard's remarkable resilience, able to survive a fall from a cliff, its nose was its most sensitive area, aside from its eyes. As Li Pingan secured his grip, he applied more pressure whenever the leopard struggled, gradually subduing it. Seeing the snow leopard cease its thrashing, he seized its neck with his left hand, hoisting it up before slamming it down onto the ground, rendering it dazed. He then stepped on its body, preparing to sever a part of it for cleaning and marinating in spirits. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a female snow leopard, which left him greatly disappointed. With a swift kick, he sent it away. Killing a female snow leopard could jeopardize the survival of its species in the harsh mountain environment, so he decided to let it go. Facing the still-snapping snow leopard, Li Pingan casually retrieved 20 pounds of mutton from his spatial pouch and tossed it towards the creature. The female leopard's expression transformed, as if struck by a moment of humanity. The tension of the encounter seemed to dissipate. It would be a disservice to its fierce demeanor to not seize this opportunity for a meal, yet it hesitated, knowing it could not overpower the man before it. And the tempting aroma of the meat was undeniable. Ultimately, nature proved that animals possess little pride. After a moment's indecision, the snow leopard abandoned its earlier aggression, snatched the meat, and swiftly retreated. Klin and his companions stood in stunned silence, never having anticipated that this seemingly unassuming man could engage in a physical struggle with a snow leopard and emerge victorious, all while appearing lively and unscathed. Li Pingan offered little in the way of response, feigning a search through his tent before producing a medical kit. Though his physique was notably robust, he understood the necessity of self-care. The memory of enduring blood draws back at Hydra still stung him deeply. It was all that scoundrel Schmidt's fault. He cursed vehemently. Klin approached Li Pingan and expressed gratitude. "Thank you for saving our lives. If you wish, we can escort you to our tribe now to seek medical attention." Klin was intrigued by Li Pingan's prowess, contemplating that if outsiders were indeed so formidable, then the defeat of his Jabari tribe by Wakanda was not as unjust as he'd previously thought. His father's remarks about Wakanda's victory being unearned, and that outsiders were weaklings now seemed like mere bravado. Yet, more pressing matters loomed. The ferocious beasts of the snow-capped mountains daring to encroach upon Jabari territory suggested something amiss deep within the mountains. If even the snow leopard, a top predator of the icy realm, was forced from its domain, it likely indicated unrest among the white apes. He knew he must report this to his father. Just as Li Pingyan was about to respond, a spear, swift as lightning, hurtled from the trees towards his back. The projectile flew with such velocity and silence that he scarcely had time to react, its strange material rendering it nearly inaudible in flight. It struck with brutal precision, piercing through Li Pingyan's thigh and pinning him to the ground. Chapter 18. Mbaka. This silent yet ferocious attack was unlike any injury Li Pingyan had sustained since his enhancement. He had always attempted to evade exposure to firearms, often managing to dodge assaults due to his reflexes. However, this spear, crafted from an unusual material, had approached without a whisper, and in this sparsely populated area, he had not anticipated an ambush, leaving him vulnerable to the strike. Suppressing the agonizing pain, Li Pingyan reached for the spear, and the moment he grasped it, he discerned that it was forged from vibranium. Nearby, Carlin and the others recognized the spear as belonging to their tribe, and Clin, familiar with their tribe's tactics, rushed forward to shield Li Pingyan. "Do not attack. This is not an enemy," Clin shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of Li Pingyan. The hunter, who had hurled the spear, realized his error upon witnessing Clin's intervention. He promptly lowered his weapon and, accompanied by a few companions, approached Clin's group. "What's happening? Didn't we send out a distress signal? Is this not your enemy?" The Jabari tribesman inquired urgently. "Uncle Ruba, the creature that attacked us was a snow leopard. He is the one who saved us," Clin replied hastily. "A snow leopard? Their presence should not be found within 100 miles of here," the man known as Ruba remarked, perplexed. "The snow leopard has indeed appeared, but the priority now is that our savior has been gravely injured. We must assist him at once," Clin implored urgently. "Indeed, the snow leopard is ferocious. Even if I were to confront it directly, I would surely sustain injuries, let alone your friend," remarked Luba with a carefree demeanor. Clin and the others, alongside Li Pingyan, exchanged glances, their thoughts aligned. The harm inflicted by that single spear was far more significant than that of 10 snow leopards. Luba approached Li Pingyan, inquiring, "Where are you injured?" as if he were oblivious to the spear embedded in Li Pingyan's leg. Li Pingyan remained silent, gesturing towards the spear lodged in his thigh, then fixed an unwavering gaze upon Luba. Bam could no longer contain himself, stating, "Uncle Luba, he was wounded by the spear you just threw." Luba was taken aback, his surprise genuine. "Are you suggesting this little fellow fought a snow leopard head-on and merely suffered a bite on his arm?" It was not an act. Luba understood well the formidable nature of the snow leopard. Without the vibranium spear in hand, he would stand no chance against it, not even being able to flee. After undergoing serum enhancement, Li Pingyan had grown from under 1.7 meters to 1.85 meters. Though his muscles were well-defined, they lacked the bulk of someone like Captain America. While he might appear robust among ordinary individuals, he seemed diminutive compared to the average Jabari tribesman, who typically stood at around 1.9 meters with a more corpulent physique. Li Pingyan extracted the spear from his leg, expressing dissatisfaction. "This little frame of mine hasn't even torn my clothes yet. I didn't expect to save a few familiar children only to be rewarded with a spear from their parents." Observing Li Pingyan forcefully remove the spear, several Jabari tribesmen gasped in astonishment. This little fellow exhibited remarkable resilience. Initially, they had intended to transport Li Pingyan to the tribe for medical attention, but pulling out the spear so recklessly might result in him bleeding out. Although the Jabari tribe appeared primitive, their medical practices were astonishing. A black panther, having fallen from a cliff and then swept into the frigid territory of the Jabari tribe, was carried naked and vulnerable all the way to their settlement. While individual resilience varies, the panther was notably robust, even in such dire circumstances. A modern hospital might only offer condolences to the family. Yet, the Jabari tribe managed to preserve its life, surpassing the capabilities of most contemporary medical methods. Thus, In the eyes of Luba and the others, Li Pingyan being pierced by the vibranium spear was inconsequential. As long as he was brought to the tribe, they could restore him to his former self with ease, provided they did not remove the spear, for then they would be powerless. Li Pingyan produced a medical kit, tightened a tourniquet around his thigh, administered a shot to the injury, and applied anti-inflammatory powder to stem the bleeding, diligently controlling the muscles of his leg to halt the flow of blood. This spear is rather unique. I didn't even notice it when you threw it. What is it made of? Li Pingyan feigned ignorance. Hee, it's a family heirloom, quite effective. We usually use it for hunting, Luba replied. Ruba feigned ignorance, a broad smile adorning his face as he reached out to take the spear. The material was exquisite, to my liking. I appreciate your generous gift. Li Pingyan placed the vibranium into his pocket, securing it within the spatial realm. The onlookers, bewildered, fixated on Li Pingyan's posterior for an extended moment, utterly perplexed as to where he had concealed the vibranium. Noticing the absence of the vibranium, Ruba, reminded of the grievous injury he had inflicted on the savior of several youngsters upon their first meeting, hesitated to ask for the spear and reluctantly withdrew his hand. Vibranium, a rare treasure in the outside world, was a capital offense to smuggle in Wakanda. However, within this locale, it was not uncommon. Indeed, even the hoes used for tilling the land were crafted from vibranium. Though the Jabari tribe currently lacked a source of vibranium, they possessed many tools forged from in the past, and such tools were virtually indestructible. A kitchen knife could be passed down for generations, outlasting even its owner. Thus, they were not truly deficient in vibranium. Li Pingyan interjected, inquiring, "Might I ask if your tribe has a healer? I am in dire need of medical attention." The vibranium had pierced his thigh, affecting even the bone, although Li Pingyan's recovery rate was over 10 times faster than that of an average person. It had not yet reached the superhuman level of Wolverine. Without effective medical assistance, he feared that his recovery could extend over a month. "Our tribe's healer will surely astound you," Clint replied. Ruba, carrying Li Pingyan, led the group back to the tribe. In the film Black Panther, Li Pingyan had beheld the grandeur of Jabari tribe architecture, which stood firm and unyielding amidst the precipices. Arriving at the Jabari tribe, he began to comprehend that their structures were predominantly crafted from vibranium, with a load-bearing framework composed entirely of pure vibranium, and even the roofs contained varying amounts of it. It was no wonder they were the second most powerful tribe in Africa. Despite their past defeat, they had amassed a considerable stockpile of vibranium. Upon entering the tribe, a throng of robust tribesmen gathered, inquiring about the distress signal that had previously arisen. With pride, Ruba proclaimed, "The seed of our tribe has been safely rescued by this valiant stranger." At this moment, he unconsciously turned his head to glance at Li Pingyan behind him. Noticing Li Pingyan's slight grimace, he offered an embarrassed smile and continued, "They encountered a snow leopard. It appears that the near-sighted beasts of the snowy mountains have forgotten the ferocity of the Jabari tribe. Fortunately, before our arrival, this distant friend, injured by the snow leopard, saved the seed of our tribe. Now, we must report to the chieftain so that our healer may attend to our friend's wounds." The crowd erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Well done, Ruba! Well done, stranger!" Although Li Pingyan felt a twinge of disinterest, he nonetheless smiled and nodded. Ruba, basking in the admiration, strode confidently towards the residence of the chief atop the main peak. The ground, crafted from pure, vibrating gold, exudes an air of solemnity interwoven with a sense of technological advancement. On either side of the passageway, various animal bones dangle as decorative elements, merging a sense of primal savagery with modern sophistication. At the end of the path, 2 expressionless guards stand sentinel beside the throne, protecting their chieftain. Seated upon the throne is the contemporary M'Baku, resembling a formidable mountain peak, quietly presiding over his domain. Behind him looms a vast expanse of glass, revealing the majestic, icy mountains that stand proudly outside. If one were to gaze upon such a stark and ruthless landscape all day, it would surely cultivate a heart both cold and resilient. Li Pingyan mused quietly. Ruba clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "Esteemed M'Baku, the seeds of our tribe remain safe, thanks to this foreign friend who rescued them from the threat of the snow leopards. Regrettably, our eager warriors inadvertently harmed him, and we hope to receive his forgiveness and provide him with medical assistance. M'Baku rose to his full height. The current M'Baka towers at over 2 meters. A remarkable figure even among the Jabari tribe, where the average height is around 1.90 meters. His physique is a testament to explosive strength, each movement radiating power. Chapter 19. The ape-man M'Baka, the mountain-like man, emerged from the shadows, causing Li Pingyan to feel a twinge of anxiety. The outcome of this meeting would determine whether he could remain in the Jabari tribe. Suddenly, a beaming black face appeared from the darkness. Truth be told, if it weren't for his dazzlingly bright white teeth, Li Pingyan might have doubted his own perception. Where was the chieftain, composed as a deep abyss and fierce as the wind? Before him stood a jovial, somewhat bumbling African uncle. This iteration of M'Baku approached and firmly grasped Li Pingyan's hand, exclaiming, "Comrade, thank you. You have saved the seeds of our tribe. From now on, you shall be our benefactor." Li Pingyan reciprocated the handshake with equal fervor. "Brother, you are too kind. As an uncle, it is my duty to save my own nephew. Henceforth, you shall be my brother. We are family, and in our family, there are no formalities. What is yours will be mine, and mine shall be safeguarded for all humanity." Clin stood nearby, utterly astonished, his feelings akin to bringing a classmate home only to find them bonding with your father as brothers. He realized that from then on, he would have to address this newfound brother as uncle whenever they crossed paths at school. After exchanging pleasantries, M'Baku smiled and said, "Clin, please take your Uncle Pingyan to the healer for a thorough examination." Clin, looking as if he had swallowed a fly, knew he could not ignore his father's request in front of so many witnesses and reluctantly led Li Pingyan away. Once Clin had carried Li Pingyan out of earshot, M'Baku turned to Ruba and inquired, "How many teams have reported sightings of ferocious beasts today? With no extreme weather conditions, resources should be abundant. The only reason these beasts dare to invade our territory is likely due to an uprising among the white apes in the mountains." Upon hearing these words, Ruba's voice was tinged with a hint of alarm. Only that group of white apes remains manageable. However, if it is that particular white ape, or should those wandering primates seize the opportunity, we would find ourselves in considerable trouble. M'Baku replied in a grave tone, "This is merely my conjecture. It is uncertain whether there has indeed been any unusual movement among the white apes. I plan to dispatch several teams over the coming days to investigate the mountains and ascertain the truth of this matter. I hope you will also participate in this inquiry." Ruba smiled with a carefree demeanor. "For the tribe, it is my honor." M'Baku nodded, noting that the scouts reported an increasing chaos enveloping the world, prompting the necessity of concealing their existence. "What do you think of this Li Pingyan? Is he a threat?" he inquired. "He is exceptionally formidable," Ruba replied earnestly. "He claims to be an adventurer, a seeker of the world's hidden mysteries. His encounter with Clin and the others was merely coincidental. He came in pursuit of the legendary apes said to inhabit the snow-capped mountains." At this, Ruba and M'Baku exchanged knowing glances. The existence of the apes was not a secret. In the annals of Africa's past, there had been unfortunate souls who, after narrowly escaping the snow-capped peaks, proclaimed to have witnessed these creatures. They were described as towering figures, 3 meters in height, cloaked in white fur. After residing in seclusion for several centuries, the Jabari tribe was well aware of the apes and had even interacted with them. The so-called apes were in fact a rare breed of white gorilla, constituting a population that typically hovers around 100 individuals. Possessing a certain degree of intelligence, they hunted in packs, reigning supreme at the apex of the food chain within the snow-covered mountains. As omnivores, they feasted on fruits and were not averse to consuming meat. Most encounters with these creatures involved the common white gorilla of the group. Should they cross paths with the being referred to as the ape by the Jabari tribe, they would undoubtedly find themselves prey to the white gorillas. 2 adult male white gorillas could stand against a single snow leopard, with the mightiest among them known as the ape, who held a status equivalent to that of M'Baku within the Jabari tribe. According to ancestral records, the average lifespan of a common white gorilla is around 30 years, whereas the ape boasts an impressive longevity of up to 200 years. Each year, the ape mates with a female from the tribe, producing one offspring. However, not every progeny has the potential to become a new ape. Most will develop into ordinary white gorillas of mediocre qualities. The ape retains reproductive capabilities from the ages of 50 to 150, typically siring at least 50 offspring. Among these, 2 or 3 may inherit the genes of the ape. These offspring engage in combat amongst themselves, with the victor contending for the throne against the elder ape king. The defeated are cast out from the tribe, while the victor ascends as the true ape king. Naturally, should the reigning ape king meet an untimely demise in battle, a fate that has indeed transpired, the previously exiled apes may return to the tribe to vie for dominance, with the successful contender emerging as the new ape king, while the vanquished continue to wander. Thus, alongside the wandering apes, each generation of the white ape lineage harbors 2 or 3 adult apes. Although these nomadic beings do not reside within the tribe, they remain ever vigilant of the white apes' movements, biding their time until they can transcend their status as failures and ascend to become the ape king of their kind. Historical records indicate that the most recent challenge for the throne occurred a decade ago, when the old ape king was successfully challenged by one of 2 apes birthed between 60 to 90 years prior, retreating to the depths of the snow-capped mountains. The new ape king has reigned for 10 years, now aged between 60 and 90, and during this decade, he has sired but a single ape. The Jabari people are privy to this intelligence because, prior to their arrival in this mountainous region, the entire snowy expanse was the domain of the white apes. Upon resettlement, the Jabari were deemed by the white apes as an encroaching black ape tribe vying for territory, an assessment held solely by the white apes and not aligned with the author's views. Consequently, intense conflict arose between the 2 tribes. In a bare-handed confrontation, none could rival a robust adult white ape. However, the stark distinction between humans and animals lies in humanity's adeptness at crafting various tools. The Jabari, affluent enough to forge picks from vibranium, were well equipped with sharp weaponry. Soon, both tribes suffered losses, yet the Jabari successfully established a foothold, prompting the white ape race to relinquish control of the mountain's periphery and retreat further into its depths. Nevertheless, in the face of the formidable white ape lineage, the Jabari exercised caution, dispatching small teams every 5 years to investigate the status of the white apes, accumulating knowledge over centuries to arrive at the current understanding. According to records, when the Jabari first entered the snowy realm, even with the aid of vibranium weaponry, they could not contend with the robust ape king of that era. The Jabari were forced to endure within their caves, claiming a small territory for hunting, struggling to sustain their tribe. Eventually, an individual named M'Baku received divine guidance from the white ape god in his dreams, leading him to the depths of the mountains where he vanquished the aging ape king of the previous generation. By consuming its flesh and blood, he earned the blessings of the white ape god, gaining unimaginable abilities, thus enabling him to confront the ape king and reclaim the advantage. Empowered by such formidable strength, M'Baku descended once more to clandestinely challenge the Black Panther, only to find himself slightly outmatched, prompting his discreet return to the snowy heights. The tribe recounts this event as follows. The king emerged with the fury of thunder, battling the Black Panther in the wilderness. Yet to protect his kin, he was afflicted by an old wound from a malevolent ape and suffered a regrettable defeat against the panther. However, the king's demeanor was grand, unmatched by mere mortals, and he did not attribute his loss to external factors, departing with laughter and sealing the mountain. Upon his return, M'Baku began to lead his people in utilizing vibranium to construct their own tribe, forging more weapons, even crafting kitchen knives from vibranium to fend off the white ape's disturbances. Once the tribe was fully established, the white ape lineage could no longer pose a significant threat to their reproductive stability, allowing the Jabari to finally settle securely in the snowy mountains. 80 years have elapsed, and the venerable M'Baku, now a centenarian at age 110, has passed away. It is noteworthy that the Jabari tribe's medical practices prioritized the treatment of injuries rather than the maintenance of health, resulting in an average lifespan of merely 60 years. Thus, 110 years is akin to 2 generations for them. The members of the tribe attribute this longevity to the essence of the ape, Yet since Mbaku's time, no one has been able to receive the divine imprint of the white ape and acquire its strength. The legend of the white ape has long been circulated without issue. It is said to have saved the seeds of our tribe, and until there is evidence to suggest otherwise, we shall treat it with the utmost respect, M'Baku remarked. Lupa, understanding this, took his leave as M'Baku had no further instructions. Approaching the grand floor-to-ceiling window, M'Baku observed a tempest brewing outside, dark clouds enveloping the mountain peaks, while a biting wind whipped through the valleys. Contemplating the reports of chaos from the outside world and the unusual unrest among the beasts within the mountains, beneath M'Baku's seemingly calm exterior lay a profound sense of anxiety. The current state of the world felt increasingly perilous, and he recognized the necessity of acquiring greater strength to protect his people, a strength he believed resided within the snowy mountains. Chapter 20. A lifespan of 20 years, nephew. Is your tribe's physician the sort who burns paper in an ash and feeds it to me while singing and dancing to heal? Li Ping'an inquired with a serious expression. Indeed, if you find it uncomfortable, do not resist. Otherwise, you may be deemed possessed by evil spirits. Our medical council believes you have offended the deities and may bind you to a pillar and burn you alive, Clin replied earnestly. Seeing Clin's serious demeanor, Li Ping'an managed a somewhat awkward smile and stated, I believe my injuries are not severe. I can fully heal on my own. It seems your large tribe lacks for nothing, so I shall simply stay here for a month. It is late. We have arrived, Clin said impassively as he carried Li Ping'an inside. Initially, Li Ping'an thought Clin was a good-natured individual who not only treated him to fine food, but also saved him and his companions, Bam and Kara. He had worried about being taken back to the tribe for treatment, but to his surprise, Clin immediately turned to his father as a brother and shamelessly referred to him as nephew, which left Clin feeling somewhat vexed. What he had anticipated as bringing home a friend had instead resulted in the arrival of an elder, a situation both amusing and exasperating. Nonetheless, despite his complaints, Clin was genuinely concerned for Li Ping'an's injuries. His earlier remarks had been in jest, and he certainly would not betray his savior. The room where the physician worked was also constructed from vibranium, and upon entering, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, gently flowing into Li Ping'an's nostrils and subsequently into his lungs. In this pure and soothing fragrance, Li Ping'an's body began to relax. What plant produces this fragrance? Li Ping'an inquired with keen interest. This is the scent of burning talisman paper, Clin responded. A voice tinged with playful sarcasm emerged from behind, as a tall black woman pushed aside the curtain and entered from outside where Li Ping'an was. Li Ping'an realized that the teasing exchange he had just shared with Clin had been overheard, and could only respond with a sheepish smile. Clin approached and said, Aunt Rem, this is my savior. He has been injured, and I hope you can assist him. The physician referred to as Aunt Rem replied, I am aware. Word has spread outside, and the entire tribe knows that you were rescued by this friend of yours. Many are eager to witness the one who survived a battle with a snow leopard, unarmed. As she spoke, Rem stepped closer to Li Ping'an to examine his wounds. The injury on his arm resembled a beast's claw mark, while the wound on his leg appeared to have been inflicted by one of our tribe's spears. After her observation, Rem offered her assessment. Moreover, your wounds are not excessively bleeding. Some of the blood vessels in the leg have already begun to heal, which is not characteristic of fresh injuries. It seems as if you have been in a state of tranquil recuperation for a week. Drawing from her experience, Rem made her judgment. She then instructed Clin to carry Li Ping'an inside and place him on a platform, where a device resembling a scanner hovered above him. Despite understanding the peculiarities of the Marvel Universe, Li Ping'an felt an overwhelming sense of dissonance. The Jabari tribe, clad in furs and wielding spears, appeared to embody a primitive civilization, yet they possessed advanced scanning technology and astonishing architectural structures. In a Marvel narrative, all of this was attributed to the influence of vibranium. However, to Li Ping'an, it seemed utterly implausible. Even a nation the size of Wakanda, combined with a few other tribes, likely did not boast a particularly large population. It is essential to recognize that the development of a coherent and systematic body of scientific knowledge requires the diligent efforts of countless predecessors. who identify problems that subsequent generations of geniuses painstakingly unravel, passing down the torch of civilization through the ages. A larger population naturally yields a greater number of prodigies. Yet the combined population of the tribes in Wakanda likely does not exceed 1 million, making the notion that Wakanda has advanced nearly 1,000 years ahead of Earth quite fantastical. While Li Pingyan was lost in thought, the results of Rim's examination were revealed. You have scratches on your chest, bite marks on your left arm, and the most severe injury is the penetrating wound on your thigh, which has also inflicted damage to the bone. After a brief pause, Rim continued, "Your physique is astonishingly robust. The density of your muscles is extraordinary, and your bones possess a hardness comparable to that of an elephant's." With a hint of exasperation, Rim remarked, "I think I understand how that rascal Luba managed to save you. Your cellular metabolism operates at 6 times the rate of an average individual." Upon encountering this information, I found myself questioning the reliability of our equipment, as such a metabolic rate bestows upon you an exceptionally formidable capacity for self-healing. Injuries that could incapacitate or even prove fatal to an ordinary person may merely result in slightly more severe wounds for you. Rem appeared as though she had seen a ghost. However, this rapid self-repair can also lead to complications. For instance, some blood vessels in your legs have already fused with the nearby capillaries. If left to heal unchecked, you might experience chronic numbness and a persistent chill in your legs due to impaired blood circulation, Rim stated with a serious demeanor. The gravest concern lies in the accelerated rate of your cellular regeneration. Despite being fundamentally human lifespan is finite. Estimates suggest that you have merely 20 years remaining, though the silver lining is that you will maintain your peak condition throughout this period. Rim's expression was devoid of emotion as she imparted this information. "You are a being who has exchanged longevity for strength," she articulated her perspective. For the Jabari tribe, whose average lifespan is merely 60 years, trading a life expectancy of 40 for such immense power would undoubtedly be a tempting proposition. However, for Li Pingyan, who feels he has not yet lived enough, the thought of immortality is tantalizing. Unlike his previous life as a hopeless wage slave, he now possesses strength and vitality, able to acquire all he desires: luxury cars, beautiful women, champagne, and cigars. He yearns to explore the cosmos and traverse the stars. 20 years, in his eyes, is far from sufficient. This reflects the mindset of an ordinary individual, where even a minute spent in the drudgery of a 9-to-9 work schedule feels excessive, while a century spent surrounded by luxury seems insufficient. Li Pingyan had previously speculated that Captain America's metabolism was 4 times that of a normal person and, logically, he should have only lived into his 40s. Yet, the story necessitated a transition to a new Captain America, allowing him to reach his 90s. If one considers that some claim metabolic capability exceeds 4-fold, then a lifespan might also extend proportionately, making it plausible for Captain America to live well beyond 200 years. Thus, at the age of 90, he should be in the prime of life rather than appearing decrepit. Now, Li Pingyan's conjecture has been validated. He has roughly 20 years of life left, instilling in him a sense of melancholy while simultaneously solidifying his resolve. In the Marvel Universe, there are numerous avenues to extend one's lifespan, such as Wolverine's mutant abilities or the Ancient One drawing dark energy from the dark dimension, enabling her to live for centuries. However, none of these abilities guarantee immortality. Moreover, in Marvel, power does not equate to longevity. One can possess great strength yet still face the limits of lifespan. Even the mighty Odin lived for only a few thousand years, while the seemingly less powerful Eternals are not bound by such limitations. As a human, Li Pingyan cannot pursue this direction. There are several instances in films where the concept of immortality is explored. In X-Men, First Class, the character Sebastian Shaw possesses a self-healing factor that decelerates his aging process. Upon absorbing energy, he regains much of his youth, effectively rendering him immortal in a certain sense. In Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, it is stated that the 10 rings can grant eternal life. Li Pingyan expresses his desire for the 10 rings and is equally intrigued by Sebastian Shaw's abilities. However, He realizes that his current capabilities are insufficient to achieve both goals. His immediate priority is to harness the power of the apes for further enhancement. While Li Pingyan is lost in thought, Luba enters the room. Despite his simple demeanor, he senses a heaviness in the atmosphere and boldly inquires, "What is going on? Has someone died?" Li Pingyan shoots him a glance and retorts, "Luba, once I'm healed, I must have a match with you." Luba, upon hearing this, chuckles and scratches his head. "I thought the mood was too somber. I didn't want to stifle you all. When you're better, I'll gladly spar with you, but do take care of those little limbs of yours." Reem interjects, "Even if he is not fully recovered, you wouldn't stand a chance against him." Luba scoffs, "What nonsense! I, Luba, am unmatched in one-on-one combat in the tribe. Save for the chief. How could I possibly be inferior to a little guy?" Clin relays Reem's comment to Luba, who impatiently responds, "I'm a simple man. I don't understand these things." "What does that mean?" Reem rolls her eyes. "It means that your little opponent could easily make you cry for your mother with just one hand. Once he is healed, defeating you will be like swatting a child." Li Pingyan, observing the exchange, realizes that something is amiss between the two and decides to remain silent, knowing that any interruption could lead to unforeseen trouble. He shrinks back, attempting to minimize his presence. "Little guy, are you really that impressive?" Baru approaches the bedside, pressing Li Pingyan for an answer, far superior to those who merely boast. He retorts, "Come on, show him your prowess." Li Pingyan, Reem encourages enthusiastically. Even Clin appears intrigued, eager to witness whether Li Pingyan truly possesses such formidable strength. Realizing he cannot evade the situation, Li Pingyan resorts to a clever ruse. "Oh, my leg hurts terribly. Doctor, please attend to me." He feigns distress. "Step aside. Do not hinder my efforts to save lives. If you have something to say, speak directly. If not, do not linger here." Reem instructs while preparing medical equipment for Li Pingyan to promote healing and applying herbal remedies to prevent inflammation. This time, the field investigation team includes me. "The chief has requested we delve deeper," Baru states. Reem briefly pauses her work. "Then let us go. We venture every 5 years. What is the fuss?" Baru responds earnestly. "This time is different. There are reports of a white ape uprising. Judging by the chief's demeanor, I believe he intends to join us." Chapter 21. The Patriarch's Invitation. Do you believe the Patriarch wishes to personally venture deep into the snow-capped mountains for investigation? As Rem tended to Li Pingyan with her instruments, she expressed skepticism towards Ruba's assessment. In her recollection, Ruba's intelligence did not support his ability to read the subtleties of human behavior. In previous expeditions, the Patriarch never provided explicit instructions. This time, however, he specifically reminded me, and given his character, he would certainly come to escort Li Pingyan, the savior of his son. Yet, he currently presents a demeanor laden with concern, which does not escape the keen eyes of Ruba, who asserted this with conviction. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan's thoughts began to race. If he could accompany the Jabari people, his chances of locating the elusive ape would significantly increase. "I have also come in search of the ape in the heart of the snow-capped mountains. If possible, I would like to join you on this journey. My capabilities are quite formidable, and I possess methods to carry substantial supplies. I would be of great utility to your endeavor," Li Pingyan stated earnestly. Ruba harbored doubts about Li Pingyan's claims of strength, yet was intrigued by his ability to transport provisions. "Is it that talent of yours, where you conceal items by tucking them away?" Upon hearing Ruba's description, Li Pingyan's expression darkened, though he found it difficult to counter. "However, your wound may not heal in time. We are set to depart in 2 weeks," Ruba remarked with a hint of regret. "That is not the crux of the matter. With our herbal remedies, the wound can heal within a week, but the critical issue is—" Rem interjected, hesitating slightly, revealing her concerns. Ultimately, she continued, "The pivotal point is that no outsiders have ever participated in previous exploratory teams. If we were to allow Li Pingyan to join, it would necessitate communication with the Patriarch and others." Rem's words subtly conveyed to Li Pingyan that entry into the expedition required the Patriarch's consent. Li Pingyan understood, yet remained indifferent. If Makabu, the current leader, were to agree, it would facilitate his direct entry into the snow-covered mountains. Should they refuse, he could still follow them at a distance of 3 to 4 miles, confident that they would not detect his presence. In the overarching quest to locate the white ape, identifying the whereabouts of the Jabari tribe proved paramount. Initially, Li Pingyan's plan to extract precise information about the white ape from the Jabari tribe was far less amicable. Now, by a stroke of fortune, he had rescued their young master, infiltrated the Jabari tribe, and garnered a measure of their limited friendship, allowing him to discard his earlier violent intentions. After all, having just forged a bond with Makabu, he felt reluctant to resort to force. Ruba declared, "Li Pingyan saved the seed of our tribe. He is a friend to us, since we have the opportunity to assist a friend in fulfilling his desires. I believe the patriarch will not refuse." With that, Ruba returned to discuss the matter with Makabu. As Li Pingyan observed the departing figure of Baru, a suspicion began to form in his mind. While the Jabara tribe might be indifferent to his own prowess, they would undoubtedly be quite concerned with the methods he could employ to supply resources. Indeed, upon returning to report to M'Baku, Ruba conveyed this matter, prompting M'Baku to inquire if Baru had mentioned the quantity of supplies he could carry or the means by which he would do so. Ruba admitted that he had not specified, merely stating that he could bring a considerable amount. It appeared that this adventurer was far from ordinary. After all, a simple individual would struggle to traverse the world alone in pursuit of exploration. M'Baku remarked with an impassive demeanor. Furthermore, he was formidable, according to Raimu. He could easily contend with me. As Ruba uttered these words, a hint of discontent flickered across his face. He prided himself on being the second bravest warrior of the tribe, and, having never clashed with Li Pingyan, could not fathom being outmatched by such a diminutive figure. M'Baku, somewhat taken aback, recognized that Raimu was his sister and was well aware of Ruba's relationship with her. It was likely that Raimu exaggerated her claim to provoke Ruba. Yet the notion that Li Pingyan could defeat Ruba was indisputable. His inclusion would undoubtedly enhance the survival rate of their expedition. With a calculative mindset, he proposed to Ruba, "Let us visit him tomorrow to inquire how much he can carry, and subsequently devise a more detailed plan." Meanwhile, Li Pingyan had concluded his treatment and was now enjoying a hot pot meal with Raimu and Clin. Although Raimu felt curious about the origins of Li Pingyan's ingredients, she refrained from probing further, as nothing was more significant at that moment than the delectable feast before them. While Li Pingyan's culinary skills were modest, the ingredients he utilized were of the highest quality, and the nature of hot pot cuisine itself does not demand exceptional culinary expertise. Moreover, the usual fare for Raimu and her companions consisted solely of salt for seasoning, so Li Pingyan's use of spices that were millennia ahead of theirs delighted their palates. He then introduced sweet grape wine as a beverage, and after a few cups, both Clin and Raimu became pleasantly intoxicated. Raimu incessantly called out to Li Pingyan as brother, while Clin affectionately referred to him as uncle. Seizing the opportune moment, Li Pingyan began to inquire whether they were familiar with the tale of Tarzan. Raimu giggled uncontrollably, quipping, "What Tarzan? More like M'Baka the ape." With a hiccup, she continued, "That must be a misunderstanding on my part. Dear sister, please regale me with the story of M'Baka the ape." Li Pingyan feigned a smile and asked. Clin, slightly inebriated, eagerly declared, "Oh, I can answer that question." Li Pingyan poured another cup of wine for Clin and prompted, "Then enlighten us with the tale of M'Baka the ape." With narrowed eyes, Clin savored the wine, relishing the moment, and began to expound on the subject. Amidst the convivial exchange, Li Pingyan not only learned the story of M'Baka the ape, but also became thoroughly acquainted with the Jabara tribe's centuries-long investigations into the white ape. Upon learning that there existed not just one, but multiple primitive beings, Li Pingyan was elated. He resolved to hunt these beings, consuming their flesh and blood to facilitate his own evolution and, as a delightful bonus, extend his lifespan. It was truly a remarkable two-for-one opportunity. The following day, M'Baku arrived at the Rem Medical Clinic, astonished to find Clin and Rem sprawled on the table, deep in slumber. He hurriedly roused them, inquiring about the situation. Li Pingyan, that fellow, conjured a veritable feast out of nowhere, claiming he wished to treat Clin and me to a meal. Then he produced an array of delightful beverages. After sampling a few sips, I lost track of time. It was quite enjoyable, So I indulged further until you both arrived, Rem explained, her head still swirling. What did you drink? Are you all right? M'Baku asked in a flurry of concern. Understanding his apprehensions, Rem refrained from mocking him, simply stating, it was likely the wine that our ancestors spoke of. Ever since we settled in the snowy mountains, we have lamented the lack of ingredients suitable for brewing. Now, having tasted it, I can comprehend their sentiments. Relieved by Rem's reassurances, M'Baku's worry dissipated, yet curiosity piqued him about the wine she mentioned. He seized a bottle from the table and tilted it towards his lips. However, he drank too hastily, choking on the liquid and sputtering it back out, followed by a fit of coughing. Rem chuckled at M'Baku's predicament, recalling her own initial encounter with the drink. Take it slow, don't choke, she advised. Embarrassed, M'Baku scratched his head and took a cautious sip. The sweet, refreshing fruit wine, imbued with the unique fragrance of the fruit wood, filled his throat and nostrils. The delightful sweetness of the fruit and the fiery warmth of the alcohol instantly captivated his palate. Without regard for his earlier choking experience, M'Baku, resembling a bear that had stumbled upon honey, began to drink voraciously. After swiftly finishing half a bottle, he broke into a sweat, exhaling deeply, and, disregarding the presence of the clan leader, slammed the bottle onto the table, exclaiming, refreshing. Meanwhile, M'Baku was more intrigued by Li Pingyin's inexplicable ability to produce an assortment of items. However, Rem too was baffled by how Li Pingyin accomplished this feat. Every time he retrieved something, he merely extended his hand behind him and it appeared. With no answers forthcoming, M'Baku resumed his inquiry about Li Pingyin's whereabouts. Just then, M'Baku's loud clattering of the bottle startled the two engaged in conversation. It was precisely due to M'Baku's clumsy nature that he opposed his sister's relationship with him. Yet he chose not to voice his discontent at that moment. Li Pingyin, who had been sleeping inside, was awakened by the commotion. Upon emerging, he asked, "What are you all doing so early in the morning?" M'Baku responded, "My good brother, please tell us how much material you can bring at once." Li Pingyin gestured, indicating, perhaps around the size of this room. The chamber they occupied was roughly 6 meters wide, 8 meters long, and over 3 meters high. Li Pingyin was equipped with a considerable amount of supplies, and there was still room for other items, allowing for the accommodation of approximately 300 cubic meters more. However, he disclosed only half of this information, a habit deeply ingrained in his Chinese heritage. M'Baku was overjoyed, even if there were merely 100 cubic meters. The food that could fit within even a modest space would suffice to sustain the expedition team for an entire month. With such an extensive carrying capacity, as long as the provisions were wisely organized, the sustenance would be adequate for the team's operations in the snowy mountains for an entire year. Thus, he expressed his elation to Li Pingyin, saying, "Very well, I will adjust the expedition team to welcome your addition." Li Pingyin, suppressing his excitement, realized that joining the expedition team would signify a significant step toward his success. If he could eliminate the ape men upon encountering the white ape, he would have fulfilled his objectives for this phase. With a beaming smile, he extended his hand, saying, "May our collaboration be fruitful." M'Baku reciprocated the gesture, and the two reached a consensus. Li Pingyin would provide the supplies, and the expedition team would assist him in locating the white ape tribe for documentation. M'Baku, feeling a bit bashful, added, "Hee, good brother, do you still have any of that wine?" Luba, that fool, drank it all in one go, and I would like to try some. Li Pingyin, not one to be stingy, produced a case of wine and said to M'Baku, "I will keep a few bottles for myself. This case is yours." M'Baku, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Thank you. I will make sure you get to meet the Ape King." Luba stood up, looking at Li Pingyin with a pitiful expression, and Li Pingyin understood his intent, handing him 2 bottles of wine. "I only have 1 bottle left for myself, so don't blame me if it's not enough," Li Pingyin comforted him. "Of course, I don't mind. Ha! I will protect you on the way," Luba laughed heartily. In Luba's mind, although Li Pingyin had bravely faced the snow leopard and was acknowledged by Reem as someone who could easily overpower him, he had yet to engage in actual combat. Leaving Luba feeling somewhat unsatisfied, Li Pingyin appreciated the sentiment. While he did not require Luba's protection, the gesture brought him joy. However, feeling generous himself, he drew a dagger from his waist, stating, "I notice you like that spear. but you still need a close combat weapon. I'll give you this dagger. Li Pingyan, disregarding any pretense, knew this was a vibranium dagger and could not resist playing with it as he asked, "Do you have any other weapons? I can offer you some fine items from the outside." Luba chuckled. "We have plenty of daggers like this one. Don't worry." After bidding farewell to Luba, the phrase "we have plenty of this" lingered in his mind, prompting him to call for Klin and prepare to execute a plan during this time. Chapter 22. The Street Economy. Honest transactions for all brotherly Pingyan. How many candies can I trade for this fork? I want to trade my kitchen knife for a cake. And me, I want to exchange this hoe from my home for chocolate. A group of children from the Jabari tribe gathered around Li Pingyan, chattering excitedly as they sought to exchange their possessions for his intriguing assortment of snacks. No need to rush. No need to rush. 1 pound of tools for 3 pounds of treats. Form an orderly queue and refrain from shouting. There's enough for everyone. Brother Pingyan has plenty to share. Li Pingyan's smile was as broad as could be. Just a few days prior, he had set up a makeshift stall in the Jabari tribe, offering an array of colorful candies and chocolates. The children, having never encountered such vibrant confections, were utterly captivated. Yet, they were at a loss as to what they could offer in return. Li Pingyan, aware of the wealth hidden within their households, even their forks fashioned from precious metals, understood their value better than they did. With an innocent smile reminiscent of cheerful vendors, he addressed the children. "Would you like to try some? Here, let me treat you." Without waiting for a response, he unwrapped a piece of candy and placed it in the mouth of one eager child. The moment the child tasted the candy, their eyes sparkled with delight. "If you like it, I can give you a few more." He then stuffed a handful of candies and chocolates into the child's pocket, grinning as he added, "Take these and share them with your friends." Life in the Jabari community was arduous, surviving in the harsh, snowy mountains. Their existence relied on unity among tribe members, and the spirit of communal harmony was instilled even in the children, fostering a willingness to share. Upon returning home, the child did not hoard the treats, but generously distributed them among their peers. Within 10 minutes, the child returned, leading a group of 10 others back to Li Pingyan's stall. He presented them with a cake, which they devoured eagerly, their eyes still fixed on him with longing. Seeing the impact of his promotion take shape, Li Pingyan felt a surge of joy within. Ah, free treats are truly the most coveted. Noticing their continued interest, he remarked, "I still have more goodies, but they require an exchange. What would you like, big brother? I have meat at home. Can we trade for these treats?" inquired the first child who had approached him. Li Pingyan, with a sincere expression, replied, "Oh no, I cannot accept your meat. It is far too precious, earned through your parents' hard work. But we have nothing else," a timid little girl interjected. "Tell you what, anything metallic you might have at home could be traded for these goodies. Forks, knives, anything like that will do," Li Pingyan encouraged, his earnest demeanor drawing even the most cautious of hearts closer. The children, feeling a genuine warmth from Li Pingyan, rushed back to their homes, eager to fetch something to offer in return. Before long, the children emerged one by one from their homes, brandishing forks, kitchen knives, and hoes in exchange for candy, accompanied by the adults from their households. Upon witnessing their children carrying pots and pans from home, the adults could not refrain from inquiring about the purpose of such antics. Upon receiving an explanation, they harbored suspicions that their children might have been deceived, prompting them to follow along to assess the situation. Should their offspring indeed have fallen victim to trickery, they were prepared to administer a stern lesson to the perpetrator. Upon arrival, Li Pingyan meticulously weighed each item using a balance scale, exchanging 1 pound of precious metal for 3 pounds of candy and chocolate. The parents, observing Li Pingyan's fairness in transactions, refrained from voicing any objections. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan took the opportunity to examine each item brought by the children, delighting inwardly as he realized that these were indeed authentic precious metals. In the external world, such metals were traded by the gram, and the proceeds from even a single gram could fund an entire candy factory. Were it not for the limited quantity of candy at his disposal, he would have gladly offered these charming children a pound of precious metal in exchange for 10 pounds of sweets. Seeing their children reveling in the sweetness of the candy, and recognizing that Li Pingyan was not manipulating the scales, the adults, having provided only surplus household items, were inclined to dismiss any concerns and prepared to return home. However, Li Pingyan had no intention of letting them off the hook. If he could profit from the children's transactions, surely the adults' wealth was not to be overlooked either. Thus, he produced a jar of fine salt. Do not question why Li Pingyan hoarded such an abundance of salt and candy during wartime. These commodities were universally recognized as valuable currency. His initial plan was to capitalize on them elsewhere, driven by the instincts of a frugal citizen from a past life. Though not necessarily in need, the more wealth, the better. While he had yet to convert this salt and candy into gold, transforming it into the far more valuable precious metal was an unforeseen windfall. He addressed the adults, stating, "This is fine salt. Those in need may exchange metal with me at the rate of 1 pound of metal for 10 pounds of salt." It is worth noting that salt served as the sole seasoning for the Jabari tribe, and its scarcity made Li Pingyan's offer exceptionally enticing. Consequently, the adults hurried back home to gather items for trade with him. Within a week, Li Pingyan successfully exchanged the majority of his salt and candy for a substantial amount of precious metal, clearing out his previously accumulated stock. Gazing at the considerable quantity of precious metal in his spatial storage, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Despite the lightweight nature of the precious metal, it remained a form of metal, inherently heavier than water. Li Pingyan beamed with satisfaction, akin to a prosperous landlord celebrating a bountiful harvest. After a week had passed, with most of his hoarded salt and candy transformed into precious metal and his injuries fully healed, he turned his attention to Mbaku, inquiring about the preparations on that front. It had been confirmed that the recent increase in wild animals was caused by an inexplicable uprising among the white ape clan in the mountains, as reported by a tall black man to Mbaku. This time, 50 valiant warriors were summoned for an in-depth investigation. A venture anticipated to last no less than 3 months and potentially extend to 6. Such an endeavor would inevitably deplete our defensive capabilities, thereby jeopardizing our tribe's ability to secure sufficient sustenance during the hunting season. Consequently, the members of our tribe would endure considerable hardship over the ensuing months. The speaker, Li Pingyan, was acutely aware that the elder of the tribe, who also served as an advisor, was articulating these concerns. In light of the current tumultuous external circumstances, with the white ape clan stirring unrest within the snowy mountains, it is imperative that we bolster our strength to navigate the shifting tides. Thus, I have resolved to challenge the Ape King and procure the primordial power of Mbaku. While Mbaku conferred with the elder, his tone bore an unmistakable hint of skepticism. Yet, the issues surrounding food and defense presented formidable challenges. 50 able-bodied men would require provisions for at least half a month, and the arduous journey would severely undermine the warrior's combat efficacy. The elder spoke once more. "I shall address the logistical concerns. I can ensure provisions for the journey and the tribe's defense." Just then, Li Pingyan entered, interjecting his resolve. He was determined not to let extraneous matters hinder his enhancement. "Are you not the vendor who has been setting up stalls of late?" The elder recognized Li Pingyan, having exchanged considerable amounts of fine salt with him. He was indeed an adventurer, eager to join our expedition and capable of providing vital support. Mbaku succinctly introduced him. "Pray tell, esteemed guest, what do you mean by offering provisions for the journey and addressing the tribe's defense?" Li Pingyan responded with humility. "I mean it in the most literal sense. I can supply food and shelter for the investigation team throughout their journey. This expedition comprises over 50 individuals, necessitating a substantial amount of resources. While I perceive your noble demeanor suggests you are no ordinary individual, transporting such a considerable load is no trivial matter," the elder remarked with graciousness, his words laced with charm, even as he expressed doubt regarding Li Pingyan's claims. Noticing the elder's courtesy, Li Pingyan replied, "Elder, please observe." With a sweeping gesture, a multitude of tents materialized before them: military camouflage, luxurious civilian types, snow-resistant insulated tents, portable camping models, and a colossal tent capable of accommodating 30 individuals. Additionally, there was a massive air mattress, which Li Pingyan had purchased after a knowing exchange with the vendor, resulting in a generous discount. Beyond the tents, stacks of military rations rose into small hills. This impressive array of supplies left both the elder and Mbaku wide-eyed in astonishment. Initially, Mbaku believed that Li Pingyan could merely transport a significant quantity of goods, but he had not anticipated that this individual would come bearing resources. In that moment, Although M'Baku was unaware of the concept of capitalism, he felt the allure of this sweetened artillery. As he gazed upon Li Pingan, who provided sustenance and shelter, M'Baku momentarily forgot the purpose of his earlier cautionary words to Ruba regarding Li Pingan. If Li Pingan had laid traps ahead, for the sake of the abundant supplies, he would leap into them without hesitation. After regaining his composure, he spoke. I have heard about your recent ventures in street vending. Given the substantial resources you offer, we shall not be stingy. What is it you desire? I am particularly intrigued by our unique metal, which is entirely unlike any found outside. If possible, I would like to exchange it for some metal, Li Pingan responded. Of course, if that is not feasible, I have amassed a fair amount of metal during this time. He added. The elder exchanged glances with M'Baku, and it seemed they had reached a resolute decision. Come with me, M'Baku said. Following him, Li Pingan traversed a suspension bridge to another snow-capped mountain. M'Baku led him to the mountain's base, pointing to a seemingly inconspicuous pile of stones, instructing Li Pingan to assist in moving the rocks. They unveiled a technologically advanced metallic door, towering 10 meters and 5 meters wide, its surface smooth and seamless. Li Pingan approached and pushed against it, only to find that its texture was not that of a typical metallic door. His effort vanished, as if into the ocean. And as he exerted more force, a counterforce from the door repelled him. Undoubtedly, this door was composed of vibranium. At that moment, M'Baku removed a necklace of beast teeth from around his neck, opening one of the teeth to reveal a key. He approached a stone beside the door and pressed down firmly. A metallic plate on the door sprang open, revealing a keyhole. M'Baku inserted the key and turned it with force, causing the metallic door to slowly creak open. As the door fully swung open, the sight within caused Li Pingan's pupils to tremble with astonishment. Chapter 23. Civilize the spirit, barbarize the body. The revelation within the cavern was truly shocking. It extended deep into darkness, flanked by densely packed heaps of ore. Are all of these vibranium? Li Pingan asked incredulously. Upon receiving M'Baku's affirmative response, he swallowed hard. This is all our vibranium. You may take vibranium equivalent in volume to the supplies you bring, M'Baku stated. I'm also curious about how you propose to assist us in resolving our defense issues. Seeing M'Baku's candor, Li Pingan decided to be forthcoming as well. He retrieved a shotgun from his space and began to explain. This object, resembling a firewood stick, is called a shotgun. It is straightforward to operate and easy to load. With this firearm, even a mere civilian can slay a formidable beast. Li Pingan aimed the shotgun at a nearby rock and fired, shattering it into fragments. Before M'Baku could recover from his astonishment, Li Pingan continued his exposition. However, the drawback of this shotgun is its limited range. If the target is too distant, it becomes challenging to hit. He then produced a sniper rifle and continued his introduction to M'Baku. This weapon, a formidable sniper rifle, boasts significant power and an extensive range. However, its slow firing rate limits its effectiveness to targets beyond 100 meters. He demonstrated by loading the rifle and firing at a rock situated over 100 meters away, shattering it into a pile of rubble. M'Baku, possessing keen eyesight, observed this with clarity. The rifle was, in fact, a rapid-fire weapon with considerable strength and a broad attack range. In encounters with multiple adversaries, a single volley would often reduce them to a mere swarm of chaos. This weapon, known as a heavy machine gun, could easily lay waste to even 100 fierce beasts if stationed atop their tower. Subsequently, Li Pingan showcased several mortars and grenades to M'Baku, leaving him utterly astonished. In the end, after presenting all his equipment, M'Baku embraced Li Pingan and proclaimed, "Brother, take as much vibranium as you can. I wish to acquire all these rifles and machine guns. What say you?" Li Pingan agreed, adding that he would also provide 50 cubic meters of ammunition, 800 mortar shells, and 30 crates of heavy machine gun rounds, sufficient for the tribe to fend off any approaching beasts. Thus, a friendly cooperation was established, with M'Baku offering vibranium in exchange for Li Pingan's weapons and training for the tribe. Li Pingan felt that this transaction was exceedingly worthwhile, as these weapons were seized from the Hydra base and occupied space in his inventory, converting them into vibranium, the most renowned metal in the Marvel Universe, was a gratifying prospect, even if he himself wouldn't utilize them. Both parties expressed satisfaction with the agreement, believing it resolved their immediate challenges while also alleviating inventory concerns. Li Pingyan emphasized to M'Baku the importance of storing the ammunition in a dry, ventilated place free from water and fire hazards, conditions easily met in the Jabari tribe, where numerous vibranium-constructed basements were available. Upon returning to the tribe, M'Baku promptly gathered the villagers, requesting that Li Pingyan instruct them in the use of firearms. Days passed in this training center, and soon, the designated departure date arrived. Unlike their initial state, the Jabari tribe now stood fully armed. With 2 heavy machine guns mounted atop the village watchtower and a patrol unit equipped with rifles to guard against the beasts driven from the snow-capped mountains by the white apes. Observing the fully equipped patrol, M'Baku felt a sense of relief. He had initially feared that taking so many able-bodied men would leave the village vulnerable to sudden beast attacks. But it seemed that all concerns had been alleviated thanks entirely to Li Pingyan's efforts. In contrast, Li Pingyan, armed with a camera, incessantly captured the farewells of the departing individuals and the members of the investigative team, all the while inquiring about their sentiments, whether they felt reluctant, and if they had taken a wife, among other queries. As he continued his questioning, he inadvertently brought tears to the eyes of several young men, who were embarking on their first journey through the snow-covered mountains. Concerned that such inquiries might dampen the morale of the troops, M'Baku swiftly intervened, instructing someone to bring Li Pingyan back, advising him to pose more uplifting questions lest he affect the spirit of the investigation team. Li Pingyan responded to M'Baku with a thumbs up, revealing a bright smile that showcased his gleaming white teeth, and remarked, "I understand." He then turned to the villagers and asked, "Are you happy?" Following a ceremonial dance and chant performed by the shaman to bless the investigative team, they commenced their expedition, delving deeper into the snow-capped mountains. In February 1939, over 300 kilometers from the Jabari tribe, the team finally reached the area documented for the habitation of the white ape. Due to the more than 1 meter thick snow in the depths of the mountains, their pace was not swift. They managed only 5 kilometers in the morning and another 5 in the afternoon. Unlike their previous journeys laden with supplies, they now traveled light. However, their speed had not increased significantly, as M'Baku, for reasons of his own, did not press the team to hasten. During this period, thanks to Li Pingyan's provisions, every member of the investigation team not only maintained their weight, but, intriguingly, appeared to have gained a little. Although the journey was arduous, they only covered 5 kilometers in the morning, and, at noon, there were tents provided for rest. Li Pingyan prepared a large pot of stewed canned food for everyone, allowing them to eat heartily, rest, and then continue their travels, making their days more comfortable than in the tribe. Nevertheless, with a plethora of vigorous men, there is a constant desire for amusement to expend their energy. Sensing a shift in dynamics, Li Pingyan feared that their pure camaraderie might evolve into something else. Thus, he proposed a boxing championship, offering a bottle of premium vodka as a prize for the victor. Naturally, M'Baku abstained from participating, yet he did not oppose the idea, recognizing that it would serve to channel their excess energy and maintain their combat readiness, which posed no disadvantage. Most of the participants had never tasted alcohol, so they were indifferent to the prize, but the prospect of earning the title of boxing champion sounded prestigious, a matter of great honor if one emerged victorious. Consequently, the participants, breathing heavily and eager for action, prepared to sign up for the contest. The competition was structured as a knockout tournament, with pairs battling against each other, and victors advancing to the next round. Amidst the snow-clad, ice-bound mountains, a group of bare-chested men showcased their prowess, exchanging blows in an exhilarating display of strength and skill. M'Baku, with pride, turned to Li Pingyan and said, "Behold how our Jabari warriors perform." Truly, they were the indomitable tribe of the snow-capped mountains, exhibiting unparalleled tenacity. Although Li Pingyan felt drowsy, he adhered to the principle that kind words cost nothing and offered a compliment. Rubar, who fancied himself the second bravest warrior of the tribe, successfully made it to the 5th round of the competition. His opponent had been granted a bye in the previous round, thus entering the match with ample stamina, leading Rubar into a fierce struggle. Despite his self-proclaimed status, the investigation team consisted solely of elites, and the strength of the participants was commendable. Rhubarb had also endured a grueling battle in the previous round, while his opponent had enjoyed a well-deserved respite. Ultimately, Rhubarb succumbed to fatigue and collapsed. Li Pingyan found amusement in Rhubarb's defiant expression. Interestingly, the champion of the final match was not Rhubarb's opponent. Rhubarb indeed possessed considerable skill, yet the competitor he faced, having expended significant energy in the prior round, was ultimately defeated by a towering figure named Duma, who stood at 2 meters tall. Li Pingyan initially intended to present a bottle of vodka to the victor, but as he rose, he noticed the champion pointing at him, eager to challenge him to a duel. The members of the investigation team had long heard of Li Pingyan's audacious confrontation with the snow leopard, and even Rem had praised his prowess. They had been eager to test Li Pingyan's abilities, yet, as he was a benefactor of the tribe, they had not found the opportunity until now. Seizing this moment, they were keen to gauge his skills. Li Pingyan glanced at M'Baku, who smiled and encouraged him to showcase his strength. With M'Baku's words, Li Pingyan felt a surge of confidence. At merely 25 years old, having graduated from university just 2 years prior, and having spent only 6 months in this world, he was filled with youthful fervor. He shed his outer garments, and despite the biting cold, a fiery determination welled up within him as he stepped into the center of the crowd to face Duma. Duma towered over the 185-centimeter Li Pingyan, exuding an imposing presence, yet found himself sensing an air of danger emanating from Li Pingyan. Like in his training with the Hydra, Li Pingyan methodically adjusted his muscles, lowering his strength to a more manageable level, for an unchallenging fight would be rather dull. Without hesitation, he advanced and delivered a swift kick to Duma's calf. Duma braced his calf muscles to withstand the impact, testing Li Pingyan's strength. With a resounding thud, Li Pingyan's kick landed squarely on Duma's leg. Although the force was not overwhelming, the precision with which he struck using the tip of his foot caught Duma off guard, causing him to wince despite his readiness. While the strike was not particularly powerful, Duma's resilience allowed him to absorb the blow, and it appeared that his toes remained unscathed. Duma, having assessed the situation, charged forward without hesitation, intent on overpowering Li Pingyan with sheer strength. The sudden lunge was reminiscent of an eagle swooping down upon a chick. Duma's impressive wingspan of 2 meters effectively blocked Li Pingyan's escape route. Had the strike landed with full force, and if Li Pingyan had not adjusted the intensity of his strength, the battle would have concluded abruptly. However, Li Pingyan's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Rather than retreating, he advanced, employing a judo technique known as the lateral sacrifice throw. With a deft maneuver, he tilted his body to the side and seized Duma's calf, forcefully leveraging his knee joint to bring Duma crashing to the ground. In a swift motion, he rolled over and twisted Duma's leg, pulling it back with great strength, leaving Duma unable to rise and compelled to concede defeat. The realm of genuine combat is marked by rapid resolutions, while competitions often revolve around scoring. Fighting itself does not entertain such concepts. A single lapse in defense can lead to an immediate downfall. Moreover, Duma and his comrades relied on straightforward, aggressive tactics, making Li Pingyan's victory through his intricate fighting techniques all the more remarkable. Following his triumph, Li Pingyan seized a bottle of vodka resting on the ground and, with a boisterous laugh directed at the onlookers, declared, "It seems this fine spirit is mine to enjoy alone." With that, he uncapped the bottle and gulped it down, the fiery liquid streaming down his chin to his bare chest. His audacious and exuberant demeanor captivated those around him, as in that moment, Li Pingyan's victory compelled some to retract their initial disdain and established his authority. Observing that he had garnered their attention, Li Pingyan produced another substantial quantity of vodka and addressed the Jabari tribesmen. "Brothers, it is a great fortune to encounter you all in this vast, icy expanse of snow-capped mountains. You are all commendable men, steadfast and valiant. Today, let us indulge in hearty feasting and copious drinking. We shall not depart until we are thoroughly inebriated." He then raised another bottle of vodka and took a hearty swig. Although the others were unfamiliar with the taste of alcohol, witnessing Li Pingyan's bold and carefree spirit ignited a fervor within them, prompting each to open their own bottles and drink with gusto. As Li Pingyan witnessed this enthusiasm, he felt a surge of joy. Cultivate the mind with civility, but let the body embrace savagery. This is the way of true men, such is life, and it is indeed exhilarating. Chapter 24. The Ninja Squad. As the battle concluded, nightfall enveloped them. Li Pingyan and his companions reveled in a communal feast, sharing hearty dishes and drinks amidst a lively atmosphere. Even the perpetually tense M'Baku found rare moments of relaxation and joined the festivities. For many in the Jabari tribe, it was their first encounter with alcohol, and soon, a significant portion of them succumbed to intoxication. As the banquet drew to a close, those who remained sober assisted in escorting the inebriated to their tents. Li Pingyan then retired for the night. Before sleeping, he inspected the landmines and traps he had set earlier as precautionary measures. Given the size of their group in the snowy wilderness, they were likely to attract the attention of wild beasts. To mitigate the risk of unnecessary casualties, Li Pingyan made it a nightly ritual to place landmines 100 paces from their resting spot. The Jabari tribe was explicitly instructed to remain within a 30-step radius of the camp at night. Fortunately, even during nocturnal excursions, the Jabari people preferred to relieve themselves discreetly behind their tents, showing little inclination to venture far, thus avoiding any significant issues. However, this night was different. The camp had been lively throughout the day, hosting a championship boxing match, and, as night fell, a bonfire was ignited, drawing in a rather distinguished group of visitors. These newcomers were the ninja squad that had previously searched for Li Pingyan, who had been relentlessly pursued by the White Ape clan for nearly 2 months. Realizing that a direct escape was futile against the swift white apes, they resorted to a strategy of circling back. The cave they had taken refuge in was less than 20 kilometers from Li Pingyan's camp, and their conditions had been nothing short of dire. Starving and inadequately clothed, they survived by consuming moss and resorting to raw insects and rodents, hastily prepared to stave off starvation. Their garments, soaked in sweat and barely dried, had become odorous and rigid. In the short term, their specialized training allowed them to endure these hardships. However, as hope of escaping the snow-capped mountains dwindled, the prolonged torment began to wear on their resolve. With the local rodents and insects now depleted, venturing any further risked an encounter with the abhorrent white apes. Starving and cold, the gnawing hunger began to erode their sanity, and they found themselves casting furtive glances at one another. Absent unforeseen circumstances, a grim fate loomed within the cave. Yet, fortune smiled upon them. One ninja, while on lookout outside the cave for the approach of the white apes, spotted a flicker of light amidst the pristine white snow. He retrieved his binoculars for a closer inspection. Indeed, he discerned signs of human presence 20 kilometers away within the forest and promptly roused his slumbering comrades, eager to investigate the camp of Li Pingyan. They surmised that this might be the very Jabari tribe they had sought for so long, having failed to locate either the Jabari tribe or Li Pingyan until now. The ninjas were determined not to miss this opportunity. The landmines set around the camp by Li Pingyan were intended to deter wild beasts and were not particularly concealed. To the trained eyes of these ninjas, they were as conspicuous as the undergarments of their bald superior. Upon discovering the nearby mines, they quickly deduced that a primitive tribe could not possess such sophisticated equipment, indicating that their elusive target, the detested Li Pingyan, might indeed be present. Exchanging glances, the remaining 5 ninjas silently dispersed, erasing their footprints as they swiftly ascended the trees, camouflaging themselves among the foliage to observe the gathering. The festivities were nearing their conclusion, and the Jabari's steaming pots of food, alongside their inviting and warm tents, tempted the ninjas to leap forward and indulge in a hearty meal before retreating to the comfort of the tents for a well-deserved rest. However, at this moment, the opposing force was numerous, and the 5 individuals on their side were insufficient to challenge the multitude. Thus, they patiently awaited an opportunity. As the members of the Jabari tribe grew intoxicated and retreated to rest, Li Pingyan also returned to his tent for repose. The moment the ninjas had long anticipated was upon them. They dispatched one of their own to Li Pingyan's tent, while the remaining 4 stealthily infiltrated the Jabari tribe's tent, systematically eliminating those who were lost in slumber. A silent massacre commenced, with many unsuspecting members of the Jabari tribe meeting their demise as their throats were silently slit. The ninja who approached Li Pingyan's tent was exceptionally skilled. His dagger, cloaked in darkness to evade reflection, silently sliced through the fabric, allowing him to glide to Li Pingyan's bedside. With the swiftness of a striking serpent, the blade aimed for Li Pingyan's eyes, intent on piercing his very skull. Had the strike landed, it would have assuredly been fatal. Startled from his dreams, Li Pingyan felt a rush of dread, as if a colossal hand had gripped his heart, compelling him to awaken in an instant. Instinctively, he rolled off the bed, inadvertently colliding with the assailant. Without a moment's hesitation, and with the moonlight filtering through the torn tent, he discerned the intruder's garb as that of a ninja, and a wave of relief washed over him. As long as the threat did not originate from Baku, it was manageable. The ninja drew his katana, striking toward Li Pingyan, who deftly sidestepped, his hands moving with the speed of lightning to seize the assailant's wrist. With a forceful grip, the ninja's bones crumbled as if crushed beneath a tire. With two precise strikes to the assailant's knees, Li Pingyan shattered his patelli, causing the ninja to collapse helplessly to the ground. Seizing the moment, Li Pingyan released the ninja's hands and swiftly shattered his shoulder blade, rendering the assailant incapacitated, only able to writhe on the floor. To prevent any potential poison-induced suicide, Li Pingyan dislocated his jaw. Just as he completed these actions, a loud shout echoed from outside. Enemy attack. It turned out that a member of the main tent, groggy and disoriented, had awakened and intended to relieve himself. Upon detecting the metallic scent of blood, his instinct honed from years in the wilderness prompted him to cry out. Enemy attack. The ninjas, hearing his alarm, swiftly launched a shuriken, slicing through his throat, and brandished their swords in a frenzied assault. The members of the Jabari tribe within the tent were roused from their slumber, scrambling to arm themselves in a desperate bid to resist the onslaught. However, confined by the tent's narrow confines and hindered by their comrades, they struggled to locate their assailants. In a panic, they sought to flee into the open, where the terrain might afford them a chance to confront their enemies. Amidst the chaos, several more Jabari tribesmen fell victim to the attackers. Upon rushing outside, Li Pingyan observed the equally startled Baku. The two watched as their comrades hurriedly emerged from the tents, only to realize that from the original 30 or so individuals, fewer than 20 had escaped. A number of Jabari tribe members had perished in vain. Li Pingyan restrained Baku, who was eager to charge into the fray, and ventured alone into the tent to assess the situation within. Scattered across the ground lay the lifeless bodies of the Jabari, their throats gruesomely slit, pools of blood spreading across the earth, the overwhelming stench of blood provoking nausea. As Li Pingyan fully entered the tent, two ninjas descended from above, brandishing their blades. Amidst a heap of Jabari bodies, two figures sprang forth, one wielding a katana aimed menacingly at the small of Li Pingyan's back, while the other struck towards his feet. At that moment, escape routes behind and above him were blocked. Forward was his only chance for survival. Li Pingyan lunged forward, bracing himself against the ground, rolling to evade the attack while feeling a sharp, burning pain in his hands. He discovered that the ground ahead was strewn with shurikens, a treacherous illusion of a safe path laid out by the ninjas. Each shuriken was laced with potent poison. Though it was said that Li Pingyan possessed a degree of resistance to toxins, the ninjas did not believe he would emerge unscathed. With trembling hands, Li Pingyan extracted the shurikens embedded in his flesh, the area around his wounds turning black, even his blood flowing with a dark hue. A wave of dizziness washed over him, a stark realization of the poison's ferocity. His body cells would struggle to metabolize it swiftly. The quartet of ninjas, witnessing Li Pingyan still alive, drew their blades once more, convinced that once they severed his head, survival would be impossible for him. They spread out again, attacking from all directions, front, back, left, and right, with their blades aimed at his throat, lower back, left leg, and right ankle. Each strike concealed a lethal intent. At this moment, Li Pingyan was sapped of strength, his cells fervently battling the invading toxin. Anguish gripped his heart. He had never anticipated such a blunder, being cornered by these ninjas. Without a weapon, his demise would be certain. Fortunately, he had a final gambit. With a swift motion, a pair of handguns materialized in his grasp, retrieved from his personal space. Without hesitation, he pulled the triggers. The ninjas, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the firearms, felt their indifference transform into fear. Had their opponent been an ordinary man, they could have severed his arms or beheaded him before he could fire. Yet, their adversary was Li Pingyan. Even in his weakened state, his reflexes surpassed theirs. In the deadly dance of combat, a mere fraction of a second could determine the victor's fate. With both hands pulling the trigger simultaneously, 2 sharp gunshots rang out, releasing 4 bullets that struck the ninja, causing crimson blossoms to erupt upon impact. The formidable force sent the ninja soaring through the air, resulting in the instant demise of 4 adversaries. In their final moments, their eyes glimmered with disbelief, seemingly questioning the origin of Li Pingyan's firearms, as if reproaching him for abandoning the principles of martial ethics by wielding a gun. Regardless of their thoughts, Li Pingyan simply aimed his pistol at their heads, executing them one by one with precision. Gazing at their shattered skulls, he realized that not only were their eyes devoid of expression, but they were also entirely absent. Chapter 25. Abandoning martial virtue, having dispatched the quartet of ninjas, Li Pingyan curled up on the ground, acutely aware that the poison carried by the ninja squad was formidable. He could only wait patiently for his body to metabolize the toxins. Fortunately, his current physical resilience was remarkable. If he weathered this ordeal, his body would produce antibodies, rendering him less susceptible to such poisons in the future. Outside, M'Baku, having heard the gunfire, assumed that Li Pingyan had resolved the trouble. Upon entering the tent, he was met with the grim sight of his fallen tribesmen and the unconscious Li Pingyan, causing his heart to constrict with anxiety. Casualties were an inevitable part of an investigative mission, and with all their supplies in Li Pingyan's possession, his demise could spell disaster for their team. Hastily approaching, M'Baku noticed the beads of sweat cascading down Li Pingyan's forehead and the unnaturally high temperature of his body. He quickly supported the fallen man. "Brother, are you all right?" M'Baku inquired, his expression tense. Seeing that Li Pingyan was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief, but hesitated to ask him for supplies, just in case. Li Pingyan gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm fine, I won't die. I just need a couple more minutes." At that moment, his cells were undergoing a frantic metabolic process, necessitating a substantial intake of energy to replenish the depletion caused by this heightened activity and the accompanying hunger. "Please step aside a bit," Li Pingyan instructed M'Baku, and with a thought, he retrieved a large chunk of bloodied beef from his spatial pocket. This was a provision he had brought from the outside world, and due to the time stasis property of his spatial pocket, the meat remained unspoiled. Li Pingyan tore into the raw, bloodied beef with fervor. His enhanced physique provided remarkable advantages across various aspects. Without delving into tales of transformation, even the act of chewing on bones felt as effortless as munching on celery. Thus, when faced with the raw beef, Li Pingyan experienced no resistance, rendering the meat as tender as tofu in his mouth. The intense hunger stemming from cellular metabolism made the beef taste exquisitely delightful, and within a single minute, he devoured the entire 5-pound chunk with ravenous enthusiasm. Beside him, M'Baku gazed at Li Pingyan, who was savoring his meal with a look of delight, feeling a wave of admiration. Often, the Jabari tribe members, while hunting in a wild, or as now, conducting investigations, do not have the luxury of consuming cooked meat. During this expedition, had it not been for Li Pingyan's abundant supply of fuel, they might have had to wait days for a single meal of cooked food. Thus, Li Pingyan's enjoyment of raw meat did not strike M'Baku as strange. Rather, he envied Li Pingyan's ability to relish even a piece of raw flesh. Watching him, M'Baku couldn't help but salivate, tempted to sample it himself to see if it was as delectable as Li Pingyan made it seem. Yet, having savored the beef, Li Pingyan was still unsatisfied and produced a large piece of cream cake, made from fresh milk, sweet and soft without being cloying. After devouring the cake, Li Pingyan felt a significant alleviation of his hunger. He sighed in relief, his body having fully metabolized the poison and his energy restored. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he would have eagerly sought a secluded spot in the woods. Looking at the dozen corpses strewn on the ground, Li Pingyan's expression turned grave. These individuals had just moments ago been joyfully celebrating alongside him, now reduced to lifeless bodies, all due to a few unidentified Japanese ninjas. M'Baku's face bore no sadness nor joy, resembling the weight of stone. Yet his eyes betrayed a deep sense of helplessness. An assassin has entered my tent, and I spared one. We shall interrogate him to uncover their identities and intentions, Li Pingyan remarked to M'Baku. Very well. I wish to know who our enemies are and why they senselessly slaughtered my kin, M'Baku replied, his voice tinged with coldness, hinting at the merciless vengeance he would unleash upon discovering their identities. As M'Baku and Li Pingyan stepped out of the tent, they were approached by Aruba from another tent, who inquired, "Who is the enemy? Is it the white ape?" "The enemy is indeed human. I have also been attacked, but I captured one alive. We will interrogate him to ascertain who our foes are and let them know the strength of the Jabari tribe," M'Baku passionately declared to his fellow tribesmen. "Let them understand our might." The crowd echoed, their spirits high and battle fervor ignited. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated from the perimeter, startling everyone. Li Pingyan recognized it as the detonation of the landmines set in place. A mournful cry of primates erupted outside, followed by a chorus of ape howls, as if they understood the sorrow and joined in lamentation. "Form ranks," M'Baku quickly commanded. The remaining Jabari warriors grouped into circles of 5, their backs turned towards the center, vigilantly watching for the impending assault of the apes. Li Pingyan swiftly retrieved firearms from his pack, distributing them among the team members. These advanced weapons significantly bolstered the warriors' confidence. Armed with guns, they felt assured even against the might of the Ape King. The sounds of howling apes grew increasingly closer, creating an atmosphere of palpable unease among the Jabari warriors, who heightened their vigilance. With a deep, menacing roar, the cacophony of ape cries gradually subsided, signaling the impending onset of battle. The humans collectively inhaled deeply, bracing themselves for the imminent assault from the white ape clan. A towering white ape leaped down from a tree, letting out a furious roar directed at the humans before darting into Li Pingyan's tent, emerging moments later with a struggling Japanese ninja in tow. In full view of the assembly, the massive white ape brutally tore apart the ninja's limbs, and with a final, agonizing scream, it snapped his neck, splattering itself with blood. After completing this gruesome act, the white ape threw back its head and roared in fury, pounding its chest in a display of rage for its offspring, whose head had been severed by one of the ninjas. It was determined to exact vengeance upon all who bore such a guise. Li Pingyan discerned the white ape's profound hatred for the ninjas and retrieved the corpses of the 4 ninjas from the tent. Upon sighting the remains, the white ape, undeterred by their lifelessness, approached and crushed the remnants of their skulls, releasing a roar that echoed as if it had achieved retribution. A thunderous roar reverberated through the woods, dislodging the snow from the branches above. After hearing this, the white ape retreated into the forest. Li Pingyan remarked, "Is this the conclusion of its vengeance, and now departs?" To which M'Baku replied, "No, this is merely the commencement of war." Following the roar from the woods, it felt as though something within M'Baku stirred, a primal awakening of his ancestral genes from the earliest apes, allowing him to comprehend the significance of the ape's call. It was a signal to commence battle. Upon hearing M'Baku's words, Li Pingyan swiftly drew an assault rifle, unwilling to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the White Ape clan. After thousands of years of evolution, humanity had developed formidable firearms, not to be wielded as mere clubs against these wild creatures. M'Baku sought the flesh and blood of the Ape King to enhance his own strength, not to lead his kin to their demise. Thus, he eschewed the archaic notion that his people should engage in direct combat with the towering, ferocious white ape to uphold ancestral honor. The ordinary Jabari tribesmen harbored no objections. With assault rifles in hand, they readily opened fire from a distance, relishing the safety and ease it afforded them. With a resounding roar, the war was poised to erupt. The white apes, however, did not recklessly charge forward. Instead, they mimicked ordinary monkeys, hurling large stones from afar at the Jabari tribe. Each stone, the size of a basin, posed a lethal threat, capable of shattering bones upon impact. Li Pingyan, witnessing this scene, inwardly cursed the white monkeys for their lack of martial honor. as they chose to hurl stones from a distance rather than charging recklessly into battle. Fortunately, the Jabari tribe was equipped with vibranium weapons, which served both offensive and defensive purposes. They formed groups of 5, planting their vibranium spears into the ground at an angle, creating a protective barrier that enveloped their bodies. When the incoming stones struck the vibranium spears, the spears absorbed the momentum of the projectiles, successfully thwarting the initial onslaught. For Li Pingyan, countering such attacks was even simpler. His spatial pouch allowed 2 methods for storing items. The first method required physical contact. If the object offered no resistance, it could be successfully stored. This generally applied only to inanimate objects. If, for instance, he attempted to capture a struggling chicken, it could not be taken into the pouch, nor could an object be stored if someone was contesting possession. The second method permitted him to absorb any objects within a 1-meter radius without direct contact, provided that the entire object was contained within that range. Utilizing this second characteristic, Li Pingyan deftly gathered all the stones within his immediate vicinity into his spatial pouch. After the initial wave of probing attacks, the Jabari tribe sustained no casualties. With a flick of his hands, he switched his Thompson submachine gun for a Mauser 98 rifle, aiming at a shadow perched in the treetops. One shot rang out, and the shadow fell, marking a demonstration of martial dishonor at its peak. The bullet employed was a dum-dum round, ensuring the target's certain demise upon impact. Upon witnessing the fall of the shadowy figure, the elusive Ape King seemed to recognize that distant assaults would yield no success. It commanded its subordinates to disperse and engage in close combat. However, being merely a beast, it was unaware of the terror posed by modern weaponry. If merely 7 or 8 individuals armed with firearms faced the white apes, they would likely be crushed beneath the stones hurled at them before even laying eyes on their adversaries. Even without the barrage of stones, the white apes, with their ghostly speed and resilient hides, could easily breach their defenses and rend them apart. Yet, the 50 warriors wielding Thompson submachine guns formed a formidable firing line that even Captain America would hesitate to confront. Thus, the white apes faced the onset of their nightmare. Chapter 26. 2 fists cannot overcome 4 hands. The bullets unleashed from 50 submachine guns tore through flesh and stone alike, their deafening report echoing in the air. In the distance, trees fell as if harvested by a scythe, a force so immense that even an elephant herd would flee in terror, let alone a mere pack of white apes. The group of white apes distanced themselves from the tents, shedding their earlier bravado. Had the Ape King stood before Li Pingyan, the latter would have undoubtedly showcased a mortar to remind it that the times had changed. Since humanity's invention of firearms, claws and teeth have ceased to be the most efficient instruments of slaughter. No known surface-dwelling creature can withstand the onslaught of gunfire. Should any exist, simply increase the caliber. One white ape, perhaps driven mad or emboldened as a valiant soul among its kind, charged forth from the woods, lunging towards a group of Jabari tribesmen. In midair, it became ensnared in a dense barrage of fire, dozens of fiery tongues licking its body, reducing its fur, flesh, and blood to mere vapor. Not even a cry of anguish escaped its lips before what was once a towering 2-meter figure fell to the ground, reduced to a mere fragment of its former self. This conflict originated from the Jabari tribe, who were the invaders, while the White Ape clan merely retaliated to expel the intruders. If one were to discern right from wrong, the Jabari, as aggressors, undoubtedly embodied evil. However, victory knows no morality. Only the powerful can claim triumph. Initially, the Jabari, armed solely with vibranium short weapons, would have had a mere 30% chance of success against the combined might of the Ape King and the entire White Ape horde. Yet, with Li Pingyan providing ample firearms and ammunition, the war devolved into a one-sided massacre devoid of any meaningful contest. Upon witnessing yet another companion fall, the white apes that had retreated abruptly halted their escape. Some of the taller, evidently male apes began a counteroffensive towards the encampment. Meanwhile, others cradling their young wailed in agony, watching as their mates charged into the death-laden camp, only to be mercilessly consumed by gunfire. They, too, wished to abandon their offspring and join the fray, but the resounding ape howls echoed once more, compelling them to flee into the depths of the snow-capped mountains, clutching their young tightly. On a peak to the east of the camp, a colossal 5-meter-tall white gorilla pounded its chest and roared, its pristine white fur striking awe and fear. It hoisted a massive boulder weighing 10 tons and hurled it from a height of 50 meters. The stone traced a parabolic arc before crashing down upon a 5-person team. Even with vibranium spears below, the momentum of the boulder drove the spears deep into the ground like nails. The 5 Jabari tribesmen were crushed beneath the rock, their presence erased, save for the spattering of blood around the boulder, a grim testament to the lives that had just been extinguished. Before sorrow could settle in, another white gorilla leapt from the mountaintop, crushing 3 more Jabari tribesmen beneath its weight. With a fierce roar, the 2 nearest Jabari were instantly rendered lifeless, blood streaming from their orifices, collapsing to the earth, oblivious to their fate. In less than a minute, over 30 Jabari tribesmen were reduced to merely 20. The White Ape clan is also in dire straits, comprising merely around 100 members, with only about 30 robust adult apes capable of combat. Tragically, several of the ordinary white apes perished before even reaching the Jabari tribesmen. This prompted the Ape King to take immediate action. Thus far, neither side has reaped any benefits from the conflict, yet their forces are dwindling rapidly. With the intervention of the Ape King, the firepower on Li Ping's side diminished significantly, as the Ape King drew much of the enemy's attention, granting the external white apes an opportunity to launch their assault. Towering at 5 meters, the Ape King became the focal point of the Jabari's relentless gunfire. Armed with submachine guns, the Jabari warriors incessantly fired at the Ape King's formidable frame. However, to their astonishment, the bullets rained upon the Ape King without inflicting the expected damage. Despite the impact of the bullets, the Ape King forged ahead, showcasing an impressive resilience. The projectiles merely singed its fur and left red marks upon its body, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. Witnessing this, Li Ping discarded his firearm and promptly retrieved a mortar, shouting, "Get down." The surrounding Jabari warriors hastily fell to the ground, covering their heads with their hands. A shell was launched, soaring towards the Ape King. Upon direct impact, the Ape King absorbed the full brunt of the explosion, being forcefully propelled backward. Li Ping observed with keen clarity that the towering figure of the Ape King was not shattered by the blast. Meanwhile, the ordinary white apes, witnessing their king being blasted away, halted their charge, anxiously calling out. Both sides were intensely scrutinizing the Ape King's condition. The area where the Ape King once stood was enveloped in steam, obscuring the situation. Then, a thunderous roar erupted, instilling unease among the humans. The roar was still potent and imbued with fury. The surrounding steam was pushed aside, revealing the immense silhouette of the Ape King. Amidst the cloud of white mist, it bellowed skyward, and the previously singed fur was now entirely absent. The Ape King, cloaked in darkness from the smoke of the explosion, bore deep shrapnel wounds embedded in its chest, crimson blood oozing from its darkened torso, leaving behind serpentine trails. Li Ping marveled at this sight. Although the Ape King's defenses could not compare to those of the Hulk, they surpassed his own significantly. He realized that while he could withstand a mortar strike, even a handgun would carve a wound within 3 meters of him. The surrounding white apes, witnessing their king still standing defiantly, erupted in excited roars before charging towards the nearby Jabari warriors, who immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Li Ping once again aimed the mortar at the Ape King. After all, he had an abundance of shells at his disposal. As long as the Ape King bled, he could bombard it relentlessly, perhaps even fetching a piece of meat to consume afterward, potentially strengthening himself in the process. Yet, this time the Ape King did not remain passively in place to endure the cannon fire. After Li Ping launched the projectile, the Ape King, with arms that moved with the swiftness of lightning, caught the cannonball and hurled it back towards Li Ping. Li Ping shouted in alarm. Realizing he had no time to evade, he immediately activated his personal space, drawing in surrounding objects. Just as the cannonball was about to strike him, he successfully absorbed it into his personal space. By sheer coincidence, Li Ping instinctively stored the cannonball in the section designated for weapons. Although time within the personal space is ordinarily suspended, there are exceptions. When Li Pingyan serves as a medium to absorb objects, time remains static. However, when he directly assimilates items within a 1-meter radius, a unidirectional entrance is formed between his personal space and the external world, allowing time to flow. Thus, the cannonball detonated within his personal space. The explosion triggered a chain reaction that obliterated all the ammunition he had stored. The sole stroke of fortune was that after acquiring vibranium, he had placed it between the ammunition and food, which prevented the violent explosion from breaching the stacked vibranium. The food remained untouched. Having successfully neutralized the cannonball threat, Li Pingyan promptly grasped his vibranium weapon, preparing to confront the foe. However, he was halted by M'Baku, who stood in his way. Li Pingyan looked at M'Baku, somewhat perplexed. "I wish to battle this ape king to fulfill the honor of my ancestors. I hope you will refrain from intervening and grant me this opportunity. Please assist our kin in dealing with the other white apes," M'Baku replied. Li Pingyan immediately took a step back. His aim was to claim the flesh of the white ape, whether by his own hand or M'Baku's. Such a colossal beast could not be consumed entirely by M'Baku alone. He then turned his spear towards the ordinary white apes. Originally, the 50 tribesmen, equipped with formidable firepower, could easily dispatch the common white apes. However, the might of the ape king surpassed all expectations. Now, with dwindling ammunition and only half of the Jabari tribesmen remaining, their numbers matched those of the white apes, yet this was woefully insufficient. In a one-on-one confrontation, the Jabari were certainly no match for the white apes. Even wielding vibranium weapons, 2 Jabari could only hold their ground against a single white ape, while 3 armed with vibranium were required to slay one. Now trapped in one-on-one skirmishes, the Jabari found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. In under 2 minutes, they suffered heavy casualties, losing half their number, while only 2 white apes, those facing Luba and Duma, sustained minor injuries. Other Jabari tribesmen, fighting the white apes alone, were fortunate to still be alive. Even Luba and Duma bore deep claw marks on their bodies, having exchanged them for the slight wounds inflicted on their adversary. Li Pingyan surged forward, dispatching a white ape that had ambushed Duma. These towering white apes, though not as easily dealt with as ordinary monkeys, fell swiftly to Li Pingyan's skilled hand. The vibrating spear was extraordinarily sharp, and under Li Pingyan's enhancement of strength, it pierced through the white ape's skull as effortlessly as one would puncture a watermelon. With a vigorous shake of his hand, the spear's tip unleashed a shockwave, shattering the ape's head into smithereens. Although Li Pingyan had never wielded a spear before, his Han lineage endowed him with a natural proficiency in spear techniques, and with ample arm strength, he maneuvered the weapon with remarkable ease. Without hesitation, he swiftly dispatched another white ape that was engaged in battle with Duma. For the Jabari tribe, the swift and powerful white apes posed a formidable challenge, making it difficult for them to land an attack, while a single swipe from the ape could eviscerate them. Had it not been for the resilience of the vibrating weapons, which absorbed the momentum of the white apes, they would have perished long ago. Yet, for Li Pingyan, these ordinary white apes were merely trivial foes. As the surrounding white apes, having witnessed the effortless slaughter of their comrades, charged at Li Pingyan, the pressure on the Jabari people significantly diminished. Despite possessing 2 points of firearm proficiency, the adage "a flurry of punches can defeat a master" rang true. And Li Pingyan soon found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of white apes encircling him. Chapter 27. Confronting the Ape King. Trapped by a dozen white apes, Li Pingyan could not extricate himself, and his spear became unwieldy amidst the enemy ranks, where claws were raining down from all directions, challenging his defenses. In that dire moment, he was compelled to switch his spear for a dagger to fend off the advancing white apes. They surged forth, climbing over one another's bodies, enveloping Li Pingyan in a relentless assault, making resistance increasingly difficult. With claws and teeth assailing him from all angles, he could only protect his front, neglecting his rear, and while he managed to guard against attacks from above, he could not shield himself from below. Bloodstains continuously adorned his body, and the surrounding Jabari were preoccupied, hindered by other white apes, with M'Baku unable to assist him. In a sudden clang, Li Pingyan retrieved a large pot from his spatial storage. a vessel crafted from vibrating metal that he had bartered for with salt from the tribe. Though it could not entirely shield him, it was sufficient to cover his back. As for this pot, he had several in his possession. The wretched white apes, witnessing Li Pingyan crouched on the ground beneath the oversized pot, found it curious, having never seen such a large shell. As the white apes approached to bite, realizing their attacks were futile against this formidable shell, they quickly dispersed, intending to lift the pot and exact revenge on Li Pingyan for their fallen comrade. Li Pingyan had anticipated this moment. His earlier impulsiveness had led him to recklessly engage the horde without utilizing his speed to evade them, disregarding the raw, ripping strength of the white apes, which had ensnared him in a trap. Such a lapse in judgment must never occur again. Li Pingyan immediately leaped into the air, hurling a dagger that found its mark in the eye of the white ape directly before him. With a swift run-up, he sprang onto the dagger embedded in the creature's eye, driving the vibranium blade deep into the brain of the white ape. Utilizing the recoil, he successfully escaped the encirclement. Turning back, he drew his spear once more and executed a thrust, killing another white ape that was 2 meters away. By the time the remaining white apes reacted, 2 of their companions had already perished. They charged at Li Pingyan with reckless abandon, but this time he was cautious, avoiding direct confrontation and instead maneuvering around to assist the Jabari tribesmen in slaying the battling white apes, all the while luring a dozen more of them behind him. Whenever a particularly swift white ape pulled ahead of its kin, it met its end at the hands of Li Pingyan, whose precise strikes pierced its throat or skull with ease. The other white apes, realizing they could no longer trap Li Pingyan, inadvertently led to the deaths of their comrades through their relentless pursuit. After Li Pingyan had led 3 white apes to their demise, the remaining pursuers shifted their focus back to attacking the Jabari people. Li Pingyan cursed these beasts inwardly for their tactical acumen, yet he dared not slow his pace, determined to avoid being encircled once more by the white apes. The pressure was mounting on the Jabari, and Li Pingyan scrutinized the battlefield. Only 13 Jabari remained, while 27 white apes still roamed. He had personally dispatched 7 of the white apes, and after Li Pingyan's assistance, Duma and Luba had managed to fell another. As for M'Baku, it was unclear what he thought of his own chances, but Li Pingyan saw little hope for victory. Were it not for the vibranium weapon that had effectively shielded him from the Ape King's assaults, he likely would not have lasted more than a couple of exchanges. The situation on the field offered no advantage to Li Pingyan and his allies. They could only hope that M'Baku could endure under the onslaught of the Ape King until Li Pingyan eradicated the remaining white apes, allowing them to escape together. After returning to replenish his ammunition, he intended to return in a helicopter, armed with a heavy machine gun and substantial explosives to send the Ape King to his demise. Regrettably, this encounter had taken a turn for the unexpected, first being ambushed by a band of ninjas, and then engaging in this skirmish with the White Ape clan. According to the original plan, upon discovering the White Ape's whereabouts, Li Pingyan was to initiate Old Six Mode. The strategy involved launching a few mortar shells to disperse the White Apes, followed by sniping some from a distance, and then letting the other Jabari warriors unleash a barrage with their submachine guns. After significantly weakening the ranks of the lesser foes, they would then confront the Ape King. Thus, they could have breezed through this engagement, but fate had other plans. In the midst of his contemplation, Li Pingyan felt compelled to accelerate his pace, resuming his guerrilla tactics to eliminate ordinary white apes. He hurled several kitchen knives, dispatching 4 more of the creatures. However, an unforeseen event occurred, not far away. M'Baku was disarmed of his vibranium spear by the Ape King, who then delivered a devastating punch to his chest, sending the towering figure of M'Baku, standing at 2 meters 2, flying through the air. Even if this punch were to strike Li Pingyan, it would surely shatter a few of his ribs. How much more so from M'Baku, an ordinary man unenhanced. Fortunately, since his battle with the Ape King, a portion of the ancestral genes inherited from the original M'Baku began to awaken within him. Though far from reaching the prowess of the first M'Baku, it afforded him the resilience to survive this blow. The Ape King let out a furious roar, prompting the surrounding white apes to hasten to his side. For the Ape King, the paramount mission was the preservation of his species and the safeguarding of their growth. With nearly half of the adult male apes in his tribe now deceased, The very continuity of their race was at stake. Thus, he commanded his kin to rally behind him, ensuring that no further losses would occur. M'Baku, propelled through the air, understood the meaning behind the Ape King's roar. Forcing himself to raise his head, he beheld that of the 50 tribe members who had once stood with him, now reduced to merely 10. Overcome with despair, he could not suppress the blood that spilled from his mouth before succumbing to unconsciousness. Li Pingyan instructed Ruba to assist M'Baku to safety, before commanding the remaining tribe members to disperse, as he prepared to engage the Ape King in a one-on-one confrontation. The Ape King, too, signaled for his kin to withdraw, unwilling to witness any further sacrifice, ready to conclude this conflict himself. Standing face to face, both Li Pingyan and the Ape King shared a mutual understanding. This battle must not claim any additional lives, and the outcome would be determined solely by the decisive clash between their two pivotal figures. Gazing at the Ape King, Li Pingyan suddenly perceived him not merely as a formidable gorilla, but as a resolute guardian, standing steadfast before his kin to ensure their safety. Gripping his spear tightly, Li Pingyan wrestled with his own conscience. He abhorred the part of himself that sought power at the expense of other lives. While he could reconcile with an adversary driven by personal vendetta, the thought of slaughtering the serene white apes that dwelled in the depths of the snow troubled him deeply. Yet, in this life-or-death confrontation, the point of no return had been reached. He and the Ape King were destined for one of their deaths. Should he fall, he would bear no grudge against anyone. His head could serve as a chalice for the Ape King. Conversely, should he emerge victorious, the Ape King's lifeblood would coalesce within him, becoming the foundation upon which he could establish his presence in this world. Exhaling deeply, Li Pingyan cast aside his distractions and prepared to immerse himself fully in battle. The Ape King pounded the ground with great force, both combatants bracing themselves, viewing one another as worthy adversaries requiring their utmost effort. As the sky gradually began to sprinkle with soft snow, their gazes remained unyielding, locked onto each other with unwavering focus. The Ape King let out a thunderous roar, signaling the commencement of the assault. Seizing the opportunity, Li Pingyan accelerated, bending his legs slightly and leaning forward, propelling himself directly toward the Ape King. His spear lunged forward, aiming straight for the Ape King's chest. While the Ape King's physique could withstand bullets, it could not disregard the damage inflicted by Li Pingyan's extraordinary strength combined with the sharpness of vibranium. If this strike were to connect, Li Pingyan could declare an early end to the battle. However, the Ape King swiftly lifted the snow from the ground, obscuring Li Pingyan's vision, forcing him to adapt and evade to the right. The Ape King unleashed a powerful punch towards him, and in his haste, Li Pingyan countered with his own strike. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, the sheer force reverberating through the air. Li Pingyan's fist was as slender as a mere finger compared to the Ape King's, and upon impact, his hand sank deeply into the Ape King's finger, embedding itself into the very bone. The recoil from the collision sent Li Pingyan hurtling backwards, while the Ape King's left hand grasped a piece of flesh that was flung away. In this exchange, the Ape King suffered a minor setback. Yet Li Pingyan did not emerge unscathed. His left hand trembled uncontrollably, even struggling to maintain its grip on the meat. Following this confrontation, Li Pingyan was able to assess the Ape King's data. Name, none race. White ape, royal bloodline, intelligence, 2 strength, for capable of lifting 16 tons, speed, 3, can reach a running speed of 80, stamina, 3, can fight for several hours without fatigue, combat skill, 2, with physical prowess sufficient to dominate beasts in the mountains. Employing speed and ferocity in battle, special ability. Possesses remarkable durability, capable of withstanding blunt force impacts and most physical attacks, unharmed even from a 100-meter fall. Indeed, this Ape King was extraordinary. Li Pingyan found himself lacking in both strength and speed, not to mention stamina, which the Ape King possessed in abundance. Currently, he could maintain high-intensity combat for only an hour. Fortunately, the Ape King's might did not transcend levels. Otherwise, he would truly have to contemplate an escape, within acceptable limits. The greater the Ape King's strength, the more pleased Li Pingyan became, as it indicated the potential rewards awaiting him. At that moment, a biting cold wind began to sweep through the valley, and the snowfall intensified. Li Pingyan quietly attuned himself to the direction of the wind, finding himself advantageously positioned. The only assets at his disposal were the formidable offensive and defensive capabilities of his vibranium and his own agility, which surpassed that of the Ape King. If he could leverage these two advantages, hope for victory remained. As the saying goes, the art of war is rooted in deception. Li Pingyan swept his spear, sending up clouds of snow, the heavy flakes carried by the howling wind towards the Ape King, obscuring its line of sight. Now was the moment. A fierce determination ignited within him as he retrieved a vibranium kitchen knife from his spatial storage and hurled it towards the Ape King's face. Chapter 28. Enhancement Successful. Li Guan Run, the vibranium knife, surged forth with ferocity, aimed precisely at the Ape King, who, blinded by the swirling snow, raised its arms to shield its head. The knife embedded itself deeply into the Ape King's arm, eliciting an anguished roar from the creature. Although the wounds inflicted by the vibranium knife were not particularly severe given its immense size, the inability to extract it only heightened its agony, fueling its rage. Upon opening its eyes, it realized that Li Pingyan had vanished. After throwing the knife, Li Pingyan had swiftly maneuvered behind the white ape, and by the time the creature regained its sight, Li Pingyan was already positioned at its rear. Given Li Pingyan's stature, his line of sight was perfectly aligned with the ape's hindquarters, presenting an opportune angle for attack. Primates, including gorillas and apes, possess a distinct characteristic. Their robust upper bodies are counterbalanced by relatively weaker legs. In combat, leg strength significantly influences mobility. Li Pingyan unsheathed a razor-sharp vibranium shard and thrust it with all his might towards the Ape King's legs. It felt akin to piercing through a somewhat tough layer of leather. The sharp tip of the vibranium swiftly penetrated the Ape King's hamstring, breaching the meniscus, and became lodged in its kneecap. Li Pingyan immediately relinquished the shard and retreated, as the Ape King, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, nearly descended into madness, twisting to seize Li Pingyan. Yet, its right leg was rendered incapable of bearing weight. The enormous frame toppled heavily to the ground, rolling and emitting earth-shattering howls of despair. It could not comprehend how a mere human, possessing far lesser strength, could inflict such profound injury. There was no time for hesitation. Li Pingyan brandished several vibranium spears, angling them directly into the path of the Ape King's rolling form. The spearheads gleamed with a menacing sharpness, standing resolutely against the Ape King's chaotic movements. In a desperate bid, the Ape King grasped the shard embedded in its hamstring and yanked it free, incurring further damage and even more intense agony. This only intensified its thrashing, and several vibranium spears penetrated deeply into its body, each 2 meters long and as thick as an infant's arm, piercing through the Ape King's flesh. Despite the Ape King's formidable vitality, it was only met with more suffering. Li Pingyan approached its beleaguered form and remarked, "Enough. Die with dignity." Yet, the Ape King was not prepared to succumb gracefully. It forcefully extracted one of the spears, splattering Li Pingyan with a jet of blood, and brandished it defiantly towards him. The spear flew past Li Pingyan, who stood over a meter away, as the Ape King let out a furious roar. But alas, this time its bellow could not even disperse the swirling snowflakes around it, and it gradually closed its eyes. Li Pingyan remained vigilant, drawing forth another spear and thrusting it directly into the Ape King's eye socket, penetrating its brain. At this moment, the Ape King was irrevocably beyond the realm of life. Humanity's ascendance to the pinnacle of the food chain is not merely a result of brute strength, but rather an extraordinary intellect. People forge weapons and set traps to hunt beasts far mightier than themselves, much like the current king of apes, who possesses far greater strength than himself. Li Pingyan could not help but reflect on how, in the end, he had managed to vanquish this formidable foe through the cunning use of vibranium and traps. This realization led him to ponder that even if he were to acquire immense power in the future, he could not afford to be reckless like the neighboring superhero, who foolishly absorbed all attacks without caution. Instead, he must leverage his limited wisdom to safeguard himself appropriately. Covered in blood, Li Pingyan seized a large blade and plunged it into the chest of the king of apes, extracting a sizable piece of its heart to consume raw. The heart, nearly the size of a basin, was devoured in mere bites. As the blood and flesh entered his mouth, Li Pingyan felt an intense warmth spreading throughout his body. Unlike the excruciating pain he experienced from the serum enhancement before, this sensation was akin to being enveloped in a furnace. With a surge of energy radiating from his heart to the rest of his being, he could distinctly feel the heart's vigorous beating, its rapid function accelerating blood flow, causing his muscles to swell and his fists to clench swiftly, producing a faint thudding sound between his fingers. This sound was a consequence of the rapid compression of air, resulting from the amalgamation of strength and speed. At this moment, Li Pingyan was not preoccupied with the changes in his physical prowess. The transformation he was undergoing stemmed from the heart he had just consumed, a simple yet profound notion from traditional Chinese philosophy, suggesting that one could supplement form with form, erupted within his mind. His gaze shifted back to the king of apes, relieved that this creature was not overly large. Otherwise, a wine jar would not suffice for containment. Having just finished consuming the heart, Li Pingyan wobbled with a massive glass jar, filled to the brim with the liquor he had purchased, which contained ginseng, deer antler, and the golden staff of a certain king of apes. At that moment, Luba dashed over and exclaimed, "Hurry, the chieftain has awakened." Upon entering the tent, Li Pingyan found Baku regaining consciousness. As he surveyed the few remaining tribesmen, the typically robust man's face, usually dark, appeared somewhat pale, with his similarly pallid lips pressed together. Baku remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Is this all that remains of our tribe? There are 13 brothers still in good health, but the others." Luba, witnessing the deep sorrow of the chieftain, chose to relay the harsh truth. "It is my fault. And what the king of apes?" Baku asked, raising his gaze to Li Pingyan. "The king of apes has been vanquished," Li Pingyan replied, shrugging lightly. "It is already in the pot." During Baku's unconsciousness, Li Pingyan had not merely steeped the king of apes in liquor. He had also cleaned it thoroughly, adding scallions, ginger, and spices before placing it in the pot to cook. After all, following such a fierce battle, his companions required a substantial amount of nourishment to regain their energy. A glimmer of hope sparked in Baku's eyes. As long as the king of apes had been hunted down, this endeavor could not be deemed entirely fruitless. Li Pingyan remarked, "Just now, during my battle with that creature, it sprayed blood all over me. After the fight, I felt an overwhelming hunger and consumed its heart. Its flesh seemed to possess extraordinary power, so I cooked the creature and offered it to everyone, hoping we might become stronger." While Li Pingyan spoke the truth, he refrained from mentioning his awareness that the blood and flesh of the Ape King could enhance human capabilities. Baku said nothing. He strained to support his own body, blocking the attempt of Ruba to assist him. He trudged out of the tent, where he beheld the lifeless bodies of his kin, tears cascading down his face uncontrollably. Even in their secluded mountain refuge, the Jabari tribe faced dire circumstances. Although they were not subjected to the same level of ostracism as in the outside world, the resources of the snowy mountains were scarce. Their tribe's population had remained around 500, with 50 strong young men constituting a third of their fighting strength. Now, only 13 remained alive, a reality that pierced his heart deeply. "My brethren, today we have lost many comrades. Their deaths are not in vain. They sacrificed themselves for the future of our tribe. Since our ancestors arrived here, they have been plagued by the attacks of these giant apes. Our great ancestors did not yield. They resolutely resisted, fighting for the future of our people, even when the odds were against them. Ultimately, our ancestors paved the way through adversity, earning the right for us to survive in this snowy expanse, aided by the guidance of the great white ape god, who bestowed upon them unmatched strength. Today, centuries later, we have slain the king of the apes once more." At this point, Baku glanced at Li Pingyan, who nodded in affirmation. Baku continued, "We are destined to rekindle the glory of our ancestors. Today, we shall partake in the flesh of this white ape." With a grand gesture, Baku commanded, "Let us feast." The transformation of the Jabari people was markedly different from his own. When he underwent enhancement, he merely felt a warmth coursing through his body, an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. In contrast, they appeared almost frenzied, their eyes bloodshot, their bodies visibly towering. muscles swelling to proportions that made their arms rival the circumference of Li Pingyan's waist. Then they began to roar and sprint in all directions, M'Baku among them, as the 14 of them dashed into the depths of the snow-covered mountains. Li Pingyan, unconcerned about their well-being in the frigid wilderness devoid of schools or barbecues, allowed them to run freely. His sole focus was on the results of his own enhancement. Upon opening his status panel for inspection, he realized that his efforts during this period had not been in vain. Name: Li Pingyan race. Human intelligence. 2 strength. 4. You can effortlessly lift objects weighing up to 15 tons. Speed. 3. Accelerating to 100 kilometers takes merely 0.5 seconds. Stamina. 3. You can engage in battle for a day and a night without rest. Combined with your remarkable speed, you shall become the apple of the eye for wealthy women. Combat skills. 6. Mastery of various martial arts. Traits. Acrobat. You possess a balance and coordination comparable to that of a monkey, perhaps making you the finest acrobat in history. Iron will. Your body exhibits remarkable durability, capable of withstanding blunt force impacts and most physical attacks. Leap of faith. Even if you were to leap from a 100-meter building, you would sustain no harm. Although your attribute values remain unchanged, your abilities have undergone a significant enhancement, and you now possess an additional trait slot. For Li Dagwan, the pride he feels in this new aspect is profound. He is no longer the overworked Li from his previous life. After multiple enhancements, he now stands at a height of 185 meters. While his appearance may not be strikingly handsome, he can certainly be likened to the charming older brother next door. The value of the vibranium in his personal space amounts to several $1 billion. And with his newfound capabilities, he has the potential to transform into the illustrious Li Dagwan. Li Pingyan is utterly satisfied with his current state, though it is unfortunate that his advantages cannot be showcased in this icy wilderness. Once he steps outside, he is determined to show the foreign women what it truly means to be a descendant of the dragon, a fearsome legacy indeed. Chapter 29. Lightly mounted. Riding the winds of destiny after another night had passed, the Jabari tribesmen who had ventured out returned. They had braved the cold all night without sustaining frostbite. Having undergone the blood and flesh transformation from the Gorilla King, each of them now possesses the strength of an adult white gorilla. If they were to face a white gorilla in combat now, armed with vibranium, each would be capable of slaying one. M'Baku, perhaps due to the influence of the original M'Baku genes within him, exhibited the most pronounced enhancement. His height, originally standing at 2 meters, has surged to nearly 3 meters, with muscles distinctly defined, appearing as though sculpted from solid boulders, presenting a formidable visual impact akin to confronting an ancient beast. Curious to witness M'Baku's enhanced prowess, Li Pingyan said, "Come, try to strike me. I cannot control my strength well right now." "It would be unwise," M'Baku declined, feeling a deep sense of responsibility as Li Pingyan is their savior, having granted them a second chance. A single blow that could harm Li Pingyan would weigh heavily on his conscience. "Do not underestimate me. I too have benefited from the Gorilla King's blood and flesh enhancement, and my gains may be no less than yours," Li Pingyan replied with a smile. Seeing Li Pingyan's determination, M'Baku had no choice but to comply. He bent his knees, drew his fists to his abdomen, and leaned slightly forward. In the next moment, M'Baku's body lunged towards Li Pingyan like a missile, his massive fist cleaving through layers of air, dispersing the fringe of hair on Li Pingyan's forehead. Witnessing the overwhelming force of this punch, Li Pingyan dared not hesitate. He crossed his arms over his chest to brace against the blow. The instant M'Baku's fist struck him, Li Pingyan felt little more than a playful tussle among friends. One punch exchanged for another. Although no harm was inflicted, the tremendous thrust propelled Li Pingyan backward for several meters, leaving a charred scar on the ground beneath him. After this powerful strike, Li Pingyan was able to examine the attributes of his opponent seamlessly. Name: M'Baku race. Human intelligence. 2 strength. 4. Capable of bearing objects weighing up to 8 tons. Speed. 3. Able to engage in a friendly race with a 40-mile-per-hour electric vehicle. Stamina. 3. Can endure several hours of combat without fatigue. Combat skill. For a warrior with extensive hunting experience. Traits: Gorilla, possesses superhuman reflexes and agility. with balance and coordination far surpassing even the finest athletes. His physique exhibits significant durability, capable of withstanding blunt force impacts and most physical assaults. Heights that would severely injure or kill an ordinary person pose no threat to him. Compared to before, M'Baku had undergone a profound transformation. He had lost dozens of exceptional warriors, yet the remaining tribe members had all evolved, attaining strength rivaling that of ordinary guerrillas. He himself had acquired the power he had long coveted. Whether this was a gain or a loss was difficult to ascertain. Observing M'Baku's panel, Li Pingyan inwardly muttered, "This world is truly peculiar. The methods and ease of acquiring power bear no relationship to one another." M'Baku, witnessing Li Pingyan's unscathed demeanor after his formidable punch, was taken aback. Although he had exerted only 60% of his strength, it was still considerable, yet Li Pingyan had effortlessly absorbed the impact, reaping benefits that far exceeded his own. However, M'Baku felt no resentment. If it were not for Li Pingyan, his forces might have faced complete annihilation. Gratitude towards Li Pingyan filled him, leaving no room for jealousy. In truth, Li Pingyan had also benefited from their circumstances. Without the abundance of vibranium, he would have struggled to defeat the Ape King, and thus they had mutually accomplished one another. In early March 1939, the Jabari tribe, the expedition team returned to the tribe after a month. Given the current physical prowess of the investigation team, they could have journeyed back from the depths of the snow-capped mountains in a week. The reason for the month-long duration was their need to observe the subsequent movements of the white gorilla race. With the Ape King gone, the white gorilla tribe retreated deeper into the mountains, leaving behind a juvenile gorilla under 10 years of age, which would require at least 40 years to mature. M'Baku led an investigative team to document the subsequent circumstances of the White Ape clan. After returning to the snowy mountains, the white apes began to vocalize incessantly, ultimately summoning 3 formidable white apes, each rivaling the size of the former Ape King. According to M'Baku, these 3 beings were likely the brothers of the previous Ape King and his 2 offspring. Following a catastrophic event that claimed the life of the current Ape King, they responded to the calls of the monkey troop, preparing to assume the responsibilities of leadership. After a fierce struggle, the elder Ape King reclaimed his throne. Initially, it was presumed that the other 2 apes would depart, yet the elder Ape King insisted they remain. Through M'Baku's translation, it became clear that the elder wished for them to stay and protect the clan as they ventured deeper into the snowy mountains for a more sustainable existence. As M'Baku observed the silhouettes of the white ape clan fading into the snowstorm, he fell into deep contemplation. From that moment forth, no external threats would jeopardize their clan's safety. However, he felt a profound sense of loss rather than joy. Upon returning to the Jabari tribe, Li Pingyan reserved some provisions for himself, distributing the remainder among the tribe's members. He then proceeded to M'Baku's dwelling to express his intention to depart. "Are you about to leave, my friend?" M'Baku inquired, having noticed Li Pingyan distributing food within the tribe, signaling his plans to depart. "Indeed, brother. This journey has allowed me to witness the resilience of the Jabari tribe in the depths of the snowy mountains and the elusive white apes of legend. My very being has been fortified. I can truly say this expedition was worth my while," Li Pingyan replied. "Rest assured, I shall not disclose the unique history of our tribe and the white apes to the world. It will remain a treasured secret within my family. A testament to our friendship," he added. "Thank you for your understanding. The Jabari tribe will forever be your ally. Our friendship shall endure," M'Baku responded. "I am preparing to embark on my next journey, my friend. Rather than sorrowfully bidding farewell, I prefer to depart with grace. I shall carry my love for this world as I venture forth into the mountains and seas ahead," Li Pingyan declared, his smile radiating confidence and sincerity, a sentiment that even M'Baku could not resist, stirring within him a longing for the outside world. "Then let us host a farewell celebration for you today," M'Baku suggested. "Parting ways after 1,000 miles is inevitable. We are all noble men, so there is no need for tears at the feast. Our tribe has already suffered losses, and tonight's banquet should not be held in my honor," Li Pingyan replied, clasping his hands in respect. "Though time stretches infinitely and the horizon is vast, the future is like an ocean, and there is much time ahead. M'Baka nodded in agreement, understanding Li Pingyan's intent. The tribe's most pressing need now was to bolster morale and expand their population. Li Pingyan retrieved a large jar of wine from his belongings and placed it on the ground, addressing M'Baku. "Tonight, you may serve this at your banquet." M'Baku raised his head, only to realize that Li Pingyan had vanished from sight. That evening, as the tribe shared the jar of wine, they all felt a warmth coursing through them, as if infused with boundless energy. The Jabari tribe experienced a notable surge in fertility due to the festivities of that night. Lu Ba, too, embraced his beloved, successfully engaging in an open exchange with Rem, and thus they united in matrimony. After departing from the Grand Hall, Li Pingyan ascended to the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Gazing at the sheer cliffs beneath him, he laughed with reckless abandon and leaped into the abyss, plummeting earthward like a shooting star. With a resounding thud, Li Pingyan landed firmly on the ground, the immense force dissipating into nothingness as it coursed through his calves. Akin to a stone sinking into the sea, the snow beneath him erupted in clouds, stirred by the impact. At that moment, his heart surged with exhilaration, prompting him to unleash a roar that rivaled that of the legendary Ape King. He was immensely satisfied with the abilities granted by the Ape King's essence. The sensation of descending unscathed from a height of 100 meters was unparalleled, far surpassing that of bungee jumping. His instructor had once proclaimed, with confidence, "One can live for 200 years and traverse 3,000 miles. Now, equipped with the skills to navigate through a hail of bullets, he had cultivated a formidable ability for self-preservation. Yet, he knew he must not succumb to arrogance and complacency. Whether he sought to roam the mountains and seas or return to his homeland, he required a formidable strength to rely upon. The mountain wind howled past Li Pingyan's ears, and with the enhanced senses bestowed by the Ape King's blood, he effortlessly discerned directions amidst the icy expanse. The once monotonous white peaks now appeared numbered, easily distinguishable in his sight. Maintaining a velocity of 120 kilometers per hour, he surged forward, effortlessly leaping over ravines and plummeting down cliffs, bounding through the woods with unrestrained vigor. Nothing could impede his progress, and after about an hour, he arrived at the snow-covered mountain pass. However, he was taken aback to find the once desolate volcanic crater now bustling with numerous tents and a contingent of evidently well-trained soldiers guarding the area. Sensing a connection to a ninja squad, Li Pingyan approached a guard wielding a firearm and inquired, "Are you here for tourism?" Without acknowledging Li Pingyan's identity, the guard replied, "I travel." Before he could finish, Li Pingyan swiftly covered the guard's mouth, preventing any further crude remarks from escaping his lips, thus sparing him from disgrace. Li Pingyan felt he had performed a noble deed, albeit not wholly. His grip had been somewhat too strong, and when he withdrew his hand, the guard's visage below the nose accompanied him. As Li Pingyan grasped the guard's mouth, it felt akin to molding a piece of clay. He couldn't resist shaping it slightly. Alas, the clay could not endure, crumbling entirely. Observing this, Li Pingyan remarked, "Well." The guard's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept his abrupt departure from this beautiful world. With no time to waste, Li Pingyan surveyed the camp's 30 or so inhabitants, dismissing the need for individual inquiries, and bellowed instead, "Hey, are you all here for a team-building event?" Chapter 30, Civilized Courtesy. "Hey, are you here for a team-building event?" Upon hearing the voice, those present turned to see who dared utter such a thoughtless remark. They had been stationed here for 2 months, ever since their leader, Boka, dispatched a team of ninjas who had yet to return after several months. He had ordered them to wait here, ready to capture anyone entering or leaving the snowy mountains, in hopes of gathering intelligence. In over 2 months, these were the first outsiders they had encountered, and upon closer inspection, the unwitting speaker turned out to be the very target their leader had instructed them to find. The soldiers raised their weapons, aiming them at Li Pingyan, commanding, "Get down and cooperate." It was common knowledge that capturing Li Pingyan alive was far more valuable than killing him, so they intended to take him prisoner. Li Pingyan feigned ignorance, remaining still as 5 raggedly dressed African natives armed with guns closed in on him. Realizing a substantial reward was imminent, one soldier hurried back to the tent to inform Boka that they had successfully apprehended Li Pingyan. Clearly, You're not here for team building. Do you recognize a few ninjas dressed as if they just lost a family member? Li Pingyan remarked leisurely. Enough with the chatter, you yellow-skinned little blackie. One of the soldiers, irritated by Li Pingyan's verbosity, prepared to teach him a lesson, cursing as he swung his hand towards Li Pingyan's face. Li Pingyan, hailing from a land of etiquette, believed in the virtues of kindness. Seeing the soldier ready to insult him, he swiftly placed his hand on the man's head and circled it around his neck a few times. Indeed, the soldier could no longer utter a word, as Li Pingyan had preserved his ability to speak in a rather unconventional manner. Such impatience! You must be mindful of your manners, Li Pingyan lamented, casually discarding the now lifeless head. The others, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, watched in horror as Li Pingyan effortlessly dispatched another of their companions, whose eyes bulged in shock. Amused by the spectacle, Li Pingyan extended his right hand and flicked a finger at the soldier with the most astonished expression. With a resounding pop, the soldier lost his proud eyeball, as Li Pingyan's middle finger easily shattered it, continuing with such force that it struck the soldier's brow, sending a portion of his skull flying. With a swift and decisive motion, 2 of the soldiers lay dead, and the remaining 3, now fully alert, seized their weapons and opened fire on Li Pingyan. Terrified, they shouted obscenities as they shot, "Die, monster! F. Your lack of civility is understandable. After all, not every culture has the privilege of a 5,000-year legacy of virtue, benevolence, propriety, wisdom, and trust," Li Pingyan observed with a sense of understanding. With a sigh, he proceeded to obliterate the heads of the remaining assailants. The other individuals in the camp were initially expressing their relief at finally concluding their tasks and returning home to claim their rewards. Meanwhile, I had been away for 2 months, with my wife and children eagerly waiting for my return. After resolving this target, I envisioned bringing home a substantial bonus, enabling my wife to purchase new clothes and allowing my children to indulge in better meals. However, as gunfire erupted, they became alarmed. They had believed that with a group of armed individuals aiming at the target's head, victory was assured. To their astonishment, the target exhibited extraordinary agility, eliminating 2 of our attackers in an instant. In a flurry, they grabbed their weapons, preparing to confront Li Pingyan, yet upon looking, there was no trace of him. At that moment, everyone from the camp surged into the open area, and Li Pingyan ignited the tents, engulfing the space in fierce flames that trapped everyone within the camp's confines. Standing outside, he called out, "You have all been surrounded by me." One must admit that the enhancement of Li Pingyan's vocal capabilities, thanks to the influence of the Ape King, was remarkable. Although he couldn't shout with the same lethal force as the Ape King, his voice resonated with the power of a loudspeaker. The individuals in the center of the camp, however, were not inclined to surrender meekly. Armed as they were, they would not fear Li Pingyan alone. A braver soul bellowed, "Brothers, remain calm in the face of adversity. Guns in hand, follow me." Yet, before he could rally his comrades, a stone struck, shattering his skull. The others murmured in confusion, and finding the noise intolerable, Li Pingyan dashed into the throng, intent on silencing those who spoke. Like a tiger among sheep, every punch and kick he delivered claimed a life, each kill marked by a decisive blow to the head. The surrounding individuals, overwhelmed by the splattering blood and pale brain matter, lost their composure and began firing indiscriminately at Li Pingyan's location. The cold, merciless barrels unleashed torrents of fire, severing limbs and extinguishing lives. Amidst the encroaching flames, anguished cries and the cacophony of gunfire echoed. From above, through the thick smoke, the ground appeared drenched in blood, with 7 or 8 headless corpses lying stark against the earth. The surrounding blood mingled with white matter, slowly flowing, while those struck by their comrades' bullets writhed helplessly on the ground. Others, with broken limbs, crawled desperately, striving to escape this nightmarish scene. At this juncture, Li Pingyan was drenched in blood, splattered with remnants of brain matter, his clothing tattered and torn from bullet impacts, yet he bore not a single wound. The bullets that struck him had failed to penetrate his skin. Anyone witnessing him in this moment would hardly consider him a good person. Should future agents of S.H.I. happen upon him, Regardless of his motives, they would likely deem his relentless slaughter unforgivable, branding him an enemy and executing him without hesitation. Contemplating this, Li Pingyan felt compelled to prevent the so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. from intervening, though he recognized that this was not the primary concern at hand. Li Pingyan once again fixed his gaze upon the remaining 4 individuals. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had only claimed the lives of fewer than 10, with the majority having succumbed to gunfire from their own comrades, driven to madness. A smile crept across his blood-splattered visage, a sight so disconcerting that it nearly shattered the composure of the surviving 4, prompting one to grasp a rifle and unleash a hail of bullets in his direction. Unfazed, Li Pingyan continued to smile as the bullets struck him, clattering to the ground, until the assailant expended his ammunition. He then spoke, "Answer my questions honestly, or you shall meet the same fate as this unfortunate soul." With a casual flick, he severed the head of the armed assailant. "Whose subordinates are you? Are you familiar with the ninja squad? What is your connection to them?" Li Pingyan posed 3 inquiries in rapid succession, adding, "Do not deceive me. I abhor wasting time. Is it truly Boca? How disappointing. I spared his life, and yet he seeks revenge against me. It seems he has too much time on his hands." Li Pingyan felt a pang of betrayal, realizing he had placed too much trust in Boca. Despite showcasing the dignity of his heritage, he found himself on Boca's wanted list, with the ninja squad dispatched to hunt him down. Truly, a gentleman can be easily deceived. Feeling aggrieved, Li Pingyan surveyed Boca's remaining subordinates, concluding that they were undoubtedly cut from the same cloth. If he were to spare them, they would not recognize the honor and integrity of his culture. Instead, they would label him a fool. Frustration mounted within him, leading to an exclamation, "Barbarians, cowed by might yet devoid of virtue, mere beasts." In a fit of indignation, he snapped their necks. With that, Li Pingyan stood as the sole survivor in the ravaged camp. Observing the devastation around him, he carelessly discarded the remnants of the explosives he had previously stowed away. However, he was unprepared for the fact that the prior explosion had not fully detonated. It merely ceased due to his timely closure of the storage space, where time had come to a standstill. As he emptied the remnants, the explosion resumed, transforming the entire encampment into a flat expanse, while the shockwave unceremoniously hurled him away. A lone African buffalo galloped wildly across the ground, pursued not by a pride of lions, but by a naked youth standing at a height of 6 feet tall. The boy sprinted with remarkable speed, effortlessly outpacing the buffalo before seizing its horns. With a powerful downward thrust, he forced the buffalo's head and body to the ground, executing a swift arm motion that snapped its neck cleanly, ending the creature's life. This young man was none other than Li Pingyan. The shockwave from the explosion had propelled him several meters away, and the garments that had barely endured the earlier gunfire were now succumbing to the intense heat generated by the subsequent explosions. Yet, Li Pingyan remained vibrant and full of life. After washing himself in the river, he fortuitously encountered a herd of buffalo coming to drink. With his supplies dwindling, he set his sights on one buffalo, intending to claim it as sustenance. The 1-ton bison appeared as light as a balloon in Li Pingyan's hands. Effortlessly, he lifted it with a single hand and brought it to the riverbank, where he commenced his preparations. Although Li Pingyan lacked the skills of a butcher, the vibranium weapon he wielded was far sharper than any traditional knife, allowing him to efficiently dismantle the massive beast. After a thorough rinse in the river, he proceeded to roast it for a meal, as was customary, cleansing the bison's prized parts and soaking them in liquor to accompany the treasures of the Monkey King. Suddenly, Li Pingyan realized a pressing concern. The time within his spatial pocket was stagnant. Would that not render the medicinal liquor ineffective after prolonged immersion? As he pondered this, he took a sip of the liquor, instantly feeling a warm sensation enveloping him, while his lower regions signaled the liquor's potency in a most undeniable manner. The adage of being warm and well-fed stirred his thoughts, leading him to reminisce about Lorraine, portrayed by Natalie Dormer in Captain America. Her beauty was striking, and he mused about addressing that enchanting little sprite soon to prevent any discord between the captain and Agent Carter. Lost in his thoughts, he couldn't help but emit a peculiar chuckle. Chapter 31. the professional old by Deng. Boca, upon learning that all the troubles were instigated by Boca, Li Pingyan promptly drove to Boca's encampment, eager for a serious discussion. Coincidentally, he had exhausted the gold he previously acquired from Boca and was in need of funds, only for Boca to present him with a novice's bounty of coins. It must be said, though he could sprint hundreds of kilometers to Boca's residence, consuming merely a bun for every 100 kilometers, arriving there drenched in sweat was hardly as leisurely as driving. The Red Skull's vehicle was indeed formidable, capable of reaching speeds of 200 miles per hour, even on the rugged terrain of Africa without highways. After several hours, Li Pingyan arrived at Boca's estate. During his last visit, he had to stealthily infiltrate, but this time, equipped with greater prowess, he could solo the challenge without a hint of strain. Although Boca's manor had undergone further fortifications, surrounded by watchtowers and a substantial security detail patrolling the grounds, Li Pingyan remained unfazed. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, disregarding the grand entrance of Boca's estate, ramping up to 200 miles per hour. As he sped along, gunfire erupted from figures standing in his path, attempting to eliminate him. Without hesitation, he collided with one, reducing him to mere pulp, and shortly thereafter, his vehicle crashed through Boca's formidable iron gates before he stowed it away. This time, he intended to breach Boca's estate directly, treating it as an opportunity to hone his skills. Boca's subordinates were indeed well-trained, ready to turn the intruder and his vehicle into mere shreds the moment Li Pingyan burst through the entrance. However, the instant he crossed the threshold, he tucked his vehicle into his spatial pocket. The gunmen, momentarily startled by the sudden loss of their target, nevertheless pulled the triggers toward Li Pingyan at the entrance. The bullets sliced through the air with a resounding crack, hurtling toward him with tremendous momentum. Unfazed and composed, Li Pingyan retrieved a vibranium frying pan from his spatial pocket, slamming it heavily onto the ground before shielding himself behind it. This pan had previously saved his life from the claws of a white ape, and he drew it again not out of dire necessity, but to avoid cultivating a foolish tendency to face attacks without evasion. Even if such strikes might not inflict significant harm, he refused to emulate the bumbling trickster Loki, who, after being blasted from his flying vessel, had to endure Hulk's earth-shattering spin. That would be an egregious humiliation. The bullets clanged against the vibranium, falling to the ground as if drained of energy. Li Pingyan hurled the frying pan forward, and the unfortunate soul struck by, it was instantly obliterated by the released energy. Regrettably, unlike Captain America, he could not summon the pan back after it had struck its target. Once thrown, it embedded itself in the ground, requiring Li Pingyan to retrieve it himself. After discarding the frying pan, Li Pingyan surged toward the gunman, brandishing his vibranium spear as he charged into the fray amidst a hail of bullets. His spear pierced the skull of one gunman, a favored target of his, for while some might deceitfully claim their heart lies on the right, there could be no such pretense when one's brain is shattered. With a vigorous shake of his hands, the head exploded upon impact, and stepping forward, he thrust the spear, its tail carving a graceful arc that detonated another gunman's head. Dozens of security personnel swiftly encircled Li Pingyan, the abruptness of the situation leaving them momentarily stunned. Only now did they recognize the intruder as the very target their superior had been seeking for so long. Amidst the crowd, someone dashed toward the inner courtyard to inform Boca of the imminent threat. Noticing the individual rushing inside, Li Pingyan chose not to intervene. Surrounded by wary figures who dared not fire their weapons for fear of hitting their comrades, they merely aimed their guns at him while others prepared to engage him in close combat. Unperturbed by their indecision, Li Pingyan decided to act. In an instant, he vanished from sight, his speed rendering him nearly invisible to those around him. Suddenly, he identified a cluster of individuals standing too closely together and chose them as his targets. Within 0.5 seconds, he accelerated past 100 miles per hour, colliding with them, his body carrying immense momentum. The man at the front was shattered upon impact, and several others behind him were similarly crushed, their bones broken and sinews torn. A great number of individuals were struck down in the aftermath. Li Pingyan, abandoning his spear for a sword, executed 2 sweeping strikes with alarming ferocity, cleaving through the throngs as if they were mere stalks of wheat, and they fell to the ground in disarray. This harbinger of death, wielding his blade with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains, plunged into the crowd, relentlessly hacking away. Anyone within a 2-meter radius of him was cleaved in twain by the formidable blade. The air was filled with an unending cacophony of anguished cries. Some were mortally wounded, their chests severed, while others, bisected at the waist, writhed in excruciating agony, lamenting on the ground, no longer hoping for salvation, but merely wishing for a swift demise. Even seasoned veterans, when faced with a catastrophic loss of their ranks, might succumb to despair, fleeing in panic or surrendering, let alone the security personnel recruited by Boca. "Help! A monster! Mother, I want to go home." The surrounding guards, in utter disarray, cast aside their weapons and fled, having lost all capacity for rational thought upon witnessing the horrific deaths of their comrades, desperate to escape the life-taking demon that was Li Pingyan. To flee from this hellish estate, Li Pingyan, perceiving himself not as a demon, did not feel compelled to annihilate them entirely. After all, these individuals were merely mercenaries, not die-hard loyalists or kin of Boca, and letting them go would not incite vengeance against him. Thus, he refrained from pursuing them, strolling leisurely deeper into the Boca estate. Meanwhile, Boca, observing the surveillance footage, was rendered utterly speechless. His subordinates reporting to him were equally disheartened, fearing that if they weren't wary of Boca's wrath, they would have fled long ago. Boca contemplated whether an apology to Li Pingyan might bear any fruit, but given Li Pingyan's demeanor, the likelihood of forgiveness seemed slim. Even if Boca were inclined to surrender, the organization behind him would surely abandon him, propelling him closer to his own demise. Caught in a treacherous predicament, Boca could only dispatch a team of ninjas to confront Li Pingyan. Since he had received news of Li Pingyan's whereabouts, he had sent 2 squads of ninjas to hunt him down, believing it to be a foolproof plan. Little did he know, those teams had vanished without a trace, likely meeting a grim fate. Especially considering Li Pingyan's penchant for crushing skulls, it was improbable that his ninjas had enjoyed a peaceful end. On the main avenue of the Boca estate, Li Pingyan walked at a leisurely pace, as if a master relishing the beauty of his domain. Had it not been for the blood staining his attire, one might have mistaken this youth for the proprietor of the estate, savoring time and tranquility. His previous visit had been under the cover of night in haste, leaving him no opportunity to appreciate the estate's decor. Now, however, he ambled leisurely, despite Boca's crude nature as an arms dealer, revealing a surprisingly refined taste. Li Pingyan had now entered the inner courtyard of the Boca estate, where a grand swimming pool in the shape of a hexagram awaited him, flanked by a row of palm trees. To the east of the pool lay a patch of grass, also surrounded by palms, alongside a white pavilion adorned with several lounging chairs, all under a sky of azure and fluffy clouds, a picturesque scene indeed. Li Pingyan contemplated that once he acquired wealth, he would certainly possess a grand estate like this one. No, from this day forth, all that belonged to Boca would rightfully be his, and this manor would naturally be registered in his name. Although he might not indulge in its pleasures, it was essential to own it. With this mindset, Li Pingyan felt as though this estate already bore the Li name. Embracing the spirit of its proprietor, he decided to relish the moment, shedding his garments and plunging into the swimming pool. Boca, observing from the surveillance cameras, was momentarily bewildered by Li Pingyan's perplexing behavior. Could it be that this individual was not seeking vengeance, but rather on a leisurely visit? That would indeed be splendid. He could not contend with him, and if they could share food and drink and forge a friendship, why resort to violence? Boca detested conflict. Little did he know that Li Pingyan had already claimed the residence as his own and, as the master, was determined to savor it fully. After cleansing himself of any traces of blood, Li Pingyan swam a few more laps but soon found it rather dull and exited the pool. It would be far more enjoyable with a few lovely ladies who cherished swimming alongside him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, gazing upon the expansive estate. Li Pingyan mused that Boca was indeed unreliable. With such a vast pool, he should have sought out several enthusiastic swimmers to make use of it, rather than letting it languish. What a deplorable capitalist, he thought, squandering resources without a second thought. He resolved to learn from this, ensuring that in the future, he would gather a number of heat-loving, swim-keen ladies to frolic in the water daily, vowing never to let it go to waste. With these thoughts, Li Pingyan stretched languidly, allowing the sun to dry his body before he donned a fresh set of attire. Since parting ways with Hydra, he had accumulated a considerable wardrobe in his spatial pocket to avoid wandering about indecently after battles, for his garments did not possess the elasticity of the Hulk's trousers, which were impervious to damage. Wear and tear were inevitable post-conflict, thus he had been prudent in his preparations. With light footsteps, he strolled unhurriedly towards the inner courtyard, pushing open the grand doors of the estate. Boca awaited him, beaming with a smile that mirrored that of a long-lost friend. "Welcome, my old friend. It is a pleasure to have you once more as a guest in my manor." Standing at the threshold, Boca, clad in a tailored gray suit, greeted Li Pingyan as if welcoming a cherished companion after a long separation. Li Pingyan, calm and composed, replied to Boca, "It has been a while. Our last encounter was rather hasty, and I did not have the opportunity to properly introduce myself. I am Li Pingyan, a citizen of Huaxia." Boca's face lit up with delight. "How wonderful, my friend. I am fortunate to learn your name. After our last meeting, I felt an immediate kinship with you and sent out my people to seek you, eager to forge a connection. Alas, my subordinates were rather uncouth and misinterpreted our relationship. I sincerely apologize for that." Boca spoke with fervor, yet his feet remained firmly planted, maintaining a considerable distance from Li Pingyan. "Really, you ought to have informed me. I feel quite embarrassed for inadvertently sending your subordinates away. Might you extend my apologies to them?" Li Pingyan remarked with a playful smile, uttering words that left Boca breathless. "Haha, you are truly amusing. They won't take offense," Boca replied, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Observing that Li Pingyan was unresponsive, Boca forced a smile and inquired, "You must be jesting, right?" "Haha, of course, I am jesting." Li Pingyan's expression radiated joy. Boca's demeanor softened slightly as he retrieved a handkerchief to dab at the perspiration on his brow, yet he had not exhaled in relief. "After all, you all went down without a head. How could you recognize one another?" Upon uttering this, Boca realized the point of no return had been crossed and shouted, "Attack!" In an instant, from the shadows beneath the chandelier, around the corner of the corridor, and from concealed angles behind doors, ninjas emerged from the darkness. Their coordination was impeccable, honed by the Hand Association as assassins. This organization collected orphans, nurturing them from a tender age, with various sources for these children. Some were abducted, others taken after the Hand Association had eliminated their families, and some were directly purchased from impoverished areas. In summary, these individuals were all gathered through extensive efforts by the Hand Association, employing diverse methods, both legitimate and illicit. These children, once collected, underwent rigorous ninja training, becoming the primary force of the Hand Association. Each year, hundreds of children were brought into the organization, commencing basic flexibility training at the age of 3, followed by a decade of mastering combat techniques, firearms, assassination, and toxicology. Although the Hand Association recruited nearly 1,000 young children annually, only about 100 would survive to the age of 13, reflecting an alarming attrition rate exceeding 90%. Those who successfully reached this age were required to complete 3 individual tasks and 1 group task within a year. Only those who succeeded could ascend to the rank of ninja. These children were indoctrinated with ideologies that diverged from the norm, becoming cold-blooded and ruthless, wholly loyal to the Hand Association, embodying a blend of cruelty and strength, yet also a tragic existence. No, perhaps becoming tools is a more fitting description. Indeed, a cadre of heartless, merciless instruments of assassination. If Li Pingyan were to fall victim to the Hydra's brainwashing, he would scarcely be superior to these ninjas. Merely another tragic tool of murder. Given their uniform education, these ninjas excelled in team battles, and since each squad typically consisted of members from the same cohort, their synergy was remarkably seamless. This was exemplified in the predicament currently faced by Li Pingyan. 3 ninja squads, comprising a total of 15 individuals, engaged in a fierce confrontation. At the forefront, 3 of them wielded their blades, targeting their own eyes, groin, and shins, while two others lunged towards their ears. Meanwhile, three more collaborated from behind. One brandished a spike club aimed at Li Pingyan's occiput, another thrust a knife toward his rear, and a third prepared to cleave through his spine, all in an attempt to incapacitate him with a single strike. The remaining ninjas, unable to approach, resorted to hurling concealed weapons from a distance, hoping to disrupt Li Pingyan's rhythm and create an opportunity for a lethal strike. Had it been Li Pingyan who had not yet been empowered by the Monkey King, he might have met his demise there. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. He firmly planted his feet, adopting a horse stance, his gluteal muscles contracting, and his right hand clenched protectively over his groin, his entire physique taut with tension. The initial barrage of attacks from the ninjas, whether from their blades or concealed projectiles, found no purchase. He remained steadfast, impervious to their efforts. The recoil from their strikes left their palms numb, as though they had struck a solid boulder, expressions of astonishment filling their eyes as they contemplated retreat. Regardless of their agility, the enemies they had previously faced were merely human. They had never encountered a foe upon whom their blades left no mark. Li Pingyan, unwilling to allow them any respite, seized the opportunity presented by the retreating ninjas to grasp the one who had attacked his groin, delivering a devastating punch that obliterated the assailant's skull. You Easterners truly lack sophistication, resorting to such base assaults, he mused, his irritation palpable despite his unscathed condition. Following the destruction of the ninja's head, he effortlessly tore the body asunder, akin to rending paper. Witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrade, the remaining ninjas remained undeterred. However, their strategy shifted. They discarded their long blades in favor of a different weapon. They equipped themselves with chain shurikens, a type of soft weapon featuring a metal head attached to a lengthy chain. Originally designed as concealed weaponry, they now wielded it as a means to restrain a formidable opponent like Li Pingyan, believing that if they could ensnare him collectively, even a wild boar would be at their mercy. Yet, Li Pingyan had grown weary of such grappling. A spear materialized in his hands as he pivoted to confront the three ninjas behind him. The spear surged forth like a dragon, stirring the sea. Its might formidable, yet as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Before the other ninjas could react, the three behind him fell, their heads swept away, meeting their end in the northwest. Having dispatched four ninjas with impeccable precision, Li Pingyan swiftly positioned his spear before him, the incoming chain shurikens entwining around its shaft. Soon after, several more of the lethal chain projectiles, akin to venomous serpents, sliced through the air, hurtling towards Li Pingyan. Before him, a chain dart surged towards Li Pingyan's throat, propelled by the flick of a ninja's wrist. The chain, as if possessed of a life of its own, shifted direction and coiled around Li Pingyan's neck like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Several additional chains ensnared his arms, ankles, and waist. The ninjas swirled around him, intent on binding him completely. Yet, they gravely underestimated Li Pingyan's strength. With a mere flourish of his spear, he ensnared all the chains upon its shaft. A powerful tug caused several quick-witted ninjas to relinquish their hold, while others, caught off guard, were drawn toward him by the chains. Li Pingyan crouched down, his muscles bulging and veins protruding, and swept the spear horizontally with tremendous force. The ninjas, soaring through the air, unable to evade, could only watch in horror as the spear loomed larger and larger, ultimately consuming their entire field of vision. With the ability to effortlessly lift 15 tons, the extent of Li Pingyan's power unleashed was nothing short of terrifying. Those struck by the spear were instantly reduced to mere clouds of red mist. Seizing the moment, Li Pingyan charged forward, reappearing beside the last remaining ninja, and delivered a forceful punch. The targeted ninja, devoid of any capacity for rational thought, could only perceive the overwhelming might of Li Pingyan's fist, as the surrounding air was violently displaced by the forceful gust. This individual must surely be the reincarnation of the Tengu. The Tengu, a figure from Japanese mythology, is described as a creature of considerable stature, with a crimson face and white hair, adorned with wings, possessing unimaginable strength and supernatural abilities. thus representing a high echelon within the realm of Japanese yokai. The ninja, gripped by fear, mistakenly perceived Li Pingin's inhuman resilience and monstrous strength as signs of Tengu reincarnation. However, Li Pingin cared little for such thoughts, and in the blink of an eye, the ninja was reduced to a headless corpse. Were he an ordinary person, witnessing Li Pingin's terrifying display would surely induce a flight response. Yet these ninjas harbored no intention of retreating, having been indoctrinated from a young age with a belief that they could only return upon success, with no thought of survival in the face of failure. Li Pingin had anticipated their steadfastness. The last group of ninjas he encountered bore the same fearless demeanor. With the ease of one dispatching poultry, he eliminated the remaining ninjas. To him, this battle was remarkably effortless. Even after his second enhancement, these trained ninjas posed no threat, regardless of their numbers. After concluding the skirmish, Li Pingin approached Boka, the leader of Africa's largest armed syndicate, who now lay slumped upon the ground. Li Pingin found himself curious as to why Boka did not flee. Surely, he should have sought refuge at the very least. As Boka gazed upon the scattered corpses of the ninja squads, even his usual composure failed to elicit a smile. The monster had grown more formidable. Previously, during his last visit to his estate, he had harbored some trepidation and had to stealthily infiltrate. Yet now, he brazenly entered without fear of ammunition, although he suspected that the ninja squads may not pose a threat. He was utterly unprepared for the swift annihilation of all three squads within a mere 2 minutes. "Why don't you flee?" Li Pingin inquired. "It would be futile. Even if I escaped, survival would be elusive. The forces outside have their eyes fixed on me. The secret passage has been compromised, and venturing out would only lead to death and further torment," Boka lamented, having lost all hope for survival. "You are indeed a clever man, but this diminishes my enjoyment significantly. Why must you kill me? I've given you the vibranium, and I've conveyed the information truthfully, even when I dispatched the ninja squads. I didn't believe those two teams could threaten you. Why complicate matters by coming to kill me again?" Boka protested, unwilling to accept his fate. "Honestly, I had no intention of killing you. To speak candidly, I was merely short on funds and thought to borrow from you. However, upon learning that the ninja squads originated from you, my curiosity was piqued. I do not believe you possess the capability to cultivate such a force," Li Pingin replied. "Funds?" Boka grasped at a glimmer of hope, excitement brimming in his voice. "I can provide you with any amount you desire. I can still earn money, vast sums of it. If you spare my life, all my future earnings will be yours." At this proclamation, Li Pingin's interest was piqued. Having spent his previous life as a mere cog in the machine, the prospect of becoming a boss in this life, especially as the mastermind behind an arms empire, was exhilarating. In truth, Li Pingin's heartstrings were deeply stirred. "How much do you possess?" In Chapter 33, the laboring populace rises. Boka proposed an offer that Li Pingin could hardly refuse, especially considering Boka was a veritable golden goose that would continue to lay eggs. Thus, the ideology of smallholder capitalism swiftly took hold of Li Pingin's thoughts, leading him to acquiesce. At the core, Li Pingin and Boka held no irreconcilable grievances. After all, Boka posed no significant threat to him. As Li Pingin's power grew, Boka would find it increasingly difficult to escape his grasp. The thrill of killing Boka was indeed tempting, followed by seizing all his wealth and indulging in his desires, only to seek another wealthy outlaw to eliminate for financial gain once the funds were depleted. However, sparing Boka would allow him to continuously provide financial resources and a base of operations for endeavors that require discretion, such as enlisting a cadre of scientists to confine in a dark room to research the genetics of extraordinary beings for his own enhancement. This presented a promising avenue for Li Pingin, who had already devised a plan. Beyond humanity, Earth harbors other intelligent life forms, including the Eternals and the Deviants, products of celestial beings who descended upon Earth and transformed humanity. The eternal beings sustain their immortality by continuously absorbing the cosmic energies surrounding them. By capturing a few members of the eternal race and extracting their essence to create a serum, Li Pingin could enhance his own powers once more. In the previous iteration of the film Eternals, The counterfeit Superman Ikaris serves as an excellent target. He is wholly devoted to sacrificing humanity in exchange for the birth of a celestial being, even resorting to killing his own comrades. Li Pingyan harbors a profound disdain for such a so-called deity who desires to sacrifice all of humanity. Given that he exhibits hostility towards humankind, it is reasonable to assume he would understand Li Pingyan's intentions to use him for self-enhancement. Moreover, Ikaris' abilities are remarkably comprehensive, resembling a diminished version of Superman, and his powers are significantly weakened. As seen in the film, his heat vision is only marginally more potent than that of a light cannon, and his strength is not particularly formidable. Even the so-called strongman Gilgamesh, who is conceptually ranked as a 7 in terms of power, disappoints in his portrayal within the film. Li Pingyan feels confident that he could easily defeat him. Once he has the opportunity to travel to South Dakota, he intends to capture Ikaris and conduct thorough research on him. As for the researchers, Li Pingyan has already considered them. Dr. Abraham owes him a life, and it is time to collect that debt. Afterward, he plans to rescue Ikaris from the hands of Hydra agents and confine him in a small room, effectively making him a servant. Sparing Boker could ultimately prove beneficial, should he ever become a threat. Li Pingyan could simply turn back and remove his head as if it were a mere ball to kick. With this resolution in mind, Li Pingyan addressed Boker. "Boker, do you have children?" Boker, fearing that Li Pingyan intended to annihilate him or hold him as a hostage, hesitated to respond. Observing Boker's trepidation, Li Pingyan reassured him, "Do not be afraid. I do not intend to eradicate you." Boker, however, remained skeptical. After all, just the other day, this man proclaimed himself a lover of peace. Yet today, half of his subordinates had their brains exploded. "Boker, how many enemies do you have? Are you certain you can enjoy your twilight years? Will your wife and children be safe from the vengeance of your foes? Do you believe that your team of ninjas will protect you once you are deemed no longer useful?" Boker, struck by these penetrating questions, lifted his gaze to meet Li Pingyan's. As Li Pingyan articulated, he was indeed in the prime of his life, still holding value. But what would happen when he grew old? Would the organization not dispose of him like an old dog? Furthermore, given that his team of ninjas have been utterly decimated, would his adversaries across Africa grant him clemency once they learned of his plight? After losing so many ninjas, could he still expect the organization to support him? Contemplating these grim realities, Boker's heart sank with despair. It appeared that, perhaps, being struck down by Li Pingyan might not be such a bad fate after all. It could prompt the organization to show mercy towards his family. "However, I can provide sanctuary for you and your family, allowing them to peacefully pass away in their beds when you reach the age of 80. Li Pingyan, resembling a devil, presents alluring conditions to entice individuals into trading their souls. "I possess the potential to live for many years, Boka. I can maintain this state for a century, 2 centuries, or even longer. During this time, I can ensure that your son and grandson inherit all that you possess, everything that I bestow upon you. And you, Boka, can attain even more. What I cherish is beyond your reach, yet what you will possess shall surpass your current holdings. I will assist you in uniting all arms dealers and flower merchants across Africa, enabling you to become the undisputed emperor of the underground on the continent. However, this requires your devotion. I seek your soul, Boka." Li Pingyan spoke in a calm, measured tone, exuding strength. "Yet, the faction that previously supported me will retaliate against us. The ninjas they dispatch are far from their elite forces. They possess even more formidable power. It is said that each of their 5 fingers has lived for centuries, their strength unfathomable." Boka's heart wavered as he expressed his inner concerns to Li Pingyan. 5 fingers? The hand association. Li Pingyan immediately made the connection. "You know of them? No wonder there are so many ninjas. It is this organization. Rest assured, Boka, the invincible enemy you fear is, in my view, not significantly stronger than these ninjas. You may reach out to them, honestly informing them of my existence, and tell their leader, Alexandra, that if they are willing to relinquish their control over you, we could be friends. If they refuse, let them come to me and see if their treasures are sufficient to revive them multiple times." Li Pingyan spoke with unwavering confidence. If the hand association were to approach, they would surely face dire consequences. Boca's estate, once his own, has now been renamed the Lee Residence. A few months prior, Boca had approached several other arms leaders in Africa with a proposal to merge, suggesting they form a close alliance akin to a corporation, working together in tight cooperation, monopolizing, and quietly amassing wealth. Unsurprisingly, this proposal was unanimously rejected. They collectively deemed Boca's frequent intimate encounters had rendered him senseless. Do not assume we are unaware. Your ninja squad has vanished. Just days ago, your estate was breached by a single individual, and despite your failure to safeguard your territory, you dare come and presume to dominate others. Truly shameless. The speaker, Ricky, the second largest arms dealer in Africa, immediately rose and voiced his opposition upon hearing Boca's suggestion. As dissent arose, the other arms merchants joined in, echoing the sentiment. As the saying goes, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Although these individuals do not possess the formidable influence of the likes of Boca and Ricky, their modest power is counterbalanced by the fact that all profits accrue to themselves, allowing for a life of freedom and the presence of loyal subordinates. Why would they wish to serve as underlings to others? Boca had anticipated this situation. To be frank, I am not here to consult with you. I am merely a messenger, relaying information at someone else's behest. If we are unwilling, do you truly believe you can annihilate us all? Ricky retorted defiantly. To kill everyone would be excessive. Let us start by eliminating half. A languid voice drifted in from outside. Li Pingyan staggered in, drenched in blood. He had dispatched all of the big brother subordinates, totaling over 100. In less than 2 minutes, his efficiency reminiscent of a car crushing small branches underfoot. The minions had congregated too closely, and with 2 large blades in hand. Li Pingyan spread his arms wide, the swords resembling wings extending behind him. He navigated through the crowd at a speed of 30 meters per second, akin to a breeze sweeping across the prairie, bending the wild grass before him. Li Pingyan was that very wind, a harbinger of death as he mercilessly reaped the lives of those gathered. Upon witnessing Li Pingyan's entrance, Boca immediately bowed in greeting, "Boss." Although Boca had previously referred to him as Big Brother, for reasons unknown, Li Pingyan preferred the title Boss, prompting Boca to adapt his address accordingly. Li Pingyan surveyed Boca and remarked, "All those outside are dead. I did it. Boca's estate was attacked a couple of days ago, and I was responsible. It is now referred to as Lee's residence. The message you received was conveyed by me. Do you dispute it?" Ricky, of course, remained skeptical. "Look at you, all bloodied. Trying to play the big shot. Who are you trying to fool? You say you killed over 100 people without a single sound?" Others echoed his disbelief, asserting that even slaughtering a pig would make noise, and questioned how one could kill a person so silently. "Have you lost your mind?" "Ha ha ha." Li Pingyan remained unfazed, merely smiling at those who mocked him. As they observed his calm demeanor, the others grew increasingly anxious. "I have matters to attend to and will not waste time with a fool like you. I'm leaving," one declared, making to exit. Ricky, sensing an unusual tension, refrained from acting impulsively, keeping a watchful eye on a few small arms dealers as they departed, wary of Li Pingyan's potential for sudden violence. The small arms dealers, too, proceeded with caution, wary of being ambushed from behind. Yet, as they neared the door, a profound sense of dread settled in their hearts. Finally, the small arms dealers reached the threshold, and the sight before them was akin to a scene from hell. Initially, they had brought over 100 individuals, but now the number had swelled to several hundred. Vivid crimson blood saturated the entire ground, filling the cracks in the entrance with its dark hue, while numerous severed limbs lay scattered about. Due to Li Pingyan's methodical slicing at a fixed height across all bodies, some shorter individuals had their necks cleanly severed, while taller ones were bisected at the navel, and many more were cleaved in half at the chest, their arms split asunder, leaving the once expansive square now littered with human remains. A trail of bloodied footprints led from the square to the banquet hall. The thought sent chills through those who had previously mocked Li Pingyan. Even the radiant sunlight streaming from the high sun outside could not warm their chilled souls. In hindsight, they realized they had spoken disrespectfully to a harbinger of death, and now they found themselves paralyzed with fear, unable even to turn and apologize to this lethal figure. devoid of the courage to face Li Pingyan directly. Inside the banquet hall, Ricky observed that several small arms dealers at the entrance stood motionless, leading him to suspect they had encountered some unforeseen predicament, perhaps being surrounded outside. Thus, Ricky shouted, "Come over here," yet hesitated to move himself. The small arms dealers remained oblivious to his command. With no one responding to him, Ricky turned to Li Pingyan and exclaimed, "What in the world are you doing? You might as well go see for yourself." Ricky, accompanied by a few loyal arms dealers, made his way to the entrance, only to be confronted by a scene of carnage reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. In an instant, Ricky comprehended why those individuals remained frozen in place. He too felt his legs weaken, unable to advance any further. "You lack integrity." Despite his inner trepidation, Ricky shouted, attempting to summon more supporters. However, witnessing the grim spectacle, no one dared to echo his bravado. After all, being a boss was one thing, but preserving one's life was paramount. Thus, they collectively adopted a stoic silence. Li Pingyan remarked, "What integrity? We're all adults here. When the disparity in strength becomes insurmountable, equality ceases to exist. It is merely the strong dictating terms to the weak. You were not ignorant of this principle. You simply did not anticipate the chasm between us would be so vast." Casting a glance at the surrounding small leaders, Li Pingyan continued, "The establishment of this company will not only benefit me. You too will be immediate beneficiaries. From now on, you need not fear betrayal from subordinates or retribution from enemies. The company's purpose is to generate profit and maintain stability. And disputes among you will be resolved through the company." The other small leaders, in need of a lifeline, found in Li Pingyan a reason to acquiesce. Naturally descending the slope he provided. The veracity of Li Pingyan's words mattered little at this moment. The prevailing circumstances dictated that they must align themselves with him. Now, only one individual remained steadfast by Ricky's side, a robust middle-aged man of African descent. "To my knowledge, your bones should not be so rigid. Yet you persist in opposing me. It appears someone has instilled a certain confidence in you. I can only surmise that the individual beside you, a man of African descent, must be one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Alliance." Upon hearing Li Pingyan's words, the white hat, standing behind Ricky, straightened up and addressed Li Pingyan. "It seems you possess a profound understanding of our Hand Alliance. However, we are entirely unaware of your circumstances. Logically speaking, a master of your caliber ought not to remain obscure. So who exactly are you?" The white hat is the head of the Hand Alliance's African division, typically donning white attire and a white hat. Despite his youthful appearance, he has lived for several centuries. Li Pingyan replied, "Let us set aside my identity for now. I wish to ascertain whether you, representing your Hand Alliance, support Ricky in opposing me. We are, after all, strangers. Why have you repeatedly sought to eliminate our people? Our support for Ricky is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether you intend to make an enemy of our Hand Alliance." The white hat responded, "Haha," addressing me as "Your Excellency" feels rather familiar. Suddenly, Li Pingyan switched to the Huaxiao language. "However, I must apologize. My mind is rather unyielding. I do not appreciate circumlocution. So please state directly whether you intend to retreat or remain." The white hat, unable to contain his anger at Li Pingyan's haughty demeanor, retorted, "You have gone too far. Do you think our Hand Alliance fears you?" Yet, as he spoke, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Witnessing over 100 individuals fall silently outside had already made him realize that he was no match for Li Pingyan. Having lived for centuries and taken countless lives, he possessed an intimate knowledge of human vulnerabilities. With his skills in unarmed combat and joint techniques, he could effortlessly subdue 4 or 5 individuals quietly. However, facing over 100 armed brigands, even the thought of victory seemed impossible, let alone the notion of silently eliminating them all. Though he could not fathom how Li Pingyan managed to incapacitate so many without a sound, it did not diminish his fear of Li Pingyan's capabilities. Living for such a long time has its advantages. It broadens one's horizons. He had encountered various individuals with unique abilities, yet he had never seen anyone capable of silently killing so many. Nevertheless, his instinct, honed through a lifetime of navigating life and death, led him to believe that Li Pingyan accomplished these feats through sheer willpower. Excessive. What good are you in the Hand Alliance? You smuggle arms, traffic in human lives, sell women and children, and trade in laundry detergent. Did you feel excessive while engaging in such deeds? Li Pingyan glared, his fighting spirit surging. A few worthless thieves, wreaking havoc upon the world, dare to accuse me of excess? Kunlun slave, do you wish for death? Upon hearing Li Pingyan refer to him as a Kunlun slave, the white hat momentarily lost his composure. It had been ages since anyone had dared to invoke that name in his presence. It was a taboo for him. Even the other 5 fingers of the Han Alliance would not dare to address him in such a manner. In an instant, the white hat forgot the disparity in strength between himself and Li Pingyan, launching an assault directly at him. A century's worth of combat experience enabled him to target Li Pingyan's right arm immediately. In the past, he could swiftly incapacitate his opponent by employing grappling techniques to seize their shoulder, effectively dislocating their bones, and using jujitsu to bring them crashing to the ground, subsequently breaking their legs to conclude the fight rapidly. However, this time, the gap between them could not be bridged by mere skill, especially since Li Pingyan possessed a considerable understanding of jujitsu as well. The moment he grasped Li Pingyan's arm, White Hat felt as though he were clutching not a human limb, but a finely tempered iron rod. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could inflict no harm. Realizing the gravity of his situation, White Hat understood that his grappling maneuver had failed to budge Li Pingyan in the slightest, illustrating the chasm of strength between them akin to that of a kitten and an elephant. He yearned to withdraw swiftly, yet Li Pingyan's strength far surpassed his own, and his speed was terrifyingly swift. As White Hat attempted to extricate himself, Li Pingyan's hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Desperately struggling to escape Li Pingyan's grip, White Hat was denied any chance as Li Pingyan seized the moment, exerting his strength to shatter White Hat's scapula. Before White Hat could utter a sound, Li Pingyan delivered a light punch to his abdomen. However, this seemingly gentle blow felt anything but. White Hat felt as if his intestines had ruptured, blood mingling with bile spilling forth onto the ground. Li Pingyan discarded White Hat as one would dispose of trash, sending him sprawling several meters away, where he curled up on the ground, convulsing in agony. At this juncture, Li Pingyan turned his gaze towards Ricky and remarked, "It appears your ally is not as reliable as you had presumed." Ricky, struck with panic, recalled the previous night when he had been engaged in a heated debate with several models. Just as the tension escalated, White Hat had suddenly appeared, startling him. White Hat was originally the head of the Hand Association in Africa, and it was expected that Boca would liaise directly with him. However, for reasons unknown, a conflict had arisen between them, prompting Boca to shift his allegiance to Lady Gao. Typically, after such an incident, White Hat would have sought to eliminate Boca. Yet, Boca's considerable power as the largest arms dealer in Africa made it perilous for White Hat to confront him. The repercussions would be dire. Furthermore, Boca inexplicably enjoyed Lady Gao's favor. Speculation abounded regarding Boca's exceptional qualities, suggesting he had won Lady Gao's affections, thereby gaining her protection and becoming an esteemed guest in her inner circle. Regardless, Boca remained a member of the Hand Association, and any internal disputes were the association's concern alone, leaving outsiders with no stake in the matter. Consequently, Boca became a figure within the Hand Association in Africa who did not heed White Hat's commands, leaving other arms dealers unable to leverage the Hand Association's influence to bolster their own power. The White Hat's uninvited presence this time undoubtedly pertains to the recent stir caused by Boca. Ricky, with his keen intuition, sensed an opportunity. If maneuvered skillfully, he could supplant Boca and ascend to become the preeminent arms dealer in Africa. As anticipated, the White Hat's visit was indeed to discuss Boca's affairs. From the White Hat, it was revealed that Boca had recently confided in the Alliance of Hands, expressing a desire to part ways and pursue separate paths. While graciously thanking the Alliance for their unwavering support, he hoped that henceforth, both parties could elevate their relationship to one of equitable collaboration. This declaration ignited a furious outrage among the Alliance, who had invested considerable effort and resources into Boca over the years. How could Boca, with his striking features, dare to betray the organization? Did he truly perceive the Alliance as a philanthropic entity? if they did not eliminate Boca as a deterrent? How could they maintain order within their ranks? Would it not set a precedent for others to follow suit, penning letters of gratitude and claiming, "Thanks to the organization for their nurturing, but the world is vast, and I wish to explore it"? Thus, the Alliance unanimously resolved that the White Hat should execute Boca in the most brutal manner at his banquet, ensuring that other ambitious individuals understood the Alliance's formidable reputation. However, a saying rings true: one can never predict whether tomorrow or unexpected events will arrive first. For Ricky, the grand vision of dominating Africa with the Alliance and usurping Boca's position as the foremost arms magnate was just beginning to unfold when Li Pingon appeared to shatter it utterly. The sensation was akin to toiling over homework with great anticipation of receiving praise from the teacher, only to have the class bully snatch it away, using it as toilet paper without so much as a word of thanks, complaining about the paper's roughness. In light of the current circumstances, Ricky no longer harbored hopes of surpassing Boca to become Africa's leading arms tycoon. Upon reflection, his previous position was quite satisfactory. He enjoyed cigars, fine wines, gourmet meals prepared by five-star chefs, and the enthusiastic welcome of numerous young models. Now, he found himself like a fish on Li Pingon's chopping block, with the impending loss of luxury cars and beautiful women looming over him, prompting Ricky to lament the White Hat's role in this debacle. The Alliance often boasted of their unmatched supremacy, claiming authority over all, yet their leader had been humiliated like a dog. Ricky realized he had been foolishly blinded by their grandiose promises. If time could be rewound, he would unequivocally support Boca's proposal and commend Li Pingon's sagacity for illuminating the chaotic landscape of Africa. At this moment, Ricky gazed at the white-hatted figure convulsing on the ground like a fish gasping for air, contrasting sharply with the confidence he had exuded just yesterday regarding punishing Boca. As he noticed Li Pingon's gaze shift from the white hat to himself, Ricky immediately knelt, crossing his hands to rest his forehead upon the ground, performing a gesture of utmost respect. "I apologize. I was misled by the deceitful words of the white hat, mistakenly believing that Boca was a man lacking in integrity, which led me to refrain from collaborating with him, as I hold reputation in the highest regard. However, upon realizing that you are the true master behind it all, I have resolved to follow you without reservation, for the integrity of the Huaxiao people is renowned worldwide." Ricky's submission came swiftly. As soon as Li Pingon's attention fell upon him, Ricky eloquently delivered this lengthy apology, prompting Li Pingon to wonder if he had rehearsed it beforehand. "Do not present yourself in such a manner. I rather preferred your previous defiant demeanor," Li Pingon remarked, observing Ricky kneeling before him. Though Ricky maintained a neutral expression, his mind raced with thoughts. That previous persona had been influenced by the treacherous white hat, who had audaciously believed he could oppose Li Pingon. He lifted his gaze to Li Pingon, who remained unresponsive, compelling him to press on with a steeled resolve. "Now that the unscrupulous white hat has been subdued by you, we are finally able to join your esteemed company. I am willing to set an example by integrating all my influence into your organization and investing all my personal funds accumulated over the years to contribute to the development of our company." Upon hearing the mention of funds, Li Pingon realized that negotiations were indeed possible. However, he was determined not to easily extend an olive branch to Ricky. For individuals of their ilk, excessive leniency would not be met with gratitude, but rather perceived as weakness. Yet, the atmosphere had reached such a point that failing to make a decisive move would diminish his stature. Hearing Li Pingon's words, Ricky and the other small leaders felt a glimmer of hope. If they could just survive this ordeal, they would be willing to offer anything, even their wives and children, to appease Li Pingon. After all, once they returned to their group, could Li Pingon truly eliminate all of them? They planned to wait for the arrival of the Hand Union members, shifting the blame onto Li Pingon, letting the two titans turn against each other while they remained unscathed. Therefore, they all declared, "Lord Li's strength is well recognized, and we are wholeheartedly eager to join the company, willing to invest all our wealth sincerely to contribute to its growth." Li Pingon observed the fervent declarations made by his companions, recognizing that his objective had been accomplished. A sincere smile illuminated his face as he gestured towards the nearly lifeless white hat on the ground, proclaiming, Since everyone is willing to unite and share both joys and hardships with me, I, Li, am deeply moved by your fervor. Today, we shall officially establish our company, aptly named the Armory. In celebration of this occasion, we will execute this individual as a sacrifice, signaling our commitment to confront external foes together and to support one another internally. Upon hearing these words, the smiles on the faces of the crowd abruptly froze. There were no doubts regarding Li Pingyan's disingenuous demeanor. However, should they truly take the life of the White Hat, it would signify that they had all boarded Li Pingyan's proverbial pirate ship. Any subsequent explanations to the Hand Association would surely result in their blame falling squarely on him. And it was unlikely that the Hand Association would acquiesce to such an arrangement. As each individual hesitated to voice their agreement, Li Pingyan's expression transformed into one of fierce intensity. He was acutely aware of their thoughts. However, the notion of hedging their bets on both sides was impossible. They had to follow him earnestly, for any betrayal would be akin to a toad crawling on one's foot, disgusting and unwelcome. Thus, it was imperative that they personally execute the White Hat, firmly binding their allegiance to his cause. What? Are you unwilling to act? Is there dissent regarding the fate of our impending community, or perhaps a grievance against me? Li Pingyan's countenance darkened as he spoke. If you do not wish to maintain your dignity, I shall assist you in that regard. The implicit threat within his words was unmistakable. The individuals exchanged glances, each unwilling to take the first step. Frustration began to mar Li Pingyan's features. He harbored no reservations about eliminating everyone present, regarding the ensuing chaos as inconsequential. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the crowd, as a sinister smile crept upon Li Pingyan's lips. The occupants of the room felt no inclination to resist, instead bowing their heads in hopes that they would not be the initial target of his wrath. It was then that Boka's footsteps dispelled the increasingly tense atmosphere. He approached Li Pingyan and bowed respectfully. Li Pingyan understood the gesture, producing a vibranium dagger and presenting it to Boka. Taking the dagger, Boka bowed once more before plunging it into the abdomen of the writhing White Hat. After completing this act, he returned to Li Pingyan, relinquishing the dagger, and positioned himself behind him, clearly signaling his allegiance. With this strike, Boka severed any possibility of reconciliation with the Hand Association, irrevocably branding himself with Li Pingyan's mark. Once the first individual breached the unspoken rule, others, driven by self-interest, would inevitably follow suit. Now that Boka had taken the initial plunge, the psychological burden had lifted for the rest, and the race for the second position was on. As they sought to safeguard their own interests, Ricky stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Li Pingyan as he received the dagger. After another bow, he plunged the blade into the white-hatted figure, returning the weapon before bowing once more and taking his place behind Li Pingyan. Others followed suit, mimicking this ritualistic process. The struggles of the white-hatted man grew feeble, torrents of blood gushing from his body as though it were an inexhaustible source. His thighs, abdomen, and chest lay in tatters, ultimately leaving behind a grotesque, blood-soaked form that lay motionless on the ground. Li Pingyan tossed the bloodied vibranium dagger to Boka, and though no words were exchanged, it was clear to all present that Boka had solidified his position as Li Pingyan's second-in-command within the organization. Li Pingyan then ordered the corpse of the white-hatted man to be drenched in gasoline and ignited. Amidst the roaring flames, the remains gradually turned to ash, and even the charred bones were crushed beneath Li Pingyan's foot, after which he poured more gasoline to continue the incineration. Ultimately, he commanded that the collected ashes be scattered into the river. It was not that Li Pingyan was cruel. As a devoted fan of Marvel, he understood that some characters could resurrect even from a single drop of blood. A mentor had once stated, "It is better to sever a finger than to injure all 10." Li Pingyan wholeheartedly agreed, believing that a dead enemy is indeed the best kind of enemy, one that need not reappear. As he watched the ashes disperse into the river, Li Pingyan was confident that the white-hatted man would not return. Thus, the weapon shop was officially established in Africa, destined to become the continent's largest arms trading company. Arms dealers, both large and small, would become part of this enterprise, with Boka appearing as the principal owner, while Li Pingyan remained the true mastermind behind the scenes. The interests of others were duly allocated, yet regardless of their thoughts, they were merely employees under Li Pingyan's command. With this, Li Pingyan fulfilled his ambition of becoming a boss, a development worthy of celebration. Upon assuming the role, Li Pingyan's first action was to adopt a hands-off approach, delegating responsibilities to Boca and Ricky, whose mutual disdain suited Li Pingyan's intentions perfectly, with the external threat of the Hand Association looming. Both men required Li Pingyan's protection and dared not harbor any ill intentions. Moreover, Li Pingyan preferred not to meddle in the company's affairs, effectively granting them greater authority, provided they ensured Li Pingyan's expenses were covered. No matter how much Li Pingyan could spend, he knew that one could only spend so much alone. Such a boss was ideal for them, although they understood that their positions were ultimately bestowed by Li Pingyan, who could reclaim everything under his overwhelming strength. Despite his experience as a boss, Li Pingyan had unwittingly mastered the art of balance, shaped by the cultural influences of his previous life. Chapter 37. Departure again, February 1940. La Residencia. After months of experimentation, Li Pingyan concluded that he might no longer belong to the realm of ordinary humans. He had achieved reproductive isolation from those deemed normal. Throughout this half-year, he had toiled diligently, sowing seeds of effort, yet had reaped no tangible fruits of his labor. However, his body had undergone remarkable transformations. Upon examining his status panel, he discovered a significant enhancement in his physical capabilities. Name: Li Pingyan race. Human, serum-enhanced beast amplification. Intelligence, 2 strength, for you can effortlessly lift objects weighing up to 20 tons. Speed, for Mach speed. Stamina, 3, your resilience allows you to fight tirelessly. Combat skills, 6, mastery of various martial arts. Traits, acrobatics, you possess balance and coordination akin to that of a monkey, potentially making you the finest acrobat in history. Iron will, your body exhibits remarkable durability, capable of withstanding blunt force impacts and most physical assaults. Leap of faith, even a fall from a 100-meter building will not harm you. Dynamic gait. This encompasses the principles of action and reaction, the yin-yang interplay, and the art of combat, endowing you with the ability to endure and prevail in battle. Li Pingyan sensed an oddity within his panel. The description seemed reminiscent of a powerful figure's attributes. Moreover, concepts such as dynamic gait and the art of endurance appear to be drawn from the classic tale Journey to the West. The dynamic gait was one of the teachings imparted by Bodhi to son Wukong. After 7 years of the mountain gate, the master remarked, "Within the gate of the Tao, there are 360 side doors, each leading to a rightful outcome. Which path do you wish to pursue?" To which Wukong replied, "As per my esteemed teacher's guidance." Thus, the master proposed 4 pathways of stillness and movement for Wukong's learning. However, due to the absence of immortality, Wukong chose not to study any. The dynamic gait refers specifically to the dual cultivation method, while the art of endurance is one of Zhu Beiji's supernatural abilities. During the trial of the 4 Saints Zen hearts, the illusion of the mother of Li Mountain remarked, "How outrageous! Do you intend to claim all 3 of my daughters for yourself?" Beiji retorted, "Doesn't every mother have 3 rooms and 4 concubines? A few more would be welcomed by your son-in-law as well." Yet, when had he acquired such knowledge? Li Pingyan scrolled through his panel information and indeed found notification. It turned out that his relentless dedication over the past 6 months had empowered him, and should there be an opportunity to vote for one of the world's top 10 influential figures, he would not hesitate to cast a ballot for himself. Nevertheless, at this moment, Li Pingyan resolved to momentarily abandon such trivial pursuits and continue his quest for longevity. He returned to Boca, who had witnessed firsthand the absurdity of Li Pingyan's past months. Were he an ordinary individual, he might have perished within 3 days. Yet, Li Pingyan remained vibrant and vigorous, his face devoid of any hint of despair, truly a cause for envy. "Where did you find these people?" Li Pingyan inquired. "I hired them with my own money." "None were coerced," Boca replied, uncertain of Li Pingyan's intentions behind the question. "Excellent. In this world, the bustling throngs pursue profit, and the restless masses seek gain. I am at ease when spending money for services. Now, I intend to continue my cultivation. Each of these individuals will receive $500,000 and be sent back to their hometowns or to the places they wish to go. Pausing, Li Pingyan added, "Should anyone wish to stay, I would gladly take responsibility." Boca complied and ultimately ensured that each woman reached her desired destination. Li Pingyan confirmed their safety and provided them with sufficient wealth to last a lifetime, wishing only for them to find suitable partners. However, it saddened Li Pingyan that none chose to remain. Despite the lack of emotional connection over the past 6 months, his diligent nurturing seemed to have left them unmoved. Indeed, it was his unwavering dedication, providing 3 meals a day, tirelessly and consistently, that rendered them unable to withstand the parting, merely expressing profound gratitude for his generosity. Yet, their ephemeral nature, akin to fragile willows, rendered his efforts futile, forcing him to bid farewell. In truth, after sending off these beauties, Li Pingyan felt a poignant sense of loss. Nevertheless, as a man of strength born amidst the vastness of existence, he could not allow himself to be consumed by fleeting emotions. He resolved to continue his journey toward immortality. To achieve longevity, the foremost rule is to avoid death. The best way to ensure one's survival is to eliminate those who wish to harm you, which necessitates immense power. In the Marvel Universe, the most striking source of great power is the Infinity Stones. If he could absorb even a fraction of the Space Stone's abilities, he would no longer need to worry about Captain Marvel. Speaking of the Space Stone, it was in March 1942 that Red Skull acquired it in Tønsberg, Norway, during the events of Captain America. Suddenly, Li Pingyan realized something amiss. His memory had never been this sharp before. Now, he could vividly recall many details from past viewings. When he thought of the Infinity Stones, scenes from the films flashed before his eyes, as if the subtitles were directly projected into his mind. It appeared that the serum had indeed enhanced his cognitive abilities, something he had previously overlooked. After all, the serum accelerated his thought processes and improved his memory. But wisdom is not something that can be instantly acquired. It requires time to cultivate. Li Pingyan mused to himself. While he currently lacked the ability to wield the Space Stone, he could certainly claim it for himself, setting the stage for Thanos to contend with his own bald head. Li Pingyan conceived an audacious idea, daring to seize opportunities he once would have shunned. Previously, even after undergoing serum enhancement, he remained bound by the limitations of humanity. Navigating the complexities of Earth was no simple task. However, with the enhancement of his abilities, the horizons of his ventures expanded, and the influences he could wield multiplied. He had transformed from a mere pebble into a formidable boulder capable of stirring vast ripples. Thus, his initial step was to procure the space gem. Consequently, Li Pingyan instructed Boca of his impending journey, indicating that he would be away for an extended period. He advised Boca and Ricky to make decisions collaboratively, asserting that if adversaries arose, they should not hesitate to eliminate them, should they encounter foes beyond their capacity to confront. They were to seek refuge in the Jabari tribe nestled within the snowy mountains, stating it was his directive. He assured Boca that if he failed to escape, he would ensure vengeance. Upon hearing this, Boca promptly inquired about Li Pingyan's destination and whether he should arrange for assistance during his absence, expressing concern for his leader. His words were tactfully chosen, reflecting his subordinate's genuine care for his superior's well-being, which would likely elicit no significant displeasure from Li Pingyan. The inquiry about when he would return to lead them was equally pleasing, suggesting the admiration and reliance the subordinates held for their leader's wisdom. However, Li Pingyan was not swayed by such sentiments. His journey to Norway was a matter he preferred to keep discreet. The knowledge of his whereabouts would only serve as an encumbrance. Thus, he replied, "My absence may span from 1.5 years to 8 or 10 years. Yet, remember, the search for experts in genetic research must not cease. Otherwise, upon my return, you shall present yourselves to me with your heads in hand." With that, Li Pingyan departed in his vehicle. He did not conceal his departure. Once Li Pingyan left the Li residence, word of his exit reached the Hand Association. Since his successful consolidation of Africa's underground forces, he had remained within the confines of the Li estate, leaving the Hand Association frustrated by their inability to execute a covert assassination due to the estate's stringent security. After enduring patiently, they finally seized the opportunity when Li Pingyan ventured out alone. They resolved to dispatch operatives to ambush him approximately 30 kilometers from the Li estate, intending to demonstrate that the Hand Association's reputation was not mere rhetoric. Closing reflection, the first volume, A New Arrival, chronicles Li Pingyan's initial foray into a foreign world, paralleling my own nascent journey as an author. While the protagonist has traversed 2 years within the narrative, acquiring self-sufficiency, he is now poised to embark on a quest for greater power. For him, the phase of being a newcomer has passed. For me, however, I am still navigating my rookie period. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the readers for their unwavering support. Initially, I prepared for solitary endeavors. Yet the encouragement from all of you has been immensely uplifting. Thank you once again. Chapter 36 has been obscured due to potential violations. Herein lies a summary of the permissible content. After subduing the underground forces in Africa, Li Pingyan recognized his lack of understanding regarding these businesses. Thus, he refrained from intervening in the company's affairs. However, he instituted a stringent regulation. Within the company's jurisdiction, any involvement in human trafficking was strictly forbidden. Violators would face the brutal punishment of dismemberment and ultimately execution as a public spectacle. Some subordinates expressed confusion regarding this decree, but upon learning of their dissent, Li Pingyan offered no explanation. Instead, he commanded the immediate extraction of the tongue from the dissenting lieutenant. Following this, the others acknowledged the humanitarian spirit of their boss's directive, which undeniably sought to benefit the populace, and thus they unanimously pledged their support. As for the unfortunate soul who had his tongue severed, he became an object of indifference, as they had all discerned that their seemingly affable boss, though appearing congenial, was, in truth, a resolute autocrat. Fortunately, he merely prohibited human trafficking, which they regarded as the behavior of petty criminals. The enterprises they were engaged in were far more lucrative. From that point onward, Li Pingyan ceased to concern himself with business matters, determined to emulate the coal magnates of who invested in the film industry, choosing to involve himself solely with actresses and remaining oblivious to all else. He instructed Boca to recruit esteemed professionals in genetic research from around the globe to serve him. With newfound wealth and leisure, Li Pingyan realized he possessed the aptitude of a multifaceted individual. He could not afford to squander such talents. Subsequently, he summoned Boca once more and entrusted him with the company, expressing his trust in both Boca and Ricky. After persevering through the challenges of entrepreneurship, he deemed it reasonable to indulge in some well-deserved rest. Boca promptly acknowledged that Li Pingyan had traversed a difficult journey to establish his enterprise and should now take time to recuperate. Regrettably, they had previously failed to adequately attend to their boss's emotional well-being. To remedy this, Boca paved the way with financial resources, enlisting a multitude of young models and starlets to ensure Li Pingyan could settle comfortably. The details of the ensuing events have become obscure, yet fortunately, during this period, Li Pingyan developed a penchant for journaling, which offers glimpses into that time. Chapter 36. Li Pingyan's diary after subduing the underground forces in Africa. Li Pingyan recognized his lack of understanding regarding these businesses, thus he refrained from intervening in the company's affairs. However, he instituted a stringent regulation. Within the company's jurisdiction, any involvement in human trafficking was strictly forbidden. Violators would face the brutal punishment of dismemberment and ultimately execution as a public spectacle. Some subordinates expressed confusion regarding this decree, but upon learning of their dissent, Li Pingyan offered no explanation. Instead, he commanded the immediate extraction of the tongue from the dissenting lieutenant. After this, everyone expressed that the boss's suggestion was deeply humanitarian, genuinely seeking to benefit the development of the people, and thus everyone unanimously voiced their support. As for that unfortunate soul who was foolish enough to speak out, no one even cast a glance his way. They had long realized that their seemingly amiable boss, who wore a pleasant smile, was not to be mistaken for a moderate. Otherwise, they would soon find themselves in dire straits. This boss of theirs was an unequivocal dictator. Fortunately, he merely prohibited human trafficking, an enterprise they deemed beneath them, as their own ventures proved far more lucrative. Consequently, Li Pingyan ceased to concern himself with business matters, resolved instead to learn from the coal barons of the past who dabbled in film investments, remaining oblivious to everything except the actresses. He instructed Boca to recruit prominent figures in genetic research from around the globe to serve his interests. Now that Li Pingyan had both wealth and leisure, he suddenly realized he possessed talents akin to those of Pan Liyun and Deng Xiaoxian. Such abilities must not be squandered. Thus, he summoned Boca once more, confiding, "I entrust the company to you and Ricky, and I believe in your capabilities. After all this time in entrepreneurship, is it too much to seek a little enjoyment?" Boca readily agreed, noting that Li, having traversed a challenging path to establish his business, deserved to rest well. He lamented that, as subordinates, they had not adequately tended to their boss's emotional well-being. Consequently, Boca employed financial means to gather a multitude of young, beautiful starlets, ensuring Li Pingyan could settle in peace. The specifics of what transpired during that time are no longer discernible, yet Li Pingyan developed a penchant for journaling, allowing glimpses into that period. April 9th, 1939, clear. Boca sensed my solitude during this time and insisted on finding companions for me. Despite my repeated refusals, he remained adamant, declaring he could not bear to see me so alone, and I reluctantly acquiesced. Boca set out to seek suitable acquaintances for me. April 10th, 1939, clear. While bathing in the pool that morning, Boca appeared with over a dozen beautiful women of various descents. He informed me that these individuals had become displaced due to the war, left without support. If I did not accept them, they would be forced to wander aimlessly. In these chaotic times, how could I bear to let these vulnerable women roam the world? It was time for me, as a son of Huaxia, to take on this responsibility. I resolved to begin by helping those in need, and with a generous heart, I welcomed this group of unfortunate souls. April 11th, 1939, clear. How pitiful are those who live in tumultuous times. I decided to enrich their minds. I spoke to them of Schopenhauer, of Freud, and engaged them in discussions on physics and the essence of life. April 11th, 1939, clear. Freud proved too complex, so I opted to discuss biology instead. April 12th, 1939, clear. The weather in Africa is indeed sweltering. If it were my hometown of Hunan, it could easily transform into a sauna. I resolved to take them to the pool for a swim, only to discover that even in this era, bikinis existed, garments that are remarkably white, tender, and elongated. On April 13th, 1939, under a clear sky, the Latina beauty, Liana, who was not adept at swimming, inadvertently tumbled into my embrace. She confided that her health was fragile, and swimming-induced arrhythmia, requesting my assistance in soothing her. Having aspired to be a doctor since childhood, how could I stand idly by? I immediately administered artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. April 13th, 1939, a day of sunshine. I crushed the golden powder of the sunset, as exquisite as the fine down upon your skin. Your slender waist ensnares my heart, while your fiery gaze binds my very being, causing all I am to dissolve in your presence, allowing my life to flow solely within you. On April 13th, 1939, amidst heavy rain, the weather was unsuitable for bathing, so we remained indoors, engaging in games. Liana's gaze towards me was filled with unyielding compliance. However, fate intervened when a polite German lady named Alina, with golden hair and azure eyes, asked for my assistance. I accompanied her into a secluded area to lend a helping hand. On April 14th, 1939, it rained. The young lady, like delicate pastry, wielded her sword to vanquish the mundane. Although no heads rolled in sight, secretly, she taught me the depths of despair. On April 15th, 1939, the sun shone brightly. I treated everyone to my secret brew, the king of monkeys' liquor, after which they seemed to lose their inhibitions. The specifics of what transpired became a blur. On April 16th, 1939, under the sun's warm embrace, Li Pingyan, a man of stature, would never cower before a disorganized multitude. Even if the path ahead were muddy and damp, I possessed the courage of 1,000 men, for none could stand against me. May 1939, I have lost track of the date, The weather outside bears no relevance to me. Here, I ensure there are 3 meals a day from dawn till dusk. Despite the passage of time, I find myself invigorated, with my capabilities seemingly enhanced, truly astonishing. On May 31st, 1939, Boca visited me, and I realized that nearly 2 months had slipped by. Boca's gaze held a mixture of astonishment and envy. Unbeknownst to her, the tales of our ancestral lineage are the true legends. My modest accomplishments are but commonplace among the sons of Huaxia. On June 20th, 1939, under a clear sky, I chastised myself. Li Pingyan, how could you fall so low? Have you forgotten the longevity goals you once set? As Confucius said, I examine myself thrice a day. This cannot continue. On June 21st, 1939, the cycle of 3 meals persisted, from dawn till dusk. On June 22nd, 1939, the same routine continued, from dawn till dusk. On July 5th, 1939, the sky was cloudy. The transient beauty of humanity cannot be preserved. Youthful faces bid farewell to mirrors. Flowers part ways with trees. Beneath the couple's quilt, the night unfolds in pairs, while across the river, melodies of the backyard flowers linger in the air. On July 7th, 1939, amidst the rain, garments were loosened, and curtains drawn back, as bashfulness intertwined with laughter, extinguishing the lamp's glow. The golden needle pierced the delicate blossom's core, while silence reigned, concealing furrowed brows. As time passed over another fortnight, O Li Pingyan, how can you remain enraptured in the embrace of tenderness? Reflect on the harrowing lessons of King Zhou, and gaze upon your own reflection. Even if your body remains unscathed, do you not fear the erosion of your will? You must understand, my heart of iron shall not permit external forces to disturb your spirit, nor shall it confine you to a singular state. When shall the plan for longevity commence? On July 9th, 1939, the rain continued. The cycle of meals from dawn till dusk persisted. Chapter 1. The ambush of the Hand Association at this moment. Li Pingyan's objective was the spatial gem. He was en route to Tinsburg, Norway, to seek out the church that might house the gem. Having driven a mere 30 kilometers, he found himself silently targeted by a group. The Hand Association had long since laid an ambush along his path, deploying 3 horsemen to ensure they could intercept him. Indeed, a contingent spotted Li Pingyan's approach and promptly set off a firework to summon their comrades. Witnessing the plume of smoke rising in broad daylight directly ahead, Li Pingyan sensed impending danger. It was evident that an ambush awaited him. Yet, who were these assailants? He could only speculate. Boca and Ricky, the African factions, were suspect, though it could very well be the Hand Association lying in wait. But what did it matter? His reliance was not on other forces, but rather on his own strength. Regardless of who sought to confront him, they would have to weigh their capacity to consume him, being mindful not to shatter their own teeth in the process. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Pingyan pressed the accelerator to the floor, hurtling toward the location of the firework. The Hand Association had released the firework because Li Pingyan had entered their encirclement. Their motivations were twofold. First, it was to call forth allies, gathering sufficient numbers to ensure Li Pingyan's capture. Previous reports indicated that even the formidable White Hat was no match for Li Pingyan. The higher-ups believed that a small force would merely serve as fodder for him. Thus, this operation enlisted the full might of local Hand Association assassins, alongside a notable figure from their ranks. The second reason was to rouse the prey. Before striking at Li Pingyan, they ignited the fireworks to alert him, then moved to intercept him from the front, inducing panic and retreat. This would compress the encirclement, creating an illusion of enemies in every direction, fostering a stifling atmosphere that would evoke fear and disarray in their quarry, diminishing his strength as he floundered like a headless fly. However, the alliance of hands, in their cleverness, found themselves ensnared by their own wit. Their quarry this time was no timid rabbit, but rather a ferocious beast. It is hardly surprising that their intelligence was flawed. The alliance had strict protocols, and following the death of White Hat, their control over Africa significantly waned, resulting in a scant understanding of Li Pingyan. Upon arriving, they discovered that Li Pingyan remained ensconced within the heavily guarded Li estate. Reputedly engrossed in carnal pleasures for months on end. This led the members of the Alliance to perceive him merely as a lecherous brute, possessing formidable strength, yet neglecting personal refinement, wallowing in base desires like an unsophisticated bumpkin. Much like El Fengxian, this misconception caused the Alliance to misjudge Li Pingyan's character. They anticipated that upon encountering an ambush, he would flee like a startled bird. However, to their astonishment, Li Pingyan barreled directly toward the trap. Not only did he fail to decelerate, but he accelerated, resembling a drunkard who, upon spotting an exquisite vintage, recklessly sought a taste, heedless of his own safety. As the situation surpassed the expectations of the Alliance, their professionalism prevailed, and they quickly deployed barricades and set razor strips on the ground, preparing to halt Li Pingyan's vehicle. Yet, Li Pingyan cared little for their preparations. As he approached the razor strips, he stood upright, placing his feet on the seat, and, through contact with the vehicle, drew it into his spatial pocket. Although the car vanished, the momentum propelled Li Pingyan forward, charging toward the unsuspecting members of the Alliance. The sight of the car's inexplicable disappearance left the Alliance members dumbfounded, a spectacle more thrilling than any illusion. At that moment, Li Pingyan, propelled by tremendous momentum, launched himself at the hapless foot soldiers who had just set up the razor strips. The force of his punch was akin to thunder, rendering the targeted minion dumbstruck. Frozen in astonishment, as Li Pingyan's fist crushed his skull, the shattered fragments of bone exploded like shrapnel from a detonated bomb, hurtling towards those behind him. The unfortunate souls struck by the debris were sent sprawling, either dead or grievously injured. Li Pingyan, though surprised by the efficacy of his strike, reveled in his current status as a warrior, feeling no pressure in close combat while relying on firearms for ranged attacks. Yet, he lamented the inefficiency of this method. Acquiring the abilities of a mutant would be advantageous. Perhaps Magneto's powers or the vibrational abilities of a mutant would serve him well. Meanwhile, as the members of the Alliance writhed in agony on the ground, Li Pingyan wasted no time methodically delivering fatal blows to the 4 or 5 fallen foes, ensuring no one was left alive. In a secluded area, members of the Alliance trembled in fear. Though they were fierce and unyielding, the prospect of death held no allure for them. Li Pingyan could dispatch them with ease, as if slaying chickens, and it was evident that they were no match for him. Their only hope was for their comrades to arrive swiftly, enabling them to collectively confront Li Pingyan. Undeterred by their numbers, he found the wait tedious, opting instead to stretch his limbs for on a rainy day. Even the act of sparring with children seemed a waste of time. Thus, Li Pingyan addressed them. Are you prepared to line up one by one for your demise? Or will you resist and provide me with some amusement? This proclamation rendered the ninjas of the Alliance restless, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. While they relished the thrill of tormenting their prey before delivering the fatal blow that was only possible when they were the hunters. Previously, they had toyed with their victims, allowing them a fleeting sense of hope before revealing themselves, gradually driving them to despair before executing them. This perverse pleasure was hard to relinquish. However, with the roles now reversed, they found themselves ill-equipped for such games. Regardless of their willingness, Li Pingyan unceremoniously declared the commencement of his hunting game. With his spear dancing through the air like a dragon gliding through water, he launched both ranged and close assaults, stirring up chaos on the battlefield. The ninjas, overwhelmed, scattered in disarray, discarding their armor as they sustained grievous injuries. Li Pingyan pursued relentlessly, dispatching several ninjas who met their demise under his relentless assault before finally relenting. Before long, reinforcements from the Alliance arrived. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of their comrades strewn across the ground, they breathed sighs of relief, grateful that their paths had not crossed with Li Pingyan's, lest they too become mere specters beneath his spear. Surrounded by numerous ninjas, Li Pingyan remained unperturbed, a smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "You are from the Alliance, are you not?" From the throng emerged a young man of Latin descent, who addressed Li Pingyan directly. "You are Li Pingyan, are you not? Initially, we of the Alliance considered making you our dog, but we never anticipated that you would slay that inept fool, White Hat, though he merely rolled around on the ground like a woman." I always regarded him as a disgrace to our organization. Yet, you have killed him, so you must face your end. The speaker was none other than Gambler, one of the five fingers of the Alliance. Gambler, the head of the Alliance's American division, was in truth several centuries old. Despite his Latin appearance, he was the most skilled in ninjutsu among them, wielding a katana with remarkable proficiency. He could amplify his physical capabilities through techniques learned in Kunlun, albeit limited to that. Speaking of Kunlun, Li Pingyan found himself curious as to why such skills were entrusted to outsiders, as it seemed to contradict the essence of traditional Chinese culture. Thus, Li Pingyan inquired of the Gambler, "You and that incompetent you speak of, known as the White Hat, are referred to as the Kunlun slave in our domain. It seems that your association with him renders you merely a menial servant among us. Why, then, have you stolen our techniques, betrayed your original master, and bitten the hand that once fed you like a rabid dog?" Upon hearing Li Pingyan's words, the Gambler's demeanor darkened immediately, as though he had been struck at a tender spot. Observing the Gambler's reaction, Li Pingyan continued, "Your expression is identical to that of the White Hat. Initially, he was amiable, but upon my calling him Kunlun slave, he immediately donned a sullen countenance, much like yours. Have you rehearsed this?" It must be said that Li Pingyan's mockery was executed with exquisite finesse, and the Gambler could no longer contain himself, charging forth with a cry. Li Pingyan, curious to gauge the Gambler's prowess, engaged in a playful exchange, deftly sidestepping the Gambler's strike, then delivering a kick to his posterior, sending the Gambler sprawling into the dirt. This blow incited the Gambler's fury, driving him into a frenzy. Having studied Japanese ninjutsu for many years, he had naturally absorbed the spirit of the samurai, which is synonymous with pride. Being knocked down by Li Pingyan only intensified his rage, as he longed to cleave Li Pingyan in two. Rising to his feet, he barred the way of his eager subordinates, suppressing his wrath as he declared, "Stand aside. This is my battle against him. For the spirit of the samurai, I shall engage in a one-on-one duel. No one is permitted to interfere." However, Li Pingyan was not one to be easily swayed. Instead of being moved by the Gambler's spirit, he mockingly retorted, "You, a Latin man, have come to Kunlun to serve as a slave and steal our martial arts, only to venture to Japan to espouse the samurai spirit? You truly epitomize the quintessential three-surname family slave." Though reckless, the Gambler had spent many years in the East and was not oblivious to the derisive implications of Li Pingyan's words regarding the three-surname family slave. His anger surged, nearly consuming him like a dry twig set ablaze. Yet his centuries of life experience had imparted a degree of composure. Boker ultimately concealed his rage within, transforming it into a source of inner strength. Taking a deep breath, Boker crouched slightly, his fingers aligning on the hilt of his sword. The energy within him, fueled by his fury, surged faster and faster, reaching its zenith as his grip tightened. This energy flowed ceaselessly within, augmenting his speed, strength, and reflexes. "Huh!" Boker roared, his form in motion, the sharp edge of his katana slicing through the air, producing a sonic boom. The blade, imbued with an irresistible force, descended upon Li Pingyan with lethal intent. Chapter 2. The Spirit of the Samurai. Let us stand shoulder to shoulder. The Gambler possessed unwavering confidence in his strike, believing that even a massive boulder would yield before his blade. The sword in his hand, forged through meticulous craftsmanship and countless strikes, incorporated rare metals, ensuring both resilience and hardness. Even when striking upon a steel plate, this blade would not easily dull. As the edge of the knife drew perilously close to Li Pingyan's brow, a hint of smugness flickered in the Gambler's eyes. Years of experience had taught him that at such a juncture, even their thumb, Alexandra, could only rely on the resurrection of the dragon bone when faced with a blade so near. Yet, his satisfaction was about to be abruptly shattered. 100% empty-handed against the blade, Li Pingyan bellowed, causing the Gambler to nearly falter in his grip. With a resounding clang, Li Pingyan's hands clamped down directly on the Gambler's katana. No matter how forcefully the Gambler attempted to wield it, the katana found itself held steadfastly in place. It was as if his sword had been ensnared by an iron band, rendered impotent and devoid of any means of resistance. Upon hearing Li Pingyan shout of 100% empty-handed against the blade, the gambler, who understood Chinese, presumed that Li Pingyan was merely uttering nonsensical words in the face of death. Little did he realize that his swift strike had truly been caught by Li Pingyan's hands. At that moment, the gambler's demeanor shifted. He immediately recognized the sheer folly of his earlier impulse to confront this Chinese man. The fact that Li Pingyan could seize his long knife in the blink of an eye indicated a reaction time of extraordinary caliber. Indeed, the gambler surmised that Li Pingyan could likely evade bullets. The ability to hold onto the long knife without relinquishing grip suggested immense strength and formidable defense. Such strength was evident. Without it, one could not maintain such a firm hold on the long knife. Regardless of the gambler's exertion, he could not gain an inch. The high level of defense was equally clear. The blade of the katana, slender and smooth, would typically slice through flesh upon being gripped. Yet not a drop of blood emerged from Li Pingyan's palms. This indicated that the blade had not even grazed his skin, even considering the overwhelming might of the sword. Li Pingyan's hand maintained a force that anchored it in place. The katana, capable of cleaving through iron and sinking slowly into the earth, illustrated the extraordinary nature of Li Pingyan's defense. Observing this, the gambler relinquished his grip on the long knife and stepped back. Noticing this, Li Pingyan tossed the katana back to the gambler, for the game had merely begun for him. He had no desire for an early conclusion. After all, having recently been embroiled in another fierce battle, relying solely on firearms had rendered his other skills somewhat rusty. Now, with a martial artist of acceptable caliber to spar with, he found the experience rather enjoyable. Conversely, the gambler felt a mix of relief and indignation flash through his eyes at Li Pingyan's apparent disdain. The relief stemmed from the realization that Li Pingyan did not regard him as a true adversary, treating their encounter as a mere game. The indignation arose from the unprecedented feeling of being so belittled, as if he were an unarmed scholar before a mighty opponent. An infuriating realization. Nonetheless, the gambler picked up the katana with resolve. Although possessing the blade did not guarantee victory over Li Pingyan, lacking it would ensure no hope at all. The gambler cautiously grasped the knife, intently observing Li Pingyan, who stood in an ambiguous posture, making it difficult to discern whether he was a master or merely a novice of Tai Chi. However, with his subordinates watching, the gambler could not remain in this indecisive stance for long without causing embarrassment to himself and his men. He advanced once more, circling around Li Pingyan, his sword moving with such speed that it became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Despite the gambler's fervent attacks, Li Pingyan found the encounter somewhat tedious. Although the opponent appeared formidable, his own speed had reached that of sound. To control such a terrifying velocity, Li Pingyan possessed neural reflexes that matched his swiftness. Thus, while the gambler's strikes were rapid, to Li Pingyan, they were hardly faster than a snail's pace. The gambler's attempts, though seemingly vigorous, were effortlessly deflected by Li Pingyan with a mere flick of his fingers whenever the blade approached his body. As the battle progressed, the gambler grew increasingly frustrated. Initially, his internal energy flowed harmoniously, and he swung his sword towards Li Pingyan's waist with considerable force. Yet, with a subtle push of Li Pingyan's fingers, the sword was redirected downward. This misapplication of energy was so disconcerting that the gambler felt an urge to spit blood. This was not a mere metaphor. Under Li Pingyan's interference, the flow of energy within the gambler had been disrupted. Although he had practiced for centuries and was well versed in the movements of his internal energy, each time he attempted to regain control, his efforts were thwarted by Li Pingyan's relentless strikes. The gambler knew he could not cease his assault, for doing so would likely expose him to a devastating punch from Li Pingyan, who had a notorious reputation for obliterating opponents' skulls, showing no regard for the traditional values of martial ethics. In his past experiences in China, even in the face of vendettas, the norm was to behead rather than obliterate, leaving the body intact. Yet, Li Pingyan had gained a reputation for bursting skulls, a brutal display of violence that shocked many. Rumor had it that a certain individual named by Mao had been set ablaze multiple times by Li Pingyan, ignited for hours until nothing but ashes remained, which were subsequently scattered into the river, a clear violation of martial decorum. The gambler's internal energy had already begun to falter, and with his thoughts now in disarray, he had committed a grave error, his complexion growing increasingly flushed until, unable to contain himself, he expelled a significant amount of blood. Upon witnessing this, Li Pingyan paused his assault, perplexed as to why the gambler began to bleed despite not having struck him yet. Was he attempting to feign injury? Seeing Li Pingyan halt, the gambler quickly retreated, gracefully maneuvering his body out of the range of Li Pingyan's attacks. Ultimately, the essence of martial arts lies in speed, precision, and decisiveness. The so-called techniques are merely methods to draw the opponent into one's rhythm and then conquer them. However, if you appear to your opponent as sluggish as a snail, as frail as a butterfly, and as defenseless as a mosquito, then no matter how exquisite your techniques may be, they will be rendered futile. For instance, you may successfully attract attention with a move akin to the white crane spreading its wings. Yet if your follow-up maneuver falters and you find yourself struck before you can evade, then all your efforts are in vain. At this juncture, the gambler had exhausted all his cunning, while Li Pingyan remained composed and unperturbed, exuding an air of calm assurance. In a fit of frustration, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Observing this, Li Pingyan seized the moment to deliver a cutting remark. I haven't landed a single blow on you, so do not even think of trying to extort me. I shall give you not a penny. Upon hearing this, the gambler, acutely aware of the vanity that often accompanies age, felt the sting of humiliation. Even amidst the hand-to-hand combat, he was renowned for his pride, and Li Pingyan's words prompted yet another spurt of blood from his lips. Within a brief span, he had coughed up blood thrice, leading Li Pingyan to suspect the gambler might be afflicted with some ailment. Thus, he offered a disingenuous counsel. It seems you must be gravely ill, for why else would you be spitting blood for no apparent reason? But fret not, for I, Li, am known for my benevolence, particularly towards the impoverished. Oh, pardon me, the ailing. Your existence must be fraught with hardship, so once I am done with my amusement, I shall escort you to the underworld, freeing you from this wretched shell. The gambler, fully aware of Li Pingyan's talent for verbal jabs, recognized the cultural legacy of the Chinese, which is profoundly steeped in tradition. Even those who are not ardent readers are often unconsciously influenced by Confucian ideals, which manifest in their ability to infuriate others with remarkable politeness. Realizing he could not permit Li Pingyan to continue his mockery, he commanded his subordinates, forget about any notions of samurai spirit. Let us charge together. Upon receiving the order, the surrounding ninjas surged forth. Some, adept with short blades, advanced to encircle Li Pingyan. Others, skilled in wielding long swords, launched attacks from the periphery, while those proficient in throwing weapons hurled shurikens and other projectiles down upon him. Thus, they ensnared Li Pingyan in a veritable web, intent on his demise. Yet, undeterred, Li Pingyan seized a vibrating golden spear as if it were a staff, parrying and blocking with deft precision, rendering the short blade-wielding ninjas weary and trembling. He surged through the ranks, the spear dancing in his hands, deflecting all incoming projectiles with a resounding clatter. Any ninja unfortunate enough to be grazed by the spear found themselves broken and defeated. Li Pingyan, invigorated by the battle, let out a fierce cry, then set aside the spear to engage the ninjas with his bare hands and feet. The multitude of ninjas had been thoroughly demoralized by Li Pingyan's earlier display. Witnessing their comrades, who had moments before been engaged in idle chatter, meet such a gruesome fate was a maddening shock. The companions surrounding him had already witnessed the tragic demise of over 30 individuals beneath Li Pingyan's vibranium spear, most of whom were struck down and subsequently met their end with a brutal blow to the head. Such a gruesome spectacle had begun to erode the psychological defenses of the ninjas. Now, seeing Li Pingyan sheathe his vibranium spear, the ninjas felt as if the storm had passed and the skies had cleared. They believed that without the spear, Li Pingyan was akin to a toothless tiger or the monkey king devoid of his golden staff, and thus they felt emboldened to confront him. Their morale rejuvenated. They turned back to launch another wave of attacks against Li Pingyan. This was precisely what he desired. Otherwise, if they fled, his efforts would be in vain. With their return, he would unleash his might upon them, delivering each a punishing blow that would resonate with greater impact. Chapter 3. The slaughter of souls. The ninjas underestimated Li Pingyan, thinking him a toothless tiger without his spear, unaware that he remained a formidable dragon crossing the river. Surrounded once more by the ninjas, he exhibited unwavering grandeur and ferocity, resonating with an aura of intimidation. His fists swung like hammers, his legs like iron bars. Each strike of his fist cut through the air with a ferocious wind, transforming into a multitude of blows. Each adversary struck by his fist met with a gruesome end, their brains splattering upon impact. His legs, akin to iron rods, kicked with a resounding force, creating a whirlwind of chaos. Any ninja unfortunate enough to be caught by his kick found their bones shattered and their lives extinguished. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Countless ninjas were rendered timid, reluctant to advance. Li Pingyan, drenched in blood, reveled in the thrill of the fight. Meanwhile, the gambler observed in horror, having never encountered such a ruthless individual. Even in their past endeavors of slaughtering civilians, they had never achieved such efficiency. Now, facing the wrath of Li Pingyan, they felt as insignificant as mere chickens or dogs. Utterly inconsequential. Fear gripped the hearts of the remaining ninjas, and they began to contemplate escape. The gambler, witnessing the disarray, lost his will to fight, thinking that as long as the mountains remained, there would be no fear of firewood running out. He sought to rally the ninjas to flee. However, Li Pingyan, recognizing their lack of resolve, had fulfilled his desire for vengeance and deemed that these individuals could not be spared. Consequently, Li Pingyan produced a grenade and hurled it into the ranks of the ninjas. It is worth noting that the weaponry he had assembled was a part of his business in arms trading, ensuring that he lacked for nothing in terms of weaponry. Perhaps due to an inherent fear of insufficient firepower, Li Pingyan had filled half of his spatial storage with an array of modern weapons. When the ninjas first noticed him retrieving an object to throw, they paid little heed. However, upon the grenade's detonation, which claimed several lives, they were struck with a sudden realization of the peril they faced, plunging into a state of panic as they scattered in all directions. Their delayed reaction was not due to slowness, but rather to the astonishing ability of Li Pingyan to conjure or dismiss items at will. Mere moments ago, he had been driving a vehicle that vanished into thin air, only to suddenly wield a spear, which he then seemingly discarded to produce a grenade out of nowhere. In a realm where everyone adhered to the principles of combat, engaging in battles with cold weapons, the actions of one, though somewhat unscrupulous, had not inflicted harm upon another. While the notion of letting bygones be bygones might not have been entirely applicable, the situation hardly warranted a complete extermination. Yet, here stood Li Pingyan, with utter disregard for decorum, brazenly employed grenades against us, a blatant act of oppression that compelled us to withdraw from the fray. This sentiment was not confined to mere common ninjas. Even gamblers shared this mindset, contemplating their own retreat. Though he harbored resentment, he was acutely aware that he could not outrun Li Pingyan. However, he was resolute that his subordinates would be far slower. By the time Li Pingyan eliminated these lackeys, he would have already fled to safety. Embracing this thought, the gambler began to silently summon his internal energy, striving to enhance his speed. Unbeknownst to him, he had already entered the crosshairs of Li Pingyan's scope. Li Pingyan, armed with a Mauser 98 rifle equipped with a fourfold scope, aimed meticulously at the gambler's thigh and pulled the trigger. In the midst of desperately channeling his energy, the gambler suddenly felt a chill in his right leg, followed by the resounding crack of gunfire, which only heightened his panic and prompted him to flee. As he attempted to spring away, he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he realized that his energy was dissipating rapidly from his thigh. Staring blankly at his right leg, he could not suppress a howl reminiscent of slaughtered pig. His thigh bore only a small remnant at the base, where a fractured white bone glimmered ominously. An excruciating wave of pain engulfed him, akin to being pierced by countless tiny steel needles, eliciting heart-wrenching cries. Li Pingyan remained unfazed, calmly retrieving grenades from his spatial pouch and hurling them towards the fleeing ninjas. It was as if he had an inexhaustible supply, launching 4 or 5 grenades in swift succession. His aim was both rapid and precise, causing utter disarray among the ninjas, leaving only 5 to scatter in retreat. Once more, Li Pingyan unslung his rifle, now affixing an eightfold scope, firmly grounding himself as if his feet had sprouted roots intertwined with the earth. His crosshairs locked onto the head of a fleeing ninja, his hands steady as iron. With a single shot, a crimson bloom erupted from the ninja's head, sending him crashing to the ground. In a mechanical rhythm, Li Ping methodically pulled the trigger 5 more times, dispatching all 5 fleeing ninjas. Consequently, nearly 200 assassins from the Hand Union, lying in ambush, met their demise, save for the gambler. Li Ping approached him, placing a foot upon the severed limb, and inquired, "Did your Hand Union send only a single finger to eliminate me? Were no others dispatched?" The gambler, already racked with agony from the loss of his leg, felt a surge of pain as Li Ping's foot pressed down, nearly causing further rupture to the wound that had ceased bleeding. The gambler now preferred to plead for death, believing that this might grant him a chance for resurrection by the remaining 5 fingers. Anything was preferable to enduring torment at the hands of Li Ping. "Do not presume that we 5 fingers are cowards. I assure you, if you possess the audacity to kill me, I shall rise again from the abyss and seek your life," the gambler declared vehemently. "Rising from the depths of hell? I suspect you seek to exploit the dragon essence for your resurrection. Do you think I am ignorant of such matters?" Li Ping replied nonchalantly. The gambler was struck dumb, astonished. "How do you know about the dragon essence? Who are you?" he stammered. The dragon essence was the most profound secret of their organization, known only to a select few, revealing it could incite envy, and even his own subordinates might betray him in pursuit of immortality. Yet this inexplicable newcomer, Li Ping, suddenly seemed privy to their greatest secret, instilling a deep sense of dread in him. "Could it be that you are from Kunlun?" the gambler exclaimed as if a light had dawned upon him, his tone now tinged with certainty. "The people of Huaxiao are indeed formidable. Are you the iron fist of this generation? Who I am is of little consequence. It is now my turn to inquire." However, the gambler now exhibited an unusual obstinacy. Realizing this sudden defiance stemmed from the fact that the Iron Fist was the arch-nemesis of the 5 fingers, Li Ping understood that they were locked in a deadly rivalry. Though he was a fan of Marvel films, his knowledge of television dramas was limited to snippets of the S.H.I.E.L.D. series he had encountered on short video platforms, mostly regarding characters like Quake. His understanding of the Iron Fist was even more scant, having only encountered it through Marvel fan fiction. Thus, he was not well versed in the animosity between the Iron Fist and the 5 fingers. Nevertheless, it was clear that whether he claimed to be the Iron Fist or not would not pry open the gambler's lips. He needed to breach the gambler's psychological defenses to extract the information he sought. Although the gambler had lived for centuries and was not particularly familiar with Li Ping, he had unwittingly revealed the flaws in his psychological armor. Indeed, both the gambler and the white hat exhibited volatility at the mention of Kunlun slaves and menials, suggesting their time in Kunlun was far from pleasant. Thus, Li Ping decided to exploit this vulnerability and attempt to penetrate the gambler's mental defenses. "I am not the Iron Fist. I am merely a Huaxiao individual sold as livestock across the ocean. My powers are an unexpected gift." Unlike the Iron Fist you speak of, Li Ping's statement captured the gambler's attention. Noticing the favorable response, Li Ping continued, "However, as a Huaxiao person, I am aware of one truth. Those outside our kin harbor fundamentally different intentions. You and the white hat are not of our people. Thus, upon reaching Kunlun, it stands to reason that you would not be entrusted with the true martial arts of the sect." Upon hearing this, the gambler's face flashed with a hint of acknowledgement. Li Ping observed this keenly and continued speaking. "Particularly regarding the white hats, they are referred to as Kunlun slaves in our land, existing solely as subservients, and thus could never hope to engage with the profound inner workings of our esteemed martial arts. As for you, even if you're not a slave, it is likely that you rank no higher than a menial worker in Kunlun, laboring day in and day out with menial tasks such as chopping wood and boiling water. Your unusual appearance rendering you unwelcome." At this moment, the gambler's face contorted with indignation, his gaze fixated fiercely on Li Ping, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Clearly, Li Ping's words struck a nerve. "However, since you have acquired our energy, it is evident that you either learned it through deceit or that someone with ulterior motives imparted it to you. Speaking of thievery in learning, it is likely that you lack the audacity to steal such knowledge, for once discovered, escape from Kunlun Mountain would be an impossibility, as its disciples are far from Na'vi. Thus, it is plausible that someone with nefarious intentions clandestinely taught you. Sweat beads began to form on the gambler's forehead as Li Pingyan continued his bold conjectures. Among the Asian members of your association, Madame Gao and Murakami are the ones most likely to have learned Kunlun martial arts, particularly Madame Gao. So, is it Madame Gao who has bestowed this energy upon you? Bestowed upon you, a group of low-born foreigners, for it seems you are destined to remain as subservient in Kunlun Mountain, with you being the prime candidates for Madame Gao's ambitions, as you desperately seek to escape your lowly status and flee Kunlun, only to betray your master. Upon hearing this, the gambler's visage twisted into a grimace, his eyes glowing with rage as he struggled to rise, intent on sinking his teeth into the throat of the detestable Li Pingyan to silence him. Yet, Li Pingyan denied him the opportunity, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Gazing down at the gambler, he remarked, "How pitiable. You believe that upon your emergence, you have seized control of your destiny, just as you thought you could overcome me when you stood, hoping to thwart my probing of your vulnerabilities. But little do you realize how feeble and ludicrous your resistance appears to me. In the end, you shall only squirm beneath my feet like a maggot clinging to life." The gambler's fury intensified upon hearing Li Pingyan's taunts, his face reddening with rage, veins bulging as he struggled even more fervently. Yet, Li Pingyan's words pierced deeply, culminating in a thunderous roar. "Have you ever considered how laughable your actions appear to Kunlun? Unrequited love, the blood-red moon, West City 12138, mirror of Chuang Tzu. Storm 6 years, heaven's overseer Little Li, the journey will not cease, severed claws, a moment in life, my good brother, gentle breeze, gluttonous bookworm Zero, Xian and Lil, New Yu's young man, Junji He, Tianlong 898, Zhuanghua, the dark resurrection, cedar moss, anticipating tomorrow, night and day, the summit of Khan's dream, floral forest. The blood-slaying emperor of the holy realm, money is not omnipotent, Glenwood, monsters don't run, super universe invincible handsome guy is a falsehood, also my good brother. Laughing to home, what on earth is naming, drowning fish, book friend 20190-11911-160-7983 for the votes of recommendation. Additionally, gluttonous bookworm 0, 80s bookworm, unforgotten dreams. The blood-slaying emperor of the holy realm, and super universe invincible handsome guy cast their monthly votes. My heartfelt gratitude to you all for your unwavering support. Tomorrow night, I shall burn the midnight oil, and then on the following day, I shall treat everyone to 2 updates. Marvel, starting as an experiment subject, thank you. Chapter 4. The 10 Rings. Have you ever considered that your actions might appear just as ludicrous to Kunlun? As soon as Li Pingyan's words were uttered, the gambler, who had been struggling violently, ceased his thrashing as if his spine had been shattered. Li Pingyan stoked the flames further. Is it possible that, to Kunlun, you are merely a repository of experience for the Iron Fist to hone their skills? The expression on the gambler's face was one of disbelief. The thoughts Li Pingyan shared had crossed their minds before, yet none dared to voice them. Despite their outwardly fierce demeanor, their hearts were as clear as a mirror. Having lived for centuries, they might be considered elite among the outer disciples of Kunlun, attaining the status of an elder solely through strength. However, in the inner sect, they would find themselves outmatched not only by the elders, but even by disciples who had studied there for 4 or 5 years. The inner disciples of Kunlun are exclusively of Han descent, whereas they, as foreigners, were captured and brought in under a rather rare status akin to that of slaves. The little they had learned was merely the surface. Should these foreigners ever proclaim to be the true inheritors of Kunlun, it would indeed provoke laughter, as it would be a clear scheme by the elders of Kunlun. In essence, the gamblers harbored a vague suspicion that even Lady Gao's defection and her clandestine teaching of their energy manipulation were anticipated by Kunlun. Yet, they could not fathom the motives behind Kunlun's actions. It was a riddle that eluded their understanding. It was also possible that the Kunlun elders simply did not care about them, allowing them to operate freely. Nevertheless, these so-called five fingers were perpetually apprehensive that one day someone from Kunlun would knock on their door. If it were a tall-nosed, broad-forehead, non-Han individual claiming to be the Iron Fist come to purge the ranks, they would at least be able to play along with a smile, for they might all be mere pawns in the grand game. However, if a black-haired, amber-eyed individual, exuding an aura of grace and gentility, were to approach them with clasped hands and say, "Greetings, esteemed seniors, I am a disciple of the inner sect of Kunlun, here to convey my regards," their astonishment might render them momentarily unconscious. For the formidable foreign fist may merely be a plaything for the Kunlun masters, seemingly fierce yet of mediocre caliber, whereas the refined black-haired, black-eyed junior, after acknowledging their presence, might unsheathe his sword and dispatch them with ease, leaving them lifeless. Beyond even the revival of the dragon essence, they are all too familiar with the people of the Middle Kingdom. The profound culture inherited from that ancient civilization compels them to speak with utmost respect, only to later engage in rational discourse, proclaiming the barbaric nature of foreign lands. Fearing power, yet devoid of virtue, questioning why one would not ascend with the winds and soar to great heights. Their eloquent rhetoric makes one feel that failing to meet such a world with reverence would be a disservice. Ultimately, those who exhibit the highest courtesy tend to possess the sharpest blades. Li Pingyan, standing before them, subtly radiated such an aura. Seeing the gambler remain silent, Li Pingyan resolved to continue his mockery. "By the looks of you, do you harbor such suspicions as well, yet dare not voice them? Speak no more." The gambler cried out, "Ask what you will, I shall answer, but I implore you, refrain from uttering anything beyond your questions." With his objective achieved, Li Pingyan thought to himself, "Indeed, I am a genius. How do you utilize the dragon bone for longevity?" Li Pingyan inquired directly. "We merely attach the dragon bone to our bodies and use our own energy to harmonize with the energy within the bone, allowing for a mutual flow, thereby extracting the vitality contained within. Although the life force of a single dragon bone is insufficient to sustain a dragon, it is more than adequate for human usage. Have you heard of the organization known as the Ten Rings?" Li Pingyan further questioned, intrigued by the prospect. The Ten Rings, reputed for granting immortality, represented the very power Li Pingyan valued most. As for that Shang-Chi, he might as well enjoy a blissful life with his parents, so long as he does not disturb others. Indeed, the Ten Rings has existed for nearly a millennium, and we are certainly aware of it. Share all that you know. We have had dealings with the Ten Rings as well, considering both organizations have thrived in this world for close to 1,000 years and share a nature of assassination. The leader of the Ten Rings likely possesses only the skill to bend a bow and shoot a great eagle, relying on his weapon, the Ten Rings, to navigate the world for centuries. However, after he acquired the Ten Rings and sought to conquer the realm, everything seemed to progress smoothly until he encountered Kunlun. He aimed to dominate Kunlun Mountain and seize its legacy, only to be met with a sword beam that tore through the clouds and descended with the sunlight. From that moment, the Khan vanished from sight, and when he resurfaced, he did so with remarkable discretion, establishing the Ten Rings to conduct covert assassination missions within the shadows. To speak candidly, he still harbors aspirations of unifying the world under the Ten Rings. However, at present, this seems nothing more than a fanciful dream, an impossibility. If your faction desires immortality, why not strive for the Ten Rings instead of persistently seeking the dragon bones amidst such vexation? Among the five of us, how shall we divide the Ten Rings? We have faced the wielder of the Ten Rings in battle. To him, the rings serve merely as a formidable whip, while the true challenge lies in his impenetrable shell. Beyond that, he possesses no extraordinary prowess. Yet, without resolving the issue of the ring's distribution, we shall refrain from engaging in a grand confrontation with him. Are you aware of the Ten Ring stronghold? We certainly know its location, and within a mere 10 minutes, Li Pingyan had extracted nearly all the information he sought. The gambler was exceptionally forthcoming, answering every query Li Pingyan posed with unwavering honesty. Li Pingyan felt a profound satisfaction with the gambler's cooperation and remarked, "Though your compliance is commendable, your hands are stained with blood." Your faction has committed far too many atrocities, and justice cannot abide such deeds. The gambler's gaze shifted towards Li Pingon, his expression contorting as though witnessing the grotesque entanglement of Shimin Qing and Pan Jinlian, a visage that evoked a sense of revulsion. Spare me your words. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Just kill me and cease your hypocritical rhetoric. It sickens me. I have lived in Huaxia for decades, and I understand your sentiments, the gambler responded, his countenance intricate with emotion. Li Pingon, momentarily taken aback, surveyed the vicinity. Finding it devoid of witnesses, he decided to dispense with pleasantries and swiftly shattered the gambler's skull. In the aftermath, Li Pingon cast down several grenades, obliterating the gambler into a fine mist, mingling his remains with the blood of the surrounding ninjas, rendering distinctions between friend and foe indistinguishable. Consequently, even if the Hand Association attempted to resurrect the gambler, they would struggle to identify any fragment of his essence, thwarting their efforts entirely. Having completed this grim task, Li Pingon intended to depart when he suddenly heard the distant roar of approaching vehicles. Initially believing reinforcements from the Hand Association were en route, he prepared to eliminate them all to avoid being trailed by these loathsome flies, thus compromising his whereabouts. What approached were 30 armored vehicles, presumably capable of accommodating over 300 individuals. How could the inept Boca allow so many members of the Hand Association to infiltrate his domain? It was utterly disgraceful. Li Pingon assumed a combat-ready stance, bracing himself for yet another slaughter. Just as the 30 armored vehicles settled into position, one individual hurriedly disembarked, hastening toward Li Pingon with an anxious demeanor. Upon closer inspection, Li Pingon recognized the figure as Boca. As Boca rushed forward, he called out, "Boss, are you all right?" Observing the gruesome chaos nearby, Boca realized that his rather fortunate boss had likely survived yet another assassination attempt. Though he was aware of Li Pingon's formidable strength, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. While Li Pingon had previously dispatched over 100 individuals, they were ultimately mere civilians. However, the corpses now littering the ground were those of the Hand Association's ninjas, whose prowess he knew all too well. 5 ninja squads were sufficient to silently eliminate numerous formidable adversaries. The ground was strewn with over 200 corpses, all belonging to the Shoha Association's ninjas. Realizing this, Boca understood that in his lifetime, it would be wise to heed the words of this god of death. The man was genuinely formidable and preferred not to engage in frivolous commands, showing a penchant only for beautiful models. But who could blame him for such tastes? Boca himself shared similar inclinations, as long as it did not resemble the excessive affection that a certain Chow harbored for his comrades' women. That would indeed make him a commendable leader. Thus, Boca's cries grew increasingly sincere. "Boss, are you all right, boss? Without you, how would I survive, boss?" Upon reaching Li Pingon's side, Boca prostrated himself dramatically, exclaiming, "I have arrived late to your rescue. Please pardon my tardiness, esteemed boss." Li Pingon felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, contemplating whether he ought to respond with, "My dear minister, please rise." Yet, after a moment's reflection, he suppressed his urge to jest and inquired, "What brings you here?" It turned out that Boca had received reports from his subordinates, indicating that a flare had risen in the direction Li Pingon had departed. From his subordinates' descriptions, he recognized it as a distress signal from the Shoha Association, indicating that retaliation was imminent. Knowing the scale of the impending attack based on his understanding of the Shoha Association, he realized he needed to muster sufficient manpower to confront them decisively. Consequently, Boca took some time to assemble his subordinates, arming them fully in preparation for an impending confrontation. Of course, as Boca recounted, he had been vigilantly gazing in the direction where Li Pingon had vanished, fervently praying for divine protection over him. Just before witnessing the Shoha Association signal, he understood that the association, unrelenting in their nefarious intentions, sought to harm their esteemed leader, Li Pingon, prompting his swift arrival to offer support. However, the specifics of his thoughts during that moment remained a mystery to others. Observing the scattered limbs and severed arms, Boca could not help but ask, "Boss, did you slay all these ninjas?" Li Pingon regarded Boca with interest, refraining from a direct response, and merely smiled faintly. Are you familiar with the gambler? Yes, he is one of the five fingers of the Shoha Association, Boca began, but Li Ping'an interrupted him. There will no longer be a gambler. From this day forth, only 3 fingers of the Shoha Association shall remain. Upon hearing this, Boca quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that this assault had been led by the gambler, who now lay defeated. There are traitors within our ranks, and my whereabouts have been compromised. Return and investigate, and I need not instruct you on the necessary actions. Li Ping'an commanded Boca. He then added, I am a man of my word, Boca. As long as you follow me, I assure you that your family will thrive for 3 generations as leaders in Africa. With this, no further words were needed. Boca comprehended the underlying message in Li Ping'an's words. Obedience ensured safety, while disobedience would lead to dire consequences. Consequently, Boca refrained from further discussion and departed to fulfill his orders. Li Ping'an once again unveiled his battle vehicle, embarking on a journey to Sweden. Chapter 5. The Norwegian homebuyer on April 3, 1940, in Tensberg, Norway. After a long and arduous journey, Li Ping'an finally arrived in Norway. This time, he had 2 objectives, the space gem and a weapon, the Berserker staff, which had made an appearance in the ranks of S.H.L.D. agents. Although Li Ping'an had acquired considerable strength, he understood that should he ever confront a formidable adversary beyond his current capabilities, one who could utterly overpower him in speed and strength, his adventure could meet a tragic end. He could easily meet the same fate as the ordinary souls who had perished by his hand, crushed as effortlessly as a chick in the grasp of a giant. To avert such a dire outcome, he required a trump card, a means to significantly boost his combat prowess in a short span of time. This would grant him the ability to stand a fighting chance against powerful foes, rather than being effortlessly trampled like an ant. As an avid admirer of Marvel films and a devoted reader of Marvel comics, Li Ping'an knew of one such weapon, the Berserker staff. Having arrived in Norway, he resolved to seek out this legendary staff, which he had heard about on various platforms. It was said that when Hulk wielded this artifact, his combat capabilities soared, enabling him to face Thanos without breaking a sweat. The Berserker staff imbued its bearer with an overwhelming sense of rage, which in turn enhanced the user's strength. Hulk's power grew exponentially with his anger. Li Ping'an mused that this weapon seemed tailor-made for Hulk, but in truth, the Berserker staff was originally wielded by a soldier in Odin's ranks. Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, there had been a soldier from Asgard, the original bearer of the Berserker staff. When Agent Ward threatened him with a dagger, the soldier effortlessly grasped the weapon with one hand and crushed it as though it were mere Play-Doh, twisting it into a pretzel shape. Remarkably, this soldier had been an ordinary stonemason in Asgard, highlighting the stark difference in physical prowess. In terms of physical attributes, if one were to compare with an average human on Earth, an Asgardian's body density is 3-fold that of an ordinary human. This is a staggering statistic, suggesting that an average Asgardian could, with bare hands, overpower a tiger. Conversely, if an average Earthling were endowed with Captain America's physical capabilities but lacked his protagonist's aura, he would certainly fall short against an Asgardian. The Berserker staff could bestow even greater enhancements upon them. To illustrate the extent of this enhancement, an ordinary person on Earth wielding the staff could potentially be elevated to the level of Captain America. Similar scenarios have been depicted in S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. In the first season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Berserker staff fell into the hands of a burgeoning organization, transforming ordinary individuals into beings of immense strength, rendering even the famed Iron Legion powerless against them. This enhancement merely underscores the staff's capacity to amplify physical prowess. By extension, the Berserker staff further empowered the Asgardian, whose physical abilities already surpassed those of Captain America, elevating him to the pinnacle of strength within that cadre. The significance of the Berserker staff is thus abundantly clear. Consequently, Li Ping'an sought to acquire the staff as his trump card. However, in terms of priority, securing the space gem remained paramount. Discovering the location of the space gem within a church was not particularly challenging. It sufficed to inquire which church revered Odin and his pantheon. On the frigid streets, Few souls wandered. Those encountered appeared hurried and grave, their expressions reflecting a palpable impatience with the biting cold. In contrast, Li Pingyan strolled leisurely down the thoroughfare, clad in a trench coat and wearing a flat cap. His tall stature and unflappable demeanor drew the attention of several passers-by, who, though unable to see his face, found themselves captivated by his enigmatic elegance, momentarily slowing their hurried pace to steal glances at the mysterious young man before resuming their brisk walk. Mindful of their own pressing obligations, particularly with the looming specter of conflict as reported in the newspapers, Li Pingyan found the surroundings intriguing. The 2 years he had spent in this life felt richer in experience than the more than 20 years traversed in his previous existence. After arriving in this world, he had initially been confined within the Hydra base, gazing at the dull gray concrete walls and ceilings. Subsequently, he ventured into the snow-capped mountains, where endless expanses of white greeted him. Thus, while he had traversed considerable distances, his actual exposure to the world remained limited. Now, walking through the streets of Norway, Li Pingyan felt as if he were in a dream. Having spent over 2 decades in China without venturing abroad, he now found himself in Sweden, savoring the allure of foreign lands, which stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Although his attire was somewhat insufficient for the cold, he no longer feared the chill. Leisurely wandering the serene streets and gazing at the architecture lining the thoroughfare. Norwegian structures, characterized by their unique charm, predominantly employed stone and wood, exuding a rustic simplicity reminiscent of children's toy houses, pleasing to the eye. As he contemplated the prospects of purchasing several properties here for leisure and rental purposes, the deep-rooted appreciation for land and real estate inherent in the Chinese psyche gradually stirred within Li Pingyan's heart. At that moment, thoughts of the space gym and the useless staff paled in comparison to the prospect of acquiring a couple of reliable homes. Upon exiting the real estate transaction center, the young salesman, beaming with a radiant smile, bid farewell to Li Pingyan, a distinguished client who had just purchased 5 properties. He explained that the information had been duly registered, and the government now possessed the necessary registration details. Although the property certificates were not available on their end, the government would provide proof of ownership, complete with an official stamp, assuring him that there would be no deceit on their part. Li Pingyan gazed back at the real estate transaction center and the smiling salesman below, clutching tightly the thin slips of paper in his hand. He couldn't help but feel that these flimsy documents paled in comparison to the substantial red property certificate, evoking a sense of security. Nevertheless, he shook his head and proceeded to seek out a nearby tavern. The moment the thought of purchasing a home crossed his mind, it proliferated like wild grass, ultimately leading Li Pingyan to succumb to the impulse. He handed a passerby a gold coin and made his way to the real estate transaction center, where he directly acquired 6 additional properties. Truth be told, even without the property certificates, Li Pingyan felt an unexplainable joy swelling within him. With a spring in his step, he headed to the nearest tavern, having been informed by the server that a small tavern lay just a few hundred meters away at the crossroads. As he strode confidently towards his destination, he recalled that since arriving in this world, he had acquired the ability to comprehend various languages and communicate effortlessly with any living being. Thus, locating a tavern was hardly a challenge for him. Chapter 6. Drink without restraint. The once boisterous tavern fell into an unexpected silence, sparking curiosity among patrons, who were soon informed of the unfolding situation. Upon grasping the context, laughter erupted throughout the establishment. A keen observer scrutinized Li Pingyan's face and remarked, "Asian, I am uncertain of your homeland. Perhaps your country lacks potent spirits, but here, we serve drinks that could leave you utterly inebriated." Li Pingyan chuckled lightly. "Is that so? I fear your strong spirits might be as easily consumed as water." Provoked by his words, a few hot-headed individuals could not contain themselves and contemplated confronting Li Pingyan. However, they were promptly deterred by the proprietor from behind the counter. The inebriated patron shouted, "Old John, do not impede me. I must teach this ungrateful Asian a lesson." Old John, with a smile, replied, "Dear guest, our spirits are indeed quite potent and may not suit you well. I have a selection of delightful fruit wines, or perhaps some lower alcohol malt beverages. Would you consider an alternative? Additionally, I suggest you offer an apology to the irate customer to quell his fury. Li Pingyan burst into hearty laughter, declaring, "Apologize? That is out of the question. As for drinking, fret not, dear proprietor. I assure you I can handle your strongest spirits. Bring forth your most potent offerings. And if anyone feels affronted, let them step up and challenge me to see who can drink the most, and discover who truly falters." After a brief pause, Li Pingyan added, "If any of you are afraid, I can drink red, blue, or white. You may stick to your malt liquor, and I shall still accompany you." Upon hearing this, several burly men could no longer contain themselves and stood up, eager to challenge Li Pingyan to a drinking contest. The proprietor first poured Li Pingyan a glass of whiskey, which boasted an alcohol content of approximately 40. The liquid shimmered in a golden hue, exuding floral notes alongside malt, spices, and hints of nutty chocolate. Its palate revealed woody spices, cinnamon, and nuts, with a subtle caramel essence, leaving a lingering aftertaste reminiscent of cotton candy and honey. Li Pingyan raised his glass and downed it in one swift motion. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, he seized the bottle and began to consume it directly, finishing off several hundred milliliters of whiskey in one go. The surrounding crowd erupted into raucous applause, shouting, "What a tremendous capacity for alcohol!" Their cheers were not for Li Pingyan's prowess, but rather for the prospect of their wallets swelling. As the moment they sensed a drinking wager, excitement surged through them. They quickly set the odds, Li Pingyan at 1-7, while the burly men were at 10-1. Given that Li Pingyan claimed he could outdrink 5 opponents single-handedly, no one believed he could emerge victorious. Thus, despite the enticing odds, only a few placed their bets on him. These few were his staunchest supporters. Li Pingyan himself wagered over 1,000, not for profit, but simply for the thrill of the game. Meanwhile, the challengers, witnessing Li Pingyan effortlessly finish a bottle of whiskey without so much as a change in complexion, felt a twinge of apprehension. However, reassured by their numerical advantage of 5, they took turns attempting to overpower this outsider. They shared a bottle of whiskey, yet the jeers from the crowd grew louder. The 5 men steeled themselves, pretending to be oblivious to the taunts, knowing that with so many betting on their victory, losing would render them unable to show their faces again. Li Pingyan boldly stepped onto the counter and shouted, "Bring me 10 more bottles of that delightful beverage. The taste is exquisite." Observing Li Pingyan referring to whiskey as a mere beverage, the spectators deemed him overly pretentious, and a chorus of boos erupted around him. Old John, visibly irritated, retorted, "Do you have any idea how much that bottle of whiskey costs? 10 bottles at once? You won't escape the bill by pretending to be inebriated. If you wish to drink, you must pay first." Li Pingyan had ample funds, yet adhering to the principle of not flaunting wealth, he replied, "Why speak of lacking money? My friend, with a gallant steed and a coat worth a fortune, I would trade them for fine wine, to share with you the sorrows of eternity." However, it seemed Li Pingyan was merely casting pearls before swine, for the crowd failed to grasp his poetic sentiment, and Old John, unfamiliar with the grandeur and romance of Chinese poetry, remained steadfast, embodying the stance of no payment, no drink. Ultimately, Li Pingyan conceded, chuckling, "You, my good sir, are quite miserly. I shall not beg for your favor. Should I win, the prize will be yours." The surrounding crowd continued to egg him on, compelling Old John to relent. He bowed his head and retrieved 8 bottles of whiskey from beneath the counter. Addressing Li Pingyan, "These are the last few bottles of this spirit. There are no more. Should you lose, you shall remain here for a lifetime, washing dishes for me." Li Pingyan chuckled lightly and replied, "Washing dishes would be a waste. Do you have a single daughter or granddaughter? I could come to your home as a son-in-law, and we would be one family. No need to fuss over what is yours and mine." With that, Li Pingyan burst into hearty laughter, prompting the others to jest. "Indeed, Old John, your granddaughter is already 16. It's time for her to wed. I find this young man quite admirable. True, although he hails from afar. He possesses good looks and a robust constitution for drink. Idimi mrater fine. Ah, silence, Jones. Why don't you marry your daughter to him and cover his tab?" Old John retorted with a hint of annoyance. The man referred to as Jones, sporting a bushy beard and a stocky build, spoke in a deep, resonant voice with a cheerful demeanor. He replied, I would gladly give my daughter to him. But I fear the lad may be deterred by her fiery temperament. Ha ha ha. I wouldn't mind your daughter's temper. But you might want to consult my father-in-law about the prospect of adding another daughter-in-law. Li Ping jested. The crowd erupted in laughter, and the bar soon regained its jovial atmosphere. Li Ping then uncapped a bottle and drank deeply from the whiskey. At this moment, camaraderie blossomed among the patrons. Even those who had bet against him began to cheer for Li Ping, their sincerity palpable. Delicious. This whiskey is the finest I have ever tasted. Li Ping finished one bottle without pause, quickly opening another and consuming it heartily, ultimately downing all 8 bottles of whiskey. Not only did the 5 burly men across from him feel unsettled, but the entire assembly stared in astonishment. Even drinking 8 bottles of water would require a breather. Yet this fellow consumed whiskey as if it were mere water. Jones, in a daze, remarked, if I had a son-in-law like him, I couldn't keep pace with his drinking. He glanced at old John and added, Old John, if he becomes your son-in-law, your little tavern may not suffice for his thirst. Old John nodded in agreement. Li Ping placed the empty bottles on the counter at his feet and said to the 5 men, It's your turn now. Chapter 7. The church, as the group across the table reached their 7th bottle. Several could no longer hold their liquor and succumbed to inebriation. Yet Li Ping showed no signs of stopping. He declared, Boss, continue. Bring out any fine spirits you have left for me to savor. Old John looked at Li Ping in disbelief, astonished that this man had indeed bested the 5 opponents, and yet his eyes remained bright and clear. As others erupted in cheers, celebrating Li Ping's victory, a few clasped their hands in congratulations, while those who lost their wagers wore expressions of despair. The one who had initiated the betting was so anxious he was stomping his feet, yet he still had no choice but to pay out the winnings. Without even glancing at the coins being pushed towards him, Li Ping nonchalantly swept the money in front of old John and declared, Let this bounty be used to treat everyone to drinks. Tonight, the expenses are on me. Old John's eyes sparkled with delight, for the sum was ample enough to procure every drop of liquor in his tavern. His spirits lifted. He regarded Li Ping with newfound favor, pondering whether his granddaughter might benefit from an acquaintance with this outsider. He eagerly gathered the coins and hastily beckoned for more drinks to be brought forth. Upon hearing Li Ping's proclamation, the patrons' gloom dissipated, and they erupted in jubilant anticipation of the festivities to come. After several rounds of drinks, Li Ping began to probe old John for information. By now, old John, having imbibed heartily, courtesy of Li Ping's generosity, was in high spirits, engaging in brotherly camaraderie. Li Ping inquired, Good sir, how many churches are there in our vicinity? Old John replied, somewhat inebriated, There are quite a few, perhaps 4 or 5. And how many of those are devoted to the worship of Odin? All of them here are followers of Odin. Which among them is the oldest? That would be the old church of Basel, located on the outskirts. It is indeed the most ancient. After half an hour of conversation, Li Ping had not only gleaned the information he sought, but had also been regaled with old John's tales of local gossip and stories of the bullies that roamed the countryside. Finally, when old John had succumbed to slumber, Li Ping exhaled in relief. The warm tavern was suffused with the aroma of malt liquor, and the dim lights cast a gentle glow. What had once been a boisterous establishment was now reduced to the sounds of snores, with patrons sprawled drunkenly on the floor while old John lay asleep at the counter. Observing this scene, Li Ping called out tentatively, Is there anyone still capable of drinking? Stand up and continue. No one responded. The tavern stock had been thoroughly consumed, and each individual was inebriated beyond awareness. Li Ping felt a sense of ease wash over him. He lifted the heavy curtain and gently pushed open the creaking wooden door. It was now midnight, and the bright moonlight bathed the deserted street, allowing glimpses of the city's beauty even in the dark. Breathing in the crisp night air invigorated him, clearing his mind considerably. Though he was not inebriated, prolonged stay in the warm, stuffy tavern had made him feel drowsy. He gazed skyward, where the infinite expanse of stars sprawled above, resembling a grand tapestry unfurling before him. It was as if a master of sand art, hidden in the stillness of the night, gently let grains of sand cascade through his fingers, forming a celestial river upon the board. Last night's stars, last night's wind. By the western tower and the eastern hall of Osmanthus, he mused. Gazing upon the brilliant expanse of the starry sky, Li Pingyan felt a profound gratitude for his nation's rich cultural heritage, which allowed him to confront the vast cosmos with more than a mere exclamation of awe. On this night, the stars twinkled resplendently, accompanied by a serene stillness devoid of wind or rain. After briefly admiring the moon above, Li Pingyan lowered his gaze and resumed his pursuit of a sixpence. With purpose, he set forth, striding confidently toward the outskirts of Teensburg. In a quaint village on the periphery of the city, Li Pingyan beheld a grand church. Constructed entirely of stone, its exterior exuded a solemn dignity, albeit marred by an unmistakable air of decay. Even in Norway, where the worshippers of the Norse pantheon are few, the tumult of war has driven many to seek solace in the embrace of Christianity, yearning for a ticket to paradise. The church's exterior, long untouched by renovation, was cloaked in a layer of dust, a testament to the bygone glory of the Norse deities on this continent. The church's heavy doors stood firmly shut, yet this did not deter Li Pingyan. With the agility of a nimble monkey leaping through a mountain gorge, he effortlessly ascended to the roof, navigating the crevices and cracks in the stonework. The chimney above was exceedingly narrow, accommodating only the frame of a child. However, Li Pingyan, determined to infiltrate, had his own means of silent entry. Taking a deep breath, he felt his muscles begin to undulate and contract, and within mere seconds his physique appeared to shrink considerably. Reminiscent of the legendary art of body compression, this ability, bestowed upon him after his second enhancement, granted him unparalleled control over his form, allowing him to alter his body size at will. Now, significantly slimmer, he perched atop the chimney, drew his arms close to his chest, and leapt into the flue. As he neared the ground, he spread his arms slightly, abruptly slowing his descent before quietly emerging from the fireplace. Without hesitation, he made his way to the church's main hall. The interior was devoid of candles or bulbs, yet moonlight filtered through the stained glass above, illuminating his surroundings. In the center of the hall lay a massive coffin, facing the entrance, surrounded by extinguished candlesticks. Following the coffin's length, he noticed an exquisite relief adorning one wall, depicting the world tree, its 3 roots drawing sustenance from 3 springs, allowing it to flourish. One root extended into the misty realm of Niflheim, tapping into the well of Vergelmer, where the venomous dragon Nhggr lurked, gnawing at the root alongside countless serpents. Should they sever it, the world tree would wither, heralding the onset of Ragnar K. Upon witnessing this, Li Pingyan was certain that this was the very church concealing the coveted space gem. Li Pingyan reached out towards the eyes of a venomous snake entwined around the roots of a tree. With a click, the serpent's intricate relief sprang forth from the mural. He delicately retrieved a box, and as he opened it, a serene blue light cascaded over his face, revealing the coveted 8th chapter of Odin's space gem. Without hesitation, Li Pingyan swiftly placed the cosmic cube into his personal space, then produced a pre-prepared note and inserted several strands of gold. Having completed these actions, he did not linger, quickly ascending the chimney. Unbeknownst to anyone, Li Pingyan effortlessly made off with the hypercube. This was indeed the advantage of possessing foreknowledge. Many treasures could be easily obtained. One could assert that, aside from the lottery tickets of his past life, possessing the ability to foresee events would allow one to amass a substantial fortune swiftly. Upon exiting the church, Li Pingyan immediately dashed toward the city of Teensburg, intent on returning to the tavern before his drinking companions awoke, a task that posed no challenge for him. After running several kilometers from the church, he accelerated towards the city at nearly supersonic speed. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of Old John's Tavern. Pushing open the heavy door, he sought out a relatively clean table, grabbed a rag, hastily wiped it down, and lay down, gazing up at the dimly glowing light bulb. Immersed in the tavern's harmonious ambience and comfortable warmth, he gradually drifted into slumber amidst a chorus of snores. The following day, the sound of the tavern's opening startled Li Pingyan awake. Instantly alert, he rolled off the table and crouched beneath it. Upon closer inspection, he saw a youthful and radiant girl enter. with fair skin adorned with a few charming freckles on her cheeks. Her long, deep brown hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and she stood approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall, dressed warmly yet elegantly. As she inhaled the tavern's aroma, she wrinkled her delicate nose in mild distaste. After entering, she held the door open momentarily, allowing the brisk outside air to refresh the tavern's atmosphere. Seizing the opportunity while she adjusted the door, Li Pingyan swiftly emerged from his hiding spot and feigned sleep. When the girl approached the table, her curiosity was piqued by the sight of an unfamiliar foreigner resting there. Surprised yet intrigued, she found that a handsome face is universally appreciated, and this occasion was no exception. Li Pingyan's youthful, refined features evoked a sense of familiarity, akin to that of a neighborly brother, prompting the Norwegian girl to scrutinize him with interest. Just then, Li Pingyan opened his eyes at the perfect moment, locking gazes with the girl, his expression a blend of confusion and the remnants of sleep. This perfectly accentuated Li Pingyan's facial features, as his appearance inherently exuded a sense of warmth and approachability. The day's expression of someone just awakened only amplified his innocence, making it effortless for him to garner the affection of the young ladies present. The young girl, upon noticing Li Pingyan, saw a reflection of herself in him, and the thought of him realizing she had been staring made her feel a pang of shyness. Unable to resist, she averted her gaze, only to glance back at him, feigning casualness as she asked, "Are you a new guest? I don't believe I've seen you here before." Li Pingyan thought to himself that this must be the granddaughter of old John he had heard about yesterday. It appeared that old John was not suited to be his father-in-law, but perhaps he could serve as the husband of his granddaughter. Naturally, these thoughts were merely fleeting. Li Pingyan was not a heartthrob, unwilling to sow seeds of affection indiscriminately, nor would he ever wish to hurt the young girl for a momentary thrill. His earlier reactions were simply the instinctive responses of a young man encountering a beautiful girl. "I am an adventurer," Li Pingyan replied with a hearty laugh. His laughter jolted old John awake from his slumber at the bar, rubbing his shoulders, for age had rendered him less resilient than in his youth, and a night spent sleeping at the table left him sore and stiff. Seeing her grandfather awake, the young girl hurriedly approached him, saying, "You didn't come home last night. Grandma was worried sick and sent me to check on you first thing this morning." Old John, upon seeing his granddaughter, smiled broadly and reassured her, "It's all good. We had a big client yesterday, and our liquor sold exceptionally well." Fearing his granddaughter's complaints, old John swiftly changed the subject, directing her attention to the profits. As she surveyed the bar, she noticed that their stock had been entirely sold out. Even the beer from the storeroom was gone. Elated, she emerged from the storeroom, exclaiming, "This means we can finally send that terrible villain away. How wonderful." She then planted a heavy kiss on old John's forehead. The sales from last night equated to their entire monthly revenue, a substantial sum indeed. Observing Li Pingyan, old John introduced him to his granddaughter, Sophia. "This is our esteemed patron from last night, Li Pingyan." Turning to Li Pingyan, he added, "This is my granddaughter Sophia. I recall you suggesting I become your granddaughter's husband. Had I known your granddaughter was so charming, I would have readily accepted," Li Pingyan remarked with a feigned expression of regret. Upon hearing this, Sophia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she cast a playful glare at her grandfather. Old John, now impressed by Li Pingyan's straightforward demeanor, made a jest. "There's still a chance for regret. You could start by calling me grandfather. If I find it suitable, I might consider making you my granddaughter's husband." Li Pingyan, taking the jest in stride, chuckled heartily. Just then, a loud voice interrupted, shouting, "Old John, hand over the money, or we'll take your lovely Sophia instead." Old John, upon hearing voices outside, immediately urged Sophia to retreat to the warehouse. At that moment, Sophia's complexion was ashen, and she sought to flee inside, but alas, it was too late. The speakers had already entered the tavern. The intruder, known as Samo, was a notorious ruffian of this generation, reveling in chaos and bullying the weak. The townsfolk harbored a mixture of fear and hatred towards him. Unfortunately, he was flanked by a dozen unruly henchmen, and together they wreaked havoc in the community. There were those who dared to report his misdeeds to the police, yet the following day, the informants would find their homes besieged by masked thugs, who would vandalize and steal. Those fortunate enough would merely suffer a beating, while the unfortunate might endanger not only themselves, but their families as well. Wives returning from work might find themselves greeted by these thugs, and children finishing school could be whisked away to unknown places for rest. Many readers have inquired about the timing of helicopters and surveillance. I am not oblivious to these matters. For who does not know how to use Baidu? Yet, I chose to write it this way for the sake of narrative continuity. If some insist on confronting me with reality, they should instead direct their grievances towards Marvel, questioning the origins of the Tesseract, Iron Man's armor, Pym particles, and the Quinjet. The most absurd aspect is their promotion of superstitions, invoking Odin and realms of hell. Where are they in reality? If you can find them, I shall kneel in awe. I also extend my gratitude to the many loyal readers who have cast their votes of support. Without your encouragement, enduring the incessant stream of nonsensical comments will be quite disheartening. Your presence makes me cherish this journey even more. Thank you. I adore you all. Chapter 9. Beneath the sun, in a world where police and criminals are in cahoots, ordinary citizens are left with no choice but to endure their plight, subject to tyranny. They run a casino where casual gambling is commonplace. Yet when it comes to serious stakes, should anyone win and attempt to leave, they are met with the intimidating gaze of burly enforcers. Should one insist on departing, they might soon face an unfortunate encounter with robbers, suffering grievous harm while losing all their possessions. Of course, in a display of business responsibility, the benevolent Samo would ensure his men assist in transporting the injured to the hospital. As for the robbers, Samo would, with a sense of duty, seek retribution on your behalf. However, should the assailants prove elusive and not be from the city, it is hardly his fault. Nevertheless, Samo's casino thrived, as a throng of gamblers believed they could strike it rich by betting only when Samo was not dealing. Alas, one might say that gamblers are merely chasing illusions. Moreover, Mozong offers lending services that epitomize the adage of reaping what one sows. Once you borrow from him, you are bound to toil for him for a lifetime. Yet, Mozang's transgressions extend beyond mere financial exploitation. On one occasion, he brazenly harassed several young women in a restaurant. When they rebuffed his advances, he lost face and struck one of them. Subsequently, he and his accomplices brutally assaulted the girls, leaving them bloodied and unconscious, continuing their onslaught with relentless blows. Following the incident, a report was filed, and despite the willingness of witnesses to testify against him, the local authorities shockingly released him within mere hours, displaying a blatant disregard for justice. Mozong did not even spend a full night in custody. Astonishingly, the girls, who were left in critical condition, were deemed to have only sustained minor injuries, with no significant harm acknowledged. Although the scandal escalated, it ultimately faded into obscurity, allowing Mozong to continue his life of luxury, while officials at the local security bureau thrived. Meanwhile, the outskirts witnessed the emergence of new graves. Shattered families populated the city, and the community saw mothers driven to madness and fathers drowning their sorrows in alcohol. What has occurred will inevitably recur. What has been done will be done again. Under the sun, there is nothing new. The weather is fair, and the world seems peaceful. Upon learning of such darkness, Li Pingyan felt a surge of fury, burdened by an overwhelming sense of despair. He could hardly fathom the existence of such malevolence in the world. It is no surprise, for Li Pingyan has lived a sheltered life, having previously resided in a harmonious land where citizens and law enforcement stood united, where governance was transparent, officials were incorruptible, and scholars were devoted to the welfare of the nation. In that realm, joy and festivity flourished, oppression was non-existent, and every face radiated happiness, with all citizens feeling a profound sense of safety, pride, and contentment in their homeland. Li Pingyan, one among the 14 billion, harbored immense pride in his nation's strength and a deep, fervent love for that land, wishing to dwell there for eternity. He held no regrets about being part of that great nation in this life, hoping to be reborn in the embrace of his ancestral home. Unfortunately, a cruel twist of fate has thrust him into a foreign land, where he feels as though he cannot breathe freely. Outwardly cheerful, yet inwardly he weeps. In his previous life, he was shielded by his nation, making it unfathomable for him to believe that such individuals as Mo Zong could exist. In his former homeland, there would have been no soil for someone like Mo Zong to thrive. Such a person would have been met with resistance, and the community would have risen to enforce the rule of law, because people believe that the law and their beloved police will support their actions. They adorn themselves with the title of heroism, and society endorses their deeds, while parents take pride in their children's bravery. However, for the likes of Sang Mo, seeking vengeance is futile, as he will inevitably spend the rest of his life in prison alongside his accomplices. Let me reiterate, in the past life of Li Pingyan, there existed no soil for such malevolent individuals to thrive. Upon entering, Sang Mo encountered a disheveled assembly of drunken revelers sprawled across the floor. His subordinates, unperturbed by the bodies littering the ground, trampled over them, delivering kicks to those who obstructed their path, treating them as one would a stray dog. In their eyes, these individuals were no different from animals. When the inebriated souls were roused by the kicks and realized it was Sang Mo who had arrived, they could only harbor their indignation in silence. As Sang Mo approached old John, his minions dispersed, rousing the slumbering individuals and ordering them to vacate the premises. Though dozens of burly men stood before Sang Mo's less than 10 companions, their faces twisted with displeasure. They quickly lowered their heads and shuffled out when faced with the menacing glare of Sang Mo's followers. Old John, though acutely aware of Sang Mo's fearsome reputation, felt a twinge of disappointment seeing his old associates too intimidated to utter a word of protest. "Hey, get lost," one of the subordinates barked. In the once crowded tavern, aside from Sang Mo's gang, Old John, and his granddaughter, the only remaining figure was Li Pingyan, who sat at a table, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil around him. Old John felt a flicker of gratitude seeing Li Pingyan remain, recognizing that although he was an outsider and perhaps ignorant of Sang Mo's notorious reputation, he must have sensed the brewing storm. Yet he chose to stay, having lived through many years and encountered countless faces. Old John understood the young man's intent to take a stand, feeling a mix of worry and appreciation. A nagging thought crept into his mind, questioning whether this Asian man was perhaps a tad foolish. Unbeknownst to him, Li Pingyan had listened to nearly 20 minutes of his drunken ramblings the previous day and had gained insight into Sang Mo's character, as well as the reason behind Sang Mo's vendetta against him. It turned out that about a week prior, Sang Mo had arrived with his gang to stir trouble. Coincidentally, Old John's granddaughter, Sophia, was helping that day. After becoming inebriated, Sang Mo harbored ill intentions and instructed his subordinates. In an instant, 10 or so of them encircled the young girl, trapping her in the middle. Sang Mo then approached Sophia, who, in her panic, accidentally spilled her drink on him, exactly the outcome Sang Mo had desired. With a grin revealing his yellowed, smoke-stained teeth, he remarked, "My dear girl, you should be more careful. This suit is custom-tailored and exceedingly expensive." Chapter 10. A gamble. Uncle Sang Mo, please take this money. This outsider is a bit slow-witted. Just let him go. Old John, sensing the dire situation, hastily spoke in defense of Li Pingyan. After all, this foreigner had chosen to align with him. He could not allow that scoundrel, Sang Mo, to take his life. Regardless of the money he would never reclaim, saving this stranger would not be in vain. If need be, he could keep the young man as a son-in-law, making him work for free. Enough. One matter at a time. You cannot protect this man. Just look after yourself. Sang Mo impatiently retorted. "Ah, how unreasonable you are," Li Pingyan replied with a forced smile, his eyes beginning to glimmer with a cold light, the aura of impending violence palpable. Sang Mo and his henchmen erupted in laughter at his words. "My fists are mightier, and I have the advantage of numbers. I am the law. If you were stronger than me, then perhaps you could claim to be right. Today, however, I shall unveil the harshness of reality to you. Take him away." As he concluded, the chilling tone of his voice spoke volumes. Old John sought to further dissuade them, but Li Pingyan interjected, "Why take me away?" Sang Mo, uninterested in further dialogue, attempted to seize Li Pingyan. Yet, Li Pingyan boldly asserted, "Killing me would yield little value. I possess some money. Otherwise, we could gamble, and you might gain even more." "Gamble?" Sang Mo's eyes sparkled at the proposition. He owned a small casino and enjoyed the thrill of being the house. He was, after all, a gambling man who relished in draining an individual of their wealth, ensuring they would toil for him for life. Intrigued by Li Ping and S' offer, he wished to see if this foreigner would retain his pride after being thoroughly vanquished. Perhaps, like others before him, he would find himself on his knees, begging for another loan. If he did, Sang Mo would have complete control over him. The young man had a fine physique. He could easily sell him in the streets, catering to wealthy women and men with peculiar tastes, thus creating another source of income. As for the possibility of Li Ping and winning, Sang Mo dismissed it entirely. The outcomes in his casino were always predetermined. Resolute in his decision, Sang Mo's face lit up with a grin. Young brother, I see potential in you. You are sure to prosper in my establishment, but do you have any capital? I do not have krona, Li Ping replied, disregarding Sang Mo's expression. However, I do possess gold. With that, he placed a gold bar upon the table. Sang Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom where Li Ping had procured such wealth. Yet, he eagerly reached for the gold. Just as his fingers were about to touch it, Li Ping swiftly reclaimed the bar and said, "Consider this gold a gift. In exchange for old John's money, I shall relinquish it to you. What say you?" Sang Mo, unperturbed by the possibility of deceit, quickly acquiesced. He had resolved to take Li Ping into his casino and extract every last coin from him. This man would not escape easily. Li Ping handed money to Sophia and remarked, "I shall step out for a while. It has been a pleasure encountering you. Farewell." At that moment, Sophia felt no joy. This brave young foreigner, courageous and kind-hearted, had moved her deeply by standing up for her and her grandfather, despite their brief acquaintance. She was profoundly concerned for the boy's fate and gently cautioned, "You are very brave. However, those individuals are not to be trifled with. Please do not accompany them." Old John seemed poised to say something as well, but Li Ping interrupted, saying, "Ha, it's all right. It was my words that faltered. Old John, you should go procure your supplies. I shall return for another drink." Sang Mo, fearing that Li Ping might reconsider, quickly interjected, "Indeed, it is not a den of dragons and tigers. We will surely ensure that our esteemed guest departs safely. To murder and rob Li Ping openly in the street would be far too brazen, potentially crossing the line with those who could retaliate. If they acted too overtly, putting such deeds in plain sight, it would incite panic and leave no room for negotiation." Without hesitation, Li Ping turned and accompanied Sang Mo and his entourage to Sang Mo's underground casino. Upon entering his domain, Sang Mo's expression shifted as he toyed with a gold bar, his demeanor laced with malice. Li Ping, as if performing a trick, produced another gold bar, igniting an insatiable desire within Sang Mo akin to the scratch of a cat's claw. He yearned to strip Li Ping bare to see how many more gold bars he possessed. "How much do you reckon this gold bar is worth?" Li Ping inquired, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Perhaps 10,000 crowns?" Sang Mo's eyes gleamed with greed. He coveted far more than a mere 20,000. His gaze was rife with avarice and murderous intent, as if the tiger harbored a harmful heart, while the man bore ill will towards the tiger. Yet, both parties maintained their smiles. Li Ping, unfazed, tossed the gold bar to Sang Mo, declaring 10,000 it is. "After all, you will only keep it for a while." Sang Mo ushered Li Ping into the VIP room, which was merely a larger private chamber. At the elongated gambling table, Li Ping and Sang Mo sat opposite each other. "What would you like to play?" "Zang Montag in Kvilet. Let's play dice. It is simple and swift. The adage goes, in gambling, 9 out of 10 are deceivers. It is not the act of gambling that frightens, but the fear of not gambling. Once one begins, one cannot escape until ruin befalls them, leaving them bereft of family and fortune." Soon, a provocatively dressed woman approached, carrying a tray with dice and a cup. Delicate dice conceal a heart's yearning. Does one know of this longing? Li Ping, having never played dice and lacking skill in card games, chose it for its straightforward rules, intending to recite a poem for effect. However, this was akin to playing a lute to a cow, as Sang Mo could not comprehend Li Ping's words. Instead, he instructed the woman to hand the dice to Li Ping, saying, "You are the guest. Please go ahead." Sang Mo was keen to ascertain whether Li Pingyan possessed profound knowledge of the craft. The moment Li Pingyan rolled the dice, Sang Mo could deduce from his technique whether he was a master. Li Pingyan, not one to shy away, accepted the dice and the cup, shaking them with fervor. Sang Mo was taken aback by his method. Had Li Pingyan exhibited a refined technique, it would not have been surprising. However, the clumsy way in which Li Pingyan manipulated the cup was unmistakably that of a novice, a chaotic display that could only be described as a haphazard shake. Finally, Li Pingyan covered the cup on the table and asked Sang Mo, big or small. Sang Mo glanced at the woman who had handed him the dice. Noticing her look towards Li Pingyan after meeting his gaze, Sang Mo confidently declared, "I bet small. In my 9th chapter, there is neither vulgarity nor slander." Why was I reported? Some readers seem to have issues. I merely wish to write my novel quietly, yet you choose to report me? Subsequently, this chapter was blocked. Such an overreach. In a world where law enforcement and crime collude, the ordinary citizen is left with no choice but to endure in silence, subjected to the whims of the unscrupulous. They ran a casino where, on ordinary days, patrons could partake in games of chance. However, when they were the house, if someone won and attempted to leave, it was another story. Upon standing, a few menacing thugs would fix their gaze upon you. Should you insist on departing, you might find yourself unfortunate enough to encounter robbers outside, beaten to a pulp and stripped of your belongings. Of course, in the spirit of responsible business, the magnanimous Sang Mo would have his men assist you, ensuring you were taken to the hospital. As for the robbers, Sang Mo would surely seek vengeance on your behalf. But if the assailants were from outside the city, it was merely a matter of circumstance. One could hardly hold Sang Mo accountable. Despite this, Sang Mo's casino thrived, as a throng of gamblers believed they could merely place their bets whenever Sang Mo was not the house. Such naivety is lamentable. Furthermore, Mo Sang provided loans, teaching you the meaning of 9 out, 13 back. Borrowing from him meant a lifetime of servitude. Moreover, Sang Mo's exploits extended beyond gambling. On one occasion, he attempted to flirt with several young women in a restaurant, but when they rebuffed his advances, he lost face and struck one of them. He and his accomplices proceeded to assault the young women mercilessly, leaving them bloodied and unconscious. Afterward, when someone reported the incident and all witnesses were willing to testify, the local authorities astonishingly released Sang Mo within hours, demonstrating a blatant disregard for justice. The young women, despite being left on the brink of death, were deemed to have sustained only minor injuries. Although the incident escalated, it ultimately faded away, with Sang Mo continuing to live in comfort while local officials thrived, and residents remained as vulnerable as ever. However, the mountains in the suburbs have been adorned with several new graves, while the city has witnessed the emergence of broken families. The community is now home to a few half-mad, half-deranged mothers and several despondent fathers who drown their sorrows in alcohol. What has transpired will inevitably recur. Actions taken will surely be repeated. Under the sun, there is nothing new. The weather is fair, and the world appears at peace. Upon learning of these grim realities, Li Pingyan was consumed by fury, a heavy sense of depression weighing upon his chest, for he could scarcely fathom such darkness existing in the world. It is no wonder, for Li Pingyan has led a sheltered life. In his previous existence in Huaxia, harmony prevailed between the police and the populace. Political integrity was upheld, officials were incorruptible, and scholars harbored aspirations for the world, striving to continue the legacies of the ancients. There, joy and revelry flourished, devoid of oppression. With every face aglow with the radiance of happiness, each individual felt a profound sense of contentment, security, pride, and honor in dwelling upon that land. Li Pingyan, being one of the 14 billion, took immense pride in his nation's prosperity and harbored a deep, fervent love for that soil, yearning to inhabit it through countless lifetimes. He had no regrets in choosing to be part of Huaxia in this life, and wished to be reborn in the land of Yin and Huang in the next. Alas, a cruel twist of fate had thrust him into a foreign land, and he now found it difficult to breathe freely. Outwardly, he wore a facade of happiness, yet internally he was already weeping profusely. In his previous life, he had been so well protected by his country that the existence of such individuals left him incredulous. In his former homeland, there was no soil conducive to the survival of people like Sang Mo. Had this been his previous life, Sang Mo would not have dared to bully others. The surrounding populace would have certainly risen to confront him, imparting a lesson in the rule of law. For the people believed that justice and their beloved police would support their actions, bestowing upon them the honor of being upholders of righteousness. Society would wholeheartedly endorse their deeds, and parents would take pride in their bravery, while Sang Mo and his ilk would find any notion of revenge utterly futile, for they would spend their remaining days in prison. To reiterate, there was no place for such malevolent individuals in Li Pingyan's ancestral homeland. As Sang Mo entered the premises, he beheld a haphazard array of drunks sprawled upon the ground. His followers, heedless of the identities of those lying there, trampled over them, kicking those obstructing their path as if they were mere stray dogs. In their eyes, these individuals held no distinction from animals. Upon being roused from their stupor by the kicks, the inebriates, upon realizing Sang Mo's presence, could only seethe in silent fury. Upon reaching Old John, Sang Mo's lackeys dispersed to rouse the sprawled figures, insisting they vacate the premises. Dozens of robust men faced Sang Mo's fewer than 10 followers, their expressions revealing annoyance. Yet when confronted by the glare of Sang Mo's underlings, they promptly bowed their heads and exited like defeated chickens. Although Old John understood that no one was impervious to fear of Sang Mo, witnessing his old companions unable to voice even a single word of justice left him feeling a sense of despondency. "Hey, get lost," one of the younger thugs shouted. In the once crowded tavern, aside from Sam's underlings, Old John, and his granddaughter, only Li Pingyan remained, appearing unperturbed as he sat at the table, engrossed in his thoughts. Old John felt a flicker of emotion upon seeing Li Pingyan still present. Although Li Pingyan was a stranger and likely unaware of Sam's notorious reputation, the aggressive demeanor of the crowd suggested that they were not to be trifled with, yet he chose to stay. Having lived many years and witnessed the ebb and flow of countless faces, Old John understood that this young man was signaling his intent to ally himself with him. His heart swelled with both concern and gratitude, though he couldn't shake the thought that perhaps this Asian youth was a bit dim-witted. Little did he know, Li Pingyan had listened to nearly 20 minutes of his drunken ramblings the previous day and was well aware of Sam's character, as well as the reason for the trouble he sought. Approximately a week prior, Samo, accompanied by a group of thugs, had come to the tavern to take advantage of the situation. Coincidentally, Old John's granddaughter, Sophia, was there helping out. After consuming too much alcohol, Sam's intentions turned malicious, and he instructed his underlings accordingly. Within moments, a dozen of them encircled the young girl, trapping her in their midst. Samo then approached Sophia, who, in her panic, accidentally spilled her drink on him, precisely as Samo had hoped. With a grin revealing his yellowed, smoke-stained teeth, he remarked, "My dear girl, you really ought to be more careful. This suit is custom-made and quite expensive." Chapter 11. Strength is orderly. Pingyan tossed another 10,000 in chips onto the table. As the dice were cast, the result was 143, a small 8. Li Pingyan cursed under his breath, realizing his luck was indeed poor. Undeterred, he confidently placed 2 gold pieces on the table and declared, 10,000 each, no need for the hassle of exchanging currency. Samo's gaze towards Li Pingyan grew increasingly suspicious. He had yet to discern where the young man had procured the gold. At that moment, he yearned to dismantle Li Pingyan piece by piece to uncover the source of his wealth. He exchanged glances with his underlings, who understood his unspoken command, and exited the VIP room. As the door swung open, the cacophony of shouts, rattling dice, and boisterous laughter flooded in. However, the moment the door closed, the noise dissipated into silence. "Continue," Li Pingyan urged, pushing the dice toward Samo. Taken aback, Samo had not anticipated that this audacious individual would dare to invite him to roll the dice. Though his gambling skills were not particularly refined and he could not control the exact outcome of each die, he was confident in his ability to manage the overall size. A sense of delight surged within him. He let out a boisterous laugh, a blend of genuine amusement and mocking derision, with a hefty dose of arrogance. With a flourish of flamboyant gestures, distinctly different from Li Pingyan's reckless shaking, this seasoned rogue approached the task of rolling the dice with an unexpected seriousness. With a resounding thud, the dice were slammed onto the table. "Your turn." Sang Mo exuded an air of assured victory. "I have a penchant for grandeur, so I shall continue to wager big." Li Pingyan maintained a smile on his face, equally embodying the confidence of assured success. However, one must not be obstinate in their beliefs. Sang Mo refrained from any deceitful tactics, for within the bowl lay indeed the small outcome. Li Pingyan was merely unfortunate in his luck. "Open." As the bowl was lifted, the dice revealed 2, 1, and 3, totaling 6 small. Li Pingyan nonchalantly pushed forward a gold ingot, undeterred. "Proceed." 5 minutes later, Sang Mo gazed at the pile of gold ingots on the table, now resembling a small mountain, and heaved heavy breaths. He had lost the capacity for rational thought regarding the source of Li Pingyan's wealth. His face flushed, eyes bloodshot and glimmering red, as if he were the one who had suffered defeat. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips, calm and collected. "Shall we continue? Do you still have funds?" Sang Mo leaned over the table, glaring at Li Pingyan like a ravenous wolf. Li Pingyan produced his final 2 gold ingots and said, "Would you care for these last 2? His grin resembled that of a sly wolf offering sweets to a little rabbit. At that moment, the subordinate who had stepped out returned. Upon opening the door, the previously raucous shouts had faded, replaced by the imposing presence of over 20 burly men at the entrance. The subordinate quietly closed the door and stood beside Sang Mo. Li Pingyan appeared unperturbed, sitting there with increasing brilliance in his smile. The time for the hunt was approaching. Both parties believed themselves to be the hunters, yet only the true predator would emerge from the casino. Sang Mo erupted in manic laughter. "Excellent. Let us proceed." Once again, Sang Mo shook the bowl haphazardly. Li Pingyan was at the mercy of luck, and indeed, Sang Mo had not resorted to any tricks. Thus, Sang Mo relished the game. In all his years of gambling, it was the first time he encountered someone who consistently guessed big for dozens of rounds, yet failed each time. For a gambler, encountering such a woefully unfortunate player was akin to receiving a windfall from the heavens, utterly generous. Moreover, now that all the patrons had been cleared out, the outside world remained oblivious to any happenings within the casino. Sang Mo regarded Li Pingyan as a piece of meat in a bowl, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. Consequently, he did not rush to conclude matters with Li Pingyan. He wished to indulge in a few more rounds with this unfortunate soul, satiating his own gambling addiction. The bowl finally thudded heavily upon the table. Sang Mo turned to Li Pingyan and declared, "Please, big." Despite losing over 20 rounds, Li Pingyan remained as steadfast as ever. When the bowl was unveiled, it revealed 4, 6, and 3, totaling 13, a big outcome. Li Pingyan had won, and Sang Mo stared at the dice, momentarily stunned. "You have lost. Zang Montag Pokulimet." Clearly this is a big outcome. "You have lost," Li Pingyan countered. "You have lost. Zang Montag Laukitatali." Just moments ago, he had been basking in victory, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Now, having lost, a smile adorned his face. Subsequently, Sang Mo turned the dice over, revealing 3 crimson ones. 3 points too low. "You've lost," he declared with a demeanor that suggested he had complete control over Li Pingyan. At that moment, Sang Mo's subordinates began to encircle Li Pingyan. 4 or 5 burly men with round faces and stout bodies closing in from behind. "I am stronger, and there are more of us, thus I can dictate the rules. When the rules serve me no purpose, I trample them at will. They exist solely to restrain the weak like you and safeguard my interests." Sang Mo rose, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Surprisingly, Li Pingyan's laughter was even more exuberant, almost recklessly so. "Ah, what a splendid rule that only the strong have a say. Simple and direct, I admire it." Li Pingyan's laughter resonated, yet bore no hint of joy, only a tinge of desolation. "You have won." He ceased his laughter and addressed Sang Mo. "Do you think merely stating that suffices? Not only will I reclaim the money on your table, but I shall also inquire about the origins of your gold bars, and I will take your life as well. Sang Mo's gaze turned venomous as he regarded Li Pingyan, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey, eager to devour him whole. You have misunderstood. I meant that you won the gamble. But you shall not take a single gold bar from this table, nor will you retain your life, he declared. Without further ado, Sang Mo waved his hand dismissively. Kill him, and do it cleanly. His subordinates sprang into action, advancing to eliminate Li Pingyan. However, Li Pingyan regarded these men as mere insects, easily crushed beneath his heel. One of the burly men approached Li Pingyan, intending to seize him and drag him to the basement for disposal. Yet, as he reached out, Li Pingyan grasped his forearm, twisting it with a swift motion, contorting it like a pretzel. Then, with a powerful tug, he wrenched the man's arm from his body, as effortlessly as one might pull a leg off a fly. The man felt an abrupt chill in his arm. Before he could comprehend what had transpired or utter a scream, Li Pingyan crushed his throat and trachea with a single grip. He had no desire to hear a grown man squawking like a rooster. The man's scream was stifled before it could escape his mouth, leaving him gasping for breath, his wide-open mouth producing only a wheezing sound akin to a punctured bellows. Followed by a spurt of blood. Clutching his throat, he was incredulous that he had been slain by this smiling Asian man. Meanwhile, the others remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, still closing in. Yet, Li Pingyan had not forgotten his illustrious tradition. With his left hand, he struck down upon the man's head, exploding it in a shower of gore. It seems that a head is not easily crushed into one's stomach. Li Pingyan remarked with a hint of amusement. The surrounding henchmen were left utterly astonished, halting their advance in disbelief. Fearing their escape, Li Pingyan seized several gold bars and hurled them towards the entrance. The immense force drove the bars deep into the door and walls, while their deformed shapes rendered the entrance even more difficult to breach. Li Pingyan continued to whistle leisurely as he commenced his carnage. Chapter 12. The Wheel of Fortune turns in an instant. The entire VIP lounge transformed into a hell on earth, with pristine white walls drenched in crimson blood, and splattered remnants of flesh clung to the ceiling like grotesque sauce. Li Pingyan derived immense pleasure from the sound of an enemy's skull shattering beneath his fist, particularly relishing the satisfaction of obliterating his foes with his own hands. The unfortunate henchmen, within the radius of Li Pingyan's fists, faced inevitable demise, their heads crushed and lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground, rendering it almost unfathomable that they had been vibrant moments before. With deftness, Li Pingyan seized an unnamed henchman as one might grasp a chick, effortlessly twisting off his head as if unscrewing a bottle cap, before casting the lifeless form against the wall, resulting in a blossoming spray of red and white akin to peonies. With a silver saddle atop a white horse, he moved with the swiftness of a meteor. Li Pingyan obliterated another henchman's head, extracting his arm with the ease of pulling a straw from a drink. He dispatched one adversary every 10 steps, leaving no trace as he wielded the severed arm to strike another henchman's skull, a feat that seemed nearly impossible. Yet he accomplished it, achieving the remarkable act of using another's limb to obliterate yet another foe's head. However, the arm was rendered useless, and he carelessly discarded it. With the deed done, he strode away nonchalantly, unperturbed by the lives he had harvested. Engaging in a macabre display, he grasped another henchman by the neck, aligning his head with the silhouettes of others, and with a smirk exclaimed, "Let us go." Ignoring the pleas of the trembling henchman, Li Pingyan exerted force, shattering the skull with a single flick, scattering bone fragments into the crowd. Yet, dissatisfied with the outcome, he discarded the headless corpse as one would a piece of trash. In a swift motion, he crushed the skull of another henchman, feigning death beneath his foot. A desperate henchman cried out, pleading for mercy, claiming to be newly arrived and yet to commit any misdeeds. Not yet, indeed, Li Pingyan retorted indifferently, delivering the fatal blow to the henchman's head, wiping his right hand, now smeared with tears and snot, on his clothing. Such poor hygiene was Li Pingyan's final judgment of the wretched soul. At that moment, the VIP room was left desolate, with only Li Pingyan and Sang Mo remaining. Zhang Montak, now paralyzed with fear, wept and begged Li Pingyan for his life. Li Pingyan pondered deeply, It appears that the murderer is not afraid of death, but rather believes his own life to be more valuable than that of his victim. Or perhaps he considers his fleeting pleasure to be worth more than the lives of others. Even if it involves committing murder, he would never be willing to pay the ultimate price of his own life. However, today is different. Li Pingyan intends to send these individuals straight to hell. Was it large or small? Li Pingyan crouched down and inquired with a smile. It is large, absolutely large. My eyes are failing me due to age. I must have misjudged, Sang Mo sobbed from his kneeling position. Ha ha ha. 3 is but a small number, as you have said, my brother, Li Pingyan retorted, gripping Sang Mo by the collar. Then where is your money? He continued. If I tell you, will you let me go? Sang Mo asked, his face streaked with tears. Li Pingyan said nothing further. He simply tenderly grasped Sang Mo's hand and then seized the nail of his index finger, yanking it forcefully outward. Oh! Sang Mo let out a heart-wrenching scream, but as he had previously stated, regardless of what transpires within this room, those outside would remain oblivious. His cries echoed solely within this soundproof luxury chamber, where the listener also served as the judge. Li Pingyan had no intention of urging him to cease. Instead, he continued to grip Sang Mo's index finger, methodically crushing the bones from the tip, kneading it as one would mold clay, reducing Sang Mo's finger to a mass of flesh that dripped slowly from his fingertips. Sang Mo's wails became increasingly harrowing, yet Li Pingyan was resolute in withholding any compassion. If Sang Mo believed that murder and arson were akin to wearing a golden belt, believing that those in power could trample upon life at will, then Li Pingyan would let the very principles he revered come crashing down upon him, allowing him to experience the anguish of being ruthlessly slaughtered. As Sang Mo perceived, the strong possess the right to create rules and the might to transgress them, while the weak cower amidst the ruins of those rules, trembling in fear, pleading for protection that had never truly existed. Do not assume that Li Pingyan is devoid of mercy or compassion. Only when Sang Mo suffers as the ordinary individuals he has harmed would it constitute an apology. To forgive without consequence is far too hypocritical. Li Pingyan relished in the cyclical nature of fate, turning it mercilessly against its perpetrators. By the time Li Pingyan had pulverized Sang Mo's index and middle fingers, the latter's screams had ceased. It was not that he no longer wished to cry out, but rather that his throat had grown hoarse, rendering him unable to produce such piercing cries. Li Pingyan found this somewhat regrettable. Regrettable that he lacked golden-throated lozenges to allow Sang Mo to scream for another half hour. In avenging the common populace, he could endure Sang Mo's cries for a while longer. Li Pingyan inquired once more, where is your money? An hour later, he had extracted all of Sang Mo's assets, having asked the same questions repeatedly to ensure there were no omissions or concealments, as well as inquiring about the forces he colluded with and who his protectors were. The revelations provided by Sang Mo were exceedingly clear. Perhaps he felt that misfortune should not be borne alone. Hence, he was particularly meticulous in his disclosures. To avert any mistakes, Li Pingyan diligently inquired multiple times, ensuring no vital information was overlooked nor any personal agendas subtly interwoven. However, the hour was still early, and Li Pingyan was not yet prepared to let Sang Mo escape. He issued a grievous punishment for the high-interest loans that had led to the ruin of countless lives, severing a hand as a demonstration of retribution. Li Pingyan forcefully snapped the bones of Sang Mo's hand. In a locale rife with tyranny, he deemed it necessary to sever another hand as a sign of discipline. The abduction and exploitation of vulnerable women would not go unpunished. Upon concluding his grim declaration, Li Pingyan delivered a swift kick to Sang Mo's temple, shattering his skull in an instant. After wiping the blood from his knuckles, he kicked open the grand door, retrieved the gold coins scattered on the ground, and strode into the hall, leaving behind a scene reminiscent of hell in the VIP room. After a thorough search, Li Pingyan amassed all of Sang Mo's accumulated wealth over the years. How amusing it was to think that this scoundrel, who had spent his life in vice, ultimately amassed his fortune for someone else. It was indeed laughable. Li Pingyan chuckled heartily, yet it served as a reminder to him of the necessity to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, he might find himself toiling for others without recompense. Exiting the venue, he nonchalantly tossed a dozen bombs inside before advancing straight ahead. His tasks were far from complete. To eradicate evil thoroughly, having eliminated Sang Mo, he intended to uproot his entire protective network to ensure a clean sweep. As Li De, the benevolent one, pondered this, a violent explosion erupted behind him, obliterating the once grand establishment into ashes. The few pedestrians on the street were knocked to the ground by the blast. Yet fortunately, no casualties occurred. However, the carnage was far from over. Chapter 13. The ordinary man is neither good nor bad. Li Pingyan wandered the streets like a vagabond, his blood-soaked appearance startling many. Bystanders regarded him as a madman, scattering in fright. He seized a passerby, intending to inquire about the location of the police station. The unfortunate individual, gripped by terror and fearing for his life, assumed Li Pingyan sought to end him. To his astonishment, Li Pingyan casually produced several hundred kronor and handed them over, politely asking, "Could you please direct me to the police station?" The man, too frightened to accept the money, stammered the address, trembling as he spoke, desperate to escape the dire situation. After receiving the desired information, Li Pingyan graciously expressed his gratitude, stuffing the bloodied kronor into the man's chest before turning away. The nearest police station was situated at the end of this very street, less than a kilometer from Sang Mo's casino. One could not tell whether it was established for the protection of the populace or merely to safeguard Sang Mo. In the city of Teensburg, this was the sole police station. Ironically, this street, which ought to have been the safest, bore the most lamentable tales, as numerous individuals who reported Sang Mo often found themselves seized by his henchmen and subjected to dire consequences upon their return. In this city, the notorious Samo wielded immense power, commanding respect and fear alike. The citizens, even those who wished to stand against him and report to the authorities, found their efforts in vain. No matter how compelling the evidence, it was never Samo who faced repercussions. However, today marked a departure from the norm, as Samo encountered his impending doom, meeting a fitting end within the very casino he owned, leaving behind scarcely a trace of his existence. A true case of poetic justice. One could only hope that the infernal depths continue to torment him, mused Li Pingyan, as he gazed at the seemingly righteous police station at the end of the street. A sardonic smile crept across his face. He pondered how many would emerge alive after his visit today. Pushing open the doors of the police station, he found the interior filled with desks, the cacophony of voices rising as officers clustered in small groups, engaging in casual chatter. Directly opposite the entrance stood a curved reception desk, behind which several beaming receptionists exchanged lively banter, their cheerful smiles not directed at the visitors, but rather reflecting their excitement and sharing personal stories with colleagues. Li Pingyan's arrival shattered the previously jovial atmosphere. Covered in blood, he captured the attention of all present. A young officer hurried over to assess his condition. "Are you all right, sir? Who attacked you?" The officer, whose badge read Neo Weiss, approached with concern. "Yes, I was assaulted, officer," replied Li Pingyan, his tone strong and unwavering despite his bloodied appearance. Neo Weiss quickly responded, "I'll arrange for medical assistance, and then we can discuss what happened. Please have a seat and tell me who attacked you." "It was Samo," Li Pingyan declared, locking eyes with the young officer in search of some unspoken understanding. The moment those words left his lips, the bustling station fell into a profound silence. Neo Weiss swallowed hard, visibly taken aback. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Li Pingyan sighed. "Let us go take a statement, then I can drive you to the hospital." Hearing Officer Neo Weiss' words, Li Pingyan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He recognized that, as an ordinary officer, Neo Weiss was likely powerless against a criminal of Samo's caliber. Even with a desire for justice, one could only do so much. Yet, the fact that he was willing to personally drive Li Pingyan to the hospital indicated his genuine concern for his safety. It was evident that this officer possessed a sense of integrity, which pleased Li Pingyan, allowing him to cross another name off his list. The surrounding officers, upon hearing Neo Weiss, offered neither support nor dissent, merely casting sympathetic glances at Li Pingyan. "Poor fellow," they murmured, "but don't hold out too much hope. Samo is no ordinary foe. You should consider fleeing. It would be wise to slip out the back door and leave this city behind, never to return." The surrounding officers chattered animatedly, and gradually, Li Pingyan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had a penchant for eradicating threats, but this did not imply a mere thirst for bloodshed. Through the discourse of these officers, he came to realize that they were ordinary individuals, which eased his mind. Thus, he would not need to take so many lives today. These officers were neither inherently good nor bad. Their role as law enforcers was merely a profession. They too were bound by the constraints of their superiors, and the restrictions they faced were significantly more stringent than those of regular employees. When confronted with petty criminals, they possessed the authority to intervene. Yet against nefarious figures like Sang Mo, who had powerful backing, they found themselves powerless. If Li Pingyan were merely an ordinary person without any special abilities, placed in such a situation, he would likely fare no better. Faced with directives from superiors to release suspects, he too would have no choice but to acquiesce. This encapsulates the essence of ordinary individuals. They are neither good nor bad, perpetually busy, often at the mercy of circumstances. However, among the officers, one was not so ordinary. Upon hearing Li Pingyan utter the name Sang Mo, one officer discreetly departed the hall to report the situation to the chief. Li Pingyan noticed someone slipping away from the office, but remained composed. This was precisely the outcome he desired. It was far more convenient for Sang Mo to seek him out than for him to pursue Sang Mo inside the chief's office. Upon hearing reports of a bloodied individual coming to file a complaint against Sang Mo, the chief furrowed his brow. This fellow is anything but clean. How could he manage to report in such a state? What a nuisance. Go find him and ensure this matter is resolved, he instructed. The subordinate, hearing the chief's words, eagerly prepared to leave, knowing that approaching Sang Mo would not be in vain, as Sang Mo would surely reward him handsomely. Remember to use the back entrance. The chief added. Rest assured, I am aware, the subordinate cheerfully replied. Once the subordinate departed, the chief contacted one of the captains from his security team, informing him of the complaint against Sang Mo and instructing him to escort the individual to the interrogation room. After arranging everything, the chief leisurely returned to his newspaper. Meanwhile, the captain of a security team emerged from the office and immediately spotted Li Pingyan, encircled by others. He approached and said, "You're the one reporting Sang Mo, correct? Come with me to the interrogation room. I have questions for you." The surrounding officers, witnessing this scene, knew that the unfortunate young man could no longer escape and shook their heads in resignation, returning to their posts. Li Pingyan remained unfazed, having no expectation that anyone would advocate for him. However, true surprises are those that occur unexpectedly. Wait a moment, Captain Rono. This is against protocol. Chapter 14. The truth unveiled. The speaker was none other than Neavis, a young police officer in his late 20s, who still retained a semblance of justice within him. He knew that his efforts might be futile, yet he chose to impede Captain Rono from escorting Li Pingyan away. With a voice that trembled yet resonated with conviction, he asserted, "He is the victim. We can take a statement here. We cannot treat him as a criminal in the interrogation room." The other officers, seemingly accustomed to their colleagues' demeanor, continued with their tasks, unfazed. Rono, displaying evident impatience, retorted, "I never claimed he was a criminal. However, Mr. Samo is a model citizen, and I believe it is imperative that I clarify the allegations against him. If you find my actions improper, feel free to report me to the chief." Without a backward glance, Rono instructed his subordinates to escort Li Pingyan to the interrogation room, leaving Neavis standing awkwardly in place. This young officer clenched and released his fists repeatedly, ultimately resigning himself to a chair. He understood that Li Pingyan was likely on the brink of disaster, and he lacked the power to protect him. Even the chief was colluding with Samo, rendering his voice inconsequential. In the end, this righteous young officer could do nothing but sit despondently on the chair, his expression one of profound melancholy. He did not dare to lift his head, fearing that doing so would expose him to the disappointment in Li Pingyan's gaze. Yet, he was mistaken. Had he raised his eyes, he would have discovered that Li Pingyan had indeed glanced back at him, but instead of disappointment, his eyes shimmered with admiration. Inside the interrogation room. Name? Li Pingyan. Gender? Male. Li Pingyan offered no unnecessary words. He was exceedingly cooperative, biding his time until the puppeteers behind the scenes revealed themselves, at which point he would ensnare them all at once. What is your nationality? Huaxia. Why are you here? Tourism. Do you possess a passport? Yes. With that, Li Pingyan produced a passport and handed it over. During his time at the Li residence in Africa, he had arranged for Boca and others to prepare passports from various countries for him. The allure of wealth lies in its ability to serve as a catalyst for any endeavor. These passports were authentic, processed swiftly and efficiently. After approximately 10 minutes spent gathering basic information, Rono addressed Li Pingyan, saying, "Mr. Li, as you are here, I expect you to adhere to our regulations. You claim that Samo has kidnapped you, but you must provide evidence. Mr. Samo is a commendable citizen, and falsely accusing him will come at a cost. Is it possible that you consider a scoundrel like Samo a commendable citizen? It seems either your moral standards are alarmingly deficient, or your organization is mired in corruption. Which is it?" Li Pingyan replied with a smile. Upon hearing these words, Rono erupted with fury, exclaiming, "How dare you insult us? It appears you truly do not comprehend your situation. Are you courting death?" In the midst of his tirade, Rono approached Li Pingyan and delivered a swift kick. Li Pingyan was not inclined to simply endure a beating. He swiftly evaded Luo Nuo's assault. After all, Li Pingyan had come forward as a victim to report the incident. Although he was being interrogated as a suspect, they had not shackled him. Otherwise, they would have been horrified to discover that their handcuffs could be effortlessly crushed by him. Li Pingyan approached the captain with deliberate calmness, his gaze resembling that of one staring at a corpse. At that moment, a subordinate, sent to inform Sang Mo, stumbled back in a frantic rush. Upon entering, he dashed into the director's office, where the director was leisurely perusing a newspaper, and exclaimed, "This is bad. Something's happened with Sang Mo." The director, visibly irritated by the subordinate's frantic demeanor, barked, "Can't you knock before entering? What have I taught you?" Despite being reprimanded, the subordinate continued to mutter, "Something's happened with Sang Mo." The director, though displeased, noted the subordinate's terrified expression and decided against further reprimanding him. Realizing that he would no longer be of use in future matters, he had effectively eliminated himself. Indeed, in the world of adults, there is no education, only a silent process of elimination. What happened? Did Sang Mo kill someone again? The director inquired calmly. The subordinate swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and replied, Sang Mo is dead." "What?" The director slammed his hand on the table. "Explain yourself." It turned out that upon arriving at Sang Mo's casino, the subordinate had initially been quite cheerful, anticipating at least 500 yuan for his tip-off. However, upon entering the casino, he found it utterly transformed. The once bustling establishment was now deserted, filled only with a nauseating stench of blood. He initially presumed Sang Mo was merely disciplining someone, clearing the patrons in advance. But upon entering the VIP room, he was met with a scene that nearly induced a heart-stopping shock. Despite years in the field, in a small city with a population of merely 10,000, he had never encountered such heinous violence. The most severe incident had been a few weeks prior when several girls were killed by Sang Mo's men. Typically, only petty thefts and minor crimes occurred. Thus, his capacity to endure such a horrific tableau was limited. As he pushed open the door to the VIP room, the overwhelming scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, nearly suffocating him. Before him lay a scene drenched in red walls, red floors, and even the ceiling seemed to bleed crimson. The ground was strewn with corpses, some missing limbs, others with their chests obliterated, but alarmingly, none possessed intact heads. Not a single complete cranium could be found at the scene. Having never witnessed such carnage, the officer was paralyzed with fear, fleeing the casino in a desperate scramble. Upon hearing this account, the director immediately recalled the individual who had turned himself in that day. He turned to his subordinate and commanded, "Where is the person who reported the incident today? Take me to him at once. He may know something." As they entered the interrogation room, the director immediately comprehended the frantic state of his subordinates when they sought him out. The room was equally drenched in blood. Several of Rano's men lay lifeless, decapitated, with blood splattered everywhere. Rano himself sat on the ground like a broken puppet, his legs limp and powerless. For Li Pingyan had shattered his bones completely. Li Pingyan crouched before him, methodically crushing his finger bones, while Rano's jaw had been dislocated and stuffed with a police baton. Upon seeing the director's arrival, a spark of hope ignited in Rano's eyes. He believed his savior had come. However, in the next instant, Li Pingyan exploded his head before the director's very eyes. The director, witnessing this gruesome scene, immediately drew his service weapon, aiming it at Li Pingyan. He did not need to ask. He knew that the individual who had slain Sang Mo was the very man before him, the one who had just obliterated Rano's skull. "Do you understand what you are doing?" The director shouted, gun trained on Li Pingyan. Hearing the director's voice, officers outside rushed in, witnessing the bloody tableau and drawing their weapons, directing them at Li Pingyan. "You must be Salazar, Sang Mo's foremost protector. I've heard much about you," Li Pingyan remarked. "I have heard that Sang Mo perpetrated countless misdeeds, but he acted with such impunity because of you. You, who should maintain order in the city and protect its citizens." Li Pingyan rose, speaking with deliberate calmness. "What nonsense are you spouting? Get down. I witnessed you murder Officer Rano, you fiend." Although Li Pingyan's words held truth, the surrounding officers were aware of their own sordid deeds. Still, Salazar felt a wave of panic at being publicly confronted by Li Pingyan. Before he died, Sang Mo confessed everything. How he had violated those girls and then murdered them, ultimately paying you 600,000 kronor to cover it up, while driving the families of those girls to madness. As for Officer Rano, he also confessed before his demise. He orchestrated the entire affair and, along with his team, received 200,000 in kickbacks, yet you were the mastermind behind it all. Furthermore, Sang Mo had previously engaged in loan sharking and abducting wives to sell them in brothels, always offering you a share, even from his casino. Before Li Pingyan could finish, Salazar fired his weapon. He could not allow Li Pingyan to continue. He shot him dead on the spot, planning to report that Li Pingyan had attacked an officer and defamed him, shifting the blame onto Li Pingyan, and later, he would send some money upwards to ensure he remained at his position. Chapter 15. Eradicating evil. After Salazar fired, Li Pingyan collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Salazar exhaled a sigh of relief. However, given the gravity of today's events, concealing the truth was no longer an option. He turned to his subordinates and solemnly instructed, "Let's speak no more of today's occurrences. I shall report to the mayor. You're to focus solely on your duties." Yet, his subordinates did not heed him. Instead, their faces were etched with terror as they gazed behind him, their eyes wide with disbelief. Noticing their expressions, Salazar reacted swiftly, instinctively attempting to turn and draw his weapon. However, Li Pingyan, who should have been lying on the ground, had inexplicably appeared behind him. "Surprise!" Li Pingyan's voice emerged from beside Salazar's ear, and he had never felt death so close. A chill coursed from his tailbone, traversing every vertebra along his spine, engulfing his mind in sheer terror. At that moment, he was rendered speechless, unable to swallow the saliva that pooled in his mouth, as if the very ability to do so had abandoned him in fright. Li Pingyan, not allowing anyone a moment to react, forcibly dragged Salazar and the officer who had previously warned about the casino into the interrogation room. With a resounding bang, he slammed the iron door shut, the tremendous force warping both the door and its frame, complicating any potential escape. Inside, Li Pingyan commenced the interrogation. "Mr. Salazar, I have some queries for you, and I hope you'll respond truthfully. Otherwise, your fate will be far more tragic than his." With that, Li Pingyan seized the unknown young officer. The officer, caught in Li Pingyan's grasp, flailed desperately, his legs pushing against the ground in a futile attempt to escape. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, rendering all resistance futile. Thus, he altered his strategy, sobbing and pleading that he realized his mistakes and should not have acted as an accomplice, merely seeking to earn a little extra money, begging to be subjected to the judgment of the law. Yet, Li Pingyan was indifferent to his pleas. His intent was merely to set an example. Listening to his explanations was a task for the divine, while his duty was to escort him to meet his fate. Ignoring the officer's last-minute words, Li Pingyan gripped him as one would a small chick, one hand around the officer's neck and the other on his head, applying force in opposite directions. With a sharp crack, the informant collapsed, lifeless, his neck broken. Nonetheless, Li Pingyan was a man of discipline and refused to abandon his steadfast habits simply because the officer had succumbed to death. He clenched his right fist, extending his arm straight, then raised it behind him before delivering a punch with the precision of a golf swing to the officer's head. The impact produced a thunderous sound akin to a sonic boom, and the officer's head erupted into a fine mist of blood, filling the interrogation room. Following this act, Li Pingyan sensed a profound change within himself, as if something within him had irrevocably shifted. He opened the panel, and a notification appeared in the system. Congratulations! You have successfully shattered the skulls of 1,000 enemies, earning the title of Headshot Expert. The effects of this title are as follows. When utilizing ranged weaponry, you will have a 10 chance of automatically striking the enemy's head. When engaging in melee combat, the damage inflicted upon the head will be augmented by 10. Note, upon shattering the skulls of 10,000 enemies, the title of Headshot Expert will evolve into Headshot Master, and the damage from your headshots will increase to 20. Li Pingyan was overjoyed. The effects of this title were perfectly suited to him. This was the serendipitous result of an unintentional endeavor. Good habits often yield delightful surprises. And he silently commended himself. Little did he know that his smile appeared grotesque to Salazar. From Salazar's perspective, Li Pingyan, the demon, disregarded the pleas of humanity, seizing his subordinates and brutally shattering their skulls, all the while wearing a satisfied grin as he surveyed the headless corpses and the pool of blood that soaked his pant legs, the warmth of which he could even feel. Salazar rolled his eyes and fainted. Li Pingyan was not there to witness a performance. He had no indulgence for the old man. He drew a dagger and swiftly sliced open the corpse of Rono beside him, then forcefully shoved Salazar's head into the cavity. Before long, Salazar was violently choking, having been awakened by the sudden intrusion. Li Pingyan yanked him up and began to interrogate him. Are you now willing to cooperate? The ensuing exchange was markedly simpler, as they entered a back and forth of questions and answers. For every inquiry posed by Li Pingyan, Salazar obediently responded, culminating in Li Pingyan delivering a decisive blow that shattered the questioner's skull. Ah, that makes 1001. Keep going. Li Pingyan encouraged himself silently. With a powerful kick, he sent the interrogation room door flying open. Outside, numerous officers had fled, leaving only Weiss standing forlornly in the service hall. Why aren't you running? Li Pingyan inquired. Why are you doing this? Weiss countered, refusing to answer Li Pingyan's question. Killing them? There's nothing more to say. They deserve it. I cannot abide by their actions. Since the law cannot punish them, and I have the capacity to act against them, here I am. If you wish to debate the significance of the law, I do not wish to argue with you, for you are a decent person. However, I must urge you, flee, for war is approaching. With that, Li Pingyan turned and departed. He had intended to extract further information about the Umbrella Corporation from Salazar, aiming to eradicate evil entirely. Yet Salazar warned him that even without Li Pingyan's intervention, those higher up would likely not survive much longer, for war was imminent. The relationship between Norway and Germany had recently grown exceedingly tense, with high-ranking officials suggesting that war may soon be upon them. Thus, Li Pingyan decided not to intervene further in this matter. After eliminating Sang Mo and several nefarious protectors within the Public Security Bureau, he resolved to withdraw. Drawing upon his meager historical knowledge, he acknowledged Salazar's assertions that war would soon engulf all of Norway. Back at the Old John Tavern, Li Pingyan felt compelled to honor his promise to return, as a man of integrity must. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, both Old John and Sophia looked up. Present was an elderly woman, Sophia's grandmother. Ever since Li Pingyan had been taken away, Sophia had remained there, steadfast in her belief that he would return. Despite Old John's attempts to persuade her otherwise, concerned for her granddaughter, Sophia's grandmother had come over when she noticed that Sophia's call for her grandfather had gone unanswered. Understanding the gravity of the situation from Old John's words, she too harbored doubts about Li Pingyan's return, yet she could not bear to shatter her granddaughter's hopes. Thus the trio waited together. As night approached, and Li Pingyan had still not arrived, Sophia's once bright eyes began to dim. Just then, the creaking door stirred the three of them, and when Sophia beheld Li Pingyan, her once dull gaze sparkled with life anew. Her smile bloomed like a radiant flower, and she rushed toward him without a second thought. Chapter 16. The useless berserker's staff faced with the girl racing toward him. Li Pingyan felt a tremor within, but ultimately embraced her warmly. He looked up at old John and declared, "I promised I would return safely." After gently releasing the girl, he added, "Thank you, Sophia." He then offered old John a hug, which subtly conveyed a refusal, delicately severing any lingering ambiguity from a girl's previous embrace. He was not the sort to accompany an ordinary girl through life, and to avoid leading her astray, he felt compelled to express his refusal in a gentle manner. The young girl, perceptive and sensitive, understood the unspoken meaning behind his actions. There was no need for explicit clarification, as it was best left to drift away like a soft breeze. Li Pingyan recounted his actions to old John and his wife. Upon learning that he had purged the city of its criminal elements, they were astonished, not perceiving him as a senseless killer, but rather applauding his deeds. Then, Li Pingyan solemnly informed them, "War is imminent. This news has lingered here for some time. Everyone speaks of it, yet we, as common folk, can only resign ourselves to our fate," old John replied. Li Pingyan then addressed old John, "Our meeting is fated. I shall soon depart from Norway. If you wish, I can take you to another place, or provide you with a safe refuge. Where are you headed?" Sophia, upon hearing that Li Pingyan was about to depart, could not suppress her anxiety and inquired. "I am an adventurer," Li Pingyan replied with a smile, "and I yearn to traverse the globe, making it quite challenging for me to linger in one place for an extended period." Old John and the elderly woman exchanged glances before speaking. "We have grown old, and we no longer possess the strength to embark on a new life elsewhere." Li Pingyan guided them to a dilapidated village on the outskirts, long abandoned, with only a few crumbling houses remaining. Upon arrival, old John could hardly discern any semblance of a safe haven before he could voice his concerns. Li Pingyan led them from one house to another in search of refuge. At last, they halted before a structure that still boasted a stable. Noticing the absence of any other souls around, Li Pingyan entered the stable, standing before a pile of firewood to search meticulously. Eventually, he uncovered an inconspicuous hidden compartment behind the wood. With a firm press, an entire stone slab in the ground suddenly yielded a narrow opening. Once the cover was lifted, a secret passage was revealed. Aware that this was the designated spot, Li Pingyan beckoned Sophia's family to approach. The basement spanned nearly 100 square meters, containing 2 bedrooms, one large and one small, along with a modest compartment of about 7 or 8 square meters for sanitary purposes, equipped with a hoe and a patch of earth for practical needs. Additionally, the space was filled with an array of canned goods, enough to sustain 3 able-bodied individuals for a year and a half. There was even a pipe extending from an unknown source, suitable for drawing water. This sanctuary had originally been prepared by the director for his family, a secret known solely to him, as the workers who constructed the basement had been eliminated by the director's orders to Samo. After Li Pingyan had dealt with Samo and his subordinates, he remained the only one aware of this location. Observing the provisions, he informed old John that conflict was likely to erupt within a week. Once the situation stabilizes somewhat, you may venture out to assess the circumstances. Li Pingyan then left behind some firearms and ammunition for their protection, along with a few silver coins for future necessities. Finally, he produced the deed to the property he had purchased and said to Sophia, "I have acquired some dwellings here. I may not return, or I might, should peace prevail. You will have a place to reside once you emerge." Seeing the brightness in the young girl's eyes, Li Pingyan could not help but touch his nose, self-deprecatingly reflecting on his youthful spirit. Had it been solely old John, he might have left after dealing with the underworld, merely advising old John of the impending war and wishing him well. However, upon encountering old John's granddaughter, Li Pingyan felt a deep aversion towards the war. Recognizing the peril it posed to such a delicate and innocent girl, it ignited within him a fervent desire to protect them. He even made a point to inquire of Salazar about the existence of safe houses. With this thought in mind, Li Pingyan glanced at the trio of grandparents and grandchildren, addressing them. "You are safe here for the time being. At least until the food runs out, you will remain undiscovered. I must continue my journey of exploration, and perhaps one day I shall meet my end in an unknown valley or some other place. I hope you will recount my tale to future generations, so my existence shall not be in vain." As for Sophia, Li Pingyan chose not to say anything further to her. He simply waved goodbye amidst the old couple's gratitude and departed from the safe house, heading to his next destination. On April 13th, 1940, in the Tlemak National Park, Li Pingyan had recently witnessed the true nature of large-scale warfare. He had not anticipated that such a small nation as Norway could exhibit such spirit. In the face of overwhelming odds, its people and leaders displayed admirable courage, fiercely resisting invasion and embodying a noble spirit of preferring to perish rather than live in disgrace. However, admiration did not delay Li Pingyan's journey. He spent over a week to arrive at Tlemak National Park in search of the Berserker staff. He paused before a towering ancient cedar tree, so grand that it required 2 individuals to encircle it. To the south lay water, to the north stood mountains, encircled by rocks amidst ancient trees. Gazing at this tree, which bore a striking resemblance to those among the agents of S.H. Felden, Li Pingyan set to work. He produced a vibranium spear and, using its shaft, meticulously shattered the centuries-old tree, ultimately dislodging a short stick from within its trunk. Hastily, Li Pingyan approached to find that what emerged was a half-metallic short staff, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet, after being struck by the vibranium spear, the staff showed no signs of damage, indicating its extraordinary composition. It seemed this was indeed the Berserker's staff. Li Pingyan nodded in satisfaction, grasping the short staff, and, with all his might, he strained his body, veins bulging, and roared. He maintained this awkward posture for nearly a minute, yet nothing transpired. Logically, even if the staff was partially broken, it should still invoke a sense of fury in its wielder, thereby amplifying their strength. However, Li Pingyan felt no such anger, which was perplexing. Why was he unaffected by the staff's influence? Influence. He possessed the title of Iron-Willed, which ensured that external forces could not alter his mindset. The Berserker's staff relied on inciting the user's anger to enhance their abilities. Without anger, it could not fulfill its purpose. "Damn it," Li Pingyan muttered, though he felt no bitterness. To him, the Berserker's staff was merely a transitional object. Its possession would be advantageous, but its absence would not hinder his plans. He had other means to bolster his strength, yet it appeared that a trip to America was now necessary. Chapter 17. Abraham regarding his inability to wield the Berserker's staff. Li Pingyan swiftly adjusted his mindset. After 2 years of arduous growth, Li Pingyan has reached a level of satisfaction with his accomplishments. In comparison to the formidable figures from the novels of his previous life, his rate of advancement may not seem particularly swift. Nonetheless, at this moment, Li Pingyan can be regarded as a formidable force among those with surface-level combat prowess. The term surface-level combat prowess refers to characters capable of establishing their presence on the planet's surface. This classification, though somewhat broad, encompasses most heroes on Earth. Weaker ones, such as the Winter Soldier or Black Widow, occupy this tier, while stronger figures like Iron Man and Captain America reside within its upper echelons, with the mightiest being the Hulk. In the comics, the Hulk is depicted as gaining limitless strength through rage. However, in the films, he is portrayed as merely a surface-level combatant, albeit one at the pinnacle of such strength. Throughout the movies, the Hulk does not exhibit rapid enhancement through anger. For instance, during his clashes with Thanos, he appears effortlessly overmatched, akin to the distinction between a professional boxer and an ordinary individual, with the Hulk rendered powerless in those encounters. Although the Hulk's expression reveals his fury, the disparity in strength is unmistakable, leading to his swift defeat. Returning to the concept of surface-level combat prowess, battles among these heroes typically impact only a city's vicinity. Even a mighty Hulk, exerting his full strength, might take a day or two to annihilate an entire city, which already represents the zenith of surface-level capabilities. In contrast, Black Widow, under similar circumstances, would struggle to even breach a wall in that time frame. It is crucial to note that reliance on explosives does not factor into this evaluation. Even an average individual could use explosives to demolish a building. Here, the emphasis is on inherent combat ability, or, more aptly, destructive capacity. Black Widow excels due to her skills, categorizing her as a professional combatant. However, should she face the Hulk in a genuine confrontation, it is likely that she would only be able to withstand his onslaught within the confines of animated depictions. At present, Li Pingyan embodies surface-level combat prowess, surpassing Captain America, yet he is certainly no match for the Hulk and may not even rival Spider-Man. Although the differences in their power levels are vast, comparable to the disparity between a newborn infant and a peak Mike Tyson within the opportunity-rich Marvel Universe. Li Pingyan can leverage his title as the ultimate test subject to enhance himself through experimentation, facilitating his continuous evolution and growth. With adept maneuvering, he is confident that he can emerge as the strongest contender in surface-level combat within 5 years. Of course, this is predicated on his ability to augment himself through unique methods. Otherwise, he risks remaining at this level of power until his eventual demise in this alternate world, a fate he is unwilling to accept. Recently, Li Pingyan experienced an epiphany, realizing that his intellect is not as mundane and disconnected from wisdom as it once seemed in his previous life. This is validated by the systems panel, which, although still displaying an intelligence rating of 2, has removed the label of mediocrity that once accompanied it. This indicates that the system has already assumed it is no longer an inconspicuous simpleton, thought Li Pingyan with a sense of pride. However, to speak seriously, Li Pingyan has come to comprehend the essence of intelligence. It is not merely about IQ, but rather knowledge, which can be enhanced through accumulation. After undergoing 2 enhancements, his brain has essentially been reactivated, and his memory and comprehension abilities have evolved. Thus, he can also elevate his intelligence through learning. Consequently, Li Pingyan has summoned biologists for research, intending to acquire first-hand knowledge to transform himself into an expert in biology. He plans to capture either Abraham or Zola for his own research, subsequently learning alongside them, thereby making himself a personal guinea pig and utilizing the genes of other organisms to augment his own abilities. Presently, the most suitable specimen has already been selected in Li Pingyan's mind, the leader of the anomalous tribe, currently frozen in Alaska. Li Pingyan is particularly intrigued by the absorption abilities of the anomalous tribe's leader, yet Alaska is vast, and locating the frozen anomaly is no easy task. However, leveraging official power would make a significant difference. His best target at this moment is Abraham, and thus, Li Pingyan resolutely decided to seek him out. In June 1940, outside an antique shop in Brooklyn, Abraham emerged with his assistant. While the facade presented itself as an antique store, it served as a secret base for researching serum formulas. For the past 2 years, Abraham has been diligently studying the super soldier serum, yet success always seemed just out of reach. After bidding farewell to his assistant, he prepared to take a solitary stroll. Over the past 2 years, transitioning from the Axis powers to the Allies, he had hoped to escape the necessity of human experimentation. Yet the reality in the United States was hardly better. Cloaked in the guise of righteousness, they had lured him in, but the practices remained unchanged. He still witnessed countless individuals being sent into laboratories to be injected with serums, only to perish amidst their cries of agony. Despite Colonel Phillips incessantly assuring him that this was for the advancement of humanity, asserting that these test subjects were heinous war criminals, Abraham could not help but feel that this sanctimonious colonel was no different from Johann Schmidt, who fervently shouted Hydra slogans. Nonetheless, Abraham understood that he had nowhere else to turn, nor any zero subject to rescue him this time. Contemplating this, Abraham sighed with resignation, recalling how that fellow had promised to visit him, the old man. As he walked, he was suddenly bumped into by an unexpected individual, knocking his glasses askew. "I apologize. I was lost in thought," he mumbled, repeatedly apologizing while adjusting his glasses. "No worries, old man. Treat me to a meal, and I'll forgive you," replied the young man, whose voice sounded eerily familiar. Once Abraham corrected his glasses, he exclaimed in surprise, "Zero." The person who arrived was Li Pingyan. He had been waiting in this antique shop in Brooklyn for nearly a month and had finally spotted Abraham wandering about alone. "What zero?" "I told you my name is Li Pingyan, so refrain from calling me that," he said, feigning displeasure. Abraham, evidently in high spirits, exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know I was here?" Of course, Li Pingyan thought to himself, it was because I had watched the movie. However, he could not express this aloud. With a smile that concealed his thoughts, he remarked, "We are old acquaintances. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal upon our reunion?" Chapter 18. The Tunnel Project. "So, you were enhanced after killing a monkey?" Abraham said, his face filled with astonishment. The surrounding diners were drawn to his exclamation, casting him disapproving glances. "Yes, indeed. If you raise your voice any louder, the entire world will hear you," Li Pingyan retorted, clearly displeased. Abraham quickly apologized to the diners he had disturbed, and then continued to inquire quietly about Li Pingyan's claim that he had become stronger after being bitten by a monkey, even surpassing the abilities granted by serum enhancement. How could he not be astonished? The fruits of his years of diligent research were rendered inferior by a mere monkey's bite, leaving him feeling despondent. His emotions were far more complicated than those of Wang Duoyu, who was replaced by a dog as the goalkeeper. That was certainly no ordinary monkey. Li Pingyan quickly added, "My skin is typically impervious to knives, yet that beast managed to rend me open with a single swipe. And how did you ultimately kill it?" Li Pingyan produced the vibranium pickaxe he had initially wielded. "It was all thanks to this. This is the sound-absorbing steel that Schmidt had commissioned me to acquire. Its metallic properties are exceptionally unique. It can absorb impact and is remarkably hard. I drove this into the creature's eye and ultimately consumed it." Hearing Li Pingyan's account, Abraham felt no better. Regardless of how formidable the monkey was, it remained a monkey, and he found himself overshadowed by such a creature. It appears that the rare and extraordinary beasts mentioned in our Chinese literature do indeed exist. "The world is far more intriguing than I had imagined," Li Pingyan said, "either intentionally or inadvertently." "Rare and extraordinary beasts," Abraham repeated, puzzled. "Yes, various legendary creatures, much like the dragons in your stories or the giant wolves in Norse mythology," Li Pingyan replied. Abraham mused, "If that is the case, then perhaps the tales of warriors who, after slaying dragons, are nourished by the dragon's blood and gradually transform into new dragons hold some truth." As he spoke, Abraham glanced at Li Pingyan, hesitating before adding, "I wonder if this might indicate a form of high-level genetic contamination. Could you be experiencing something similar?" Upon hearing this, Li Pingyan hesitated, saying, "What should I do then? I don't have monkey fur or anything of the sort. Perhaps I could give you a vial of my blood for you to analyze." Li Pingyan's words struck a chord with Abraham, as he had made little progress with his serum over the past few years, and the military had begun to lose hope in him. Now, with Li Pingyan's arrival to procure more serum, he saw an opportunity to further his research and investigate whether there truly existed, as he suspected, a contamination of superior biological genes within his body. In September 1941, within the laboratory of a Brooklyn antique shop, Li Pingyan remarked, "Doctor, this serum is considerably refined. However, I believe the average human body lacks the capacity to sustain the energy demands required for serum enhancement. Hence, we may require a device capable of supplying energy to the subject during the transformation process." Since the prior year, after Li Pingyan had his blood examined, the doctor discovered that it contained unknown elements not belonging to any recognized primate. This revelation presented them with further inquiries, although Li Pingyan's blood was unsuitable for serum research. As the first successful subject, he still offered a wealth of observations, particularly concerning the traits exhibited by serum enhancers. The doctor noted Li Pingyan's remarkable memory, which, according to him, was an ability bestowed by the enhancement process. Thus, after submitting a request, the doctor retained Li Pingyan as an assistant to collaborate on the research. Li Pingyan exhibited a strong aptitude for learning and a keen interest in Abraham's studies. In turn, Abraham generously imparted his knowledge to Li Pingyan. Regarding the monkeys mentioned by Li Pingyan, the military learned from him that they had been encountered in a frigid valley in Alaska. Although subsequent investigations yielded no evidence of the so-called monkeys, they did uncover a valley rich in oil, leading to the establishment of an oil field there. Now, over a year later, Li Pingyan had thoroughly absorbed the doctor's knowledge and actively contributed to the research, significantly aiding the study of the serum. The current serum research had theoretically achieved success. However, upon direct injection into the subject, the cells within rapidly began to consume one another, ultimately resulting in a pool of blood. While the doctor was perplexed, Li Pingyan's insights illuminated the situation. Indeed, the serum was theoretically perfected, yet the subject's self-cannibalization indicated a search for energy supply, suggesting a need for additional technical support, such as a more robust energy supply device. Thus today, you and I shall consult with General Phillips to discuss recruiting individuals to develop an energy supply machine to assist us in our experiments, Abraham stated to Li Pingyan. With a dismissive smile, Li Pingyan replied, "Doctor, you may be without a girlfriend, but I am not. I have plans to accompany Lorraine to the movies today." Lorraine was a receptionist under General Phillips, having appeared in Captain America, portrayed by Natalie Dormer, known as the Little Rose from Game of Thrones. Upon encountering her, Li Pingyan immediately embarked on a pursuit of her affections, and the entire process unfolded with remarkable ease. Today, they had arranged to watch a film together, followed by a delightful dinner and an evening filled with profound conversations about life. But the serum has been successfully developed. This is indeed a tremendous honor. "Will you not accompany me?" Abraham inquired. "Absolutely not. I refuse to be tethered by workplace obligations. Do not use honor to coerce me. This is essentially overtime, and I solemnly pledge to uphold the 8-hour workday." Li Pingyan resolutely declined, for he understood that no accolade could surpass personal happiness. Abraham, well aware of Li Pingyan's disposition, recognized that no matter what he said, this infatuated young man would remain steadfast in his decision. Thus, he conceded, stating, "Very well, but do take care of your health. Young people must cherish their well-being and not indulge excessively in their youth." Li Pingyan bristled at this, recalling his glory days as a renowned young man, where his meals consisted of seafood and abalone thrice daily, and his vitality was unparalleled. "What do you know?" he retorted. He then posed several questions to Abraham. "Doctor, with your extensive experience, I would like to seek your wisdom on a few matters. Since half a year ago, I have not had such a respectful audience with you. What is your take on these inquiries?" Abraham, flattered by the sudden deference, waved his hand in encouragement. "Feel free to ask anything." With a mischievous grin, Li Pingyan queried, "How often should tunnel engineering be surveyed? Are there instances of water ingress during construction? If heavy snow blocks the road for 7 days, can one access the site via an alternate route? Is there potential harm in operating machines without preheating? When was the tunnel first open to traffic? And lastly, if the ignition key is removed while a vehicle is in motion on the highway, does the music stop?" This barrage of questions left the doctor bewildered, as it was not his nature to feign understanding. He finally admitted, "These matters are better suited for experts in road and bridge engineering. I truly lack knowledge in this area." Li Pingyan chuckled lewdly. "Ah, I suppose you're merely an ignorant old monk, oblivious to the pleasures of life, even as the vehicle approaches you." With that, he strode away, leaving the doctor in a state of perplexity. Chapter 19. The Wealthy Landlord. Li Pingyan later that evening. After dining with Lorraine, Li Pingyan arrived at the house he had purchased. This abode had cost him $70,000, and its interior design had been selected by Lorraine, who, at the time, had yet to elicit any romantic feelings from him. "Miss Lorraine, as I am not well acquainted with Brooklyn, I wish to purchase a residence here. Would you be so kind as to assist me in selecting one?" he had said with a friendly demeanor. Faced with Li Pingyan's charming smile, Lorraine graciously agreed, and he praised her helpful nature, promptly offering to take her out for a meal. On their way to dinner, Li Pingyan employed a familiar tactic, expressing a desire to stop at a watch shop. Conveniently, adjacent to the watch store was a jewelry shop, and as Li Pingyan perused the timepieces, Lorraine, with nothing to occupy her, ventured into the jewelry store. Li Pingyan had been anticipating this moment. After lingering in the watch shop without making a purchase, he proceeded to the jewelry store. At that moment, Lorraine was entranced by a pearl necklace, yet the price tag, inscribed with a series of digits, deterred her. It amounted to nearly 3 months' salary. In those days, credit cards were not widely used, preventing Americans from indulging in excessive consumption. Thus, Lorraine could only gaze longingly at the necklace. Observing this scene, Li Pingyan's lips curled into a subtle smile, for it was precisely this reaction he had hoped for. Approaching Lorraine from behind, he inquired, "Do you fancy that necklace?" Startled, Lorraine turned swiftly to find Li Pingyan standing there. She offered a slightly awkward smile, replying, "I'm just looking." Perhaps feeling her response was insufficient, she quickly shifted the topic. "Have you made your purchase?" Li Pingyan, not wanting to delve further, replied, "No." There was nothing in there that caught my eye. They shared a knowing smile, and Li Pingyan suggested, "Let us continue our culinary adventure." Lorraine smiled in return, casting a lingering glance at the necklace as they departed, contemplating whether she might advance her salary to acquire it. During dinner, their conversation flowed pleasantly. After all, Li Pingyan had spent half a year interacting with numerous ladies, understanding how to bring them joy. Lorraine, not displeased by this capable, Abraham's assistant, and handsome young man, found their exchange engaging. "Mr. Li, what kind of house do you prefer? Do you have any price range in mind?" Lorraine asked kindly. "I am not well versed in this area, but I trust your judgment. As for the price, you need not worry. I have no upper limit," Li Pingyan responded, both courteously and extravagantly. Lorraine paused momentarily, yet upon observing the restaurant's ambience, she believed his words. This was the most expensive restaurant in Brooklyn, and the meals seemed to reflect a significant expense, reinforcing her confidence in his financial capacity. However, the cost of the dinner surpassed Lorraine's expectations. Li Pingyan had treated her to dishes crafted from the finest ingredients. When the bill arrived, Lorraine was astonished to discover it consumed over a month's salary. Though not a frontline soldier, her earnings approached $100 monthly. This was considered a relatively high wage, akin to earning over $10,000 in today's terms. Yet this single meal had depleted it entirely. She was genuinely taken aback, and in a daze, Li Pingyan escorted her home. A week later, Lorraine informed Li Pingyan that she had found a charming little villa for him. Immediately, he arranged to visit the property together. While touring the house, Lorraine appeared to be floating on air. This villa was the embodiment of her dreams. However, with her salary, it would take her over 70 years of frugal living to afford it. Had it not been for Li Pingyan's invitation, she would likely never have had the opportunity to step inside. The house, situated in the heart of Brooklyn, spans an area of 100 square meters, with a total construction space exceeding 230 square meters. It boasts 2 levels, topped with a quaint loft, embodying Lorraine's dream abode. Over the past week, in her endeavor to assist Li Pingyan in house hunting, she adhered strictly to an 8-hour work schedule, departing promptly at the end of her shift. This dedication drew the ire of Phillips, who reprimanded her. However, when she mentioned her intention to help Li Pingyan purchase a home, Phillips, surprisingly, fell silent and tacitly approved of her actions. This unexpected response bewildered her, as Phillips was not typically known for his leniency. Unbeknownst to him, Li Pingyan had taken significant measures to alleviate Phillips's wariness towards him, showering the general with gifts. The luxurious Cadillac, the opulent villa, his wife's exquisite clothing and handbags, as well as the exorbitant tuition fees for his grandchildren, were all generously funded by the benevolent Li Pingyan. Though Phillips, as a colonel in the United States, earned a respectable salary, his expenses were equally substantial. By ingratiating himself with Phillips's family, Li Pingyan effectively softened the stern general's demeanor. With this newfound approval, Lorraine became increasingly invested in the process. After much deliberation, she finally discovered a property that truly captivated her. The once arrogant real estate agents, upon witnessing her confident demeanor, immediately recognized her as a lucrative client and offered her the highest quality service. Although she harbored doubts about whether the chosen house was excessively priced, she recalled Li Pingyan's words and decided to boldly select the most expensive option that resonated with her. After all, Li Pingyan had urged her to choose the best property in her eyes. Consequently, she informed Li Pingyan that she had found the ideal house and invited him to see it. Upon his arrival, Li Pingyan joined Lorraine for a tour of the property, accompanied by the sales representative, who tirelessly extolled the house's virtues. The representative then remarked, "Sir, I believe your wife is immensely pleased with this house. She mentioned she took an entire week to select it. Seeing how much effort your wife has put into this, I must say, I envy your relationship." Our boss has also expressed admiration for your bond and has decided to offer you a special deal. This house can be yours for just $70,000. As soon as these words left the representative's lips, Lorraine quickly glanced at Li Pingyan, anxious that he might misconstrue the sales pitch as her own persuasion. She feared that the price might embarrass him, and she intended to mention that the house was previously listed at $50,000. In the meantime, Li Pingyan frowned slightly, causing her heart to race. Just as she contemplated telling the representative that she needed more time to consider, Li Pingyan interjected, "That could pose a problem." The representative's smile faltered, assuming Li Pingyan found the price too steep and was about to suggest a negotiation. Lorraine's anxiety intensified. She dreaded the possibility that Li Pingyan might think she and the sales representative were conspiring against him. Just as she was about to clarify, Li Pingyan continued, "It seems I brought too much money." Chapter 21. The anomalous clan. Early the next morning, Li Pingyan, bearing warm milk and bread, prepared fried eggs and bacon. Accompanied by jam, brought it to Lorraine. As he drew back the curtains, the brilliant sunlight cascaded over Lorraine's exquisite features, as if gentle. Delicate hands were softly massaging her eyelids. "You're awake. Good morning, darling." Li Pingyan tenderly greeted Lorraine. "You're awake too. Let me make you breakfast," Lorraine replied, unabashedly lifting the bed covers, revealing her graceful curves without hesitation. Were it not for the absence of neighbors, Li Pingyan might have felt quite fortunate. He lifted the freshly awakened Lorraine back onto the bed and said, "Today is your birthday. I prepared breakfast for you, so enjoy it in bed." At that moment, Lorraine felt immense happiness. This Eastern man was so thoughtful and romantic. Being with him was indeed her greatest fortune. Li Pingyan then produced a beautifully wrapped gift box and said to Lorraine, "Open it and see. I believe you will adore it." As Lorraine unwrapped the gift, she discovered several property transfer documents inside, including titles for this house and a few properties in Los Angeles. Confused, she looked at Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan gazed at her and explained, "I know you are a girl lacking in security. We, the Huaxia people, believe that having your own home in the city signifies having a place to root yourself. According to our beliefs, I have decided to give you several houses, so that even if something were to happen to me one day, you would not feel distressed about your livelihood. I hope you do not resent me for not telling you sooner. Happy birthday." Without hesitation, Lorraine leaped into Li Pingyan's arms, her eyes brimming with tears as she fervently kissed him. However, Li Pingyan merely held Lorraine closely, gently caressing her back and occasionally planting soft kisses on her. It was not that he was incapable of more vigorous actions. He simply understood that what Lorraine needed most at that moment was affection, not fervent activity. Physical intimacy was essential, yet the communion of souls was equally crucial. Li Pingyan recognized Lorraine's needs. Thus he embraced her tenderly, offering profound care. "Let us not go to work today. I'll accompany you for a delightful outing." Suddenly, a series of urgent phone rings interrupted them. Li Pingyan promptly disconnected the phone line. "Are you not going to check who it is?" Lorraine inquired. Li Pingyan shrugged nonchalantly, smiling at Lorraine. "The most important thing today is to accompany my darling shopping, so I can ignore anything else." Lorraine smiled softly, and as Li Pingyan stroked her hair, he said, "You eat your breakfast first, then we'll tidy up and prepare to head out." However, the phone rang again from downstairs. Lorraine urged Li Pingyan, "Answer it. It might be something important." "I've said, today's priority is to accompany my darling shopping," Li Pingyan replied indifferently. "Regrettably, I do not seek the mountains. Rather, they come in search of me." By the time Lauren and Li Pingyan stepped outside, someone was already waiting for them. Upon seeing Li Pingyan and Lauren, the visitor immediately approached them. "Oh, Mark, what brings you here? Has Colonel Phillips come as well?" Lauren exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the visitor, who was none other than Colonel Phillips's driver, Mark. At that moment, Lauren realized that their shopping plans for the day were likely to be dashed. "I apologize, Lauren, but Colonel Phillips requires Mr. Li Pingyan's presence, so your outing may be disrupted today," Mark said with a bow. "But today is Sunday. I was supposed to take my darling shopping. Surely you wouldn't deprive me of my day off?" Li Pingyan replied, somewhat discontented. Mark expressed his apologies, yet his tone bore no flexibility. "I am truly sorry, sir, but there are unforeseen circumstances today. We must convey our regrets. Yet the colonel has insisted that you come with us." Upon hearing Mark's words, Lauren immediately reassured Li Pingyan. "It's all right, my dear. I understand your intentions. But it seems there is indeed an urgent task at hand, which is why the Colonel sent Mark to fetch you. Shall we reschedule our shopping for another day?" Seeing Lauren's understanding, Li Pingyan relented. "Lead the way, then." He turned to Lauren and said, "I will make it up to you another time." After exchanging a kiss with Lauren, he got into the vehicle, which then headed towards the Brooklyn antique store. During the journey, Li Pingyan inquired of Mark, "What's the urgency? Why is Colonel Phillips in such a rush?" Mark, having received numerous favors from Li Pingyan himself and aware that his superior often accepted Li Pingyan's assistance, replied, "I am not entirely certain, but it seems to be related to Alaska." At this, a glimmer of realization crossed Li Pingyan's eyes. He understood that the moment had arrived. It appeared that the anomalous entities had been uncovered, and the effort and resources he had invested during this period were finally about to bear fruit. The vehicle swiftly navigated through the bustling streets, demonstrating the driver's adept skills, and ultimately came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the Brooklyn antique store. Even for someone like Li Pingyan, who frequented the laboratory daily, entry required a password from the shopkeeper. However, today was markedly different. Colonel Phillips was waiting at the entrance for Li Pingyan. Upon entering the antique store, they bypassed the shopkeeper and proceeded directly through a concealed door into the laboratory. "Colonel, why the sudden urgency today? I had intended to accompany my dear Lauren shopping," Li Pingyan casually remarked. "Youthful one, once you marry, you will have ample time together, and there will be no escaping it," Colonel Phillips responded. Li Pingyan wholeheartedly agreed. The colonel continued, "Do you recall what the monkey that bit you looked like?" "Of course I remember. Completely hairless and utterly hideous," Li Pingyan replied. "Previously, we consistently failed to locate the monkeys you mentioned in Alaska. However, we occasionally stumbled upon a rather substantial oil field and commenced extraction there. Unfortunately, a few days ago, a calamity struck as several monstrous creatures emerged from the valley, resulting in the deaths of a significant portion of our personnel." "Did we not establish any armed forces?" inquired Li Pingyan. "That is precisely what I wish to convey. We sacrificed nearly 100 valiant soldiers, ultimately eliminating 4 of the beasts, leaving not a trace after incinerating them with incendiary devices." Upon concluding his statement, Phillips led Li Pingyan to a massive glass chamber, unveiling a tarp that concealed a creature resembling neither dog nor monkey. Li Pingyan instinctively took a step back, as though haunted by an unsettling memory. The largest among them was successfully captured, Phillips proclaimed with pride. Chapter 22. American arrogance. Phillips noticed Li Pingyan's retreat and felt a slight stir within, pondering whether Li Pingyan had indeed been attacked by such a creature. Prompting his instinctive reaction, Li Pingyan, however, was merely feigning fear, knowing that Phillips had summoned him likely due to the anomalous beings. He had already contemplated the most appropriate course of action. "The last one I encountered was not nearly as robust, nor did it bear such resemblance. Yet, I am certain that the creature that assaulted me previously was of this ilk. They are grotesque to the point of inducing revulsion," he remarked, his breath slightly quickening. Phillips observed him closely, harboring curiosity regarding Li Pingyan's whereabouts during his 2-year absence. The fact that Li Pingyan had amassed considerable wealth upon his return, coupled with his extraordinary physical prowess, raised suspicions. It was difficult not to speculate that he might have acquired his riches through nefarious means. As for the possibility of him being a Hydra operative, Phillips dismissed the notion. No undercover agent would act so brazenly, indulging in luxury cars, houses, and romantic pursuits. According to the information he gleaned from Lorraine, Li Pingyan spent his time either in the laboratory or in her company. During their time together, he exhibited no unusual behavior, primarily engaged in leisure activities. Lorraine, the young lady, appeared quite bashful yet content, evoking envy in Phillips for Li Pingyan's remarkable vitality. Aside from his exceptional capabilities, Lorraine perceived no signs of aberrant conduct. He seldom interacted with others, save for the dashing Howard Stark. Their interactions were within Phillips' oversight, as he intentionally fostered Li Pingyan's relationships with Lorraine and Howard from different perspectives, yet he had been unable to uncover any evidence implicating Li Pingyan as a Hydra agent. The most pressing question remained: the origin of his wealth. "This brings us to the issue of economics," Li Pingyan remarked candidly. He had amassed a considerable fortune by eliminating several gang leaders. Phillips had investigated this matter and found no discrepancies. He was unperturbed by the notion of Li Pingyan enriching himself through such means. After all, it was not as if he was robbing from Phillips himself. There's a saying that compassion does not command an army, and while Phillips would not engage in such actions, he certainly did not perceive any wrongdoing in Li Pingyan's conduct. Furthermore, the opulent villa and luxury vehicles he enjoyed were arranged by Li Pingyan, so he felt no sympathy for the fallen gang leaders. Yet, despite not uncovering any faults with Li Pingyan, Phillips remained somewhat wary, a common trait among Americans. They believe that possessing a formidable weapon, which does not belong to them, is inherently sinful. Both Phillips and later the director of S.H.I.L.D. Nick Fury epitomized this quintessential image of American officials. Any weapon or individual that could not be controlled by them, or who did not obey like a loyal hound, was seen as a threat. Even the later heroes who saved the world, such as Iron Man and Captain America, were subtly regarded as adversaries. Li Pingyan scoffed at this mentality. How did you capture this monster? He mused. They might claim invincibility, but had it not been for that sound-absorbing steel, I would have been devoured by that large monkey. Upon hearing this, a trace of arrogance flickered across Phillips' face. No flesh and blood can withstand the onslaught of steel. The caliber signifies justice. Li Pingyan nodded in agreement. Although he seemed impervious to bullets now, facing a barrage of hundreds of rounds, coupled with relentless missile strikes, would surely send him to meet the Buddha. Our soldiers used bombs to obliterate the other monsters, leaving only this one, who has been fortunate enough to retain half of its body, and now it is as dead as can be, Phillips declared proudly. Any creature that dares to oppose America meets this fate. His words were directed at Li Pingyan, carrying an implicit warning. So, what is your purpose in bringing it here? Li Pingyan inquired. Yesterday, Abraham informed me that your serum has made significant progress, but it requires more robust energy support. I would like Howard to collaborate with you in creating the machine you desire, Phillips replied, turning to Li Pingyan. I have heard you and Howard have developed a good rapport and that you have invested in his company. I want you both to work together to construct this machine. What does this have to do with the monster? Li Pingyan interjected. The serum has been successful. I wish for you to collaborate with Abraham and Howard in the creation of the machine, while simultaneously researching this monster, in hopes of developing an even more potent serum. At this juncture, a glimmer of fervor sparkled in Philip's eyes. However, I am convinced that this creature is distinctly not of Earth. Though I gained strength after being bitten by one of its kind, my genetic sequence has become entirely different. Both the doctor and I believe this organism possesses significant contaminating qualities. Although Li Pingyan was internally eager to accept the task, he outwardly displayed some reluctance. Phillips, however, insisted firmly. This is the matter you must consider. Dr. Abraham has already accepted this mission, perhaps recalling the grand villa gifted to him by Li Pingyan. Phillips softened his tone somewhat. Of course, the primary researcher will still be Dr. Abraham. Even in the event of failure, you will not face any repercussions. Li Pingyan shrugged nonchalantly, a gesture he had deliberately adopted since arriving here, aiming to project an air of indifference. As for its effectiveness, that remained uncertain. Since the doctor had accepted, I had little to contest, provided my evening appointment was not disturbed. Phillips, recognizing the need for discretion, admonished Li Pingyan. This matter must not be disclosed, not even to Lorraine. Do you understand? Li Pingyan shrugged again, remaining noncommittal. As a powerful colonel, Phillips had many responsibilities. He merely needed to assign tasks and set objectives, leaving the execution to others, as he sought only results. After delineating the mission, he departed. The war was pressing, and he could not afford to spend excessive energy in Brooklyn. True victory would be claimed on the battlefield, and as for the serum, it was advantageous if available. But its absence would not lead to defeat in the war. Chapter 23. The failed experiment. Upon Philip's departure, Li Pingyan promptly exited the laboratory and sought out Lorraine, spending an entire day shopping with her. Meanwhile, the agents trailing him spent the day wandering through stores, lamenting their meager wages and exhausting work, feeling devoid of their own ambitions. That evening, Phillips learned from the agents that Li Pingyan had immediately taken leave to accompany Lorraine for shopping after he left, stirring a blend of delight and anger within him. He was pleased that Lorraine's charms had a remarkable effect on Li Pingyan, exceeding expectations. Yet, he was irked that Li Pingyan treated his words as inconsequential, failing to commence research and instead indulging in shopping with Lorraine. Consequently, the next day, he received another report from Lorraine that evoked both joy and frustration. When Lorraine inquired about matters the previous evening, Li Pingyan had been entirely candid, revealing everything he had shared with her. The efficacy of Lorraine's charms was astonishing, yet the troubling aspect was that Li Pingyan disregarded his caution. Despite being warned that even Lorraine should not be informed, he divulged everything as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Phillips pondered, I must secure Li Pingyan to Lorraine, striving to extract every last drop of his remaining value. However, unbeknownst to him, Li Pingyan was also contemplating how to exploit their efforts to secure the greatest benefit for himself. The current abnormal race was merely the first achievement. He intended to utilize this anomalous lineage to enhance his own capabilities. In September 1942, within a Brooklyn antique shop, Li Pingyan and Abraham exchanged glances as they observed the continuously transforming experimental subject below. Through their relentless research on the serum derived from the abnormal race, they had finally made a groundbreaking advancement, successfully extracting genetic fragments from this unusual lineage. Over the past 6 months, their research had proceeded remarkably smoothly, encountering virtually no bottlenecks, a feat largely attributable to Li Pingyan's contributions. After undergoing 2 enhancements, Li Pingyan's learning and comprehension abilities had significantly improved. He was even capable of studying tirelessly for 7 days and nights without rest, maintaining a heightened level of focus and understanding. This maximized the coherence of the experiments, doubling their work efficiency. Eventually, they procured a sample of serum from the abnormal race, but regrettably, even their most perfected serum yielded unsatisfactory results on the experimental subject. The subject downstairs was a prisoner of war from a relatively prosperous nation, who had been shouting slogans of loyalty to his country. Abraham, perplexed, inquired of Li Pingyan what the man was exclaiming, to which Li Pingyan casually replied, he claims his country delights in excess. He shouts for liberty and love unbound. He then ordered the assistant to inject the serum. Upon injection, the soldier exhibited alarming changes. A dark, ashen hue rapidly spread from the site of the injection across his skin, his veins bulging grotesquely. It was as if countless roots were extending within him. Even the throbbing veins on his forehead were gradually being seized, grotesquely enlarged by some unseen force. He attempted to emit a final scream, but instead, a tentacle resembling a branch erupted from his throat. As if the internal defenses crumbled with the emergence of this appendage, tentacles began to extend uncontrollably from his eyes, nostrils, and ears. Li Pingyan, taking swift action, immediately signaled the personnel to evacuate the laboratory. Abraham, feeling a chill run down his spine, anxiously warned Li Pingyan, "This is utterly terrifying. Even the serum possesses such a high level of contamination. We must request a halt to this experiment." Furrowing his brow, Li Pingyan responded sternly, "Our machinery designed to complement the serum is not yet complete. We cannot validate the efficacy of our serum. If we fail to produce a successful serum for a monster, I could take Lauren and leave, but what would you do then?" Li Pingyan's words were intended to intimidate Abraham, even if this serum research did not succeed. In 6 months, once Howard successfully constructed the machinery, and after the necessary approvals and selections, by the summer of next year, Captain America would emerge anew. At that time, Dr. Abraham shall become the most sought-after figure in the United States. All doubts surrounding him will dissipate effortlessly. However, the present circumstances are dire. Abraham himself remains uncertain of the future, lost in confusion and swayed by Li Pingyan's words, feeling that his path ahead is bleak. Meanwhile, the experimental subject shows no regard for the doctor's feelings, continuously mutating until it has lost all semblance of humanity, reduced to a mass of writhing tentacles. Li Pingyan's heart races with excitement, for within the Eternal Clan, these tentacles possess the ability to absorb powers, transforming them into one's own. This prospect ignites an insatiable desire within him. Li Pingyan activates a mechanism, and a cage containing a small white mouse plummets down, the mouse emitting frantic squeaks. Instantly, the surrounding tentacles, akin to sharks sensing blood, rush towards the cage's landing spot. Ultimately, the tentacles do not crush the cage, but instead extend and divide, culminating in a single large tentacle sprouting numerous smaller ones. These tiny appendages gradually slip through the gaps of the cage, gently wrapping around the small white mouse. When they finally withdraw, the once plump creature is left as nothing more than a desiccated husk. Witnessing this unfolding spectacle, Li Pingyan is overcome with exhilaration. He understands that an opportunity for further enhancement has finally arrived. He manipulates the apparatus once more, and from the laboratory ceiling, 2 heavy machine guns descend, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the writhing mass of tentacles. Even the most formidable of the aberrant species would be rendered into a sieve under such fire, let alone a creature that has failed to enhance through serum. No matter how bizarre it may appear, it cannot conceal the fact that it is merely a nascent being, with energy reserves equivalent to that of a human and a small mouse. Soon enough, it is reduced to a puddle of flesh by the relentless barrage of bullets. Li Pingyan reestablishes control of the console. From the ceiling, 2 thick pipes descend, expelling a straight stream of flame, a flamethrower designed for finishing off the creature. The fuel ignites in the air, producing flames that reach temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees. Following this procedure, the once massive tentacles is left as nothing but a pile of black powder, the only remnant of its existence in this world. In the span of a week, Li Pingyan successfully produces a vial of serum once more. This serum, meticulously filtered and compared, eliminates all extraneous effects, preserving solely the aspect that allows for the theft of abilities through the tentacles. It resembles the serum from the previous experimental subject, and, as he gazes at it, a satisfied smile graces Li Pingyan's face. Chapter 24. Successful Evolution. Dr. Abraham observes Li Pingyan from the side, remarking, although this serum has undergone further refinement, it still carries significant uncertainty, with a success probability of less than 1 in 1,000. That is sufficient, Li Pingyan replies with unwavering resolve. As long as we can succeed this time, we will be able to report back to Phillips and the others. Our project has demanded significant investment, yet to this day, we have not achieved results substantial enough to compel them to commit further resources. We must take action. Li Pingyan, with a grave expression, spoke to Abraham. In his previous life, while watching a film, he recalled how the Red Skull's acquisition of the Tesseract instilled a sense of threat among the Allies, prompting them to amplify their investment in the Doctor's project. Yet now, the Tesseract had long been taken from him, and a certain dapper individual had discovered merely a few gold bars in a hidden compartment of a Norwegian church, along with an inscription in Norwegian. I have taken Odin's treasure, leaving you gold to repair the church. This is a transaction, not theft. Signed, an anonymous devout believer. The Red Skull had been infuriated, mocking the F-Rare for scavenging in the desert, only to find himself with just 2 shabby gold bars, insufficient even to cover the fuel and ammunition costs for his men. Regardless of the Red Skull's anger, Li Pingyan remained indifferent. The note was merely a ruse to mislead him into believing that the Tesseract had been pilfered by local Norwegians. This tactic is known as diverting the blame. In the absence of the Hydra's threat of energy weapon production, American officials were not as fervent in their demand for serum as they once were. Consequently, the Doctor's project had lost its allure since the time he was initially summoned. Back then, Americans believed the serum had been successfully developed, and they merely needed to pluck the fruit. They were unprepared for the reality that, upon arrival, they would need to invest in nurturing the proverbial peach tree themselves, resulting in a significant decline in their enthusiasm. Abraham, recognizing the validity of Li Pingyan's words, refrained from arguing and simply stated, "Very well, I will apply for another test subject. We should be able to commence the next round of experiments by tomorrow." "No, this time, I will personally conduct the experiment." Li Pingyan firmly rejected Abraham's proposal. He intended to ascertain the true efficacy of his title as the strongest guinea pig. Should he succeed, it would speak for itself. If he were to fail, there would be no room for resentment. His ultimate goal was to return to his homeland. If his greatest asset could not aid him, he would merely endure in this world for a century or two. That was not his desire. He sought to utilize this asset to continually learn and evolve into a more formidable being. With this thought, Li Pingyan cast aside his final doubts, descended from the observation platform, and made his way towards the laboratory below. Abraham continually urged him from behind, yet Li Pingyan paid him no heed, swiftly exiting the observation platform and securing the door. He then addressed Dr. Abraham within the room. If I attempt this, do not hesitate. Simply take the flamethrower and burn me. After that, disregard the outcome and flee as far as possible, raising the alert level to the maximum. I am quite resilient. Li Pingyan smiled at Abraham. Without hesitation, Li Pingyan swiftly filled a syringe with the serum, then used a vibranium blade to pierce his own arm, inserting the needle into a vein to commence the injection. The administration of the serum was effortless. However, the experience was far from pleasant. Upon completion, Li Pingyan gradually sensed an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body, as though something within his heart were striving to break free. He tore open his shirt, clearly observing an unsettling movement in the region of his heart, much like the previous experimental subject that had been ruptured by tentacles. The skin on his chest began to exhibit a dark, grayish hue, which expanded in tandem with the writhing and extending tentacles deep within his heart. Yet, unlike the earlier specimen, the dark gray coloration on Li Pingyan did not spread in large patches. Rather, it shifted slowly, moving in accordance with the tentacles' undulations within his blood vessels. This process was excruciatingly gradual. 10 minutes elapsed, and the tentacles had barely managed to permeate his entire chest, while the skin over his torso had transformed into an extensive network of dark gray. This vividly illustrated the arduous spread of the tentacles within Li Pingyan's body. However, it was the slowness of this process that rendered Li Pingyan even more tormented. He felt as though his blood vessels were being incrementally stretched, a sensation that brought not only pain but also severe dizziness. At that moment, Li Pingyan felt as if his body had been encased in cement, rendering him rigid and breathless, reminiscent of childhood days spent in a river, where the water rose to his neck, making it difficult to breathe. Nevertheless, he persevered with gritted teeth. In his previous life, he had been ordinary, yet he had strived diligently. Now, fortunate enough to possess a golden opportunity that would allow him to grow stronger, how could he shy away from hardship, compared to the power he could attain? This momentary suffering was trivial. Adversity refines the spirit. Enduring the excruciating agony of the tentacles forcefully expanding within his veins, Li Pingyan pressed his hands against the ground, clenching his jaw to stifle any cries of distress. Yet reality does not bend to personal will. Unbeknownst to him, the dark gray, web-like skin had already spread to his back, forming a complete loop. The decisive moment had arrived. The tentacles launched a fierce assault on Li Pingyan's legs, occupying every blood vessel within them in a mere 5 minutes. Next came the brain, as the tentacles infiltrated every blood vessel in his mind, covering the surface of his brain's every crevice. Li Pingyan seemed to hear a whisper in his ear. I have returned. This body belongs to me. But then, unexpectedly, the tentacles that had taken over Li Pingyan's entire circulatory system suddenly melted away uncontrollably, without any forewarning, akin to ice being cast into a furnace, vanishing abruptly. Only a dark, gray liquid remained, absorbed entirely by Li Pingyan's blood vessels. The once menacing, deep voice transformed into one of terror, ultimately leaving behind a final exclamation, "No," before dissipating from Li Pingyan's consciousness. Li Pingyan's physique gradually transitioned from a shade of grayish-black back to its original pale yellow. Abraham, witnessing this scene, felt a tingle of unease, uncertain whether Li Pingyan had succeeded or failed, and could only await his next actions. Suddenly, Li Pingyan's previously closed eyes flung open, and with a vigorous strike of his hands against the ground, a web of intricate cracks swiftly spread across the surface. Rising to his feet, he stretched lazily, astonished to find his body bending effortlessly, as if devoid of bones, allowing him to touch his own heels with ease. Upon raising his gaze, he realized he felt no need for a girlfriend. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, chiding himself for such foolishness. After all, self-sufficiency was not as advantageous as having assistance in labor. Shaking his head vigorously, he endeavored to cast aside the absurdity that had just crossed his mind. It seemed he had succeeded. As he attuned to his body, he sensed something extraordinary within. With some concentration, he became aware of a tingling sensation on his back, as a tentacle gradually sprouted forth. Observing the appendage that danced freely in accordance with his will, a silent smile crept across his face, which soon blossomed into an exuberant laugh, filled with joy and pride. How could he not feel elated? This tentacle's significance lay not in its offensive prowess, but in its potential for continuous consumption and evolution, another of Li Pingyan's unique advantages. The grand ambitions he had articulated upon his arrival in the Marvel realm were now poised to materialize. Chapter 25. The tentacle devourer Li Pingyan accessed his panel once more to scrutinize his information. Name: Li Pingyan. Race: none. Chaotic evolver. Intellect: 3 scholarly. You are now among the foremost geneticists on Earth. Strength: mid-tier. Surface level: you can effortlessly lift objects weighing up to 20 tons. Defense: mid-tier. Surface level: a bullet from a handgun striking you feels akin to a mere fly bumping into an ordinary person. Speed: mid-tier. Surface level: at full sprint, you can reach supersonic speeds. Stamina: high-tier. Surface level: through the consumption facilitated by your tentacle, you can rapidly restore your physical condition. Traits: acrobatics: you possess balance and coordination akin to that of a monkey, perhaps positioning you to become the greatest acrobat in history. Steel and iron frame: your body exhibits remarkable durability, capable of withstanding blunt force impacts and most physical assaults. Leap of faith: even if you were to leap from a 100-meter building, you would sustain no injuries. Dynamic gait: this entails purposeful action, harmonizing yin and yang, climbing bows and treading crossbows, manipulating energies, crafting with precision, and cultivating resilience through trials. Tentacle devourer: you can absorb life, energy, and special abilities through your tentacle for your own use. Upon accessing the panel, he noted the addition of the tentacle devourer description, along with the separation of defense and stamina into distinct categories. Ultimately, such distinctions were of little consequence. Due to his inherent disposition, Li Pingyan was not one to fixate on the panel. However, one aspect piqued his concern. The race displayed on the panel had inexplicably transformed into a chaotic amalgamation of evolvers. This discontented him greatly, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to the term hybrid. There was no choice but to rectify this. After all, possessing 2 hands, 2 legs, a head, and a handsome visage surely qualified him as human. Consequently, Li Pingyan endeavored to modify his panel attributes, and soon enough, the designation of his race changed to human devourer. Nodding in satisfaction, he began to focus on his tentacle devourer. According to the panel's description, this skill undoubtedly granted him the devouring ability characteristic of a mutant race. Yet, it appeared to lack the transmission capability attributed to mutants in films, who could utilize their tentacles to aid their companions in evolution. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. The primary objective now was to test the prowess of these tentacles. As Li Pingyan attuned himself to his tentacles, he found a sensation remarkably novel. Unlike an additional arm, these tentacles bore a distinct essence. They operated autonomously at the mere thought of what he wished them to accomplish. He sensed that within these tentacles resided a semblance of his consciousness, akin to an auxiliary brain that governed them. Moreover, it seemed he possessed more than one tentacle. With a slight exertion, 12 tentacles sprouted instantaneously from his back, encompassing the entirety of Li Pingyan. If he were likened to a sturdy trunk, then the tentacles and his limbs would undoubtedly resemble branches. His tentacles could also extend numerous slender offshoots. However, he had yet to ascertain the precise number of smaller tentacles that could sprout. The more pressing matter was to evaluate the tentacles' capabilities. With a mere flicker of thought, they promptly stretched towards the ceiling, piercing through the concrete to create an opening. The tips of the tentacles then swiftly branched into nearly invisible tendrils. securing themselves within the concrete as steadfastly as roots in soil. Subsequently, they elevated Li Pingyan's body and propelled him forward, while another tentacle anchored itself into the ceiling, allowing him to swing back and forth within the laboratory. As he continued to utilize the tentacles, his control over them intensified and their speed increased. Li Pingyan traversed the laboratory, darting up and down, left and right, his body seemingly liberated from the constraints of gravity and inertia. With a mere flicker of thought, he could halt his forward momentum and swiftly shift laterally or backward, moving with a swiftness that resembled a phantom, akin to a leaf dancing in the wind, yet devoid of any predictable pattern. In the observation room, Abraham stood in stunned silence upon witnessing Li Pingyan's emergence of tentacles. He nearly activated a heavy machine gun in a panic. If it were not for Li Pingyan's lack of aggressive behavior and his playful gesture of peace sign while soaring through the air, one might truly believe he had transformed into a monster. Observing the jubilant and swinging Li Pingyan, Abraham's expression grew increasingly troubled. Although Li Pingyan had succeeded in this experiment, he had morphed into a creature resembling a tentacled beast, which bore little semblance to humanity. The higher-ups would never permit their soldiers to undergo such a transformation after receiving the serum. Thus, this monstrous serum could be deemed a failure. Now, he depended solely on the success of the super soldier serum. Otherwise, the culmination of his lifelong research would be rendered a mere pile of refuse in the eyes of posterity. While he possessed Li Pingyan as a successful specimen, the sight of him evoked a sense that any experiment, regardless of its minuscule success rate, could yield results in his case. To label him as a poor specimen would be inaccurate, for his research had indeed found validation in his transformation. Yet, to consider him a good specimen would be misleading, as his condition failed to exhibit a definitive success rate. Nevertheless, this serum had yielded some results, allowing him to present a satisfactory account to Phillips. Brooklyn Antique Shop. Due to the high confidentiality surrounding the serum trials, each presentation of results was conducted with Phillips personally attending the antique shop. 4 or 5 vehicles were parked steadily in front of the shop, and from the central car emerged a tall, imposing man whose visage bore a subtle hint of menace as he opened the driver's side door. After stepping out, he scanned the vicinity with sharp, eagle-like eyes, ensuring no suspicious individuals were present before he hurried to the rear passenger side and opened the door. From the back seat emerged an elder gentleman who, although not particularly tall, possessed a serious demeanor that exuded an aura of authority without anger. The man who opened the door was none other than Mark, and the figure who alighted from the rear was none other than Phillips himself. Abraham's report of a specimen successfully undergoing the monster serum transformation genuinely astonished him. Though not a scientist, he understood that such research typically required years to yield results. To his surprise, there had been a breakthrough in less than a year. However, Abraham mentioned that this specimen was somewhat unique, and he was the only success thus far. Yet, this was inconsequential, as long as there was one success. It proved that this path held promise, and he placed great significance on the results of this experiment. For those who feel aggrieved in reality, feel free to discuss in the review section. If there are any stories worth incorporating, a Yuan can provide readers with a refreshingly different ending in the novel. Chapter 26, Presentation. After confirming that the guards had blended into the crowd and the surrounding circumstances were under their control, Phillips finally entered the antique shop. Upon encountering Abraham, Phillips eschewed pleasantries and directly addressed him, urging, "Please exhibit the successful specimen. I wish to witness its capabilities." With a resolute heart, Abraham wasted no time leading Phillips to the observation chamber, where he summoned the specimen. As Phillips surveyed the surroundings, he noted the absence of Li Pingyan, and a flicker of unease crept into his heart. Li Pingyan was also a key researcher, and his absence at such a critical juncture was concerning. Thus, he inquired in a low tone, "Where is Li Pingyan? He is a principal investigator. Why is he not present? What could possibly be keeping him?" Phillips harbored lingering suspicions about Li Pingyan, an instinctive trait of Americans that was unavoidable, as he feared Li Pingyan might be an undercover agent. Furthermore, Li Pingin's formidable personal prowess and his lack of subservience added to Phillips's distrust, despite the latter's reliance on Li Pingin's exhaustive efforts and research. In contrast, should a Secretary of State arrive, regardless of their familiarity, he would choose to extend his trust, a testament to the inherent arrogance of Americans. Faced with Phillips's inquiry, Abraham's expression faltered slightly, and he answered ambiguously, "He will be here shortly." Phillips's suspicions flared, prompting him to gesture toward Mark. Understanding the cue, Mark promptly arranged for two subordinates to safeguard Phillips while he ventured out to ascertain Li Pingin's whereabouts. Just as he reached for the doorknob, the door to the lower laboratory swung open, revealing none other than Li Pingin. Mark halted his advance and returned to stand beside Phillips. Seeing only Li Pingin approach without the specimen, Phillips's mind began to formulate a conjecture. He activated the microphone and inquired pointedly, "Li Pingin, where is the specimen? Do not tell me you are the subject of the experiment." "You are correct," Li Pingin proclaimed with vigor. "I am a successful specimen of this endeavor, and it has yielded success." "This is absurd. How could you proceed without my explicit command?" Phillips admonished. "Consider it a sacrifice for science, while the risk of death loomed." "I triumphed," Li Pingin declared. "Now, the paramount task is to present the results of the serum. Dear Colonel, do you wish to observe the findings or continue your rebuke?" Suppressing his inner discontent, Phillips instructed Li Pingin to unveil the results. "Our experiment, after more than half a year of diligent research, has culminated in a serum that has met expectations splendidly. Henceforth, I, as both a researcher and the sole successful subject of this experiment, shall demonstrate the findings." Li Pingin continued, "The organism we studied is likely of extraterrestrial origin. Its genes possess a potent contaminating effect on humanity, resulting in certain physiological transformations." With that, Li Pingin extended 13 appendages from his back, rendering him akin to a bizarre humanoid cephalopod. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were taken aback. If the anticipated transformation resulted in additional tentacles, leading to such a grotesque, non-human form, even the most loyal soldiers would likely revolt. These tentacles were remarkably agile, as controllable as human limbs. Li Pingin deftly maneuvered a tentacle to grasp a distant oil pen and drew a large smiley face on the observation platform's glass. Moreover, these tentacles could extend indefinitely, reaching a maximum length of 13 meters, showcasing impressive elasticity. Li Pingin directed the tentacles to stretch, achieving approximately 13 meters in length. Additionally, these appendages could collaborate seamlessly, allowing for multitasking. At that moment, one tentacle gracefully lifted a cup of green tea and delivered it to his side, while another continued to sketch on the glass with the oil pen. Furthermore, these tentacles possessed formidable offensive capabilities and an ability to absorb. Li Pingin commanded one tentacle to open the door, while another reached outside to pull in a hefty pig, simultaneously using a tentacle to feed himself water. Then, one tentacle, akin to a striking viper, lunged at the grunting pig in the cage with swift precision, executing the act cleanly and efficiently. The tentacle struck true, piercing the pig's skull effortlessly, as if penetrating soft tofu, and burrowed into its cranium. The tip of the tentacle swelled, as if it were constrictor snake feeding, before retreating with the pig's brain matter now drained. The creature's life was extinguished swiftly and painlessly. Following this display, Li Pingin raised his gaze to the observers. Much like a circus clown concluding a performance, he bowed deeply and proclaimed, "The demonstration is over." However, the audience appeared unimpressed. Phillips stormed out of the observation room, with Abraham and Mark hastily pursuing him. Li Pingin, noticing this, promptly followed suit. Inside the conference room, Abraham and Li Pingin stood with their heads bowed in silence, resembling schoolchildren called to the principal's office, facing the irate Phillips. "After investing over half a year and considerable resources, your final achievement is merely transforming a human into an octopus monstrosity?" Phillips's face was a mask of barely concealed rage. His frustration was understandable. It was akin to spending thousands on guitar lessons for your son, only to have him return capable of playing a single nursery rhyme. Surely, one would feel even more exasperated. "At least show some consideration. I am still present," To label me as an octopus monster is quite disheartening. Moreover, this creature's abilities are inherent. What can we do? Li Pingyan expressed his dissatisfaction with Phillips's characterization of him as a monstrosity. Do not feign pity with me. Do you truly care about such matters? You may have justified enhancing human physiology, but now, transforming humans into octopus monsters. How could any soldier be willing to inject such a serum? If I were to insist on having them injected today, there is no need for the Secretary of State to dismiss me. The soldiers would undoubtedly revolt. But it matters not. If unsuccessful, so be it. After all, our primary super soldier serum has already been successfully developed. We merely await the completion of the machinery from Howard by May next year, and the super soldiers can be put into production. Li Pingyan remained indifferent, shrugging his shoulders. Phillips, upon witnessing his demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Being a traditional soldier, he harbored a deep disdain for Li Pingyan's carefree attitude. Chapter 27. The Formidable Tentacles. However, Li Pingyan was unconcerned about his position and had demonstrated his significant contribution to the serum research process through his actions. On the other hand, he had given so much that Phillips found it impossible to genuinely be angry with him, even when he was exasperated. The moment he settled into the luxury car gifted by Li Pingyan, resided in the mansion bestowed upon him, and enjoyed the company of the charming young lady Li Pingyan had discreetly arranged for him, he would completely forget his shortcomings. By the time Phillips returned home, night had fallen. As he contemplated whether to spend the evening with his wife or to visit the little golden house gifted by Li Pingyan to see his youthful companion, Li Pingyan squeezed himself into his car. "Hey, brother, give me a ride for a moment. I have something delightful to share with you." Li Pingyan grinned as he approached Phillips. What could possibly be so delightful? I suspect you have some task for me," Phillips retorted. However, he knew well that while Li Pingyan indeed had a request, he was also truthful about bringing gifts. Every time he sought Phillips' assistance, he would bestow something valuable. Mark was well aware of this dynamic and pretended to focus entirely on driving. "Colonel, it has been ages since I last saw my dear Lorraine. You should grant her a break to allow us young ones the opportunity to deepen our bond," Li Pingyan said with a feigned look of innocence. "I knew you had an ulterior motive. Lorraine's work is vital, and her department cannot function without her," Phillips replied, the implication clear. "Do not beg. Where's the gift?" Li Pingyan was all too familiar with this routine. He opened his briefcase and produced a bottle of unadorned liquor, presenting it to Phillips. Being a connoisseur of fine spirits, Phillips recognized immediately that this bottle was not a high-end luxury item, but clearly a no-name product. Adopting a business-like demeanor, he commented coolly, "Don't give me that. I said Lorraine's work is crucial. While her absence won't incapacitate the operation, what you've brought is simply insufficient." Li Pingyan, understanding Phillips' perspective, whispered, "Though this liquor may appear unremarkable, during my travels across the globe, I encountered numerous ferocious beasts, and I infused it with the essence of their magnificent leopards. The results are extraordinary. Just one glass can rejuvenate your vigor and restore your prowess. This is all I have left. What do you think?" Upon hearing Li Pingyan's words, Phillips felt a surge of emotion. He had already decided to seek solace with his petite personal secretary today. Thus, he subtly accepted the drink from Li Pingyan and remarked, "Indeed, you young people often find yourselves apart. As an old-timer, I can empathize. Let us grant Lorraine a week's leave so you youngsters can enjoy your time together." Exactly. Your consideration for us young people touches my heart, and I assure you, I will work diligently in return for your nurturing," Li Pingyan adeptly flattered. Phillips offered no reply, his thoughts having already drifted towards the secretary. At that moment, a sudden jolt coursed through Li Pingyan, his body instinctively reacting as an animal's would, alerting him to the impending danger. Without hesitation, he unfurled his tendrils to envelop both himself and Phillips. A deafening explosion reverberated through the street, violently disintegrating the vehicle in which Phillips was seated. Fortunately, Li Pingyan had shielded them with his tendrils just before the blast and swiftly retrieved several Jinjin pots from his spatial pocket. With the assistance of his tendrils, he successfully protected their bodies, averting the worst of the explosion. Li Pingyan quickly released his tendrils, revealing Phillips's face, which was etched with terror. Fortunately, the shockwave had been absorbed by the Jinjin pots, and thanks to the soft protection of the tendrils, Phillips emerged unscathed, albeit visibly shaken. The assault had come so unexpectedly that, had it not been for Li Pingyan's timely intervention, he might have perished. He couldn't fathom who would dare to attack a colonel on the streets of America. However, there was no time for contemplation, as more than 20 individuals indistinguishable from ordinary citizens surrounded them and brandished handguns, firing at Li Pingyan and Phillips. Li Pingyan positioned himself protectively in front of Phillips, allowing the bullets to ricochet off him while the tendrils behind him unfurled. Like poised serpents, they surged toward the assailants with the precision of a tightly woven net. What appeared to be soft tendrils bore immense force, piercing through the temples of the attackers at Li Pingyan's command, swiftly dividing to sprout even finer appendages. In an instant, they drained the surrounding brains of their essence, and the foremost tendril, having pierced through one temple, mercilessly lunged at the next target. Thus, under the assault of 13 tendrils, the 20-plus assailants met their demise, either having their temples penetrated or their eye sockets breached, falling like candied hawthorns ensnared in Li Pingyan's web. All of this transpired in less than half a minute. Li Pingyan's efficiency in slaughter had drastically improved. Previously, eliminating such foes had not been so effortless. Observing Li Pingyan's formidable prowess, Phillips was profoundly astonished. Having witnessed countless corpses, he felt as though he had emerged from a sea of blood and bodies. However, never before had he encountered such a bizarre scene. A man stood with a multitude of tentacles extending from his back, intertwining like vines, and upon closer inspection, each tentacle bore the head of a person. Anyone witnessing this ghastly tableau would be struck with horror, as if thrust into the realm of a chilling horror film. Even Phillips, with his composed demeanor, required a considerable time to acclimate to this grotesque vision. Surveying his surroundings, he discerned that no living soul remained. Even his driver, Mark, had been rendered into fragments by the explosion. Li Pingyan turned to Phillips and remarked, "This assault is likely connected to our experiment today. I must return swiftly to check on the doctor." With that, Li Pingyan ensnared Phillips with one tentacle, while several others propelled him through the city with the grace of a swing. In less than 2 minutes, Li Pingyan arrived at the entrance of the antique shop, where he found the sentinels had perished, and the concealed door stood ajar, revealing several guards' lifeless bodies strewn haphazardly within. A sense of foreboding washed over Li Pingyan as he hastened deeper into the premises alongside Phillips. Chapter 28. Diligent Abraham. Li Pingyan inhaled deeply, a myriad of scents flooding his nostrils. Upon careful discernment, he identified not only the metallic tang of blood, but also 15 distinct odors, presumably those of the intruders. Since being enhanced by the white ape, Li Pingyan's sense of smell had significantly sharpened. If he so desired, he could easily identify the lingering scent particles in the air. However, he typically refrained from such scrutiny, as the cacophony of odors was overwhelmingly unpleasant. After distinguishing the various fragrances, Li Pingyan swiftly followed the trail of scents toward the end of the corridor. At that moment, Abraham was concealed within a cell specifically designed for detaining experimental subjects. The previous occupant of this cell had been a rather fortunate individual, and it had remained vacant since that time. Following his work hours, Abraham chose to remain in the laboratory. Unlike Li Pingyan, who was punctual in his departures, he prided himself on upholding the 8-hour workday, though in truth, he merely detested overtime. Abraham, in contrast to Li Pingyan's lackadaisical approach, devoted every spare moment to his research. He willingly stayed behind to work late, sometimes even residing in the laboratory, for he found himself alone at home. Today, his dedication to his work ultimately saved his life. While immersed in his tasks, he was abruptly jolted by the sound of gunfire from outside. In such circumstances, an emergency protocol was in place. He immediately activated the alarm and sought refuge. There was a hidden passage in the office, but at this juncture, he lacked the time to reach it. He barely had time to rush into the cell where the experimental subjects were confined, swiftly shedding his white coat and the expensive shirt beneath. He picked up the shackles from the floor and secured them around his wrists, mimicking the appearance of the subjects he had previously encountered. Crouching in a corner with his arms wrapped around his knees, he buried his head within them. Outside, the sound of gunfire gradually waned. indicating that the guards were losing their capacity to resist. Abraham hurriedly buried his head deeper into his knees, curling his body tightly in the corner. Meanwhile, the assailants relentlessly wreaked havoc within the laboratory. In a meticulously organized frenzy, 5 members were dispatched to collect all visible documents, while the remaining members dispersed in search of hidden doors and secret passages. As they charged through the facility, they passed by the cell where Abraham was concealed, but merely cast a fleeting glance before continuing on their way. Their objective was the office, where they sought to ascertain the existence of a secret passage. At that moment, Li Pingyan had just slain the assassin who had attacked him and was hastening towards the scene. Upon arriving at the office, the group of assassins indeed discovered the hidden passage, dispatching 3 members to pursue it while others returned to assist their comrades. Their mission was clear: to seize the monster's serum, retrieve documents, eliminate Phillips, and capture Abraham. However, upon their return to the laboratory, they found that the comrades who had taken the documents lay dead. Each bore a gaping hole in their skulls, their brains having vanished, leaving a stark view of the floor through the cranium. The perpetrator was unmistakably the man with the extending tendrils, standing beside Phillips, one of their assassination targets. It seemed that their team had met with demise, and this group was likely doomed as well. Their organization had existed for over a millennium, accomplishing countless tasks with minimal failures. Yet this particular mission had culminated in utter defeat. Even if they returned, they would undoubtedly face consequences according to their guild's rules. Death seemed inevitable, so they might as well fight back. Several members immediately raised their weapons and aimed at Phillips. However, as they lifted their pistols, Li Pingyan ensnared their arms with his tendrils. With a slight exertion of force, their arms twisted grotesquely, causing their firearms to clatter to the ground. That was not all. Li Pingyan extended his tendrils, wrapping them around their necks and chins, and with a gentle yet firm pull, their jaws were effortlessly dislodged. This precaution ensured that, should they possess poison sacs, they could be prevented from taking their own lives. Yet, Li Pingyan required few prisoners. He spared only 3 lives, mercilessly strangling the others with his tendrils. Without exception, he opened the skulls of all his victims, maintaining his exceptional habit of precise headshots. After completing his tasks, Li Pingyan bound the 3 individuals with his tendrils and, alongside Phillips, set out to locate Abraham. Relying on his keen sense of smell, he swiftly discovered Abraham's hiding place. "Doctor, you truly managed to conceal the experimental subjects within the prison cell. That was quite the clever ruse," Li Pingyan teased from outside the cell. Upon seeing Li Pingyan, Abraham was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. "Why did it take you so long to arrive? Stop your blubbering, you old man. You are not my dear Lorraine, so do not try to cling to me," Li Pingyan retorted, using his tendrils to shield himself from Abraham's tears and mucus. "Doctor, as long as you are unharmed, that is the best news. Some do not wish for our serum development to succeed, but we shall persist. We cannot yield to the enemy's desires," Phillips remarked to Abraham. Realizing he had inadvertently smeared his own mucus, Abraham quickly stepped back and apologized. "Who were the assailants this time?" Abraham inquired, regaining his composure to address the pressing question. Before Phillips could respond, Li Pingyan interjected, "It remains unclear for now, but we can inquire with these individuals shortly." He presented the captives entangled in his tendrils to Abraham, shaking them slightly to indicate that their identities would soon be revealed. However, there were still other matters to address. No sooner had he spoken than his tendrils shot out swiftly, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, racing towards the corner. There, several assassins who had futilely pursued through the hidden passages had failed to detect Abraham's presence. Convinced that Abraham must still be within the base, they decisively turned back to report their findings. Yet, as they rounded the corner, they encountered a creature ensnared by tendrils, poised to ambush them, only to be detected by the vigilant Li Pingyan. Then, a torrent of tendrils descended upon them, enveloping them like a net. Chapter 29. Li Pingyan's interrogation method. They felt akin to helpless rabbits surrounded by a pack of wolves, with no escape route and nowhere to hide. Li Pingyan employed his previous tactic, piercing through the heads of these individuals, leaving behind gaping holes the size of a baby's fist. Yet, seeking greater satisfaction. Li Pingyan encased their heads with his tendrils and tightened his grip, causing their skulls to explode violently. However, as the cerebral matter had been drained, only shriveled remnants of bone, like debris, trickled down from the open tendrils. The three captives, witnessing the gruesome fate of their companions, stared wide-eyed in terror. They struggled with all their might, but it proved futile. Each of Li Pingyan's tendrils possessed nearly 2 tons of force. Their efforts appeared feeble and powerless. Colonel, shall I take these individuals for interrogation? I can conceive some rather intriguing ideas, Li Pingyan remarked with a smile to the colonel. The individuals ensnared by his tendrils suddenly felt a chill run down their spines as they surveyed the surrounding appendages, an ominous sense creeping over them. Phillips considered the situation, acknowledging that it was necessary to first arrange for the guards. Within the interrogation room, Li Pingyan observed several assassins, their mouths stained with blood. All of their teeth had been extracted, as he had been unable to locate the poison sacs within their mouths, leading him to decisively remove their teeth. This ensured they could neither commit suicide by poison nor resort to biting their tongues. Phillips stood by, watching as Li Pingyan conducted the interrogation. Should Li Pingyan fail to extract information from them, it would fall to the professional interrogators outside to take over. Li Pingyan sat calmly and inquired, "Which organization do you belong to?" The interrogated individuals shuddered at his presence, still haunted by the brutality of his tendrils. Yet, their training compelled them to maintain their silence. Li Pingyan spoke coolly, "Even if you do not speak, I'm already aware. You are from the Ten Rings, are you not?" One of the interrogated men abruptly lifted his head, fixing a fierce gaze upon Li Pingyan. Phillips recognized that Li Pingyan had struck true. During the examination of these assassins, peculiar tattoos had been discovered on their backs, indicating the insignia of their organization. How had Li Pingyan discerned the name of their group? Though curious, Phillips understood that this was not the moment for inquiries, and he maintained an air of composure, as if everything was under control. "One of your comrades has already confessed. Believe me, that is not an experience you wish to encounter. If you cooperate, you may be spared some suffering." In truth, Li Pingyan was deceiving them. This was merely his first interrogated subject, and a traitor was nowhere to be found. The assassin was reluctant to believe it, but Li Pingyan's next statement shattered his delusions. "Your leader is Khan, is he not?" Upon hearing this, the assassin immediately believed that one of his companions had indeed confessed. Khan was paramount to their organization, a name unknown to outsiders, and only those within the organization would be privy to it. If they spoke publicly, they would refer to their leader as the boss, a term designed to thwart interrogation. Once the name Khan was known, it implied that all comrades had surrendered. "They are all weak traitors, but I shall never yield." The assassin, appearing almost deranged, pounded the table in fury, his toothless grin rendering his outrage somewhat comical. Li Pingyan showed no leniency, swiftly employing his methods. A tendril unfurled from behind him, curling around him like a pet snake. Li Pingyan tenderly caressed his appendage, and then, in a flash, that tendril struck like a venomous serpent, coiling around the assassin's neck. At this moment, the assassin was once again haunted by the terror of that day when he was dominated by the tendrils. Li Pingyan approached him with a sinister grin, and the tendrils followed suit, coiling around his neck, trailing along the back of his head and ears, eventually reaching the corners of his eyes. "These tendrils are quite fascinating," he remarked. "They continuously bifurcate into even finer appendages, so minuscule that they can traverse the capillaries of a human being." As he spoke, the foremost tendrils extended further, sprouting countless filaments finer than silk, swaying incessantly. Any individual with a fear of clusters would likely faint at the sight. This entire grotesque transformation was vividly reflected in the assassin's dilated pupils. Gradually, the delicate tendrils began to penetrate his eye sockets and nasal passages. They spiraled along the capillaries of his eyeballs, with some delving deeply into the minuscule blood vessels, spreading further until a substantial number of tendrils infiltrated the confines of his skull. Li Pingyan commanded the tendrils to continue their division into even more diminutive forms, weaving through the grooves of the brain, occupying every contour of the cerebral cortex. The assassin's most immediate sensation was an unbearable itch, an itch that permeated his very soul. A chilling torment. This sensation did not emanate from his extremities, but directly influenced the cerebral cortex, bypassing the synaptic transmission of neural pathways and affecting his mind directly. He yearned to scratch his head, yet his body was ensnared tightly by Li Pingyan's tendrils, rendering him immobile. He wished to shake his head to escape the maddening itch. But even his eyelids were rendered incapable of the slightest flutter. His eye sockets were shrouded by an overwhelming mass of tendrils, even with his eyes wide open. All he beheld was darkness. He could not discern any scent, and even his breathing was relegated to his mouth. If he had the ability to move, he would have preferred to smash his head against the ground, desperate to alleviate the torment. However, Li Pingyan remained relentless, manipulating the tendrils to rotate and rub against the convolutions of his brain, occasionally applying pressure to press down upon his mind. At this juncture, the assassin could no longer endure. A powerful wave of vertigo surged through him, inducing a nausea so intense that he felt he might vomit. He wished to shed tears, yet his tear ducts were also occupied. This form of torment was beyond the capacity of any human to withstand, and gradually he relinquished his struggle, yearning only for death. "I am willing to confess. Ask your questions, just kill me swiftly." These words escaped his throat, a surrender to the inevitability of his demise. Meanwhile, Philip stood by, transfixed, witnessing the entirety of Li Pingyan's actions with clarity, though he had not experienced it firsthand. Yet, from the perspective of an observer, the scene was utterly chilling. If the assassin had the liberty to choose, he would prefer the agony of being flayed alive over enduring such torment at the hands of Li Pingyan. Chapter 30. A second assault. Upon hearing the assassin's words, Li Pingyan instructed Phillips to step forward and inquire further. "What is the name of your organization?" "The 10 Rings." The assassin replied. "Our organization has existed for over 1,000 years, with our leader referred to as the Khan. Since I joined in my youth, the Khan has perpetually maintained the same youthful visage, unchanged to this day." Phillips had merely posed a question, yet the assassin divulged all he knew in a torrent of words. Continuing, the assassin elaborated, "According to our instructors, the Khan appeared just as he does now when they enter the organization. Our leader has always been him. Our organization became active across the globe several centuries ago, aiding certain individuals to ascend to power while eliminating competitors. Anyone who learns of our existence is met with merciless execution. Our current objective is to seize your serum to cultivate stronger soldiers. As soon as the serum research succeeded yesterday, we were dispatched to assassinate you and abduct Abraham to serve our organization." Phillips, stunned by this revelation, realized that the moment he had obtained the successful serum, they too had acquired the same knowledge, indicating that there were infiltrators among his ranks. Furthermore, their profound understanding of this base underscored the formidable capabilities of their organization. Continuing his inquiries, Phillips sought to extract more information. An hour later, he emerged from the interrogation room, his face a mask of shock. He had never imagined such a vast and clandestine organization existed in the world, one that had endured longer than many nations. This realization left him with an uncanny sense of living in a dream. "There are 2 survivors left. Should we continue the interrogation to verify their statements?" Li Pingyan suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Phillips finally pushed open the door to another interrogation room, preparing to proceed. They spent the entire night questioning these individuals, and their testimonies were largely consistent. It became evident that a secret organization, shrouded in mystery for millennia, had been lurking in the shadows of the world, quietly influencing the course of history. Their power was such that they could replace leaders of certain nations. This reality was difficult for Phillips to accept, or perhaps he simply did not wish to acknowledge it. Not only did their organization operate in secrecy, but a significant number also thrived in the open, with some individuals even saluting Phillips with respect. This left him at a loss, and the seasoned veteran found himself engulfed in confusion and fear. However, upon observing Li Pingyan's seemingly indifferent demeanor, he regained his composure. The man he had long suspected appeared unperturbed. Did he not grasp the gravity of the situation? If those individuals were intent on eliminating them at any cost, one could only surrender meekly, even if you, Li Pingyan, possessed extraordinary powers. How much force can you withstand against missiles? In the face of modern weaponry, you are merely a somewhat sturdier grasshopper. Should those individuals become deranged, harboring lethal intentions, based on the nature of their superiors, they would not hesitate to disregard civilian casualties. They would obliterate not only themselves, but also Brooklyn without a second thought. Of course, this dire scenario would only transpire if their dominion were threatened. Phillips steadied his mind and inquired of Li Pingyan, "Are you not concerned about their retaliation? What is there to worry about? If they truly wish to act against me, I shall naturally resist. The higher they ascend, the greater their power. Yet they must adhere to the rules of the game. I do not believe that everyone is content to be under the control of a single individual." Pausing, Li Pingyan glanced at Phillips and remarked pointedly, "Moreover, I believe that those who are most capable despise being manipulated by others. Even those leaders in America, despite their ascent being supported by the Ten Rings, will eventually seek to extricate themselves from its grasp, perhaps even aspire to dominate it." Li Pingyan was indeed correct. Americans often exhibit a paranoia of persecution, perpetually fearing that there are nefarious individuals plotting against them. This paranoia intensifies, particularly in the presence of powerful forces beyond their control, as Phillips recognized. Furthermore, those who wield greater power than Phillips, positioned even higher, likely harbor deeper fears regarding the formidable and clandestine organization of the Ten Rings. They might even feign compliance while secretly resenting it. The world has long been dominated by the Ten Rings. As an officer, it was disconcerting that Phillips had not grasped this fundamental truth as clearly as Li Pingyan had. Having realized this, Phillips continued to embody the American paranoia, disregarding that Li Pingyan had just rescued him, adopting an interrogative tone. "Then, do enlighten me on how you came to know about the Ten Rings. Are you serious? I just saved you, and you still doubt me?" Li Pingyan exclaimed incredulously. "I am not doubting you. I am merely asking necessary questions," Phillips replied, maintaining a serious demeanor while uttering fabrications. Thus, Li Pingyan held no expectations for these American leaders. They were unworthy of such hopes. Merely wielding the adage that greater power entails greater responsibility to ensnare those superheroes. Fine, whatever. I learned about the Ten Rings in Mexico when two factions clashed. Only after they had perished did I realize one was the hand and the other the Ten Rings. Li Pingyan paused before adding, "From that moment, I became aware of both the Ten Rings and the hand." "Isn't that just blatantly lying?" Li Pingyan mused. Phillips did not press further and simply walked ahead in silence. "I fear that our research on serum may not proceed smoothly. This might merely be the beginning. The Ten Rings could very well make a resurgence. Do you have any brilliant ideas? Should we take the initiative? Are you out of your mind?" Phillips instinctively opposed the notion, but upon reflection, he considered that it might indeed be a clever strategy. If we could deploy an unexpected strike and dismantle the stronghold of the Ten Rings, those who serve them might abandon their allegiance. They would likely refrain from seeking trouble for themselves, perhaps even feeling gratitude for liberating them from the Ten Rings' control. At that juncture, we could send Li Pingyan into action. If he fails, he can feign ignorance, but if he succeeds, he will undoubtedly garner significant credit for his efforts. Thus, regardless of the outcome, I can remain an observer, watching the unfolding drama from a safe distance. As Li Pingyan and Phillips walked, they arrived outside the antique shop, where military vehicles awaited to escort Phillips. Having learned from past experiences, Phillips invited Li Pingyan to accompany him for added security. Once in the vehicle, Phillips hesitated and addressed Li Pingyan. "Is there any of that wine you gave me yesterday left?" That bottle vanished along with the explosion. Li Pingyan chuckled. "It's remarkable that you still have the presence of mind to think of that amidst such chaos. But truly it is gone, I swear on God." "Oh, please. You don't even believe in God?" Phillips retorted. "Let us be clear. If you have more, then my promise of vacation stands. If not, well." Phillips said with an air of confidence, secretly reveling in the perks of leadership. Noticing Phillips' demeanor, Li Pingyan proposed, "How about this? I will procure another bottle for you. But the vacation must double in duration." "Deal," Phillips exclaimed, thoroughly pleased with their arrangement. Just then, however, Li Pingyan suddenly sensed an ominous presence targeting him. Instinctively, his protective tendrils erupted, enveloping both himself and the colonel in a vibranium shield. In the next moment, a searing gaze pierced through the car's roof, aimed directly at Li Pingyan. Chapter 31. The counterattack. Li Pingyan once again shielded himself and Phillips with the vibranium, cursing, "Damn, they're back?" After withstanding this wave of assault, Li Pingyan lowered his defenses, finally discerning the identity of their assailant. Descending from the sky was a man with golden hair, a prominent nose, and deep-set eyes, who eerily hovered without any visible means of support. Witnessing this spectacle, the elderly Phillips nearly believed he had committed some grievous sin, provoking divine retribution in the form of a wingless angel sent to punish him. Li Pingyan, recognizing the figure as Ikari's of the Eternals, was mindful not to reveal his extensive knowledge in front of Phillips. Thus, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Who are you? Why are you attacking Phillips? Are you sent by the Ten Rings?" Li Pingyan's maneuver, known as diverting the calamity eastward, revealed his understanding that the Eternal Clan typically refrains from interfering with human affairs. Thus, he was certainly not seeking trouble with old Philip. The most plausible explanation for his presence was his own discomfort regarding the situation. As he gazed at the writhing tentacles behind him, he had a vague sense of the underlying reasons. Regardless, it was imperative at that moment to align Phillips with himself on the same side. Directly attacking him would signal an assault on Phillips. At that juncture, Phillips too had begun to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Regardless of whether or not he was an angel, it was intolerable for someone of his stature, a colonel, to be attacked twice in a single night. Even the most placid temperament would reach its limit, especially since he commanded the military and was not to be trifled with. Thus, Phillips commanded soldiers, "Assemble." The surrounding soldiers immediately gathered around him, weapons raised, aimed at Icarus. Emboldened by the protection of his men, Phillips declared, "Whoever you are now surrounded. Come down and reveal your true identity." Icarus surveyed the humans below, perceiving them as somewhat foolish, given his strikingly handsome appearance. They ought to recognize him as a protagonist, while the creature behind him, replete with tentacles, was unmistakably a typical villain. How could they aim their firearms at him? Had their wits been flushed away? Nevertheless, he surmised that the man was likely tainted by the aberrant clan's genetic corruption, and thus he must be dealt with. Therefore, Icarus addressed the crowd, saying, "This tentacled monster beside you is likely a creature contaminated by the aberrant clan's genes, intent on exterminating humanity. I have come to assist you in vanquishing him." Upon hearing Icarus's proclamation, and recalling Li Pingyan's earlier conversation with Abraham regarding the captured creatures not being native to Earth, Phillips began to grasp the situation. The previously captured beings were identified as members of the aberrant clan. However, he scoffed at the notion of exterminating humanity, retorting, "You speak of the aberrant clan, yet what race do you belong to?" Icarus replied earnestly, "I am of the Eternal Clan. For millions of years, my comrades and I have chronicled your civilization, and we eradicated the aberrant clan millennia ago to safeguard your development." Phillips found this assertion absurd. He could understand if Icarus claimed to be a special human, but to launch an attack simply because he could fly while spouting such nonsense was an affront to his intelligence. He countered, "If you claim to have eradicated the aberrant clan millions of years ago, why do they resurface now?" "They were but a few that evaded capture," Icarus hastily explained. "Recently, I sensed their presence and rushed to Alaska, but to my astonishment, you succeeded in eliminating them. I had thought the matter resolved, only to discover that after you transported their bodies, you conducted unauthorized research. You foolishly aspire to wield powers that transcend your race, which will only lead you to calamity." As Icarus spoke these words, he was evidently overwhelmed with emotion, his gaze fixed intently upon Li Pingyan. It was clear to Li Pingyan that he was the calamity Icarus referred to, and he felt a surge of irritation. He had not yet sought trouble with them, yet they had ensnared themselves in their own web. Today, he intended to employ his tentacles to teach Icarus a lesson, to gauge the capabilities of this diminished version of a superhuman. However, there were many others who were even more disgruntled than he. Colonel Phillips, recognizing the implications directed at him, was deeply offended by the labels of foolishness and ambition. He felt as though Icarus was directly insulting him. Who had initiated the research on the serum? It was he, who had issued a stern order for them to succeed when Li Pingyan was reluctant to proceed. Again, it was he. As a distinguished colonel, being effectively accused by this individual was enough to fuel his fury. Although he yearned to pummel Icarus into submission, it seemed this being was not easily intimidated. Thus, the best course of action would be to outwit him verbally. Colonel Phillips addressed Icarus, stating, "Indeed, there exists a malevolent force on our planet wreaking havoc. Since you claim to be the guardian of human civilization, swiftly eradicate them and protect our kind." Icarus shook his head in refusal, saying, "War is a matter for you humans to resolve amongst yourselves. We, the Eternals, will not intervene. However, the deviants must be exterminated. Step aside quickly, lest I inadvertently harm you." Phillips was infuriated, thinking, what a farce this so-called world police is. No, imispuka. What a sham this so-called civilization recorder is. This is nothing but a meddler. Under the guise of safeguarding human civilization, he adopts a condescending, paternalistic demeanor, dictating what we may or may not do, while when faced with real issues, he dismisses them as our own affairs. If you cannot intervene, then stay out of the way and cease your misguided commands. It is utterly repugnant. If Li Pingyan were aware of Philip's inner turmoil, he would surely give him a thumbs up, for was this not the quintessential American disposition? Your assessment is remarkably astute. Consequently, Phillips gestured dismissively at Icarus, proclaiming, "Either depart quietly, and I shall overlook your assault upon me, or if you insist on confronting us, I shall show you no mercy." As he finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers immediately prepared for battle, raising their rifles towards Icarus hovering above. They awaited Philip's command to fire. Li Pingyan also readied himself for combat, prepared to act the moment Icarus made a move. The atmosphere on the street felt as if it had solidified, and Icarus hesitated, uncertain whether to launch an attack. Then, as if having made a decision, he slowly ascended and departed. Phillips and the soldiers sighed with relief. After all, that individual appeared rather formidable, and it was preferable to avoid conflict whenever possible. Li Pingyan retracted his tendrils, feeling a twinge of regret. He had initially intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Icarus and absorb his powers, thereby enhancing his own strength. However, since Icarus had departed, that plan was rendered moot. Just as Li Pingyan contemplated this, his sixth sense began to alert him frantically. Chapter 32. The deadly struggle with a thunderous crash. Li Pingyan was knocked back several meters. Icarus had returned. Initially, he had perceived Phillips and his group armed with an array of weapons as a threat and wished to avoid combat that might endanger these ordinary earthlings. At that moment, he held no prejudice against humanity. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would later be compelled to doom all life on Earth for the sake of the celestial being's arrival? Returning to the matter at hand, Li Pingyan, propelled backward by Icarus's resurgence, rose to his feet, wielding the vibranium pot that had saved him on numerous occasions. This pot had transformed into a shield since it had joined him and proved exceptionally effective. Indeed, upon colliding with the vibranium pot, Icarus was repelled several dozen meters, staggering as he emerged dazed from the ruins of the building he had previously toppled. He felt a wetness on his head and, upon inspection, discovered he was bleeding. This was utterly astonishing. He was well aware of his own physical resilience. It was inconceivable that, given the known metals on Earth, a mere 2 or 3 centimeters of thickness could withstand his impact without shattering and instead send him flying. Yet, this man proved to be remarkably resilient, able to withstand his assault with that very pot. Colonel Phillips and his soldiers, who had been standing nearby, were rendered unconscious by the sonic wave. Fighting here could result in unnecessary casualties. Shall we move elsewhere? Li Pingyan suggested to Icarus. After a moment's contemplation, Icarus acquiesced to Li Pingyan's proposal. Utilizing his tendrils, Li Pingyan leapt and bounded through the city, while Icarus, determined to prevent his escape, followed at a leisurely pace. Ultimately, the two halted in the outskirts, far from the urban sprawl. "Are you prepared to meet your end here, pollutant?" Icarus proclaimed, hovering in midair, his elevated position accentuating his dominance over Li Pingyan. The term pollutant laid bare the murderous intent simmering within him. Perhaps it was due to the presence of many witnesses before that Icarus had endeavored to project an image of a righteous guardian. Facing Li Pingyan alone, however, he appeared emboldened. "This is the grave I have chosen for you, you arrogant wretch." Li Pingyan dismissed Icarus's epithets with indifference. His primary concern now was survival and the complete absorption of Icarus's powers. Verbal insults were easily disregarded. Icarus took the initiative, unleashing a searing heat vision towards Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan chose not to rely on vibranium for protection. Instead, he opted to test the power of the heat vision with his own arms. His audacity stemmed from the fact that he now possessed numerous tentacles, rendering the loss of 2 arms a minor setback to his overall strength. Furthermore, he had the ability to absorb energy from other beings through these tentacles, allowing for rapid recovery. His personal space was filled with ample supplies of glucose solution, enabling him to swiftly convert glucose into life-sustaining energy whenever he sustained injuries. Thus, as long as the supply of glucose was sufficient, he temporarily possessed a regenerative capacity akin to that of Wolverine. The combination of the tentacle devourer and his personal space yielded remarkable results. However, Li Pingyan was evidently overly cautious. When Icarus's heat vision struck him, it merely generated a sensation of warmth in his arms, akin to standing half a meter away from a blazing fire. As he braved the heat vision, Li Pingyan gazed forward, observing Icarus's fearsome countenance, reminiscent of a predator ready to devour its prey. Consequently, his tentacles surged forth like a net towards Icarus, intent on ensnaring him and siphoning his energy. Yet, Icarus was no mere Superman. He understood that he lacked an invulnerable physique and was not foolish enough to allow himself to be bound by Li Pingyan's tentacles. He swiftly retracted his heat vision and ascended into higher skies. Li Pingyan's tentacles began to droop helplessly after reaching approximately 9 meters in height. Icarus maintained an air of superiority, casting a disdainful glance down at Li Pingyan, boasting, "Did you really think I would not guard against your tentacles?" While Li Pingyan might become loquacious and verbose when confronted with an adversary of ordinary caliber, indulging in lengthy rationalizations or even composing poetry for show, he transformed into a figure of calm calculation when faced with equally matched or superior foes. This exchange had revealed to Icarus that relying solely on heat vision would not suffice to defeat Li Pingyan. True victory would necessitate physical combat. Without further hesitation, Icarus swiftly appeared before Li Pingyan and launched a powerful punch toward him. Li Pingyan's left hand rose to intercept Icarus's forearm, redirecting the punch that was aimed at his nose. Meanwhile, he slightly tilted his head to the left and aimed his right fist at Icarus's abdomen. However, Icarus was equally adept in combat. With a swift motion of his left hand, he deflected Li Pingyan's advancing right punch. The two engaged in primal grappling, akin to 2 goats clashing head-on on a narrow bridge, each straining against the other. Though Li Pingyan's strength began to wane, he still had his tentacles to assist him. His tentacles suddenly surged forth, lunging towards Icarus. In a moment of desperation, Icarus employed his headbutt skill, fiercely ramming his own head into Li Pingyan's skull. A dull thud resonated as their heads collided, the impact reverberating with force. Icarus felt his mind thrum with the aftermath, yet the effect was unmistakable. Li Pingyan's tentacles, deprived of their master's command, which had been poised to strike fiercely, now lay limp upon the ground. Fortunately, ever since Li Pingyan had injected himself with the monster-S serum, he could instinctively control his own skeletal structure. When faced with a violent impact, his bones would momentarily soften, akin to sponge, providing remarkable shock absorption. Thus, despite Icarus possessing superior physical capabilities, both men awakened almost simultaneously. Though Li Pingyan gained a slight edge, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Icarus's head. With a resounding boom, Icarus was sent flying, his flesh rippling like waves in slow motion. Subsequently, Icarus's form soared backward, crashing into 2 trees, each as thick as a man's waist. Seizing the advantage, Li Pingyan relentlessly pursued, teleporting beside the freshly grounded Icarus. He then raised his fist, delivering a heavy blow. With a thunderous crash, Li Pingyan's fist struck Icarus's head with precision. The immense force transmitted through Icarus's skull into the earth below, causing the ground to fracture like a spider's web. Just as Li Pingyan prepared to strike again, an enraged Icarus unleashed searing beams of heat from his eyes. This time, the intensity of the heat rays exceeded the previous assault but remained within tolerable limits. However, the tremendous force propelled Li Pingyan high into the air. Chapter 33. Bone-sucking and marrow-drawing regardless of Li Pingyan's strength. His weight ultimately hovered around 80 to 90 kilograms. The furious Icarus instinctively unleashed his heat rays, easily sending Li Pingyan flying. Icarus then swiftly retreated from the battlefield, taking a moment to recuperate. By the time Li Pingyan descended from the air, he had lost the advantage he once held. Icarus shook off the dust from his body, consumed by feelings of humiliation and rage. Even during the battles against the true aberrant race a million years ago, he had seldom found himself in such a disheveled state. Now, a human whom he deemed inferior, merely a mix of aberrant genes, had managed to leave him in such a predicament. This filled him with profound humiliation and fury. With a thunderous roar, he charged towards Li Pingyan like a bolt of lightning. Upon witnessing Icarus's reckless advance, Li Pingyan inwardly cursed, a foolish one who never learns. Li Pingyan firmly established his stance, lowering his center of gravity as 12 tendrils behind him coiled like springs before anchoring themselves to the ground, bracing for the impending onslaught. At the moment of collision between the two, Li Pingyan produced his cherished pot once again. Eric, taken by surprise at the sudden manifestation of the large vessel, found it too late to evade, resulting in a forceful impact. With a resounding crash, the two became momentarily locked in a stalemate. Icarus exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the pressure of Li Pingyan's pot, while Li Pingyan maintained a solid footing, his tendrils compressing with the force of powerful springs. They resembled two bulls, thrusting against one another with all their might. The one who faltered would bear the brunt of the ensuing impact. Fortunately, bolstered by the strength of his tendrils, Li Pingyan ultimately prevailed against Icarus, unleashing a surge of vibranium energy that sent both of them careening away. Li Pingyan and Icarus were propelled backward, and the vibranium pot slipped from Li Pingyan's grasp. Struggling on the ground, Li Pingyan found himself unable to rise, while Icarus, seemingly fueled by a sudden burst of energy, disregarded his injuries and swiftly approached Li Pingyan. His fist descended upon Li Pingyan like a relentless hailstorm, compelling Li Pingyan to shield his head with both hands, enduring the full brunt of Icarus's barrage. In a fleeting moment of defense, Li Pingyan managed to direct 2 tendrils toward Icarus. However, invigorated by his burst of energy, Icarus seized one of Li Pingyan's tendrils and forcefully yanked it free from his body. In that instant, Li Pingyan's eyes widened in horror. The excruciating pain was nearly unbearable, and he sensed his vitality waning with the extraction of the tendrils. Endure. He must not absorb glucose to recuperate. Otherwise, this conflict would devolve into a war of attrition. Li Pingyan continually urged himself onward. His overall capabilities paled in comparison to Icarus's. Should the battle turn into a war of attrition, he would merely suffer a prolonged demise. The sensation of being a mere pawn in another's game was profoundly disheartening. Yet, he resolved to await the moment when his adversary would let down his guard. Meanwhile, Icarus, witnessing Li Pingyan's agony from the loss of his tendrils, felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The humiliation of having been previously subdued by Li Pingyan was now fully vented, replaced by an exhilarating satisfaction. He resembled a child who had found a toy to his liking, laughing with joy, yet striking with unrelenting ferocity. He forcibly extracted another tendril from Li Pingyan's body. Nevertheless, Li Pingyan gritted his teeth, refusing to let out a cry despite the searing pain. Dissatisfied, Icarus swiftly yanked out 5 more tendrils, the deep, soul-piercing agony eliciting a harrowing scream from Li Pingyan. Icarus burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is precisely how it should be." He continued to cackle madly as he extricated 3 of Li Pingyan's tendrils. Upon removing the 12th tendril, He noticed Li Pingin's remaining appendage writhing forward, desperately attempting to grasp the distant vibranium pot. Icarus found the situation increasingly amusing. He picked up the vibranium pot and placed it 10 meters away from Li Pingin, bellowing with laughter. Ha ha ha, your 12 tendrils have dwindled to just this one. I've observed that its maximum reach does not exceed 10 meters. Look, I positioned it 10 meters from you. You cannot retrieve it. How does that feel? Does it not plunge you deeper into despair? Ha ha ha. He then mockingly added, even if you were to retrieve it, would you merely cover yourself like a turtle? Coughing after his laughter, Icarus expelled a few mouthfuls of blood mixed with internal organs. He had sustained grave injuries and would need to seek Ajax's healing after this encounter. The game is over. Prepare to depart, Icarus declared as he approached Li Pingin, intending to incinerate his brain with his heat vision. Now it was the moment. Li Pingin hurled a grenade, which Icarus caught effortlessly, disregarding the damage it caused. However, he was soon enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. The trap Li Pingin had laid began to take effect. His tendril extended directly, easily seizing the vibranium pot and aiming to smash it upon Icarus's head. Yet, amidst the smoke, Icarus extended both hands, one to catch the vibranium pot and the other to grip Li Pingin's tendril. Icarus scoffed. You didn't think I would leave myself entirely unguarded by placing your pitiful pot so close to your tendril, did you? He paused, his eyes brimming with pride and mockery. I merely wished to witness the despair etched upon your face. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a tendril, accompanied by a vibranium spear, pierced Icarus's body. The true lethal weapon, the 13th tendril, a hidden asset from the very beginning, struck when Icarus's hands were occupied, leaving him wide open. In his moment of arrogant complacency, the tendril, bearing the vibranium spear, penetrated Icarus's heart. Icarus stared in disbelief at the spear that had pierced his core. He struggled, but Li Pingin's 13th tendril had already slithered along the spear into his body, rapidly dividing and occupying his blood vessels. The tendril greedily siphoned energy from Icarus into Li Pingin. Even the 12th tendril, which Icarus had grasped, began to spread, breaking free from Icarus's weakening grip and plunging deeply into his wounds. As Li Pingin absorbed Icarus's energy, his muscles became as formidable as wrought iron, brimming with power. The veins and sinews coursing across his physique twisted like serpents. A potent and pure energy continuously flowed from Icarus through the tendrils, transmuting into Li Pingin's form. The energy coursed through Li Pingin, igniting a subtle itch along his spine. The tentacles, previously forcibly extracted by Icarus, rapidly regenerated, and a sense of vitality surged through his limbs. Subsequently, all 13 tentacles came into play, burrowing into Icarus's eye sockets, ears, nostrils, and wounds, accelerating the absorption of energy. Icarus visibly withered before Li Pingin's eyes. At that moment, Li Pingin remarked, "It is a pity you did not anticipate my 13th tentacle." This proclamation shattered Icarus's defenses, leaving him to bitterly sense the departure of his life. Once he had believed he was invincible to death, yet now he acutely felt life slipping away. Li Pingin harbored no compassion. He meticulously siphoned the energy from Icarus, and as Icarus collapsed, his form gradually transformed into a mere skeleton, ultimately disintegrating into dust. Witnessing Icarus's complete demise, Li Pingin instantly lowered his mental guard. The battle had concluded. Although he had emerged more powerful, the brush with death left him profoundly fatigued. Thus, he oriented himself and swiftly made his way back to his villa. Chapter 34. The wonders of the dynamic method. Li Pingin did not disturb Lauren. Instead, he settled beside the sofa in the living room on the first floor. The entire room contained only one sofa, which Li Pingin had personally selected. At the time, Lauren had questioned his decision to spend several $100s on a sofa. While undeniably comfortable, such an expenditure seemed extravagant. Yet Li Pingin had insisted, claiming that a sofa is a man's second bed. Now, it had finally proven its worth. The spacious and comfortable sofa perfectly supported Li Pingin's lower back and cervical spine, allowing him to recline as if resting upon clouds. This sensation of comfort swiftly lulled the weary Li Pingin into a profound slumber. Upon awakening, he noticed the living room lights were still on, and Lauren was dozing on the adjacent sofa. Li Pingyan rose and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 2 in the morning. He stretched his limbs, arms extending like those of an ape, while the bones in his body crackled in response to his movements, reminiscent of popping beans in a pan. The noise roused Lauren from her slumber. "My apologies for waking you in the middle of the night," Li Pingyan said to her. Lauren smiled gently, replying, "It is already the next day." It turned out that Li Pingyan had slept through to the early hours of the following day. Lauren then recounted the events that transpired while he slept. Around 5 in the morning, Colonel Phillips had called, inquiring about Li Pingyan's whereabouts and whether he was at home. Lauren had looked around, not seeing Li Pingyan, and called out his name several times, receiving no response. She then went downstairs and found him sprawled on the sofa. Initially intending to wake him to answer the phone, Colonel Phillips, stationed at the other end, merely informed him that Li Pingyan might indeed require rest, and suggested she should direct him to find Li Pingyan upon his awakening. Thus, Lorraine remained vigilantly by Li Pingyan's side until he stirred. Lorraine inquired, "Are you planning to seek out the colonel now? It's rather late. It would be inappropriate to disturb old Phillips, especially if he's engaged in intimate matters with his wife," Li Pingyan quipped. Lorraine could not help but chuckle at his jest regarding Phillips. She then expressed her concern. "I heard you encountered an assault with the colonel. What transpired? Your clothing is tattered, and your pants are in shambles, not to mention your missing shoes." Recalling the fierce battle from the previous day, Li Pingyan responded with a hint of trepidation. "I encountered a man who fancied himself the savior of humanity. He sought to kill me, yet I ended up vanquishing him." Lorraine recognized the levity in Li Pingyan's tone, yet his physical state indicated that the confrontation had indeed been intense. Aware that her assistance was limited, she quietly nestled against Li Pingyan's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his robust heartbeat. At that moment, Li Pingyan accessed his interface to review his data. Name: Li Pingyan race. Human, self-deceiving variant, intelligence. 3 scholarly. You are now among the foremost geneticists on Earth. Strength: advanced Earth class, able to effortlessly lift 45 tons. With a maximum load of 60 tons. Defense: elite Earth class. You could emerge unscathed from a nuclear explosion. Speed: advanced Earth class, supersonic, stamina. Intermediate Earth class traits. Acrobatics: you possess a balance and coordination akin to that of a monkey, potentially making you the finest acrobat in history. Steel and bone: your body exhibits remarkable durability, capable of withstanding blunt force trauma and most physical assaults. Leap of faith: even a plunge from a 100-meter building will leave you unharmed. Dynamic manipulation: this skill allows for proactive engagement, balancing energies, and harnessing physical prowess. Appendage devourer: you can absorb life energy and special abilities through your appendages for personal gain. Cosmic energy manipulator: you can sustain yourself by absorbing surrounding cosmic energy, enabling survival in the universe. Flight: you can achieve supersonic flight. Heat vision: at maximum power, you can slice through 3-centimeter thick steel. Should Superman be this feeble, he might feel compelled to end his own life. Eternal life: time shall no longer age you, nor shall the years alter your visage. Li Pingyan's heart swelled with exhilaration. The long-desired skill of immortality was finally within his grasp, marking the pinnacle of his achievements. The power within oneself has doubled, a remarkable ability bestowed upon him after the consumption of the tentacle. If he were to devour a few more members of the Eternal Clan, would it not lead to a transformation akin to cell-absorbing androids 17 and 18 from Dragon Ball, resulting in a significant leap in his life essence? It is indeed a venture worth exploring. Lorraine, noticing the increasingly fervent heartbeat of Li Pingyan, mistakenly attributed it to her presence. She gently caressed his chest, tenderly gliding her hand over his well-defined muscles. Li Pingyan, oblivious to any notions of propriety, seized Lorraine's hand and fervently kissed her. He then lifted her into his arms, making his way towards the bathing room. That night, under the gentle moonlight and the vibrant spring atmosphere, Li Pingyan was exceedingly responsive, offering everything he had. Lorraine welcomed him with open arms. As for the details, the author seemed disinterested, so I shall refrain from elaborating. However, it is noteworthy that during this indulgence, Li Pingyan was wholly immersed, his focus razor-sharp, and suddenly, his mind became enveloped in a state of clarity. The techniques of the moving word gate began to operate with unprecedented swiftness. Upon closer introspection, he discerned a surge of energy emanating from the void surrounding him. A type of energy he had never encountered before, but which instinctively resonated within him as cosmic energy. This energy, flowing towards him from all directions, was indeed cosmic energy. Under its influence, the techniques of the moving word gate became remarkably fluid. In that moment, Li Pingyan achieved a Taoist introspection. Although his eyes were closed, he could vividly perceive the organs within his body and sense the flow of meridians spoken of in previous lives. He felt a portion of his blood concentrating in his lower abdomen, where a mass of colorless, transparent energy spun rapidly, dispersing some of its essence to the engorged areas of his body. Through his connection, the vital energies of both himself and Lorraine intertwined. Originally, the moving word gate relied solely on Li Pingyan's own essence to facilitate this exchange, but with the infusion of cosmic energy, this force became more vigorous and potent. It continuously integrated cosmic energy into their shared essence, nurturing the life force within Li Pingyan. After an intense engagement, Li Pingyan successfully transferred this life essence to Lorraine. Previously, after enduring a strenuous struggle, she would have felt like a lifeless heap, unable to move. However, this exchange did not plunge her into that foggy, disoriented state typical of post-battle fatigue. Instead, it invigorated her spirit, leaving her radiant and revitalized. Her body felt indescribably light and joyous. She embraced Li Pingyan, akin to a koala baby nestled against its mother, enveloped in safety and happiness. With a smile gracing her face, she soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan found himself experiencing a profound spiritual divergence. Chapter 35. The appearance of ancient one. Li Pingyan had just been immersed in a state of introspection, conquering territories within his mind, when suddenly his mental energy surged forth, expanding instantaneously. He observed his surroundings from a peculiar perspective, clearly perceiving himself and the serene, smiling Lauren as she drifted into slumber. He could also discern the intricate architecture of his entire villa, while his mental energy continued to radiate, allowing him to view the exterior of his residence and the entirety of the street beyond. As his mental power spread further, a mere thought transported his gaze to hover above Brooklyn, where he beheld the sprawling expanse of the borough beneath him. In that moment, he reveled in this godlike vantage point when a voice, rich with the essence of ancient China, broke the stillness. "Greetings, young friend." Startled, he turned to see a bald-robed nun standing before him. "Master Gui," Li Pingyan exclaimed upon recognizing her presence. "Indeed, it is I," she replied, her hands pressed together in a gesture of greeting, a serene smile illuminating her face. Having recently faced 2 assaults, Li Pingyan's mental state was taut with tension, and the arrival of Gui provoked his thoughts towards the worst-case scenario. "Are you here to kill me?" he inquired in a low, serious tone. If Gui harbored intentions of harm, he knew that it would spell his doom. Her formidable prowess lay not only in her physical strength, but also in her profound mastery of the arcane arts. Even the Hulk would falter before her might. It could be said that as long as she remained alive, guarding the Time Stone, even Thanos would bow before her. Of course, this was merely Li Pingyan's personal perspective, not necessarily reflective of reality. Yet, one thing was certain. Should Gui seek his demise, he would need to contemplate a descent into the underworld. "You worry too much. Young friend, we are bound by blood. Why would I wish you harm? I am not like those presumptuous eternal beings," Gui replied, her tone calm and composed. Li Pingyan chose to trust her without hesitation. After all, he could not overpower her, nor could he outsmart her. Thus, honesty seemed the most prudent course. "What is your purpose in seeking me?" he asked. In this world, the laws favor the West, and we Eastern practitioners often encounter myriad challenges in our ascent. Thus, powerful alchemists remain confined within Kunlun, perpetually seeking ways to breach dimensional barriers. Individuals like you, capable of transcending the confines of your own body, are exceedingly rare among Eastern masters, which is why I have come to pay you a visit. Gu Yi's manner of speaking was not the westernized style Li Pingyan had come to expect from the films. Rather, it was imbued with an antique charm. Although he had never encountered such a mode of expression before, he found it not only agreeable, but also somewhat comforting. "How did you come to know of me?" he asked, puzzled. Through Gu Yi's explanation, Li Pingyan came to understand. It turned out that when he first arrived in this world, Gu Yi had detected the presence of an external entity on Earth through the dimensional defense system. At that time, Li Pingyan's mental energy was so feeble that it could not even rival that of a minor demon from hell, prompting Gu Yi to overlook him. After all, he is a high-ranking leader, and in terms of business dealings, he interacts only with formidable entities like Dormammu. Individuals of Li Pingyan's caliber simply do not warrant such concern. Every year, numerous minor malevolent beings invade, yet the chaos they instigate is minimal, often resulting in merely a few hundred casualties. Thus, at that time, the Ancient One was entirely unconcerned, focusing solely on Dormammu. However, a few years ago, a more potent psychic force descended upon Earth, determined to be emanating from the Soul Stone. For reasons unknown, the Ancient One chose not to reveal herself. This time, however, the long-dormant Eternals had inexplicably reawakened and engaged in conflict with the human. Drawn by the cosmic energy unleashed, the Ancient One observed Li Pingyan battling Icaris. She witnessed firsthand how this young ally found himself in dire straits, yet cleverly utilized the cognitive traps he had previously established to defeat the arrogant Eternal Warrior. She discerned that Li Pingyan possessed a soul not of this world, igniting a profound excitement within her. Only a soul from beyond this realm could transcend its inherent rules. In this universe, all the most formidable powers are derived from the Western paradigm, while Eastern traditions remain at a disadvantage. It is not that Eastern mysticism lacks sophistication. Rather, it is subjected to a certain suppression. Even she was compelled to transform her spells into magic to achieve her current prowess. However, they were powerless to alter this dynamic. Now, upon witnessing Li Pingyan, her intuition told her he was the one capable of breaking this constraint. Just as Li Pingyan seemed to falter, she contemplated intervening. If she wished to ascertain whether he was indeed the chosen one. If so, he would not easily succumb. Her arrival itself was a variable. Perhaps Li Pingyan could turn the tide, or perhaps he could not, which is precisely why she chose to be present, ready to rescue him at the critical moment. Fate is a complex enigma, and all participants are mere pawns in its game. Some may find it hard to believe that after decades of existence, one's destiny could culminate in being slain by another, leading the perpetrator to incarceration. Just as the Ancient One wavered, Li Pingyan executed a counterattack, and his strategy of feigning weakness to strike unexpectedly clearly bore the hallmarks of teachings from the East. After a conversation, the Ancient One concluded that although Li Pingyan hailed from another world, his realm too possessed the essence of Chinese civilization, with revered figures like Confucius and the splendid Tang dynasty. In many ways, they remained of the same lineage, though Li Pingyan's current strength appeared feeble in her eyes. She held immense faith in his developmental potential. For certain reasons, the Ancient One could not utilize the Time Stone to glimpse into Li Pingyan's future, as its power does not predict intricate futures, but rather allows its wielder to perceive countless possibilities across parallel universes. What you perceive as the future is, in fact, events that have already transpired in other parallel universes. In other words, each future you yearn for corresponds to the present of a faster-moving parallel universe, while every past you reminisce about belongs to the future of a slower-moving parallel universe. However, within the scope observable by the Time Stone, only this universe harbors Li Pingyan. Thus, the Time Stone is inherently incapable of retrieving information about Li Pingyan from the timelines of swifter universes, rendering it impossible to obtain knowledge of his future. This further solidifies Gu Yi's conviction regarding the uniqueness of Li Pingyan. After a light-hearted exchange, Gu Yi candidly remarked, "My young friend, you are not from our world, are you?" Though Li Pingyan had anticipated that Gu Yi might be aware of this fact, he felt a jolt of surprise upon hearing it articulated. It was not a matter of disbelief toward the fellow compatriot, but rather an understanding of the depth of their shared heritage. In one fleeting moment, they could share laughter, and in the next, One could assert without hesitation, "You demon, reveal your true form at once." And with a swift motion, one could be taken away. Therefore, Li Pingyan forced a smile, attempting to draw closer. Regardless of whether I am a soul from this world, I am still a person of Huaxia. We are both nurtured by the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, truly of the same lineage. In essence, we are all one family. Indeed, we are, after all, one family. Family does not speak in separate tongues. Should you encounter any matters in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Gu Yi responded with a hearty laugh.